Andrew Kittredge. There's some good things on the way, but I think mainly you just need the guys at the major league level to kind of turn that corner. But when I look at the Yankees, I still have questions. I think Jose Caballero's been a godsend to them at the bottom of the lineup. He's been hitting for average. He actually hit a bomb the other day. He steals bases. And then you flip it over to Trent Grisham, Aaron Judge, Cody Bellinger. If Giancarlo Stanton can open up a bag of potato chips, he can hit a home run. Who knows when his elbows are going to fall apart. But they have some older players that I have injury concerns with. But overall, I still think they're the best team in the AL East.
Yeah, and I still like Boston. I still like that rotation, even as terrible as it's been. And I like their young hitters. And I think they will get their act together. They started to come on the second half last year. They made the postseason. And I've said at that time, Boston's going to be around for a while with these young hitters. They're going to be a thorn in the side for the next few years. I still believe that. And so, but at 7-11, they certainly don't look like it right now.
Yeah, could you imagine if we signed Ranger Suarez, what people be saying about him? Because he hasn't looked good. And I told you about the start that Crochet had, where it was 11 runs, 10 of them earned, 12 base runners in 2 innings. Just yuck. Like, what? Just didn't have it again. And that's against the Twins in a cold weather game where the wind's blowing in. You know, he just didn't have it that day, and can't wait to see his next start to see what he looks like. But that was awful. And this Red Sox team, too. Look, I hate the Red Sox. I have no problem saying it. I love their rotation. I thought that was going to be solid. I had more concerns over the hitting lineup and looking at some of the pieces they lost with no Bregman. But they still have a lot of good hitters there as well.
Listen to these ERAs.
Yeah.
Brian Bayo, pretty good young pitcher, 6.14. Sonny Gray, 4.43. Crochet, 7.58 after that outing you talked about. The guy who's pitching well is the young guy, Connerly Early, 2.29. And, by the way, Danny Coulombe, 1 run allowed in 5 innings in 8 games.
What's the deal with that? Why is he, like, fans say it all the time, and you're like, oh, okay, I get it. It's a bullpen piece. He's getting older. It took forever for him to find a team.
Nobody wanted him. He's pitching well again. It seems like they always doubt him. Injury, what's wrong? No one wanted this guy. And he's again, it's only 8 games. He obviously must do a lot of matchup because it's only 5 innings. But I'll take 1 run every 5 innings.
Well, let me throw the other team that we didn't bring up. They were in the World Series last year. What do you make of what's going on with the Blue Jays?
Yeah, decimated by injuries. And so, like the Orioles, they're probably feeling we got to try to hold our head and stay engaged with this race and then hope to get some people back.
Yeah, I mean, looking at it, they're waiting for Trey Savage to get healthy, the young stud they had in the postseason last year. He started the season on the IL. Cody Ponce was the kid that they signed from out of Korea. He went overseas, kind of made a name for himself, looked good in spring training, and then had a freak injury in his first outing as a starting pitcher for the Blue Jays. And then you look at the rest of the group there. Gausman looks as advertised, right? He's solid. But are you going to get the type of help you need from a soft-tossing lefty like Eric Lauer? Or is that enough pitching to get you through? And is your bullpen strong enough to help carry you as well? The lineup's going to be there. It's a good lineup, even with some of the injuries they've had and losing Bo Bichette. But Springer's another guy. When he's healthy, he's amazing. But tell me when he's healthy. Right now, nicked up yet again. So,
good start for Dylan Cease, looks like.
Oh, yeah.
He's got for the first 4 outings.
A bunch of strikeouts. Cease has been, again, as advertised. I don't think the concern was in signing Cease to what for this year, next year, any of that stuff. I think the concern is what are you getting at the back end of that $200 million deal? And that's why, when I look at Max Fried and I look at the deal that Dylan Cease got, I don't know that I want to spend that type of money on those types of pitchers at this point of their careers. I'd rather, if I'm going to do it, spend it on a stud early on that you're going to get for 5 or 6 years. Not many of these long-term starting pitching contracts work out to where you feel like you won every year. The Max Scherzer one was one that I think did work out between the Nats and the Mets and everything else. But, yeah. I mean,
so shaky start for AL East, but I'm not going to sit here and say this is the way it's going to be all year. Because I don't think. No. I think these teams will turn it on at some point. And we thought the Yankees were doing it right out of the gate, right? Where they're 7-1, 7-2. And so now they're 10-9.
Yeah.
But they're going to get Garrett Cole back, as you said, pitching on rehab in the minors here, I think, any day now. And so you watch when the Orioles get to see the Yankees in a couple weeks, Garrett Cole will be starting one of those games.
All right, we got more coming up here on the program. We're going to get to some more Ravens talk. Or do you like the new jerseys? We do that at 8:30. And get your thoughts on, do you like the Ravens or the Orioles new jerseys better with the City Connects? But up next, It's the world of stupid. And Steve, we're going to talk about the feds are going after the organizer of SantaCon. SantaCon. You know how they have all these cons out there? Not like me, but like the festivals and things, Comic-Con.
You should have Jeremy Con.
Yeah, but I'd be the only one showing up, but I'd still love me. But yeah, we're going to talk about what they did there. Also, an Uber passenger that got into an argument with the driver over politics and religion. And then I'll tell you what he did, creepy ass. And lastly, this is kind of interesting. They're talking about an airline out there that's going to add bunk beds for economy travelers. But bad news for us, Steve. We can't cuddle. They ban smells, no snacks. I'll tell you what that's all about when we come back in the world of stupid here on The Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
We're going to be talking to Jonas Schaefer from the Baltimore Banner about the new uniforms and next week's NFL draft. Steve Ashurner going to preview the NBA playoffs with him. He's with NBA.com. And then at noon, me and Nolan going to rip it with Ryan, talk about the Birds, their weekend series with Cleveland, and hopefully getting themselves back in the win column after a rough stretch against Arizona.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic brought to you by Comprehensive Injury Prevention Solutions. Every injury sets a crew back. The Career Care program from CIP Solutions helps you build resilience, giving teams the tools and habits that keep work moving and workers strong. Start today at careercare.co. Stronger teams, fewer setbacks. careercare.co.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Science and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Science and Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
Ed Norris here with Baltimore football legend Jonathan Ogden. J.O., we both know Dr. Learfield at the Smile Design Center. I know you've been there. How'd that work out for you?
Let me tell you what, Ed, man. The best decision I ever made. Look, if you've been avoiding the dentist, I get it. But they've got sedation options that change everything.
Absolutely. And about 36% of Americans have some fear of the dentist, so you're not alone. Look, Dr. Learfield completely transformed my smile in just a few visits. The technology they use now, it's just incredible.
You know what? And they work with you on payment plans, monthly payments, whatever works for you, whatever you got to get it done.
Yeah, and it's important because one thing people just don't know, and this is real, is that bad teeth can mess with your heart and your overall health. So and not just your oral health, it affects your whole body.
No, absolutely. So don't wait, Baltimore, please, because your smile does matter.
Absolutely does. And seriously, if you have fear of the dentist or if money's been an issue or time away from work, all these things, no more excuses. Just get there. The Smile Design Center, do it.
The Smile Design Center with Dr. Learfield. Call 410-321-1100 or visit smiledesignDoctor.com. That's smiledesignDoctor.com.
Ready to dig? Don't miss Utility. You already know that contacting 811 before you dig is the law, but it's also good business. Because if you strike a line and you didn't contact Miss Utility, you could lose your good name, future bids, even your business. Help keep Maryland and D.C. safe. Contact 811 before you dig. Your reputation is too important to miss Utility.
Powerful doesn't just happen. You have to make it happen. So the moment Total Wireless offers a free Samsung S25 FE with Galaxy AI, when you switch to Total 5G or 5G Plus Unlimited 3-month plan, you take the network as powerful as you, with unlimited 5G data that won't slow you down. Now that's a total power move. Visit your neighborhood Total Wireless store. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited 3-month plan or higher. External port in and ID verification. Available only in Total Wireless stores. Limit to 4 devices per account.
Veterans and active duty service members. When your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 135 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
It's a Grand Slam sales event at Bob Bell Nissan. Knock it out of the park in a brand new Nissan Sentra starting at just $19,886. Trade in and get up to $2,000 more than CarMax. Hurry, round the bases to BobBellNissan.com or call 410-288-2500 today.
In terms of the draft, everybody says we're going to take the best player available, and that's usually not true.
Brian Billick on this year's Ravens draft.
But in the 14th, those guys in the 10 to 20 range, those are guys that have been pushed out of the top 10. There could be a major difference between the 14th guy on your board and the 20th guy on the board. Eric DaCosta, obviously a disciple of Ozzie Newsome, will take what their board says is the best player available, even if it's not at a specific position.
105.7 The Fan. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center.
Good morning. 895 southbound in the city is stop and go from Eastern Avenue through the Harbor Tunnel. The Beltway Outer Loop slow at Hartford Road. Then again, you're on the brakes from 795 to Liberty. And in Hartford County, 95 northbound, super slow at Route 24. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
Highlighting stupid around the world. It's time for Jeremy Kahn's
Come on, dumbass, play it.
World of Stupid.
All right, Steve, you got a relatively clean World of Stupid today, I think. We're not going to talk about dead raccoons' penises getting cut off by RFK Jr.
I'm a little disappointed.
Yeah,
we're not.
He said when he cut it off, though, he said he was thinking about how crazy some of the people in his family are. You looking in a mirror, goofball. Come on, man. All right, so here, this is the feds are going after the organizer of SantaCon, which some people have actually called me in my days here recently, for allegedly pocketing money meant for charity. Oh, my. This happens so much. The FBI and federal prosecutors in New York say they've charged Sean Pildes, the leader of SantaCon, an annual charity fundraiser in New York City, with allegedly pocketing a significant amount of proceeds himself. Pildes was arrested this morning and charged with wire fraud. And just looking at this, he stole more than $1 million intended for charity. Federal prosecutors allege that from 2019 to 2026, Pildes, the organizer of SantaCon, defrauded tens of thousands of ticket-buying revelers and venue operators by promising proceeds would go to charities, but instead used more than half of that money he raised to line his pockets. Over that 7-year period, they allege that he took $2.7 million from these charities. He used the money to bankroll a $365,000 renovation at a New Jersey lakefront property, covered a $3,000 dinner at a Michelin star restaurant in Manhattan, bought himself a luxury car, took vacations to Hawaii, Las Vegas, and Vail. He also allegedly used about $124,000 towards renting a luxury apartment. None of this surprises me. I mean, we see this all the time, and I even tell people, I do a lot of charity work, and I try to do as much as I can, and sometimes it's hard to tell people no, and it's like, oh, why don't you don't care about the charity? Yeah, no, I do, but I also do a ton of this work, and there's been some organizations that you work with that after the fact you find out going, yeah, I don't know how true they were about that or how shady some things went on, and it's kind of a rough spot to be in. That's why it's, even with some of the GoFundMes and different things out there, you got to be sure that it's the right people are doing it, because we've had too many of these stories of people stealing money.
Here's what's happening. There's a lot of empathy in the world still, thank goodness. And because there is, some people are a soft touch for a story. And so some of these con artists, no relation to you, by the way.
Sorry, man.
They take advantage of the good nature of people, which is really unfortunate. And how could you take money like earmarked for kids or something and then go put it into your home or a vacation or be getting drunk in Las Vegas off money that should go to handicapped kids? I mean, I can't relate to what you must feel or think, but some of these people are narcissists that believe this was all for me.
Yeah.
This is the way it should be. I should get all that money.
Well, even with some of the nonprofits, you got to look at, you're never going to find out how much, okay, it's a nonprofit, but people are working, which means they're going to get paid. What are they getting paid? Where is that money coming from?
Right.
What's the percentage that the charity gets and the percentage that the company gets, and all those things that you have to worry about. But yeah, it is kind of odd though too. Like you're talking about, there are people that really want to help and they're tired of getting taken advantage of. My great grandmother probably bought a summer home for everybody on the 730 Club because those cats kept hitting her up and she kept sending 700 Club. What's the 730 Club? Is that Is that a 700
It's
club?
like you mixed the 930 club and the 700 club.
I think she sent money to both. She was dancing at the 930 club, and anyway,
For her.
730 club. Sometimes you're talking, and you're going, "What? That's what I said." Okay, we're just going to keep rolling with it. But yeah, man, she was broke when she finally passed away, and she sent so much money into them. It's just unbelievable. But I always say nowadays, I feel like you have a chance of changing someone's religion before you change their political beliefs. Well, here's one for you. Uber passenger allegedly shot at driver during an argument over politics. Told him to go back to your country. You sound like a winner, buddy. A Florida man allegedly opened fire on his migrant Uber driver, telling him to go back to his country during a heated argument over politics and religion. David Stewart Stinson was slapped with a handful of charges, including shooting a deadly missile. Hold on. A deadly missile at a vehicle and aggravated assault with a deadly weapon in the early morning shooting outside of Clearwater Sunday. These damn people in Florida, where are they getting missiles from, Joe? Stinson, who turned 42 the day after the alleged shooting, had ordered the rideshare to pick him up at his sister's home in Oldsmar and bring him to his house in Largo when the conversation inside the car turned violent, according to an arrest affidavit viewed by the Post. The conversation between the two men turned heated when the subject of religion and politics came up, and Stinson allegedly learned information about his driver that he didn't like. I mean, why can't you just take the car ride? There's certain things you're not going to talk about with people, and understanding that. I recently, when we came back from Vegas, I got in a huge fight over politics with my dad in our Uber ride, as he said something out of pocket, and I'm going to check him whenever he says something out of pocket. And it turned into, I think my stepmother was like, all right, stop it. It's not like it's heated where we're going to get in a fist fight or anything like that. But I will call you out if I feel like you're saying something that's totally wrong. I got no issues with it. And this was one of those incidents. But he shot a missile. I'm still trying to find out what he shot. Was it a flare gun or what did he have? Did he have a bazooka? So this guy's now in trouble. Last story for you here. I don't know how you feel about, you fly quite a bit, right, Steve?
Not as much anymore.
As you used to?
Yeah, when I was traveling, doing a lot of road baseball.
So there's been all different types of airlines, some, that are cheaper with the smaller seats and how much you have to pay for your bags and all these things that go on. Well, this is one where an airline's decided to add bunk beds for economy travelers. But as I said, they banned snacks, smells, and we're not allowed to cuddle anymore. Would you prefer to have a bed on a flight than be sitting in a...
I have to be a really long flight.
Well, this is Air New Zealand, so it would be a long flight, I guess, if you're taking it.
If you're flying 10 or 15 hours across the world.
I'd rather be laying down.
I mean, it might be a nice thing. Now, what's the price? You got to bring in the price into it.
And who am I bunking with? Is it you, Joe? Are we bunking together? Did we just become best friends? Yep. I do like the video of the guy on the plane where it's like they were showing first class with these new beds. And there's this good-looking couple, and they're drinking some wine or champagne, and they slowly slide the door shut. And then you hear this. And then the guy that's sleeping on the other side wakes up, and he just starts clapping like he fell asleep in class. But you never know what's going to go on these flights. But Air New Zealand is offering a solution that involves climbing into a triple-tier bunk bed wearing special socks. The airline will soon open bookings for 4-hour stints in the Skynest sleep pods and says they'll be the first live flat beds for budget air travelers. Flyers will get cozy with fellow passengers. However, crumbs, strong perfumes, and bed sharing are forbidden. Sorry, Joe.
It's a bummer, man.
Stay in your own bed, buddy.
Damn, I was looking forward to the crumbs.
The contained berths will be available to economy and premium economy flyers on the airline's new Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner. That comes out in November. The planes will service the Auckland to New York route, which is one of the world's longest commercial flights and leaves economy passengers sitting upright for a marathon of up to 16 to 18 hours. So, yeah, to your point, if I'm flying to Australia, I'm going to Japan, wherever, it's a long flight. I don't care where it is. But if it's a long, even going to Brazil, we talk about that's a long flight. I'd rather be laying down. I got a bad back to begin with. But, anytime you do something new, there's still going to be problems with this. There's going to be some weird stuff going on that you're going to have to get checked about.
I mean, airlines would do well on let's say it's a 16-hour trip. Just give me a roomy seat and not have someone banging into my elbow every 30 seconds and not cram us in like sardines and expect us to sit there like that for 16 hours. So take a couple seats out, make more room for the people seated. I don't need a bed if you give me a comfortable seat. and I don't have 3 other people within 2 feet of me.
Yeah.
And I realize I got to sit like this for 16 hours. If you give some room, and I'm a big guy, so I need more room than most, obviously, but that would suffice.
Joe,
but airlines don't operate that way.
Joe, I got some more bad news.
They laid on me.
Yes. This means solo snoozes only, no musical nest, and we're not allowed to tag team.
Musical nest?
Huh?
What does that mean?
I guess that means listening to music in that pod.
Okay.
I'm assuming that's what that means.
And now these are like side by side or like one over top of each other. Like, is there a photo?
Is there a photo? They have a generic photo.
Okay.
Like this. You can see it over my shoulder.
I can see that.
But it looks like they're side by side, but I also think they're stacked up.
Yeah, because they're thinking about making double-decker seated areas. So, like, you would kind of sit in a hole, and then there's another person maybe like 10 feet above you.
I'd like, you know how you have
That's
to...
not good, though, because then they're like...
Yeah.
They fart right on you.
Oh, see? Yeah. But
that doesn't work.
But supposedly the airplane seats, and maybe they'll make the beds out of the same thing they make the seats out of. You're not supposed to be able to smell farts. Yeah.
Is that a thing?
Yeah, go ahead, look it up. Look it up.
Okay.
I mean, there's
I
some.
didn't know that.
Rob's already passed that, so
that's true.
He's already defeated it.
Rob was in that article that made the plane turn around.
This is so silly, man. Looking at it. By the way, the only thing they said you have to wear is those socks. What if that's all I wore, and I just hopped up to go to the bathroom?
You're still compliant.
Yeah, I'm still compliant. Anyway, that's your world of stupid. I went too long doing that. We've got more coming up to get to here with the Orioles and the Ravens. Up next, we talked about it. Jerseys. Do you like the Ravens' new jerseys? Want to hear from you. 410-583-1057 right here on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 1057 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you miss. 1057 The Fan.
Sponsored by Duke's Mayonnaise.
This is the Duke's Country Song. It's a song about the best mayo. It has a yellow lid, and its full name is Duke's Mayonnaise. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
Traffic is sponsored by Schmidt Baking Company, part of the H&S family of bakeries.
Get healthy with Schmidt's Old Time 647 bread. High in fiber and less carbs, so you can enjoy the great taste and eat better. Enjoy 647's delicious bread, rolls, bagels, and English muffins. Available at your favorite grocer. Schmidt, your hometown baker.
Spring is here, and with it comes everything we've been waiting for. Blooming gardens, Little League games, and those perfect weekends when you just want to get out and go. Hi, I'm Katie, General Manager here at Plaza Ford, where my family has proudly served this community for over 90 years. Whether you're hauling mulch for the garden, loading sports gear for the game, or heading to the ocean for the weekend, Ford has what you need and the look you want. The rugged style of the Bronco Sport handles any terrain. The Explorer's 3 rows fit the whole crew. The Mustang, that's pure spring driving. And of course, the F-150's versatile bed handles every project with features like wireless charging and hands-free liftgates to make it all easier. This April, our Plaza Ford team is here to help you find the perfect ride for spring and every season beyond. We're always happy to see you at our Plaza Ford showroom on Route 1 in Bel Air, right next to the Falston Walmart. And our inventory is always available at plazaford.com.
Hey guys, let's be real for a second. It's your buddy Bob Haynie here. When it comes to performance, good enough isn't good enough, and that's exactly why Blue Chew just raised the bar. Introducing Blue Chew Gold, the revolutionary 4-in-1 upgrade that targets both your brain and your body. This is the future of performance, faster, smarter, and precision engineered for best results. Get started today at BlueChew.com and see why millions of men trust Blue Chew now with the gold standard upgrade that's changing the game for good. And we have a special deal for our listeners. Get 10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold with code BOB1057. That's promo code BOB1057 and get 10% off the first month of Blue Chew Gold. Visit BlueChew.com for details and important safety information. And as always, we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring. Keep that loving from getting old, fellas, with Blue Chew Gold.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving and your wrenches turning. Join over 13,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter x.com/AI.
Hey, Maryland, only state-licensed dispensaries sell legal and lab-tested cannabis. Look for the trusted source sign or visit cannabis.maryland.gov/dispensaries. See it sold elsewhere? Report it at thctips.maryland.gov.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center.
Good morning. 695, the inner loop, just past exit 11. That's 95. A 4-vehicle accident has 3 lanes and the left shoulder blocked, backing you up big time. Also affecting the outer loop of the Beltway right there at exit 11. The left shoulder blocked on the outer loop. The outer loop is slow, 795 to Liberty as well. And southbound 895 at exit 14, that's Moradia Road. An accident has the left shoulder blocked. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
The Orioles fell to the Guardians last night 4-2, nearly becoming the first team to be no-hit by a Cleveland pitcher in 45 years. Guard starter Parker Messick held the Birds hitless through 8 innings before Leody Taveras was able to sneak one through the infield on the first pitch of the 9th. Leody's hit did start a rally, with the Birds scoring a pair and nearly tying it with a Samuel Basallo grounder that Guards second baseman Juan Brito snagged for the final out of the game. But after the contest, skipper Craig Alvarez had to give a tip of the cap to Cleveland's starter.
Messick was on. He had all his pitches dialed in the strike zone. He did a great job at changing speeds in all counts. Beat contact. I mean, we didn't, Wardy squared up a ball to center field. Kwani made a great catch. But yeah, he was on tonight.
O's starter Shane Baz kept the Birds in the game, going 6 innings, giving up 4 earned, but his record now sits at 0-2 in the season with an ERA of 4.91. The series between the O's and Guardians rolls on this evening with Game 2 of 4. We've got your pregame coverage with Baltimore baseball tonight, presented by Jerry's Home Services, beginning at 5 p.m. First pitch from Guaranteed Rate Field, slated for 6:10. Your Friday forecast from the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center. A little bit cooler today with mostly cloudy skies, highs in the low 80s.
This Fan Flash is sponsored by Plaza Ford. Plaza Ford offers transparent pricing on their entire extensive inventory of new, used, or certified pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs with no hidden fees. Visit them online at plazaford.com. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Rob, Jeremy, Ed, and Joe. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
You make me feel so good inside. I've always wanted a girl just like you. Such a PYT. Pretty young thing.
All right, welcome back. Big Bad Morning Show. Jeremy Kahn, Steve Molesky here with you. Rob Long and Ed Norris off today. Little PYT on a Friday as usual. We were talking about the jersey release last night. I want to hear from some fans out there, whether you liked it, love it, even if you were indifferent. We're also going to talk about the Orioles jerseys in the next segment and kind of compare and see if you like one or the other. But I'd love to hear from some of you guys because, to be honest, Steve and I aren't we're not the fashionistas that Femi and Ed were yesterday. If you listen to the segment when they were talking about jerseys coming out, I think I just kicked my feet up and sat back and let these two Lululemons talk or whatever the hell they were talking about. But
it's Lululemon.
That's what I said, Lululemon. Now, that being said, the jerseys, they're sharp, again, but if you told me to pick apart the differences and didn't show me the old jersey, I don't know that I could get all of them. I'd figure out a couple. I think they look nice, but it just doesn't mean much to me, Steve.
I mean, growing up watching the Colts, we just cared that the horseshoes were there, whatever jersey they were wearing. As long as we saw the horseshoes, we were fine. But it's a different era. Younger people now in the game, and fans want to be able to buy and wear different jerseys. And the team, I guess, is giving them that opportunity. And now with some of these companies that without mentioning names, not knowing who's a sponsor and who's not, I'll just leave it out. There's a lot of jersey possibilities.
Steve, are you surprised? So, like, if we look at, and I know football's done this, as my phone's picking up everything we're saying right now. I don't know who's listening in.
Uh-oh.
No, but with the NFL, they've made an event out of the NFL draft, which that's fine, but they've turned it into 3 days instead of, it used to be on a Thursday and Friday, and it'd be done all this. Now, nope, it's Thursday. We got to set this up through the weekend. We're going to have Thursday's going to be a standalone with the first round. They have everything set up. Then the schedule release became a big deal where I'm sitting at home. That's the one I don't get the most because I'm like, can I just wait another hour and then it'll all be released and I don't have to watch all the other nonsense? But people really get into it because they like to travel. And I think when it comes down to these jersey releases, which now that was at Merriweather, it's a big event. What they say, 6,000 PSL holders showing up and to kind of get the look. And they had a bunch of Ravens players out there. As I said, Trey Hendrickson came out in one of the new jerseys. Kind of a cool deal. I don't know that that's for me, but there are some people out there that love it. But it's weird, some of the things in sports now that have become events that I just thought were kind of afterthoughts. It's like, oh.
They're serving their public. And if thousands want to do it, you and I might not be in line to get a ticket, but many others would. And so nothing wrong with that. We'll get into something else.
All right, we got a caller here, and I'm interested in this. Jack said he's in Cleveland, and he hung out with Rashawn at the game last night. What's up, Jack? How are you?
Good. Yeah, we were, we didn't go to the game last night, but we met with Rashawn when we got into town around 11:30.
Okay.
We went to the casino. I don't know, Rashawn, we left, but Rashawn still was there when we left, so I don't know if he made it back or not, if he's listening.
He must have been doing well, I take it.
Or, well, it depends. Well on the tables or well in the field if he found somebody to follow him home, if you know what I'm saying.
Jeez.
So, yeah. Jack, you didn't go to the game yesterday?
No, we didn't get into town till late. We're going to the next two games, and Sunday's a possibility depending upon how the Friday and Saturday go.
Now, were you forced to go to Cleveland, or did you actually pick to go there?
We picked to go there.
I'm kidding.
We got to Pittsburgh when the game ended, so we were considering driving home after that game. But
okay,
we'll see how the next two games go.
That's cool, man. Well, enjoy the games. Do you have any thoughts? Well, we were just talking about the Ravens' new jerseys, but yeah.
I thought they. Some nice tweaks, but I didn't see any big changes noticeably.
All right. Appreciate the call, man. Enjoy the games the next 2 days, and hopefully you don't run into Rashawn. Trouble always follows him, so you'll run into some of that as well. Thanks, Jack. Joe, we brought you in earlier with the jersey reveal. You said you liked it. Is it?
I do.
Is it like a strong like, or is this? Okay.
Nothing strong. No strong feelings.
Bordering on love, or just a strong like?
It's a lot of people are questioning, like, why did they make such a big deal when they only made such small changes? Which I can understand.
Interesting.
But I think another aspect of this is the fact that it's like a new era, a dawning of a new kind of thing with
the age of Aquarius.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Aquarius.
Thanks.
They actually did that at Merriweather, the whole dance, like they did at the end of 40-Year-Old Virgin.
That's beautiful, yeah.
Yes. I think, though, that it felt a little overdone, the whole production, but it was impressive.
See, I was hoping more for a Build Me Up Buttercup, like the end of Something About Mary.
No. No, sir.
No, it's hair gel. Anyway, was there an old jersey with the Ravens that you didn't like, or a color scheme that you didn't like?
I hated was that the all gold ones, the color rush ones? Those were terrible. Yeah, I think they're getting rid of the gold pants, but don't quote me on that.
See, and I can understand that. Like, I can understand like certain colors maybe looking like an eyesore.
It was
not
mustardy.
Looking like
it was like spicy brown.
Your jersey, it's yellow. Yeah, see, it's just like your mustard. Anyway, the point is, like, with the new jerseys that they brought out, again, I think they look sharp, but I don't know that it does anything for me one way or another. And I would tend to agree with Joe. Like, some of the old color schemes that they've had, I've looked at jerseys and go, ooh, that looks awful. But I'm not the one you should be trusting on that, because I get dressed in the dark every day.
When it's bad, though, it's bad.
Yeah, like
the Steelers
Bumblebee.
I was just
going to say
terrible.
I'm trying to think of some other.
That was bad.
But Steve, you would have loved the Jets and Bills game that they had with the color rush on Thursday night, where it was red and green, and for anybody that was colorblind, you couldn't tell who was on what team.
That would have been me.
Yeah. Go team! Who's 17? It's like, yeah.
I remember back in the day calling high school games in Frederick, and I would say to my color guy, So Walkersville's in the blue. That's blue, right? So when I would say on the air, they're in the blue and they're in the gray, I would be accurate. I would have to double check that.
Yes. Yeah.
Because I'm colorblind, in case anyone didn't hear earlier.
I love it. Well, I don't love that you're colorblind. I love that.
Jeez, Jeremy.
I love
man.
you being colorblind. I don't want Steve to see certain
There's
colors.
three brothers in my family, two of which are colorblind, and you cannot be a pilot if you're colorblind.
Yeah, I was supposed to say.
The one that isn't was a pilot.
Really?
That's funny.
That's it. I didn't know you. So you can't be
You cannot be a pilot if you're colorblind.
You run into a lot of green and red things in the sky?
I don't know. Maybe.
You never saw Little Miss Sunshine?
I did.
That was the son who wanted to be a fighter pilot, and then he realizes that he's colorblind and he has a mental breakdown because he can't.
I never put that together.
Yeah,
so, okay,
yeah,
that makes
yeah.
sense. Yeah, okay. All right. Anyway, we're going to talk more about the jerseys. Want to hear from you. The City Connect jerseys for the Orioles, the new Ravens jerseys. Do you like each? Do you like one more than the other? Do you hate both? 410-583-1057 right here on The Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
We're going to be talking to Jonas Schaefer from the Baltimore Banner about the new uniforms and next week's NFL draft. Steve Ashurner going to preview the NBA playoffs with him. He's with NBA.com. And then at noon, me and Nolan going to rip it with Ryan, talk about the Birds, their weekend series with Cleveland, and hopefully getting themselves back in the win column after a rough stretch against Arizona.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Orlando Magic are an unmitigated disaster. Losing last night to Philly, looking like the team without its best player. Philly didn't have Joel Embiid. Paying Paolo Banchero a ton of money. Franz Wagner a ton of money. Desmond Bane a ton of money. Jalen Suggs a ton of money, and may not even make it to the playoffs. Orlando will likely fire Coach Jamal Mosley if things continue to go south, but the problems for Orlando go way beyond the coach. I'm Nick Costos. Legendary doesn't happen by chance. It happens because it's what BetMGM does. Sign up for BetMGM using bonus code COSTOS, KOSTOS, and you could receive up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if you don't win your first bet. Get into hockey, basketball, and more of your favorite sports with same-game parlays, live betting, and more. Earn BetMGM rewards points on every bet, take advantage of offers found nowhere, and keep an eye out for rewards dropping in your account throughout the year. Sign up with bonus code COSTOS, KOSTOS, and you could receive up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if you don't win your first bet. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. Must be 21 years of age or older. Maryland only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards or non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
With Bet365, winning is everything.
With Bet365 Early Payout, you win even if they lose. Get paid out instantly when your team goes up big, even if they blow the lead later. Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Maryland.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
What's better than getting all your faves at Popeyes for just $5? We added shrimp, y'all. Juicy, crispy butterfly shrimp, cooked to perfection and served classic, or tossed in the bold flavor of our Louisiana dry rubs. And they're only $5. So come in today for all your favorites. 3 pieces of our signature chicken, 3 crispy tenders, Popeye's chicken sandwich, and now 8 pieces of butterfly shrimp for just $5 each.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Limited time only at select Baltimore, Maryland area restaurants. Price may vary. Terms apply.
And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug!
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Breaking news for your home. Wayday. Wayfair's big sale is almost here, and you can score the best deals in home. Like up to 80% off everything home. Yes, you heard that right. 80% off with free shipping on everything. Plus surprise flash deals all Wayday long. We're talking outdoor furniture and essentials, rugs, and more. all at Wayfair, and all up to 80% off during Wayday. Shop Wayfair's Wayday from April 25th through 27th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
In digital advertising, everyone talks about clicks, but clicks don't pay the bills. Sales do. Outcomes from Viant is a new way to advertise that prioritizes your bottom line. Our AI-driven technology looks past the noise to find the customers most likely to buy your product. It's smarter, faster, and designed for real-world results. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
Legendary doesn't happen by chance. It happens because it's what BetMGM does. Sign up for BetMGM using bonus code KOSTOS, KOSTOS, and you could receive up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if you don't win your first bet. Get into hockey, basketball, and more of your favorite sports with same-game parlays, live betting, and more. Earn BetMGM rewards points on every bet, take advantage of offers found nowhere, and keep an eye out for rewards dropping in your account throughout the year. Sign up with bonus code KOSTOS, KOSTOS, and you could receive up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if you don't win your first bet. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. Must be 21 years of age or older. Maryland only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Most fans know every stat by heart, but didn't know about Dark Cars Toyota of Baltimore, the largest and only new car dealership in the city. Fully remodeled showroom with new Toyotas, pre-owned lineup, full service and parts. Corner of Eastern and Dundalk or DarkCarsToyotaBaltimore.com.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center.
Good morning. The inner loop of the Beltway just past exit 11. That's 95. An accident has the left lane blocked. It backs you up to about 295. The outer loop of the Beltway slow at Harford Road. The tunnels look good, though. Southbound 95, no problems through the Harbor Tunnel. Southbound 895 at exit 14. There is an accident that's blocking the left shoulder, but not causing any delays. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Strike a pose.
Come on, Joe. All right, we're going to talk about some jerseys here. 410-583-1057. I know Joe said he has a bunch of text messages that we're going to get to as well. But we were discussing the Orioles City Connect jerseys with the green in it. I like those. I know there were some people that didn't. I thought it was different, but I understand why some people might not like them. When you start getting to an alternate color that's not really in your scheme. I remember when the NFL came out with the... What was it? It was the third color for all the jerseys. Like, for example, you talked about the Colts, and they had their blue and white, and it was always blue and white or white and blue, and there wasn't much different. Then they came out with a silver jersey, which doesn't feel like the Colts, but they were trying to sell new jerseys. If this is the route they're taking, I think a lot of people like this new color scheme. It's not even really a new color scheme. It just looks shinier to me. It looks prettier, if that's...
Iridescent.
It looks iridescent.
That's the word.
That's the word I was looking for. What do we got on the text message lines, people?
A lot of good.
Okay.
New black jerseys are dope. Really nice. Enough subtle changes without going overboard. Figured it would be small tweaks, and I'm glad they chose to keep it light. And the black helmet specifically is what people really love. And then another person pointed out, and I found the picture online. So each jersey that they have has a different saying in the ring of the jersey. So two of them say play like a Raven. There's one that says purple rising, and then the all black ones say darkness there and nothing more. But yes, the all black ones are 100% what everybody is excited to see. So I'm sure they'll probably do it like twice a season.
Yeah. It'll be on one of those weird nights that they play on a weeknight or something.
Yeah, Thursday night, something like that.
Or if they play on a Saturday or whatever. But yeah, I think there's a lot of people that get into this. There are people that collect jerseys. I used to be one of those guys that would grab them all the time. I was just comfortable wearing them, whether it's football or baseball. Just throw on a T-shirt, throw on a jersey. It's bag. I wear everything baggy as it begins with, or anything.
Yeah, you kind of peaked in the '90s with the baggy clothes.
Yeah, it's like I'm looking at all the other people. Skinny jeans don't make any damn sense to me. I can't even get them over my calves, let alone my thighs.
I would love to get you a pair of skinny jeans just to see you put like what you would look like. You'd look like an ice cream cone.
Yeah, dude, I have
an ice cream cone. I mean cone.
Ice cream cone.
I'd be so delicious, Joe. You'd want to lick me.
Oh, brother.
So is that not?
See, we bridge too far.
What flavor would I be, Joe?
Oh, I don't know. Butterscotch?
Yeah, you try the Werther's Originals in my pocket. Hey, you want some candies? Anyway, but yeah, again, like I know people get hyped up for the jersey stuff. There are a few, and I'm not one of these guys, like, you know it when you see it, right? Like the old powder blue San Diego Chargers jerseys, or people that talk about the Houston Oilers, and I still think the Milwaukee Brewers have one of the best logos that people didn't even realize was an M and a B that made the glove in the baseball. You know,
right, yeah.
It's just a really cool logo. I do think that some of the stuff it does get kind of hard these days to get into some of the names of the venues that teams are playing at. Like I never thought I'd see a Smoothie King Arena. You know how people are selling it. It's one of the cool
KFC
things.
Yum Center.
Yeah, see, there's
That's a good one.
And I'm not knocking it. Look, I love Smoothie King. I love KFC. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying, like, there are some names, and there are some stadiums that have changed names multiple times in the past 10 years just because they have a new sponsor. So I did like the White Sox would play at 7-Eleven. Their games would start at 7-Eleven because they had, or as we say it here, 7-Eleven. They had them as a sponsor. But there's been a lot of different things that get tweaked, not only in the game, but obviously with what they're wearing. And was it Fanatics that had the baseball jerseys last year that were see-through?
Yeah, that was in the beginning of the season.
Yeah, like
people were sweating through
that
them.
lasted like a day and a half.
You could see everything in there. It's like, hey, leave something to the imagination, fellas.
If they would have had like David Wells or Java Chamberlain in one of those things.
Baseball games shouldn't be R-rated, folks. Come on, man. Good grief.
He slid in a second. What did he slip over? Oh, never mind. Yes. Might want to slide feet first next time there, buddy.
I feel like the city connects. It's funny. Social media, of course, dissed them last year and this year, and then you look in the stands and everybody's wearing one. Yeah. So you realize, okay, we heard from people who didn't like them, but certainly many people did, obviously.
Like I remember people wanting to grab like a player's all-star jersey just to have it and to wear something different to the ballpark. You know, there are some people that like attention. Those are the people that go to an Orioles Tigers game wearing a Red Sox jersey. You are a goofball.
Hate when people do that.
Wear a hat, even if you're wearing the shirt and you're out and about. I get it, but there are just some people that like attention, and those are those people. One of the other things I was mentioning to Steve is we were talking about Steve. You mentioned you're colorblind, and he told us the colors that he struggles with. Joe, did you know that dogs are colorblind?
I did know that.
Yeah, they. I went to look it up just to make sure because I said it, and Steve goes, "Is that right?" They don't see in black and white, but they have two color receptors. So they see things like shades of blue and yellow, but struggle to distinguish red and green. So their vision is similar to
just like Steve.
Yeah, so they had trouble. They had trouble watching that Thursday night football game with the color rush.
What I actually said to Jeremy when he asked me, "Are dogs colorblind?" I go, "None's ever said they were to me."
I too am actually red-green colorblind.
Are you?
Ah,
yes.
See?
So I'm the weirdo. I'm just the normal guy over here.
I don't really like to say it that much because when you do, people are like, "Oh my god, what color is this?" And it's like, I know the wall is red.
Right.
Like I understand that. It's just differentiating between shades of red and shades of green.
What if I told you guys it wasn't red? It's actually orange.
Orange is easy to tell. It's like if it gets to a red where it might look brown.
See, how did you find out you were colorblind?
I took the test in a psychology class in high school where they were like, "What number do you see in the circle?"
That's exactly what he did.
I said. But mine was first grade. Talk about traumatic.
I was in high school.
I told him, was it Mallrats or Chasing Amy where they're looking at the picture and you're supposed to see something?
Yeah, the magic eye thing.
Yeah, and they're looking at it and it's a pirate ship and the one heavyset dude is just staring at it. Like, I mean, just can't stop staring at it. And somebody walks by a split second and goes, "Oh, it's a pirate ship." Son of a bitch! Is it like that, Joe, when everybody's announcing the numbers and you're like, I don't see anything?
I didn't say anything. I looked around and I was like, "There's a 5 in there." Like I see an 8. I don't see a 5.
Were you calling from a walkie-talkie?
There is a deeper one too.
You can't do that to a kid in first grade.
That's
Have 20
awful.
of his classmates come through and read off all these numbers. Then you get up there and you can't see any of them. You're like, "What's wrong with me?
Gonna get made fun of for that somehow.
Mom, what happened to me?"
I love it. All right. Speaking of what happened to me, Tim Barbalace. Oh no, you get to work with Tim all the time now, right?
Yes.
Throw the podcast out there
Yes.
before we grab him. This is in foul territory. The Orioles. Steve, where can people find that?
They can find it on YouTube. Birdland Territory is the name. It's part of the Foul Territory Network. And we're also on podcasts, Apple
Brock's with you
and
guys?
Spotify. It's myself and Tim and Brad Brock. We got a really good team talking about the O's.
Good stuff. Tim Barbalace, half of Inside Access, and of course, part of the Foul Territory broadcast with Steve and Brad Brock. We talk about all that. Some Orioles Ravens next here on The Fan.
If you're thinking about it,
every day.
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan.
PJ Glasser here to help you beat the books from Westwood One Sports. The NBA playoffs kick off this weekend, and I have my eyes set on a first-round matchup between Philly and Boston. The Sixers will be a team that knows they need to throw everything they have at the Celtics to steal a game in Boston, and Game 1 is the spot where I think they can compete, if not win. 12.5 is a big number, and I think Philly covers anything over 10. I'm PJ Glasser. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. Ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. Oh!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
In the automotive service world, talk doesn't fix anything. Skills do. Enroll now for spring classes at Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus and build the skills that push you to think sharper and work smarter using the tools and technology the pros do. You'll learn how to diagnose what others miss and solve problems under the hood. And Lincoln offers advanced training opportunities with industry leaders like Mazda and Tesla. If you're ready to prove what you're made of, visit lincolntech.edu to schedule a campus tour.
O'Reilly Auto Parts offers more than just the right parts for your repair. Our professional parts people can also test your battery, install your new wiper blades, and even scan and read your check engine, ABS, or maintenance light with O'Reilly Veriscan for free. For the best service, advice, auto parts, and accessories, stop by the new O'Reilly Auto Parts in Essex on Back Riverneck Road near the Old Eastern intersection.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Ready to ramp up the excitement, golf fans? BetMGM is making your next golf tournament winner bets even better with Second Chance. What's Second Chance? Ever bet on your favorite golfer to win a tournament only to see them miss the green? Well, with BetMGM's Second Chance promotion, you'll get your stake back in cash if your tournament winner bet finishes in second instead. That's right. Simply bet on any player to win a scheduled golf tournament during a promotional week. If you're right, you win. But if your pick finishes second instead of first, you get your stake back in cash. Watch your favorite players go for the win all season long and bet knowing you'll get your stake back if they finish second. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Get it in the app. Participation may vary.
Get fit for clubs with Baltimore County Golf and start improving your game. Visit BaltimoreGolfing.com/getfit and get more golf for your club purchase.
Join 105.7 The Fan's Baltimore Baseball tonight before every weeknight home baseball game at Pickles Pub as we broadcast live. Enjoy their 32-ounce Orange Crush. And on select nights, pick up a free 105.7 The Fan and Science & Kirk bucket hat, courtesy of Science & Kirk Lawyers. YouHaveALawyer.com.
From the Anderson Automotive Studios, this is WJZFM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuide.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Thursday night in Cleveland, the Birds almost pull the rabbit out of the hat.
Basayo toward second base. Brito with a diving play. He saves the game. And the Guardians hang on for a 4-2 win.
The final call from Kevin Brown on Masson. Samuel Basayo's grounder towards the middle is snagged by Juan Brito, saving the game for the Guardians, who beat the O's 4-2. Baltimore entered the ninth in danger of being no-hit by Cleveland's Parker Messick, who cruised through the O's lineup for 8 innings. Thankfully, Leody Taveras broke up the no-no and then started a rally. Gunnar Henderson would drive in one with a sac fly. And Pete Alonso would double in another, but it was too little too late as the Birds dropped the opener against the Guards. They've now lost 3 in a row after winning 6 of 7. The series between Baltimore and Cleveland rolls on this evening with Game 2 of 4, and we've got your pregame coverage with Baltimore Baseball tonight, presented by Jerry's Home Services, beginning at 5 p.m. First pitch from Guaranteed Rate Field, slated for 6:10. Your Friday forecast from the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center. A little bit cooler today with mostly cloudy skies, highs in the low 80s. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
All right, welcome back. Big Bad Morning Show. Final hour of the program. Jeremy Kahn, Steve Molesky. We've got a lot to get to here. We're going to welcome in Tim Barbalace. And I got to be honest, if I was going to build a Kahn Molesky sandwich, I would want the meat to be Barbalace. What's up, Timmy?
I would want to be in betwim both of you guys, too.
Wow,
I prefer being the small spoon, Jeremy, so that's right up my alley.
You act like I don't know. Hey, Tim, first off, I asked Steve to talk about it a little bit, but I love the fact that you guys are doing a podcast together with Brad Brock. Tell us about it.
Yeah, it's been great, man. It's been great. Steve's obviously covered the O's for a long time, Brad being a former longtime reliever and all-star, and then I'm just lucky to be there. No, but it's a lot of fun doing it with all three of us. The chemistry was kind of there right out of the gate. We're 2 full weeks in now, and it's just 3 episodes a week. 30 minutes, so that's a good length, Jeremy. You don't have to worry about it being too big. So yeah, it's been a lot of fun, and we're next up on Sunday after the game.
Steve, he's being shy and kind of he's doing the self-deprecating thing, and I know that because that's what I do. But Tim, you do a fine job, man. You don't tell Ken, but you carry that Inside Access show. We had Ken on this week, and I was busting his chops. But go ahead, Steve. Sorry.
Well, I mean, Tim does a great job. I'm very proud to be working with him on the show, and Brad Brock is really into it. The three of us are really energized to do a good job. And we are doing a good job, and we want to even do a better job. And the thing that's fun is fans are finding us. It's three very unique perspectives. I've got all these years in the game, and Tim's a young guy who's I find very prepared on his broadcasting, and I just know the baseball side really more than anything. And I hear preparation when I hear Tim talk about baseball, and I hear him putting in the work and the time to study it. And Brad Brock wants to be a good broadcaster. And I think Tim and I are finding out that unlike when he was on Masson, it's hard to be good in a 20-second burst.
Yeah.
The Ben McDonald's and the Jim Palmers of the world, they find out how good, they're just great at it. But that's over years of time. And Brad's done a few games, but when he's given time to really show his expertise, he's really showing it on this show.
Yeah, I mean, good stuff all around. I guess, Tim, let's start it off with last night, because I talked about Parker Messick in depth yesterday. I thought he looked amazing last night. The Orioles helped to make him look like he was unstoppable for a good portion of that time. What did you make of the bats last night for the Birds, or maybe more importantly, how good Parker Messick was?
He was awesome, and just previewing the game yesterday on Inside Access, the changeup is a pitch that he really leans into, and it was really effective last night, where he got 9 whiffs on 20 swings on that changeup. And we've seen, particularly with Colton Cowser, and I know he pinch hit in last night's game, opposing pitchers are throwing off-speed pitches to this Orioles lineup a ton. And he just absolutely shut him down through 8 innings. And quite frankly, it seemed like the bottom of the 8th inning, with how it went for the Orioles, where they ended up taking out Cameron Foster, putting in Tyler Wells. It was just a long half inning and a long time for Messick to sit, and he was already at 106 pitches, and then boom, the first pitch of the 9th inning, Leody Taveras was able to get that first hit. But yeah, it's been a disappointing stretch here for the O's, and we were talking about it on Birdland territory Tuesday morning. Just that game against the Diamondbacks, they won that coming from behind. They trailed by 6 runs following 5 innings, and it was such a big win to get 6 of 7. But the momentum in baseball, sometimes it doesn't carry over day to day, and it looks like the offense was really starting to turn the corner. I think heading into last night, they scored 5 or more runs in 4 of their last 5 games, but the bats were silent until the 9th inning, and they made a good run of it. And, the Samuel Basayo grounder to the second baseman. It was 107 off the bat. If that would have got through, it would have been a tie ball game.
Yeah, exactly. And so right now, Tim, the Orioles are kind of holding their own in an East where no one, and in actually a whole American League, no one's playing that great right now. But my feeling is these next couple of weeks, the schedule getting tougher. They're playing 3 of the next 5 series against teams who were 25 playoff teams. And somebody in the East is going to have one of those 10-5 or 11-3 runs here over the next few weeks, potentially. And that's when the Orioles are going to have to gear it up. Right now, with all the injuries, playing 500-ish is okay, but it won't stay that way.
No, they're definitely going to have to pick it up. And I think you really felt the ramifications of the 13 guys on the IL, in particular on Wednesday, when they faced their first left-handed pitcher in Game 18, which is crazy enough to say, Eduardo Rodriguez. And right when that lineup got put out, all fans on Twitter are saying, what the heck is this? And Jonathan Rodriguez batting cleanup for them in back-to-back games. But you're definitely right, Steve. It was such a unique and interesting start to this schedule where through the Kansas City series, that'll be 25 games in at that point, they haven't faced an American League East opponent. And they face Boston for the first time next Friday. But you're right. It would be nice to see this team start to string together some strong performances like they were doing, winning 6 of 7. Got off to the rough start at 3-6, won 6 of 7, but got to get back on track after dropping 3 straight.
Hey, Tim, before we let you run, what did you think of the Ravens jerseys last night? Did that get you all hot and bothered?
Well, I'm the utmost authority on fashion there, Jeremy. No, it was exactly what I was kind of hoping for, man, because I didn't really think they needed to change their jerseys, quite frankly. I was hoping it was going to be more tweaks, much like they were doing. I really like the new black alternate helmet with the alternate logo there with the eyes lit up in red. I like the standard bird logo on the Purple Rising helmet. I think that works better than the alternate logo. But, man, it was an event out there. I was very surprised at how many people went to that PSL owners event at Merriweather. But it was pretty cool, man. Like, it's kind of appropriate, right? They're phrasing this as the next flight, and obviously new coaching staff for the first time in 18 years. It kind of feels like a good time to put out these new unis.
Good stuff, man. What do you got coming up later on today?
Well, today we got a short show, Ken and I, 2 to 5, because Baltimore baseball tonight with me and Mike Bordick takes over at 5. But Jacob Calvin Meyer is going to join us live from Cleveland. Ken Carmen from our sister station will talk Guardians with him. And also preview the Browns draft coming up next week as well. And, it'll be a blast. Tune in.
I love that you're having the serial killer on your show, but I saw that Jacob Calvin Meyer, that's what we call him because he's got 3 names for some reason. And that's what they do.
We call him the serial killer.
See? It works
I've never
out.
actually told him we call him that. So, yeah.
I tell him on the air. But he went back and forth with somebody who was like questioning him and says, why do you always just talk about the Orioles? And he said, that's literally my job. What are you talking about? It's one of the best things I've seen.
By the way, he's the only serial killer I know who looks 12.
Tell him he's catching strays from everywhere, including Steve Molesky. So, that's the old baby face serial killer you got there in JCM.
Oh, yeah.
Tim, appreciate it, man. We'll talk to you again down the line.
Absolutely, guys. Anytime.
All right. Look, I've known him since he got in the business and where he started and where he's come now. He's done a great job. So
no doubt about it. No, Tim is doing a great job, and he's making a name for himself, and we're lucky to have him on that show. He puts in a lot of work, and I love working with him.
Well, we got a lot of things coming up. We'll get to some more Orioles talk coming up at 9:30, wrap everything up at the end of the program. But up next, it's the Daily Line. I've been on one. Yesterday, I swept the board, no losses, won everything we put out. Well, I shouldn't say that. I did lose the Orioles Nerfie, but we'll talk about that. And if you don't know what a Nerfie is, I'll explain it. But a great day for me yesterday, and there's a lot to like today. I've got a bunch of baseball games, 2 NBA games as we had the last 2 playing games to kind of decide how this is going to look for those number 1 seeds and who they're facing. We do that next here on The Fan and the Lowdown.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
We're going to be talking to Jonas Schaefer from the Baltimore Banner about the new uniforms and next week's NFL draft. Steve Ashurner going to preview the NBA playoffs with him. He's with NBA.com. And then at noon, me and Nolan going to rip it with Ryan, talk about the Birds, their weekend series with Cleveland, and hopefully getting themselves back in the win column after a rough stretch against Arizona.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Come into your local AAA Tire and Auto Service and save $15 on any oil change. Offer includes a free tire rotation, and you'll earn $7 toward your next service with Duramax dollars. Offer ends April 30th. See store for details.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Everything you knew about reaching customers online is being rewritten. Time to rethink your approach. Outcomes from Viant finds real customers, not impressions, not clicks, customers. Our AI maximizes every dollar of your budget against the outcomes that matter most and proves it happened. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
Veterans and active duty service members. When your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 135 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Ryan Ripken here, and if you've ever had a pet need care unexpectedly, you know how stressful that moment can be. That's why I trust Homeward Bound Veterinary Services in Bel Air. They're a leader in wellness and urgent care with a location ready when you need it most. And they have advanced tools like on-site CT imaging and laparoscopic surgery to treat your pet quickly with less stress. Visit homewardboundveterinaryservices.com. That's homewardboundveterinaryservices.com. Your pet deserves it.
Here are some essential can't-miss concerts coming to Merriweather Post Pavilion. On May 2nd, it's M3 Rock Festival featuring Cinderella's Tom Kiefer, Queensryche, Buck Cherry, and more. Then Thomas Rhett on August 13th, and The Fray with Dashboard Confessional on August 14th. And lastly, country star Zach Brown Band stops by Merriweather Post Pavilion on August 15th. Get your tickets for these shows and more at impconcerts.com. That's impconcerts.com.
The NFL offseason is here, but the action never stops. The draft is right around the corner, and Heed the Call NFL podcast with Dan Hanzus and Mark Sessler is your pro football destination. Prospects, team needs, and pick-by-pick coverage of draft weekend.
Heed the Call covers all things NFL, and we have fun. No fake hot takes or boring data dumps here. Just entertaining football talk from your favorite buds at the bar.
So come hang out with the Heed the Call heroes for football news, analysis, and mirth. All the mirth. Follow and listen to the Heed the Call NFL podcast wherever you get your podcasts.
Overs, unders, favorites, and dogs. It's Jeremy Kahn's Daily Line.
Show me the money.
On 105.7 The Fan. Brought to you by Life Med Institute. Guys, regain confidence and performance in the bedroom with Gainswave therapy at Life Med Institute. Gainswave is a revolutionary non-invasive ED treatment. Call 410-575-1200 or go to lifemedinstitute.com to find out more.
All right, no highlight there, even though everything would have been good highlights from yesterday. As I said, I literally hit all. Well, I gave out 5 games, and I went 4-0-1. I felt like we deserved better in the White Sox game, but it ended up being a push. All the other stuff that we talked about won. The great spots for hitters, whether you want to look at the game that we had with the Yankees, where I said home runs were going to be hit. Don't worry about Max Fried. He's going to give up some as well. Hell, the Angels end up going off. I think Mike Trout hit 5 homers in that series.
Nice to see him back. I hope this holds up.
He is on one right now, and he goes back into another hitting situation against the Padres tonight where I think it favors him. I actually like him to hit another home run tonight. He's my top home run play, but we'll get to that in a second. But with yesterday, Orioles-Yankees over. Yankees-Angels over. Orioles-Guardians under. Over in the Royals-Tigers game. Remember I told you I bet four Royals overs this year, and all of them have gone under by a ton. 3 of them, in fact, were 2-0 games. And I'm going, what the hell is wrong with this offense? And then everything came together last night. That was a 10-9 game, if I remember correctly. So either team covered the total themselves. Reds-Giants under, which was a doozy early on. It was a pitcher's gem between Landon Routt and Chase Burns. And I talked about Parker Messick. Loved him over 5.5 strikeouts. He ended up with 8, so you didn't have to sweat it. So it was a good day yesterday. Now, with today, we got 2 NBA games. I'll start with that, and then I'll get into the weather a little bit. The NBA, I like Charlotte and Orlando under the 217.5. I cannot touch the side of this because everything in my being is telling me to take Orlando. But with all the stuff that's going on behind the scenes with them, and I understand what just happened, but with all the stuff that's going on behind the scenes with them, people were calling them the Orlando Tragic down the stretch because they just fell apart, almost kind of back your way into the playoffs or the play-in games. And then now you're in this situation where you need to beat the Hornets. after losing to the 76ers, and I don't know they're going to do it. There's been all this talk in the locker room that some of the superstars want Jamal Mosley fired, which would tell some people, go ahead and take Charlotte. I just can't do it. There's too many people on Charlotte in this spot. Give me the under. I think we see a much, much slower game. On the flip side, I don't think the Suns face the embarrassment of losing to the Warriors. And yes, I would call it embarrassment because the Warriors are the only team in the NBA playoffs without a winning record. And now they beat the Clippers, and the Clippers they were dead in the water anyway. I think the Suns team wins at home. Give me them -3. There's some 3.5s out there, but I really do like them at -3. I think they win this game by 7 to 10 points. As far as the weather in Major League Baseball, it's an afternoon Cubs game. It's another win game. It's a 10.5 total at Wrigley. Let me get the pitching matchups here as I'm on the wrong page. But, in this spot, whenever you see double-digit totals in Wrigley, it means the wind's blowing out. Or maybe they just picked up some pitchers from the local Little League team and brought them in. But in this spot today, you are going to see two pitchers that, I'm not afraid of either one of these guys. I think they're good. Edward Cabrera is an upper echelon arm, but he's a fly ball pitcher in a stadium where the wind's blowing out. If he runs into one, if he runs into one of these bats, it's going to go a long way. And it's not like the Mets are suffering from not having any power. I know they've been scuffling a little bit, but there's plenty of power in that lineup. And I don't care if you want to look righty-lefty. The wind's blowing out towards left. So maybe you look at a Bo Bichette today for a homer, or even if you want to look on the Cubbies side, because they're facing Kodai Senga. And what have I said about Kodai Senga? And honestly about Shota Imanaga? Both of those pitchers, I will play them when they're at home. I will fade them on the road. For whatever reason, they struggle, and this is not an enviable position to be in for Kodai Senga, who did not have a good game the last time out. The Cubs are coming off of just smashing the Phillies and hitting a bunch of home runs, and they come right back into another win game. So on Sunday, it was win. The Cubs have been in win situations all week. So have the Pittsburgh Pirates. But this is one of the best hitting spots of the day. Over 10.5, I'm all over it. Nats over is another great spot. We'll talk about that in a second. Red Sox under, great spot. Those are the two best spots on the day, even with Wrigley win game. They're still the two best spots. Twins over is another one. And the scary button to click is the Rockies under, as the Dodgers are at Colorado. It's a 9.5 total, and anytime you get a 9.5 total and you're seeing the Dodgers in Colorado, it's always, why don't you just take the over because they're going to hit a bunch of home runs. I'm not on it. I stayed away from it. But the weather is supporting an under in that play. Now, what am I on today? I like the Orioles and the Guardians to go under the 8. As I've said, I think the weather will help just a little bit. You get a couple of fly ball pitchers. Chris Bassett, we still haven't seen the best of him. I think Tanner Bibby's a guy that can limit damage. And if it's going to be tougher to hit home runs today, I'll take my shot on the under there. I think it's the right side, especially with the way the Orioles bats looked yesterday.
Is it actual 8 or does it go like a half?
It can go to half. I had it at 8 this morning. So if you can get it 8.5, I like that better than the 8, obviously. There's a couple of home teams that I think are in great spots. I like the Marlins against Milwaukee. Milwaukee's throwing out Coleman, Crow, and what will most likely be some sort of a bullpen game, depending on how long Crow can go in the game. Jansen Junk. Yeah, I'm going to tell you to bet on a pitcher whose name's Junk. I like Miami at home here. I like the Pirates a lot at home. They're minus the 135. It's Bubba Chandler. I got a chance to watch him extensively in that Chicago series in the win game, and he can get a lot of Ks. He can hump it up there. And if you're watching him, and he's facing Tampa Bay, who I know is in first place, there's a lot of strikeouts in that lineup. I think he's going to be in a good spot. And on the flip side, when you're looking at Tampa Bay, they'll be trotting out another pitcher in this spot that, I'm not afraid of. Where I just lost him. Lost you. Oh, Nick Martinez. Nick Martinez, former Cincinnati Red. Another guy, it's a fly ball guy. He hits a lot of bats. If he's not getting strikeouts, which he doesn't get a ton of, if we're in a situation where these Pirates bats that have just gone off all week long, Brandon Lau in a great spot, O'Neal Cruz in a great spot. Give me the Pittsburgh Pirates to win that game. I do like the Mariners, but I did not make them an official play. It's a great pitching matchup of Logan Gilbert, and he's taking on Jacob deGrom, so do with that what you will. Those two have already faced off once this year. I like the San Diego LA Angels game to go over 8.5, kind of like I talked about. This Angels team, lots of power. They're facing Matt Waldron, the knuckleballer, and when it's not knuckling, it goes. And I understand Jose Soriano has been great. He's been a little lucky. He's due for some negative regression, which some people argue there's no such thing as positive and negative regression. You get what I'm saying. If you've been lucky, you're due for some bad luck. If you've been unlucky, you're due for some good luck. That's all it means when you say negative and positive regression. Now, with that being said, Soriano's been great. I think there's a ton of power in this Padres lineup. I think they get to him today and get a couple of home runs, knocking a few runs. But more importantly, I like this Angels lineup, and I can't believe I'm saying this. I like this Angels lineup a lot in this spot. I still think that they're going to hit a bunch of home runs today. I don't think there's any issue in worrying about Matt Waldron, and if that knuckleball's dancing, it hasn't been for a while now. Like, he hasn't looked like the guy he did. He looked midway through last year. And Washington, San Francisco, I told you that's some of the best hitting weather of the day. The reason the total's only at 8, you might find some 8.5s, is because Logan Webb is pitching. I don't care. Again, I'm going back to my fugitive Harrison Ford. I don't care that he's pitching. He's a very good pitcher, but if you watch what the Nats have been doing, it's a sneaky good offense where they get on base, they steal bases. I hate saying the professional hitter thing, but Steve, you're going to know what I'm talking about. They got a guy on second. Somebody's going to hit it to the right side of the infield or get it in the air to get the guy to third. And if they can't, he'll steal third, and they'll try to get him in that way. They've had some timely hitting on that team, lots of contact hitters, and you've got some power in the lineup as well with what James Wood has been doing. I think that game goes over the total. And I'm not just focused on what the Nats can do against Logan Webb. The Giants have some of the top hitters on the slate, including one of my favorite home runs today is Rafael Devers. So to recap my favorite plays, over in the Cubs, Mets, under Tigers, Red Sox, Pirates, over in the Padres, Angels, over in the Nats, Giants. My home run calls today, Mike Trout, Yordan Alvarez, Breggy, Alex Bregman, Rafael Devers, and Ketel Marte is facing the Blue Jays, and Eric Lauer. I like some of these Arizona bats tonight, although I did not make that a play.
What typical odds does one get trying to predict a home run?
Depends on who it is. So I've called Aaron Judge home runs all week long and been right in every one of those games. But it's almost like people go, yeah, the guy's probably going to hit 50 to 60, and you call it, but still 100 times he's not going to hit one.
Right.
And maybe there's some of those games where he hits
so
two.
If you bet
know?
$50 on that, how much am I going to win?
Let me do it at 100 because it makes it easier for people to understand. So if you bet $100, and let's say you bet Aaron Judge, you're probably going to get paid like $230. So
that doesn't seem like enough for me.
Because he's one of the best home run hitters in baseball. If I were going to take a guy like Ian Happ on the Cubs, he's probably plus 400, plus 420. Which means with a $100 bet, you would win 420.
Right.
There are times like I called one the other day, like Kobe Mayo the other day was like plus 900, but you can understand not hitting hits towards the bottom of the lineup, not somebody you're going to look at, and finding those spots, you can find tremendous value. But I tell people all the time, when you get these big win games, you can do it with the Cubs today if you want. Like, I told you, I like Alex Bregman. If you want to go to the Mets route, you can take Alex Bregman, Bo Bichette, and the over and put it in the same game parlay. Take those two guys to homer. If you don't want to take them to homer, take them over 3 or 2.5 hits, runs, RBIs to play the safer route. But because if they homer, you automatically win that bet. So I love doing those. I think those are lottery tickets. Put 25 on the game, see if you win a couple hundred. So there you go. All right, I've rambled long enough. We got to talk about some Orioles. You have some good stuff about Frederick. Want to focus in on the pitching matchups for this weekend as well. We'll take your phone calls. 410-583-1057 right here.
Follow the Fan for complete coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft beginning Thursday, April 23rd with a big bad morning show's analysis and predictions. At 10 a.m., we're live from Pittsburgh with Vinny Serrato and Tim Barbalace at the site of this year's NFL Draft. Vinny and Tim break down what the Ravens may do along with teams in the AFC North. At 2 p.m., join former Raven and Super Bowl champion Femi Ayanbadejo along with Nolan McGraw. Fresh Take at 6 with Belway Ben and Cordell Woodland. Then it's our Draft Day special starting at 8 p.m. with Vinny Serrato and Ken Weinman reviewing every pick from number 1 through 32. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
What if weight loss didn't have to be a struggle? At LifeMed Institute, they offer the power of tirzepatide along with advanced medical therapies, including hormone optimization, IV infusions, and medical-grade supplements. They've got nutritional guidance to help you shed pounds and regain energy. LifeMed's on-site medical providers provide personalized care so you can feel confident every step of the way. Don't wait to feel your best. Start your journey today for weight loss that works. Call now to schedule your free consultation at 410-575-1200 or visit them at lifemedinstitute.com. If you're feeling tired, unmotivated, or just not yourself, low testosterone could be the reason. LifeMed Institute specializes in TRT to help you reclaim your energy, strength, and confidence. Their experienced medical team creates personalized treatment plans tailored to your unique needs. Don't settle for feeling less than your best. Take control of your health this year. Call LifeMed Institute at 410-575-1200 or visit lifemedinstitute.com to schedule your consultation because you deserve to feel like yourself again. LifeMed has clinics in Maryland, Delaware, and in Pennsylvania, so call 410-575-1200 or visit lifemedinstitute.com to get set up wherever it's convenient for you. Make sure you tell them Jeremy sent you.
This weekend only at Old Navy, get 50% off all activewear for the family. Yep, half off all activewear for the fam. Hurry in to get everyone's favorite styles for a deal. This Saturday and Sunday, only at Old Navy. Valid for 18 and 19. Excludes clearance, license to maturity.
Planning on using cannabis? Then it's time to plan your ride home, too. Never get behind the wheel when you're high. You might think you're driving better, but the fact is, you're not. Designate a sober driver or use a rideshare so we all get home safe.
We're home.
Be the driver who makes a plan. Be the driver who saves lives. Learn more at zerodeathsmd.gov. This message brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
Powerful doesn't just happen. You have to make it happen. So the moment Total Wireless offers a free Samsung S25 FE with Galaxy AI, when you switch to Total 5G or 5G Plus Unlimited 3-month plan, you take the network as powerful as you, with unlimited 5G data that won't slow you down. Now that's a total power move. Visit your neighborhood Total Wireless store. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited 3-month plan or higher. External port-in and ID verification. Available only in Total Wireless stores. Limit to 4 devices per account.
Breaking news for your home. Wayday. Wayfair's big sale is almost here, and you can score the best deals in home. Like up to 80% off everything home. Yes, you heard that right. 80% off with free shipping on everything. Plus surprise flash deals all Wayday long. We're talking outdoor furniture and essentials, rugs, and more. All at Wayfair, and all up to 80% off during Wayday. Shop Wayfair's Wayday from April 25th through 27th.
Wayfair, every style, every home. You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
For all the things you have to do and places you need to be, let Uber take you there. Because you had just one more 3 rounds ago. Because the 5 a.m. flight seemed like a good idea at the time. Because check engine lights always appear at the worst possible times. And because parking downtown is a nightmare. Because there are nights out, airport trips, and car troubles in your area, there are drivers in your area. Uber. Request a ride today. Wait time varies. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Swing into savings during the Grand Slam sales event at Bob Bell Nissan. Line up your pick from 5 great models under $30,000. Credit issues? You're safe at home with us. Don't get left on base. Shop now at BobBellNissan.com.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
The Orioles fell to the Guardians last night 4-2, nearly becoming the first team to be no-hit by a Cleveland pitcher in 45 years. Guard starter Parker Messick held the Birds hitless through 8 innings before Leody Taveras was able to sneak one through the infield on the first pitch of the 9th. Leody's hit did start a rally, with the Birds scoring a pair and nearly tying it with a Samuel Basallo grounder that Guards second baseman Juan Brito snagged for the final out of the game. But after the contest, skipper Craig Alvarez had to give a tip of the cap to Cleveland's starter.
Messick was on. He had all his pitches dialed in the strike zone. He did a great job at changing speeds in all counts. Weak contact. I mean, we didn't, Wardy squared up a ball to center field. Kwani made a great catch. But yeah, he was on tonight.
O's starter Shane Baz kept the Birds in the game, going 6 innings, giving up 4 earned, but his record now sits at 0-2 in the season with an ERA of 4.91. The series between the O's and Guardians rolls on this evening with Game 2 of 4. We've got your pregame coverage with Baltimore baseball tonight, presented by Jerry's Home Services, beginning at 5 p.m. First pitch from Guaranteed Rate Field, slated for 6:10. Your Friday forecast from the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center. A little bit cooler today with mostly cloudy skies, highs in the low 80s. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
A cop, a coach, a con man, and an average Joe. The Big Bad Morning Show, 105.7 The Fan.
All right, welcome back in. Got a couple of segments left before we're gone, and Vinny and Haynie are coming in. We were talking some Orioles, Steve, and one of the things I wanted to bring up with you is with Steve Molesky, Jeremy Conn here. It's a Big Bad Morning Show, Ed and Rob are off. You talked about going out to Frederick and a lot of cool things with the minors. What were you seeing out there? And I know you wrote some stuff on this as well.
Well, the Orioles are back with Frederick as their high A affiliate, which some of the Ironbird fans give me grief because they know I was their broadcaster way back in the day. I live in Hartford County. I love Hartford County, and I've been to Ripken Stadium many, many times, but they just weren't drawing fans. I don't know why. So the affiliation was moved back to Frederick, which lost their team, Jeremy, back 5 years ago because their stadium was dilapidated, not for any other reason. Frederick is an incredible baseball community. They've always drawn well as a minor league team. They are going to draw well again. And what's happened is stadium improvements throughout our state have gone beyond M&T Bank and Camden Yards to the minor league facilities. Delmarva, Bowie Bay Sox in Chesapeake, Frederick Keys. Even Aberdeen's gotten some upgrades there for the MLB Draft League. But they have the Orioles and the Stadium Authority and Attain Sports, which owns Frederick and Bowie, and Aberdeen for that matter. They have produced these incredible performance centers, they call them. 2-story buildings at these minor league parks that house the clubhouse, state-of-the-art batting cages, all kinds of meeting rooms. They have the Frederick Keys have a nap room. This is incredible. I mean, they just have so much there. And it's huge. The Orioles, I would like to thank the Orioles for this. When I was there the other night, they took me through. You know, most media hasn't seen this stuff yet, but they took me through, kind of got a private tour of how great this facility is. And here's what I think could work out well for the Orioles. At a time when it's hard to separate yourself from other organizations. They all have good scouts. They all have good data. They all have good coaching. How can you do something better than the rest of baseball? Maybe it's in minor league facilities. And if your minor league facilities and your player amenities are better than the Yankees and the Red Sox and the Rays, maybe you'll eventually produce players that are better than those guys. I'm not saying one is going to lead to two here, but you have a better chance to help your players if they have better things to work with than other kids. And so Mike Elias, when I interviewed him the other night in Frederick, he told me, he said, I said to Ike Irish and Vance Honeycutt, I hope you guys realize this is not normal, meaning your facility here in Frederick, this is better than most high A facilities, and what you have here is not normal. It's better. So players I've interviewed, both with the Keys and the Bay Sox, tell me they're energized by these facilities. We want to go to work and be better players every day. We're already motivated to do that, right? We want to be in the big leagues one day. But now when we have such a great facility to work in, so the Orioles have done a good job. Maryland Stadium Authority, the state funds, it filtered down from the big league organizations, the Orioles and Ravens, to the minor leagues too. And there's been just some dramatic upgrades in these stadiums.
It's good stuff. I mean, there's a lot that they've done behind the scenes that even if you go down to the Dominican or start talking about what we're doing in the international market and trying to just make everything better, the stadium. And look, there's a lot that's going on. I did want to ask you about this weekend's pitching matchups. So obviously today we got Chris Bassett, and it's another situation where you get Tanner Bybee. I think there's a lot of similar pitchers when you look at this Cleveland Guardians team. Tomorrow, it's Gavin Williams and Dean Kramer. Gavin Williams, for people don't know, big right-hander, flamethrower, gets a lot of Ks, can hit a lot of bats as well. Sometimes he gets a little wild with the walks, but when his strikeouts are on, good luck. Good luck finding that baseball. And then on Sunday, Joey Cantillo, left-handed pitcher against Trevor Rogers, and Cantillo's been striking out a bunch of guys this past few times out. He's actually looked pretty good, so it should be an interesting weekend. I brought up Dean Kramer. What'd you make of his first start? Because ironically, the weird thing, Jeremiah Jackson's the one that kind of got it started for him, making that over-shoulder catch to kind of settle things down after the big home run to lead off the game.
Yeah. I think we're waiting for some Orioles starters to elevate themselves. We're seeing a lot of 4 and 5-ish ERAs, and they need to get that locked in and bring that down a little bit. Kramer can do it. Boz can pitch better. Bassett certainly can pitch better. And so the Oriole rotation right now and their hitting has just been very mediocre overall. There have been nights when it's been good, but not enough. And so they're still I just don't see the Orioles playing anywhere near as well as we hope they will eventually play when some things come together.
Yeah, and again, like the pitching, what do you think? Do we see Povich or anybody else like soon, or do you think now?
I mean, if they stay healthy, they're probably locked in with the 5 they've got right now.
That's what I think.
They just need to get rolling. And they're trying to keep this bullpen fresh and healthy. Cameron Foster, I thought, threw well in an inning and 2/3 last night in Cleveland. And I knew that some of these young arms like Nunez might get early calls here. I didn't expect him to be on the opening day roster, but he's been a revelation with that sweeper, and Rico Garcia as well. So they need to get some guys back. I mean, they've got Kittredge out, Aiken out, Enns out. You know, these are all 3 key bullpen guys, and Aiken threw in rehab the other night for Norfolk. So he's close. Kittredge went on paternity leave. He and his wife had a baby. So, but he's got to come back and resume he's close.
Yeah.
So some reinforcements are closer. Jackson Holiday, we talked about that earlier today, his dad's comments here in the last day. So hopefully, fingers crossed for the Orioles, it's getting a little better here.
Let's grab a quick call. Rashawn's in Baltimore. What's up, Rashawn? Is he there? We lose him? Rashawn?
Hello?
Oh, there he is.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
You hear me?
I got you.
All right. Good morning, fellas. How y'all doing?
Good. Oh, you just woke up and called us? Nice, man.
Had a wild night. No, I'm up in. I came up to Cleveland yesterday, man, and almost caught that. Caught history. Orioles getting no hit.
Oh.
I'm getting y'all opinion, man. Especially Steve. I think I talked to y'all last week, Jeremy, about Shane Baez.
That just means he doesn't care what I have to say. Go ahead, Steve. Answer his question.
No, because I know y'all going to say it's too early in the season. We agree with the signing. We understand they're not really paying him that much money, man. But this guy really is not producing. Like what you would have just waited to offer him a contract right now. You think I know it's only been like 4 or 5 starts right now. Are they having bias remorse? So far, what they've seen out of Shane Baez?
It's probably too soon to say
Is
that.
Jones' son? Baez?
I know. Yeah, I think we added a syllable in there.
My bad.
He's not listen, we were told, and the industry loves this guy.
Yeah.
Okay, but the stat sheet isn't showing it last year or this yet. Last year, extenuating circumstances with the AAA ballpark they played in, home games. But right now, we see glimpses of his quality material. We just don't see enough. So I want to see Shane Baez get locked in because he's not right now.
Well, hopefully he steps it up, man, as the month goes on and everything, man, because we definitely going to need him. So you can't depend on Rogers every game, and then we see what Bradish is doing. He hasn't had a quality start yet. So,
yeah, you're going to need the Baez's, the Basits, all the guys that you have here. Kremer, all those guys, man. So thanks.
All right, man, Jeremy, you messed up, man.
All right. Hey, man, enjoy your time out there in Cleveland. Hanging out in the flats and seeing the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. That's going to be good. All right. We got some tickets to give away on the way out. 2 tickets to see 311 and Dirty Heads on July 22nd at Merriweather Post Pavilion. Courtesy of Live Nation. Caller number 5-410-583-1057. When we come back, it's the Encore. What we learned, all that and more.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
We're going to be talking to Jonas Schaefer from the Baltimore Banner about the new uniforms and next week's NFL draft. Steve Ashurner going to preview the NBA playoffs with him. He's with NBA.com. And then at noon, me and Nolan going to rip it with Ryan, talk about the Birds, their weekend series with Cleveland, and hopefully getting themselves back in the win column after a rough stretch against Arizona.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
This Sports Minute is sponsored by Wrangler. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles to kickstart your day. Unless you're a fan of the Orlando Magic or the Phoenix Suns, or you want to bet on one of those two teams, you need to be rooting tomorrow night for the Golden State Warriors and the Charlotte Hornets. The playoffs are way more fun if it's Golden State against OKC and Charlotte against Detroit. Get Orlando and Phoenix out of here. I'm Nick Costos.
checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Spring is great for your mood, but sometimes tough on your body. Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet store. The weather gets nicer and suddenly you're walking more, standing more, and spending more time outside. But if you're dealing with foot pain, it can quickly turn into knee pain, hip pain, or even back pain that makes staying active uncomfortable. Our patented arch support system has helped countless people find relief. Here's another customer sharing their Good Feet story.
I'm a retired mail carrier with multiple knee replacements in both knees. I never thought I'd be able to go back to doing dog agility again. I stopped in at the Good Feet store. They measured me for my arch inserts, and then I walked around, and immediately I felt the difference. Agility is mine again. Hawkeye, my beagle, and I are both happy.
Good Feet Arch Supports can be the solution you need to get the most out of your springtime activities. Come see us today or visit us at goodfeet.com.
Hey, it's Ken Weinman. NBA fans, listen up. You can enter FanDuel's Play-In Palooza for a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets every day of the play-in tournament. All you have to do is place a live bet using your Play-In Palooza token. Then you'll automatically be entered for a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. You don't just watch the NBA Play-In tournament from the sidelines. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get in on the action. And don't forget to enter FanDuel's Play-In Palooza for a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook's the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus and present in Maryland. No purchase necessary. Opt-in required. Limit one entry. Profit boost issued as non-withdrawable profit boost token. Prize issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or give them a call at 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is the highlight of my morning. Hey, what's up? It's Island.
And I'm Josh.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Bacon, Egg, and Cheese Biscuit is that it's our go-to morning comfort.
You've got that nice golden fluffy egg
with a soft, flaky biscuit,
crispy bacon,
melty cheese.
You want something quick, you want something convenient, but most of all, you want something good.
There's no better way to start your morning.
There we go.
Start off the morning with a Chick-fil-A Bacon, Egg, and Cheese Biscuit with Simply Orange Juice. Order on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
More pots, more plants, and more deals? It's giving SpringFest at Lowe's. Save on gardening staples with Stay Green Premium 2 cubic foot mulch. 5 bags for $10. Plus, get select 1-pint annuals for $1. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 4/22 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Mic check 1, 2.
Thank you.
2, can I get an encore? Do you want more? One last time, I need y'all to roar.
Steve, you mentioned you're colorblind, and he told us the colors that he struggles with. Joe, did you know that dogs are colorblind?
I did know that.
Yeah, they. I went to look it up just to make sure because I said it, and Steve goes, "Is that right?" They don't see in black and white, but they have 2 color receptors, so they see things like shades of blue and yellow, but struggle to distinguish red and green. So their vision is similar to
just like Steve.
Yeah, so they had trouble. They had trouble watching that Thursday night football game with the color rush.
What I actually said to Jeremy when he asked me, "Are dogs colorblind?" I go, "None's ever said they were to me."
I too am actually red-green colorblind.
Are you?
Ah, see?
So I'm the weirdo. I'm just the normal guy over here.
I don't really like to say it that much because when you do, people are like, "Oh my God, what color is this?" And it's like, I know the wall is red.
Right.
Like, I understand that. It's just differentiating between shades of red and shades of green.
What if I told you guys it wasn't red? It's actually orange.
Orange is easy to tell. It's like if it gets to a red where it might look brown.
See, how did you find out you were colorblind?
I took the test in a psychology class in high school where they were like, "What number do you see in the circle?"
That's exactly what he did.
I said. But mine was first grade. Talk about traumatic.
I was in high school.
I told him, was it Mallrats or Chasing Amy where they're looking at the picture and you're supposed to see something?
Yeah, the magic eye thing.
Yeah, and they're looking at it and it's a pirate ship and the one heavyset dude is just staring at it. Like, I mean, just can't stop staring at it and somebody walks by a split second and goes, "Oh, it's a pirate ship." Son of a bitch! There you go. That's our encore for the day. Been an interesting one. Learning a lot about, we're going to get to what we learned. We did talk quite a bit about being colorblind.
We did.
And I found out
Didn't expect that one.
Yeah, I'm the one weirdo on the show that's not today because everybody else apparently is. We do have to get to what we learned.
What we learned on the Big Bad Morning Show.
All right, Steve, what'd you learn today?
Besides learning Joe joins me in being colorblind, I learned that New Zealand Airlines is soon going to have bunk beds on long flights, but we can't cuddle. Now see that ruins the whole thing for me.
Oh, Big Spoon Molesky is out. I'm not flying New Zealand.
If I can't cuddle, I ain't getting on that plane.
Joe did make a good point. Did you look it up about the cushions on an airplane that they're supposed to kind of X out the smell for people farting and things like that? It won't help with people that bring on stinky ass food and decide to eat it. Do you see anything? Do you let me know when we get to that? But yeah, it was.
These flights suddenly are not sounding that much fun anymore.
Oh man,
it says it's something that has been created, but it's not like
on all the planes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Maybe it's just in first class. I told Steve one of my least favorite things is getting on a plane that has first class and then walking through first class to get to the coach or whatever the hell you want to call it. And just the people that look down upon you, like, heathen, get out of here. You don't belong with us.
Oh, the judgment.
Yeah. Anyway, this is something that just came across the wire not that long ago. Former Eagles wide receiver Alshon Jeffrey faces up to 5 years in prison after being arrested for insurance fraud earlier this week. There were a bunch of stories. I didn't even get to the one in the world of stupid. I forgot to bring it up. There was a story of a guy that was imitating other players. And he just got busted. He would wear wigs and stuff and fake autographs and just nonsensical things. All right, let's get to some of the things that I like to talk about. That's the dad jokes. We started off, where do mansplainers get their water? From a well, actually. From a well. I see that's the mansplaining, Joe. That's where you got to hit the button. Why don't cats ever get summoned for jury duty? Because they'd be guilty of perjury. I asked my date to meet me at the gym today. She didn't show up. That's when I knew we weren't going to work out. What do wives and Google have in common? They won't let you finish a sentence before giving you suggestions. Hey, what kind of car does Captain Obvious drive? A Mazda or a Honda? I have a stepladder. I never knew my real ladder. I worked as an underwear model once. It was just a brief job. Told my psychiatrist that I have a passionate dislike for the Backstreet Boys, and she said, "Tell me why." You, come on. After devouring several luxury hotels, Godzilla developed cavities. The dentist told him he'd been eating too many sweets. Sweets, like from the building, Joe. If Farmer A sells apples and Farmer B sells bananas, what does Farmer C sell? That would be medicine. The pharmacy sells medicine, if you guys were curious. And last one here. What is the difference between a boxer and a man with a cold? One knows his blows and the other blows his nose. Rolls his rolls and tolls his tolls. Steve, it's been fun, man. Appreciate you. We got Vinny and Haynie coming up next. Stay tuned for that. Have a wonderful weekend.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts offers more than just the right parts for your repair. Our professional parts people can also test your battery, install your new wiper blades, and even scan and read your check engine, ABS, or maintenance light with O'Reilly Veriscan for free. For the best service, advice, auto parts, and accessories, stop by the new O'Reilly Auto Parts in Nottingham on Bel Air Road in the shopping center with Wise Markets.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Are you stressed because of your IRS back tax bill, the possibility of wage garnishment, or property lien? Then call Priority Tax Relief now. 800-314-0045. At Priority Tax, we work directly with the IRS to protect you and your assets. Thousands of our customers have resolved for far less than their original balance. Connect to the IRS for free in minutes. 800-314-0045. That's 800-314-0045.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. Cause 30 told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. I'll always trust a Nemu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some days, self-care starts with Nature-Made gummy vitamins, a deep breath, and a little encouragement.
Mom, I'm really nervous.
Me too, honey, but we've got this. Repeat after me. I'm going to have a good day.
I'm going to have a good day.
I choose joy no matter what comes my way.
I bring joy wherever I go.
Quality gummy vitamins from Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
You've probably driven past it 100 times. That's Dar Cars Toyota Baltimore, the largest and only new car dealership in the city. Fully remodeled showrooms stacked with new and used cars, plus full service and parts. Corner of Eastern and Dundalk or DarCarsToyotaBaltimore.com.
311 and Dirty Heads bring their So Glad You Made It tour with Ocean Alley and Rome to Merriweather Post Pavilion on July 22nd. A Live Nation show. Tickets are on sale now. Keep listening to 105.7 The Fan for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
From the Anderson Automotive Studios, this is WJZFM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Thursday night in Cleveland, the Birds almost pull the rabbit out of the hat.
Basayo toward second base. Brito with a diving play. He saves the game. And the Guardians hang on for a 4-2 win.
The final call from Kevin Brown on Masson. Samuel Basayo's grounder towards the middle is snagged by Juan Brito, saving the game for the Guardians, who beat the O's 4-2. Baltimore entered the ninth in danger of being no-hit by Cleveland's Parker Messick, who cruised through the O's lineup for 8 innings. Thankfully, Leody Taveras broke up the no-no and then started a rally. Gunnar Henderson would drive in one with a sac fly, and Pete Alonso would double in another, but it was too little too late as the Birds dropped the opener against the Guards. They've now lost 3 in a row after winning 6 of 7. The series between Baltimore and Cleveland rolls on this evening with Game 2 of 4, and we've got your pregame coverage with Baltimore Baseball Tonight, presented by Jerry's Home Services, beginning at 5 p.m. First pitch from Guaranteed Rate Field, slated for 6:10. Your Friday forecast from the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center. A little bit cooler today with mostly cloudy skies, highs in the low 80s. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Lincoln Tech. The jobs are out there. Are you ready for them? Enroll now at Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus. With hands-on training, you won't just learn it, you'll do it. Visit lincolntech.edu for more information. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Vinny and Haynie Show, sponsored by Town Appliance. Your next home upgrade starts at Town Appliance.
Busted over to shortstop on a hop. Rocchio's throw is dug out by Manzardo. The no-hit bid will move into the ninth. Basayo toward second base. Brito with a diving play. He saves the game. Brito, who may have cost Cleveland the second out on the Alonso double and cost him a game 2 nights ago, gets the sweet taste of redemption, and the Guardians hang on for a 4-2 win.
F you, Brito. And I don't mean that in a personal sense, but that was a hell of a play. As you're Kevin Brown on the call, the Orioles getting no hit through 8 innings. Not a lot of hard contact during the 8 innings either. And we get into the ninth, and Tavares singles. Then Blaze singles. And they start Ward singles. All of a sudden, you get the bases loaded, nobody out. And I'm like, wait a minute. I'm just happy they broke up the no-hitter, and I was resigned to defeat. They're going to lose 4-zip and maybe, 1-2 hitter, et cetera, et cetera. The Orioles actually got it into a situation where they could have tied the game. Yep. And what Kevin was talking about there with Brito, remember when Alonso hit the ball off the wall in right field? If he would have thrown a second, Alonso was toast in the ninth trying to go for the double. Instead, he throws to third, and Alonso gets in. So now you literally have the tying runs in scoring position with only 1 out. So Brito, that was the brain fart he had. I mean, you just take the cutoff throw from right field and you toss it to second, and Polar Bear is toast. But he didn't. So the gaff there allowed the Orioles to be in a situation in which they could have tied the game. But then Basayo hits the grounder, through, second base, and Brito makes the diving play, then throws him out, and the game's over. So he did redeem himself. But it was the ebbs and flows of the 9 innings, or 8.5, because Cleveland didn't have to bat, was insanity. Early on, it's like, meh. And Ramirez goes deep off of Boz. And Messick's been brilliant this year for Cleveland, as we talked about yesterday. But no hit brilliant? Yeah. No. Nobody saw it. I mean, he walked the first batter of the game. Taylor Ward. So now you're starting to get in 6th inning, and you start thinking, I mean, the Orioles aren't really mashing anything.
7th inning. Then he gets through the 8th. Ramirez makes that great play by the what you would call it, the net there. Third base side, they might be toast. And then Tavares, he hits it past Brito, and then the uprising comes. So you go from resigned to defeat. And I can't speak for you guys and our listeners out there at 410-583-1057, Vinny and Haynie, 1057, the Fan, only get in here. I actually thought they were going to pull it out. Bases loaded, nobody out.
Yeah.
I'm like, Gun Show, who has 2 grand slams in his career. He did get the sac fly. Then they bring Calzer up to pinch hit. And Alvarez was even asked after the game, why Calzer versus Beavers? And let's be honest, neither one's been Carter Yastrzemski this year. Or Al Bunbury. Or anybody of quality ilk hitting from the left side. But Albie's commentary was, well, he knows the closer. He's pinch hit before. He just went with a feeling. And Moo Man, who's had a rough go of it since the beginning of last year, let's be honest. Ever since he broke his thumb sliding into first base in the first series against Toronto. He hit you a home run once in a blue moon, but other than that,
strikeout.
Yeah, offensively, he's not bringing much to the equation. I mean, sack fly. Something. It was good at bat because he wasn't chasing the splitters and all of this that it normally gets him all flummoxed. He battled, but at the end of the day, battling's great. It's not a participation trophy. Let's come through. And he did. Couldn't even get the sack fly.
You don't have to pinch hit there if Rodriguez isn't batting cleanup.
Well, there's another
right. So, I mean, it worked out, fortunately, that you had your top of the order coming up for the 9th inning, that it actually set the stage for a chance to post a rally there. So credit to Tavares, credit to Gunnar, credit to Alonso, who, my God, I stormed off my couch thinking that thing was going out last night. But yeah, and then you obviously have to pinch hit there. I understand the reasoning of Calzer over Beavers, but he shouldn't have been in that spot.
So what Nolan is saying is there should have been a more appropriate cleanup hitter.
Right. When do you ever pinch hit for the 4th batter?
Yeah, so there you go. But he couldn't get the run in. I guess that's the point. And the Basayo hits the ground through the box, and Brito makes the great play. So I didn't mean that personally towards you. I'm sure you're a fine human being and a great family man, but screw you on that catch. Because I was like, we're going to do it. We're going to tie it up. But let's be honest. The way things have been rolling the last 3 days, the Orioles tied up in the Indians or Guardians winning the bottom of the 9th, which might have made it even more frustrating. But the Orioles were 3 outs away from getting no hit. What they are over the last few seasons, if you got them no hit deep and you think they're on the verge of it happening and it hasn't happened in 12 years or 11 years, they're going to break it up. Remember last year against the Dodgers? Holiday hit the home run in the 9th, and the Orioles actually wound up winning the game, and they did it a couple years ago as well. Not only do they break up your no-hitter, they tend to win, but last night was not one of those instances. Shane Baz, 6 innings, 4 runs, gives up the homer to Ramirez, who's a stud, off to a slow start based on his career. I mean, he's one of the greatest players in the history of that organization. Think about that. And the Guardians, Indians, whatever they've been over the years, and I think they've had a couple of nicknames. They've been around for over 100, well over 100 years. And Shoeless Joe Jackson used to play for Cleveland. He's one of the best players in the history of that organization. But Baz, I guess, based on what we have seen, better. And he got his 6 Ks, as we were talking about yesterday. But I don't know. He is what he is. I think the upside's still good.
Oh, sure.
I think the upside's good.
I mean, yeah, there was that awkward moment where you had like halfway through his motion and he just gave up. They said that they called for a curveball and he had a fastball grip and then he realized it halfway through and he's like, all right, this thing's going into the stands. I don't think I've seen that before. But
and then the trainers come running out to the mound. Like, gee, first thing I was thinking, because Ben McDonald's even like, where they gave the scenarios, slip or injury. I'm like, oh, man.
Yeah, especially when the trainer and Albie come running out.
He just blew out his elbow.
Yeah. But the obvious point here is that it's hard to get on a guy's case for giving up 4 runs last night when the offense didn't get a hit until the 9th inning. So, I mean, surface level take, but it is what it is, man. I mean, like, I can't beat up on Boz last night. He was fine. He was okay. Was that winning baseball? 4 runs, maybe not, but 50% of your games, that's winning baseball. For the way this offense has looked, at least last week, it should be enough. Last night, not to be.
So the Orioles lose the opener against the Guardians. Birds have now dropped 3 in a row, fallen below 500 here in the late stages of the week. Game 2 of this series coming up tonight, 6 o'clock. Chris Bassett, also 0-2, with a 9er, strong 9er. And he's coming off his best start where he went 4 2/3. So the Charlie Morton talk has been real. I'm not agreeing with it, but I can understand where everyone's coming from. So the Orioles go from 3 outs from getting no hit to having a base hit away from tying the game in the 9th. But they lose. That's all that matters. And we'll discuss that throughout the course of the show. Last night was the Ravens uniform reveal out in Owings Mills, and there was a lot of anticipation, certainly a lot of hubbub. 6,000 people showed up to Merriweather, or Columbia, rather. And then they come out, and I'm like, what's all the hubbub?
Yeah.
Bub?
Wasn't a lot of, I mean, I thought they looked nice. It wasn't like, damn, that doesn't even look like the Ravens at all.
Yeah.
But it was like, okay. Like, really, what's different?
It was more of a tweakage thing. And I'm not exactly the king of style, but I am a uniform kind of nerd. And I will say this right out of the gate. When it comes to football pants, it's either plain, like white, or Notre Dame's just gold, or there's a stripe. Not some swoosh or some crooked lines. And they want crooked liney.
That's what Denver did.
It's like, no.
Yeah.
Just, it's a stripe. Why? So that's, and I believe it was an homage to the flag. Is that what I read correctly? And I'm picturing the flag, and I'm
well, the Maryland, like the
I burned a lot of brain cells. I'm not picking up on the connection here.
The black and gold portion of the Maryland flag has that kind of staggered, almost diamond thing.
Right.
But it does it trails down and kind of forms a point, almost like a talon, like a raven claw or something. I don't know.
Right. What do you think? I'm thumbs down on that. But other than that,
I think they look really good.
Yeah, helmet look. It was
the black on black. Is sweet.
Yeah,
and I like with the black jerseys. It's going to be it's just an all black shield, right?
Yeah, it's kind of like shined out a little bit.
Yeah, and the numbers are kind of Rams shiny, like that sort of thing. But I mean, nothing to really complain about or lose your minds about. Or spend $170 about. I mean, that's up to your personal preference. But based on the excitement and the anticipation, would you call it a letdown or an appropriate sort of event here?
We spent the past 2 weeks saying that we would be let down if it was wildly different.
Yeah.
I'm not going to come in here today and say that I was let down or disappointed by that. I was extremely pleased with what I saw last night. You kept the core in place. The foundation of the uniform's there. Just a slight tweakage. I was worried about the iridescent thing. They kept teasing that in all the promos. I thought for sure the helmet was going to be like multicolored and like the Seahawks tried a couple years ago. No, it's just a little trim around the number, just a little flare, something small. I told Vinny this morning, I said, when you turn on a Ravens game this year and you watch them running around the field, it shouldn't look any different.
No.
Right? It's going to be, that's the Ravens. There won't be like, what game am I watching here? Was that a college team out there? It looks right.
Yeah. How many people you think were lined up this morning at 8 o'clock, Bob, to get to buy jerseys?
That's a good question. And if you're listening and you went out to the M&T Bank Stadium and the team store and bought yourself a new jersey, I did check the website this morning, and they're in full effect. $150 for the replica, like a push of $2 for the real jersey. I mean, if you're in there buying them things, give us a call at 410-583-1057. But to the point, a lot of hubbub. As Nolan said, we've talked about it multiple times. 6,000 people, PSL holders, Ravens legends, multiple news outlets covered it. Okay, yeah, I get it. It was acceptable. Acceptable. Yep. And the only thing Bobster's going to say, I don't like the thing on the pants, but that's just me. I don't walk around wearing football pants.
Oh, my God, that would be a sight. Well, what about the collar? We didn't talk about the collar. Kind of feathered.
And play like a raven on the inseam. Yeah. Like around the collar, I think it says.
That's getting a little city connecty with the hidden stuff there. That's for the buyer.
The feather thing I'm cool with.
Yeah, that was fine.
I could do without.
No,
the one thing
right.
real small, but this is something that makes you say, why didn't they do this before? The road white uniforms, instead of ravens across the chest, it says Baltimore.
Yeah.
Nice touch.
Yeah, paying homage to the city that gave them $6 billion to upgrade that stadium. And they're still upgrading. But the new Ravens uniforms are out. Not a dramatic change, tweakage. Like, for instance, the Rams uniform, I couldn't even tell what they did to change theirs. It looks exactly the same to me. But the Ravens, you could tell subtle differences for sure. But get on in here. Orioles almost get no hit. Ravens bust out the new uniforms. And Zay Flowers said some things, which I haven't even heard yet. And we're going to get into that and more. 410-583-1057 is the number. It's Featured Artist Friday. I can't even remember who it is, so we'll all jam together here on The Fan.
This is The Fan, baby. Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 1057 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan.
Unless you're made out of money, chances are you can't afford to fix up your home every time something goes wrong. So it's important to make them, though, if you're selling your home. My buddy Lee Tessier, he knows how expensive those repairs are to make, but also knows homeowners who don't make them miss out on thousands of dollars at the negotiating table. That's why Lee will cover the upfront cost of repairs for you. So let's say that your dishwasher's broken. Lee's going to pay for it to be fixed. Now, if you got cracks in the tiles on your bathroom floor, Lee's going to fix that too and pay for it. And if you got a garage door that's always gets jammed, yep, you're right. Lee Tessier's going to pay for that too to be fixed. His rehab refresh program makes it so you don't owe him a dime until closing. The repairs will help him sell your home for so much more that they'll pay for themselves and then some. So call the only agent I qualify to sell my home. That man's my good buddy, Lee Tessier. So give Lee a call at 410-638-9555 or go to leetessier.com. And when you call Lee, just start packing.
Coming to Merriweather Post Pavilion on May 2nd. It's M3 Rock Festival featuring Cinderella's Tom Kiefer, Queensryche, Buck Cherry, and more. And Zach Brown Band on August 15th. Get your tickets now at impconcerts.com.
Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hi, Weekend Warriors. I'm Dr. Micah Girardi with VSA, Vascular Surgery Associates. Are your knees bothering you? Have you been diagnosed with knee arthritis and tried various painkillers, injections, and physical therapy, but not ready to have surgery yet? We here at VSA have a solution with a minimally invasive outpatient procedure that helps the actual blood flow in your knee joint, decreasing your painful inflammation and stiffness. If this sounds like you, visit us at coolknees.com. That is coolknees.com.
Spring is here, and with it comes everything we've been waiting for. Blooming gardens, Little League games, and those perfect weekends when you just want to get out and go. Hi, I'm Katie, General Manager here at Plaza Ford, where my family has proudly served this community for over 90 years. Whether you're hauling mulch for the garden, loading sports gear for the game, or heading to the ocean for the weekend, Ford has what you need and the look you want. The rugged style of the Bronco Sport handles any terrain. The Explorer's 3 rows fit the whole crew. The Mustang, that's pure spring driving. And of course, the F-150's versatile bed handles every project with features like wireless charging and hands-free liftgates to make it all easier. This April, our Plaza Ford team is here to help you find the perfect ride for spring and every season beyond. We're always happy to see you at our Plaza Ford showroom on Route 1 in Bel Air, right next to the Folsom Walmart. And our inventory is always available at plazaford.com.
Spring cleaning isn't just for your house, it's for your life. If your job is getting old, it's time to clear the clutter and spring into IT. Go to My Computer Career.
My Computer Career helped me get the skills and certifications I needed to start a new life as an IT professional in months, not years.
Earn the certifications that top employers are looking for right now. Visit mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation to see if it's time to spring into IT. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Spring is a great time to open your windows. And wait, your windows won't open? They leak, are cracked, or need repainting? Again? Getting top quality custom fit windows from Window Nation is easy and affordable. During the More You Buy, the More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off. Plus, you could get them with 0 interest for 5 years. During uncertain times, one of the best investments you can make is in your home. So visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
Breaking news for your home. Wayday. Wayfair's big sale is almost here, and you can score the best deals in home. Like up to 80% off everything home. Yes, you heard that right. 80% off with free shipping on everything. Plus surprise flash deals all way day long. We're talking outdoor furniture and essentials, rugs, and more. All at Wayfair. And all up to 80% off during Wayday. Shop Wayfair's Wayday from April 25th through 27th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 135 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Y'all was tackling down there in practice? Y'all was tackling in practice?
Bro, we full pad. However many practice pads you can get.
Yeah.
Oh, you getting them? Every single one.
100%. Jesus.
Bro, we doing one-on-ones week 17.
What?
Yeah. Everybody out there, you tired.
How you manage that though? You know what I'm saying?
That's why low key. That's why we had a lot of injuries.
Yeah.
Low key. That was about as loud key as you could possibly get right there.
Yeah.
Zay Flowers, who was modeling the new uniforms himself last night on the 4th and South podcast. Leonard Fournette, Jarvis Landry, along with him, two New Orleans guys. And Zay talking about John Harbaugh and the practices, padded practices, week 17-ish. And he said low key, but boy, he just made it as clear as possibly could, that one of the reasons they're banged up because maybe John Harbaugh was working them too hard. And it's funny because Vinny being a former NFL guy and, being out, and I'm old enough to go to training camp when they were Westminster when it was 2-a-days. Mm-hmm. Everybody talking about how soft things have gotten in practices here. And I guess once the regular season begins, there's no mandate on how many times the coach can put you in pads, or am I wrong?
Yeah, no. There's I think it's 17.
Yeah.
Something like 17 padded. So I guess he had some left. And
backloaded them.
Yeah. But
1 in 5, get your ass in pads.
Bob, I remember, because like when I was in San Fran, practices were, once the season started, I mean, the only time there was pads, the O-lineman would come out to practice with pads on, and then as soon as we'd get done with the run period, the O-line and the D-line, they take the pads off. So we were never, in 2-a-days, we never even tackled. They would go full pads, but they wouldn't tackle. So pads week 17, I'll bet you 99% of the teams in the NFL, probably after about week 8, there are no pads anymore. It's just kind of survival. Just working on game plans and stuff.
Now, as Zay was talking about how tough things may have gotten with John Harbaugh, here's Zay Flowers talking about Jesse Minter and the way he is anticipated to run practice here.
Yeah, but I talked to the new coach. He worked with Harbaugh in 2017, so he know how it was. Like, you're going to get your work, but, like, it's going to be a little bit easier, like, on your body. Right. You're going to be fresher for the game. Right. So that was the first talk I had with him, like, hey, how practice going to look?
I can just see him.
Yeah, right out of the gate.
You just met, hey, I'm Coach Minter. Hey, how's practice going to be?
You're right. So it's an indictment on John Harbaugh for sure. Yeah. And Minter was with John Harbaugh before Zay Flowers was drafted by the team. But Minter was also with Jim Harbaugh, and I don't know what his practice habits are. I would assume can't stray too far off the Harbaugh path there in regards to preparation. So I guess Minter gave him the reassurance that it's not going to be like it was before.
Yeah, with Jim Harbaugh, one of the coaches told me, Bob, that Jim Harbaugh he thinks like a player. He still sees himself as a player, so he's always for the player. So Jim may be a little bit different than John in that respect. But, I mean, for Zay, what does that benefit you? Why say – because now John is going to have to answer that today.
Sure.
Or, whenever he's talked, the media. And I'm sure – the players he's going to have to answer to the players because they're going to say, Coach, we're going to be in pads week 17, So, yeah, that was very interesting. But the way it sounds, Bob, is it's good that there was a separation with Harbs going to the Giants.
Yeah, it sounds like there was some fatigue that had set in with some of the players. Well, Zay, obviously, and John Harbaugh.
Well, to me, if it's Zay, who's Zay hang out with all the time? Lamar. So, to me, I don't want to put words in Lamar's mouth, but I'm guessing they were thinking the same thing.
So Zay Flowers dropping a hammer on John Harbaugh and, coming out with Jesse Minter. Encouraged, by the way, at least Jesse's talking about the way practice habits will be. Well, let's see in about a month when OTAs start and how many people are going to be there to participate in these things. And then once you get into training camp and following through there. So a lot of them were there last week to start the off-season program. There is a voluntary camp next week, which is not open to the media, right?
No.
And then the draft is obviously going to be a big deal. Then after that, it's OTAs, and then we'll see who shows up and how long they stay when, in fact, they get to one winning drive. But Zay Flowers, not only modeling a new uniform that seems to be getting thumbs up, saying goodbye to John Harbaugh, and saying hello to Jesse Minter, at least in regards to how they practice things. Last night, Orioles almost got no hit. They were through 8 innings, then almost came back and tied the game and wound up losing their third straight. We mentioned the Ravens uniforms, everything else going on. You got the NBA playoffs start tomorrow. You got the play-in games tonight, which will determine the number 8 seeds in both conference. The Stanley Cup playoffs start this weekend as well. Where's the possible upset? We'll get into that when we get into the whip around. We got a lot to get to. We're getting to it with you and a draft profile too. So stick around here on this Featured Artist Friday.
Welcome to the NFL Draft.
Insights and analysis from the fans. Vinny Serrato, former NFL general manager and director of player personnel.
He'll go up and get the ball. I mean, it was impressive watching him on film, but he is a really good tackler. He'll come up hard, aggressive.
Every day, Vinny provides grades and predictions for Ravens players and teams in our division.
Baltimore Ravens select.
Never miss a moment. Subscribe to Vinny and Haynie on the free Odyssey app.
Savings, they're raining down at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. Go see Kevin Brammer, the sales director, and get you a great sales experience. Save with 0% 60-month financing on 2026 Tucsons, or drive a new Santa Fe, Elantra, or Sonata with 0.99% 60-month financing and make no payments till July 2026 on every new Hyundai. Got banks on site for instant credit approval, and Kevin is going to get you $500 more than CarMax for your trade. Plus, you get America's best 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty owner assurance. Plus, you get Jones for a lifetime. Free oil changes. My wife got hers done yesterday. Free car washes. She got that, too. And I got a car wash, too, yesterday. And an engine guaranteed for a lifetime. I had to go get all that pollen off of my car. And over 2 million likes and reviews. You, too, you can and you will be a satisfied customer. And savings are raining down at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction, 1504 Bel Air Road, only 15 minutes from the White Marsh Mall. See that great selection at BelAirHyundai.com and get you a Jones Junction tag frame just like me, my wife, Vincent, Charlie, and Rachel.
This weekend only at Old Navy, get 50% off all activewear for the family. Yep, half off all activewear for the fam. Hurry in to get everyone's favorite styles for a deal. This Saturday and Sunday, only at Old Navy. Valid 4/18 and 19. Excludes clearance, licensed, and maternity.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread being stuck in an elevator with a total stranger,
hey,
who's an oversharer,
bean burrito for lunch,
then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
This inning brought to you by...
Actually, it's brought to you by reality. I'm Neil Dubovsky, founder of Dubo Law, and we know that car accidents aren't a game. They're real life. When you've been injured and need help, call 410-ASK-DUBO. That's 410-275-3826 for a free consultation, and let us fight for you.
Is your new boss not the same as your old boss, and not in a good way? If you're an air conditioning and heating tech or installer, you might be thinking, yes. Because when local companies sell to finance guys and corporations, bean counting spreadsheet bros inevitably push techs to sell things that aren't in the best interest of the customer while cutting corners and rushing jobs. I know, because it happened to me 20 years ago, back when I was one of the most experienced field techs for my last corporate job. They started demanding us to push repairs and replacements that weren't in the homeowner's interest. So I quit and founded Amazing Heating and Air to be the home of the best stand-up techs in greater Baltimore area who always do what's right. And I'm hiring more stand-up techs, installers, and other positions right now. So call Amazing and find out how much better life is when you're working with a fellow tech rather than a bean-counting spreadsheet bro.
C-A-L-L-A-M-Azing. Go to callamazing.com.
Every spring when the Orioles start hitting homers, you know it's time for Fast Play Home Run Riches from the Maryland Lottery with a chance to win cash instantly and other great prizes. But this season, the game is even better. Enter the Second Chance promotion through My Lottery Rewards, and you could win a new bonus prize, a VIP game day experience, including premium seat access. Enjoy the game you've always loved with a whole new way to win. Play Home Run Riches from the Maryland Lottery. Please play responsibly.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code CLEAR to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code CLEAR to borrow up to $10,000. Use code CLEAR to borrow up to $10,000.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
The Orioles fell to the Guardians last night 4-2, nearly becoming the first team to be no-hit by a Cleveland pitcher in 45 years. Guard starter Parker Messick held the Birds hitless through 8 innings before Leody Taveras was able to sneak one through the infield on the first pitch of the 9th. Leody's hit did start a rally with the Birds scoring a pair and nearly tying it with a Samuel Basallo grounder that Guard second baseman Juan Brito snagged for the final out of the game. But after the contest, skipper Craig Alvarez had to give a tip of the cap to Cleveland's starter.
Messick was on. He had all his pitches dialed in the strike zone. He did a great job at changing speeds in all counts.
weak contact. I mean, we didn't, Wardy squared up a ball to center field. Kwani made a great catch. But yeah, he was on tonight.
O's starter Shane Baz kept the Birds in the game, going 6 innings, giving up 4 earned, but his record now sits at 0-2 in the season with an ERA of 4.91. The series between the O's and Guardians rolls on this evening with Game 2 of 4. We've got your pregame coverage with Baltimore baseball tonight, presented by Jerry's Home Services, beginning at 5 p.m. First pitch from Guaranteed Rate Field, slated for 6:10. Your Friday forecast from the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center. A little bit cooler today with mostly cloudy skies, highs in the low 80s. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Laurel Park. The road to the Triple Crown runs through Laurel Park this Saturday, Preakness Preview Day. Watch future champions compete for a spot in the Preakness. Get info at laurelpark.com. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Featured Artist Friday.
Well, she's all you'd ever want.
Oh, Tom Jones. Get the bleep out of here. I forgot all about it. I remember my mom, rest in peace. By the way, my mom's celebration of life is tomorrow. Telling me she saw Tom Jones and threw her underwear at him. He was on stage. I was like, well, so much for breakfast today. You know what I'm saying? But Tom Jones, he used to get the ladies.
Oh, yeah.
For sure. And he did a Prince cover. We're going to be hearing a lot of Tom Jones. So if you're of a certain age and you remember him, not Tom Speedy Jones, used to play for Maryland back in the 80s with Len Bias, but Tom Jones, yes, that guy. Pick a song, we'll play it. I just remember What's New Pussycat. Orioles almost got no hit last night. Came back in the ninth, charging back to the point I actually thought they were going to get into the game, if not pull it out. They wound up losing their third straight, by the way. Chris Bassett tried to stop the bleeding tonight against Tanner Bybee, who hasn't exactly been lighting up the world in Cleveland. That's at 6 o'clock. BBT coming up tonight at 5. Zay Flowers popping off about John Harbaugh. And as Vinny brought it up, we were talking off the air. Now John Harbaugh's got to address that when next time he meets with the media. And the new uniforms are out. Go to BaltimoreRavens.com and check out your style, and thumbs up or thumbs down, whether you like it or not. Those are the uniforms. All right, let's get out to the phones. Let's go to Ray in Baltimore. Ray, what's up?
Hey, happy Friday, fellas.
Yeah, what's up, Ray?
Friday. Hey, man, y'all got to be fair to Zay Flowers. He did give John Harbaugh credit by saying that, out of all that, you're going to be ready for game day. Motivation is not going to be an issue. Physicality is not going to be an issue. So I get it. You got to say the eye-pop and things get, us as fans rolling. But, he did give John Harbaugh credit because I actually looked at it and read the transcripts as well. He did give John Harbaugh credit as far as making sure they're ready for game day. But like y'all fellas said, it was a fatigue. It was a breakup that needed to happen. So that was one aspect of it. But I attempted to call yesterday, and I'm going to be quick because sometimes I love the callers. But the yammers can get on my nerves, especially when I got money to get to and they just want to ask y'all 1,000 questions. But Jeremiah Jackson, Vinny, how do you deal with the dilemma that might be presented? Now, it's preliminary. Everybody knows Jackson Holiday isn't going anyway. He's the number one overall pick. But how do you deal with that, man? I'll talk to y'all fellas Monday.
Yeah, Vinny.
Well, here's probably what'll happen is that directive comes from Elias, because manager, and Bob, if you were the manager, I know exactly what you'd say. Keep the hot guy playing. That's what the manager wants to do.
I think what he's talking about is the roster decision.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. So he's got options. You're not sending Blaze down to the minor leagues because you traded for him. Let me help you out here.
I think it's Mayo.
Yeah, Kobe Mayo could, and he's got one option left. Holiday's coming up to play. He was one of one.
Yeah,
he's still not healthy, so I don't even think this is going to be a dilemma for at least a couple more weeks. They shut him down this week, but once he does return,
he's playing.
You're going to have to find a spot for him, and that's going to be starting at second base. What I'd like to see from Jeremiah Jackson, and maybe the Orioles can help this thing out during pre-games and all of the fun stuff that goes along with that, get him acclimated to the outfield, because they could really use a right-handed stick in the outfield. I don't think if Westberg and Holiday were both coming back in the next 2 or 3 weeks, then you got a major problem, because you're starting second baseman and you're starting third baseman are returning to the lineup.
Right.
But get Jackson, and he's played outfield before. Blaze Alexander can do that, by the way, which gives him an advantage. But how do you go to Jeremiah Jackson with a straight face and say, we're sending you back to the minor leagues?
Oh,
there might be an injury that crops up. Kobe Mayo could be sacrificed after a great spring and a great September. It's a tough decision to make. But right now, Jeremiah Jackson has done nothing to say that he has to leave this roster, but still moot point for at least the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, and I think the other thing is, too, Bob, is that your locker room would be irate if you sent, like, say it happened, like this weekend or something. Holiday was ready, and then you're sending him down, the hottest guy on your team.
I don't think that would be the move.
Yeah.
Personally. Unless Mayo made a couple of nice plays defensively last night. But the bat's still not going on. Nolan, what do you think? I think if this becomes a dilemma, and again, we're still a couple of weeks away from it happening, because he's been shut down, then he's going to have to go, Holiday we're talking about, another rehab to prove he's even healthy. And he wasn't exactly knocking the cover off the ball down at Norfolk.
167.
Yeah, I mean, the point is, the least of their problems, it's what's happening at second right now.
Right.
But somebody's got to go when he comes back.
Well, I'll tell you right now, I mean, Weston Wilson can hit the road after the left field debacle.
Yeah.
And for Jeremiah Jackson, right, I mean, he's been playing second base here and doing a very good job at it. Actually looks like he's settling in if he was to find a permanent position. But I'll praise him for his ability to just go out there any day and play whatever position they need. All right, and given the fact that this team defense almost across the board is so terrible that it couldn't possibly get any worse, if Jeremiah Jackson has an error in the outfield, I'm not batting an eye. At least he has a chance to make up for it like Taylor Ward. Taylor Ward's defense is not great either, but he's a doubles machine right now, and he should be in there every single night. So I'm not creating any additional weakness by, all right, Holiday comes back, I'll get Jackson some playtime in the corner outfield. He has to stay. He has to have a spot in this lineup every day.
Yeah, I don't think he's going anywhere.
No.
Others could be in peril, and you mentioned Weston Wilson, and there are options that they have for sure. But the bottom line is they lost last night, almost got no hit, and they've lost 3 in a row. Now I got to get it back together in regards to stopping the skid. And Chris Bassett, a guy who hasn't pitched through the 5th inning yet, he's going to be tasked upon to get it done. Tanner Bybee pitching for Cleveland, who's a good pitcher, but he's off to a rough start. So which pitcher rises to the occasion, or whose offense outslugs the other? Because they've both been rather inconsistent. But Cleveland's that pain-in-the-ass team that just gets those hits when they need them.
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
We will get into the key storylines from Game 1 of a 4-game series against the Guardians and preview Game 2. Are we buying Yennier Cano's strong start? We'll also touch on the hottest topic in Baltimore, the Ravens' new uniforms.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The New York Football Giants and star defensive tackle Dexter Lawrence reportedly at a contract impasse. Lawrence is seeking more money. I don't know why the Giants haven't already traded him, especially if they can get a first-round pick for Dexter Lawrence. The Giants have won nothing with Dexter Lawrence since he joined the team, and Lawrence is a good player, but I mean, he's trying to hold them up for more money. This should be an easy decision for the Giants. Trade Dexter Lawrence. I'm Nick Custis.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
O'Reilly Auto Parts offers more than just the right parts for your repair. Our professional parts people can also test your battery, install your new wiper blades, and even scan and read your check engine, ABS, or maintenance light with O'Reilly Veriscan for free. For the best service, advice, auto parts, and accessories, stop by the new O'Reilly Auto Parts in Gwynn Oak on Liberty Road, next to Dunkin' Donuts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving and your wrenches turning. Join over 13,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter x.com/AI.
Draft Spotlights are brought to you by Liberty Mutual. Only pay for what you need. Carnell Tate from Ohio State is the best receiver in this draft, and he's going to be the first wide receiver taken. First of all, he's big. He's been well coached, as all the receivers that come out of Ohio State are, but he's a difference maker because of his ability to adjust to the ball in the air, his route running, and he's a game changer. He could go as early as 5 to the team in New York. He could go to Cleveland at 6 or the team in Washington at 7.
And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug!
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
The Vinny and Haynie Show, sponsored by Valor Roofing. Trust your home to Valor.
Man, just myself, really, and how I play the game, man. Just going out there, communicating with the guys, bringing that brotherhood, leadership, fellowship, and ball hockey mentality to the team, man, and to go out there and hit and play fast.
That's new Ravens safety Jalen Hawkins last night. Fresh Take Sports with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall. Been around a minute. Out of Cal, played for Atlanta. Last year, 4 picks for the New England Patriots, played in the Super Bowl. So he comes in as a free agent, 28 years old. And he's adding depth to the equation for a Ravens secondary that lost Alohi Gilman. In the offseason. And you have Hamilton, you have Starks, so you got that. But we talked about last year when they traded for Gilman, it allowed Kyle Hamilton to do Kyle Hamilton stuff. And there's Hawkins talking about what he's going to bring to the equation. And hopefully, Gilman struggled with the tackling from time to time, right?
Yep, no doubt.
Maybe Hawkins will be a little more sure in that area.
Gilman knocked Hamilton out.
Oh, yeah. Steeler game.
Yeah. Now, Bob, the thing that...
2-year, $10 million contract.
Yeah. And I think what it does is kind of you look at Kyle Hamilton's going to be Derwin James in the Chargers defense. Kind of play like linebacker. So, Malachi, and the new guy, Hawkins, they'll be the safeties. And then Hamilton he'll be all over the place. I think that's kind of what he'll be used as. And so he's going to be, like I said, he's going to be Derwin James for the Chargers this year, for the and I don't think it's going to be similar to what Mike McDonald did with Kyle Hamilton a couple of years ago.
Yeah, and we saw that in the second half of last season with Hamilton and made all pro yet again. So you're bringing in a secure, proven veteran, young veteran at that, and Hawkins, who had 5 tackles, by the way, in the Super Bowl loss to Seattle. They did this with Marcus Williams a few years ago, the year they drafted Kyle Hamilton, as a matter of fact. And Williams started out great, and then once he got hurt, it just kind of snowballed to him being gone. I don't even think he was in the league last year, but Hawkins coming in with a pretty proven track record. So that's one of these under-the-radar moves, Vinny, that Eric DeCosta makes that gets forgotten in April and May, but we start to see rise up in September, October, and as the season gets deep here.
Well, that goes to like Eric saying to Jesse, what do we need defensively? And free, I need another. I'm going to need a safety. And they got him in free agent. Probably wanted a veteran more so than having a rookie be back there, So that is one of the things that they got that they don't have to get in the draft is a safety.
Let's get out to the phones. Orioles almost get no hit last night, then almost tied the game in the 9th inning. Ravens busted out the new uniforms on sale now. Check your local retailer, BaltimoreRavens.com. They got them ready to rock and roll. And the Ravens, we just heard Zay Flowers about 2 segments ago talk about the padded practices may have led to some fatigue for them late in the season. And Jalen Hawkins joining the nest. Remember the draft. First round, 6 days from today. Yeah. And we got a draft profile coming up in the 11 o'clock hour. But let's go to Kevin in Ellicott City. Kevin, what's up?
What's going on, Vinny and Bob?
Not much.
2 quick points and then a thought. I like the Ravens uniforms. If it makes us, a little bit more excited for the new season, new coach, all that, let's go with it, man. Just run out there with them pretty little things and let's see what we can do. But,
yeah, they can wear potato sacks as long as they win. You know what I mean?
It's what's inside that.
What's at the end of that scoreboard at the end of the game?
That's right, man. Chico's bail bonds. But to Ray's point, I mean, that would be the most Oriole thing to do, would be to drop Jeremiah Jackson when he's the least guy we should drop, right? Like, that would be a thing we would do. And it'd be heartbreaking because he's been awesome.
Yeah, but, I don't see it happening. I think he's
secured, crazy, bro.
He secured himself a spot on the team. There's other options they can go to in regards to clearing space for Jackson Holiday. So I would think if I'm Jeremiah Jackson and a fan of his, and there's a lot of them now, keep in mind, most people didn't even know where the hell he was a month ago. He's going to be, he's a secure guy, the utility dude who hopefully finds a more regular spot once Holiday returns. Positional versatility.
Yeah, and I would say analytically, he's probably off the charts. So that checks Elias's box. And gut, which
first of all, he's playing well.
Yes.
And he's not embarrassed himself at second base.
No.
So that's the key. Yeah. But when Holiday comes back, he's playing second base. Where else could Jeremiah Jackson help you on the field? Because Adley's going to come back. That means Basayo's going to get more DH opportunities. So it could get a little crowded. Mountcastle's not coming back anytime soon Yeah, Kevin, to your point, I wouldn't be sweating Jeremiah Jackson's roster position right now.
Yeah, me neither, Bob. I'm really wishing the best for that young man. He, like you said, he's been awesome. But real quick, it's kind of rich coming from Zay Flowers with 3 fumbles, which almost were the same as the amount of touchdowns the man scored. I mean, 1,200 yards is nice and all, but that's like hitting it 400 yards off the tee in golf and taking a double bogey. Derrick Henry didn't look like he was fatigued other than not getting put in the game. Have a great weekend, though, fellas. I appreciate y'all.
All right, Kevin, have a great weekend.
Yeah, and the thing about it is receivers, you run a lot, training camp, because everything you do is a sprint. You're running routes every play. So being a receiver, you get tired. And you got to cut down on the reps some with the receivers because they're running all day, and what you don't want is you don't want them when they go out on Sunday, they're not fresh.
Right.
You got heavy legs.
It's Vinny Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. If you missed it, Zay Flowers popping off about John Harbaugh. Did praise him in regards to preparation and everything that goes along with it, but may have been injuries could have happened because they were tired. But a lot of the injuries that I recall happened actually during the course of the game itself. But every team, Vinny, suffers these non-contact training camp injuries. Yeah. It's an unfortunate aspect of it.
And Lamar pulled his hammy, week 3 or 4? Legs weren't tired then.
We'll come back. Jonas Schaefer, Baltimore Banner, talked to him about what happened last night with the uniform reveal, and more importantly, what's going to be happening Thursday. The next time we talk to Jonas, which will be next Friday, the Ravens will have already made their first pick in the draft. As Eric DeCosta and Jesse Minter addressed that a couple of days ago. So we'll talk to Jonas about that. Whip around 11:15. What's going on in world of sports last night? Got 2 playing games in the NBA. NBA playoffs start tomorrow. Stanley Cup playoffs start this weekend. A couple of Oriole things happened on April the 17th. Both positive. Why would I bring up a loss? Because they lost last night in real time. Almost got no hit in the process. And then Steve Ashburner, NBA.com, will preview the first round of the playoffs. Where's the possible upset, and who did he vote for an NBA Rookie of the Year?
Baseball is back on the Fan. It's a new year, new attitude. Follow your hometown team all season on the Fan. Ryan Ripken, Mike Bordick, and Steve Molesky headline our baseball coverage along with Bob Haynie and Tim Barbalace. Your hosts on Baltimore Baseball Tonight. Spread the word around. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Need a new roof? Don't wait. Call my friends at Valor Roofing right now to get 50% off materials plus no interest or payments until 2027. Saving you big. Don't wait, folks. Call Valor right now at 833-83-VALOR or visit valorhome.com.
Ready to ramp up the excitement, golf fans? BetMGM is making your next golf tournament winner bets even better with Second Chance. What's Second Chance? Ever bet on your favorite golfer to win a tournament only to see them miss the green? Well, with BetMGM's Second Chance promotion, you'll get your stake back in cash if your tournament winner bet finishes in second instead. That's right. Simply bet on any player to win a scheduled golf tournament during a promotional week. If you're right, you win. But if your pick finishes second instead of first, you get your stake back in cash. Watch your favorite players go for the win all season long and bet knowing you'll get your stake back if they finish second. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus,
Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi.
Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that.
Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Hey moms, dads, teachers, and coaches, visit PNCAchieversBaltimore.com and nominate a local high school lacrosse player who demonstrates excellent leadership qualities in the classroom, community, and on the field. Every Tuesday from March 3rd to May 19th, we will be highlighting a PNC Achiever on air and online.
From the Anderson Automotive Studios, this is WJZFM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Orioles may have avoided the no-hitter last night against Cleveland starter Parker Messick, but the end result was still a 4-2 loss. After being stifled for 8 innings, Leody Taveras started a rally in the 9th, and the Birds managed to push that pair of runs across with just 1 out recorded. Craig Albernaz opted to pinch hit Colton Cowser in an attempt to keep the line moving, but he popped one up the shallow center, and Samuel Basayo fell victim to a great play by Guardians second baseman Juan Brito for the final out.
You know, Cowser has seen Cade before. He's pinch hit before. Also, Beebs being under the weather the past few days put a wrinkle into that, but we felt great with Cowser up there. He had a great at-bat, great swing on it. We just missed it, hit it straight up in the air.
There's Albernaz on his strategy in crunch time. The O's will try to even things up later on this evening when Chris Bassett opposes Tanner Bybee. First pitch at 6:10. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, sunny skies with temps peaking around 80 this afternoon. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Tom Jones, featured artist Friday. Keep them panties on, ladies. Because they used to throw them at this guy back in the day. I don't know how this came up, but it's all good. He's better than Slim Whitman. That's for sure. It's Tom Jones still very much around. This guy, velvet voice dude. Anything you want to hear from him, send your song request. Plaza Sport text line at 410-583-1057. Orioles in Cleveland tonight, trying to break their 3-game skid. Almost got no hit, then almost tied the game, which makes it even more frustrating. If they would have just been 1 hit and lost 4-0 and been like, okay, they got their asses kicked. Right. And then to have the potential game-tying hit snagged, makes it even more like, really, guys? Ravens busted out the new uniforms. Zay Flowers is popping off. Here to talk about those two subjects from the Baltimore Banner. So on the Window Nation guest hotlines, Vinny Haynie, Nolan McGraw joins us every week. He's Jonas Schaefer. Jonas, what's up?
Morning, guys. How you doing?
Good. Doing all right. All right, we'll start with the uniforms. We'll go with the style section of the show first. And there was a lot of hubbub about the event. It was at Merriweather, where great bands have played historically. It was Pete Schrager was there, which shows you how important it was. Ravens legends. The anticipation was great. The coaches, the assistants were there. Then all of a sudden, the actual revealing came out. So, what do you think, Jonas? Did it live up to the hype, the reveal of the new, air quotes, Ravens uniforms?
I'm happy to answer that, but I actually want to ask you guys a question. Do you think that if John Harbaugh were still the Ravens coach, that they would have held that event?
No.
Yeah, I agree.
Now, since we speculate, at whose behest was it to have this with next flight, I believe is the tagline for this?
I don't know if they'd have had new uniforms. You think they would have had new uniforms, Jonas?
I do. I think, Brad Downs, the Ravens marketing chief, said that they've been working on this for 3 years, which seems like a long, long time to work on something that was not a complete overhaul. So I do think that this was inevitable. I don't, who knows if they would have kicked the can down the road if it were John Harbaugh. But I do think that there was a kind of spiritual significance to the Ravens wanting to put on this event and feature all these new dudes in charge. Like, it was not an accident that it's Jesse Minter and Declan Doyle and Weaver and Kokap up there on stage. And, you got Sashi Brown talking about just how much things have changed. So it obviously kind of stands in direct contrast to, what the Commanders did, where it was just a rollout of stuff online, and the Rams as well. But I thought that the festivities themselves were great. I was a little bit initially underwhelmed by the uniforms during the walkout because, to me, kind of standing 10 to 15 away from these Ravens players walking down the runway, you're like, well, that doesn't look all that different from what had been the case in the year before. But I think the Ravens were operating from a position of strength. Like, their uniforms were already one of the best in the NFL, and I do think that they made material improvements to some of those looks. Like, I love the homage to the Calvert crest in the Baltimore flag and the Maryland flag with how they kind of did the talons on the pants. I love the new collar. I really like the matte black helmet for the darkness look. I'm a little bit iffy on just how well that's going to mesh with the all black uniform itself. I think that's something that I need to see in person to see. I was also kind of hoping that they would keep the purple rising helmets the way that they were without the front facing Ravens logo. I just kind of like that as a nice change of pace from what has been, a convention for them. But yeah, I mean, even though I wasn't initially overwhelmed seeing all the changes, I think getting back home, getting a better sense for what exactly was different and what exactly the Ravens were looking for with those changes, it did give me a greater appreciation for just how, that they were looking to kind of upgrade these jerseys.
Best way to sell jerseys? Win games, Jonas. Hey, Jonas, now, what did you think about what Zay Flowers had to say?
It was a little bit surprising that was the tack that he took, because what I've heard from players and people connected to these guys around the team is that, like, the problem under John Harbaugh wasn't the load of full pad practices. And by the way, like, as Morgan Adds had said on Twitter, I think last night or this morning, under the CBA, you'll only get 14 padded practices total during the year. And even if you are practicing in full pads, it's not like you're hitting anyone. So I think it was surprising that he went down that way, when what I've heard was that the issue that some players have had has just been how strenuously they're worked out, and how it really just kind of feels like your legs are dead by the end of the season because of how much workload and how much bigger you are attacking those workouts under John Harbaugh. It was also, I think, a little bit, I don't want to say disingenuous, but like, the Ravens 2 years ago were the healthiest team in the NFL. This year, they were still, I think, in the upper 50th percentile in terms of injuries. And some of the injuries that they had were just dumb luck. Like, I don't think Lamar missing the amount of time that he did was because he was getting beat up in practice. It was just, kind of a slow accumulation of stuff that he took in games. So I kind of rolled my eyes at some part of it, but I'm sure that what Zay took issue with was probably not a lone voice in that room. I'm sure that there are a lot of younger guys, especially on that roster, who probably were a little bit surprised by just how the Ravens went about their training program.
Jonas, what did you get out of the Liars Luncheon, if anything?
Man, it feels like it's a century ago at this point. I think probably just that they are, they basically have no choice but to address some of their needs. And, I asked the question about will they really go best player available? It's like a star safety is there. I mean, no one's expecting Caleb Downs to be there at 14, but you're not passing on Fano or Ioane to take Caleb Downs when you already have a pretty stacked safety room. So I think it's probably unlikely that the Ravens are going to trade back or trade up. I think it was interesting that Eric DeCosta, and believe him or not, said that he really feels like there's a drop-off in talent, midway through the first round. And I think that kind of meshes with what has been, promulgated by the NFL insiders. Like, listening to Todd McShay's podcast a couple of days ago, he basically rattled off the names of 15 prospects that he considered tier 1 or tier 2 guys, according to the consensus of folks around the league. So I think for the Ravens to be, stuck there at 14 in a 15-player draft, I think is a good spot. And it raises the question of, does that maybe give you even more incentive to, part with a third or fourth round pick to move up a couple spots and get the guy that you really, really like, who's maybe surprisingly following? And it probably gives you less confidence that they're going to trade back unless the board has just completely gone sideways and the guys that they have at 14 are no one that they particularly want.
Jonas, if Fanu or Sadiq, if both are there, what direction are you going?
I think it's Fano for me. I'm still kind of trying to wrap my mind around Sadiq. Looking at some of his analytics from last year, he ran like 5% of his total routes were crossing routes, which basically is not representative of what he would be doing in Baltimore. You think back to, where Mark Andrews in his glory days was doing his best work. It was on those deep crosses where he could get a runway. He could either, run away from the linebacker who's trailing him, or he could out-muscle the safety who's running with him. And Sadiq just did a lot of stuff on the vertical plane, and I don't know if that really complemented his skill set the way that it should have last year. I'm also a little bit just skeptical of his ability to be an inline blocker, which I think the Ravens, even though they have Durham Smythe, would be asking him to potentially do, because he might already be like a better inline option there than Mark Andrews. So I'm not in love with the idea of getting a guy who could be like your second or third best inline blocking tight end and third or fourth best receiver, when you can get a guy like Fano who could be, even though there requires a lot of projection for him at guard or center, a day one starter for you, and a above average starter in particular.
Jonas Shaffer, Baltimore Banner, joining us here, Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan, talking about the Ravens. So Vinny brought up the draft. Next time we talk to you next Friday, the Ravens will have made their pick. Where you see them going here, if they stay at 14, which I guess we assume they will.
Yeah, I think I'm probably inclined to think offensive line, that there are a bunch of guys who McShay rattle off in that top 15 who you can see conceivably falling all the way down there. Maybe it's Maui Noah with a surprising drop. Obviously, Ioane is the chalk pick there. You see Spencer Fano falling below 15 in some mock drafts, so I think there's a decent chance that he could be available there. I think just the big variable in all this is the wide receivers and how that shakes out. Like, Jordan Tyson is having that workout today. I think I saw that 18 NFL teams are going to be there to monitor him. I guess he's not going to be doing any athletic testing, just running routes. But if the Ravens really feel good about where he is and where that he is, I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that he's on their board there. I was just listening to an interview with Carnell Tate, who, obviously I don't think is expected to fall anywhere outside the top 10, but I did not know until he said it in this interview with Yahoo Sports that he did do a 30 visit with the Ravens. So maybe if there is someone the Ravens trade up for, it is Carnell Tate. We know just how much Eric DeCosta has craved a true downfield X receiver, and Carnell Tate fits that mold, I think, better than any receiver in the draft. So I just think unless Bain is there, it's probably going to be someone on the offensive side of the ball.
Jonas Shaffer, appreciate the time as always. You have a great weekend. Get your Tom Jones collection on your iPod there and jam out. We'll talk to you next Friday.
Thanks, Jonas.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
Yep.
By the way, the more I look at the black Ravens jersey, it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I like it. But I want to have food this week, so I'm not dropping $199 on it. Well, we'll come back. We got the whip around that Steve Ashurner going to preview the NBA playoffs with him. We have 2 play-in games tonight, which will determine the number 8 seed in both conferences. And then we got a draft profile coming up as we talk wide receiver, a guy that Dane Brugler's got going in the top 20, and a guy that Mel Kiper has going in the second round.
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
We will get into the key storylines from Game 1 of a 4-game series against the Guardians and preview Game 2. Are we buying Yannier Cano's strong start? We'll also touch on the hottest topic in Baltimore, the Ravens' new uniforms.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Now, unless you're made out of money, chances are you can't afford to fix up your home every time something goes wrong. Now, it's important to make them, though, if you're selling your home. But no, my buddy Lee Tessier, he knows how expensive those repairs are to make, but also knows homeowners who don't make them miss out on thousands of dollars at the negotiating table. And that's why, Lee, he's going to cover the upfront costs of repairs for you. So let's just say this. Let's just say that your dishwasher's broken. Lee will pay for it to be fixed. So if you got cracks in the tiles on your bathroom floor, that's right. Who's going to pay for it? Lee Tessier will pay for it to be fixed. Now, if you got that garage door that always gets jammed, oh, yes, he will. Our buddy Lee Tessier, he's going to pay for that, too, to get fixed. Now, his Rehab Refresh program, it makes so you don't owe him a dime until closing. Now, the repairs will help. It's going to help Lee sell your home for so much more that'll pay for themselves and then some. So call the only agent I qualify to sell my home. That man's my buddy Lee Tessier. Just give him a call at 410-638-9555 or go to leetessier.com. And when you call Lee, just start packing.
I'm Bridget Condon with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. Cowboys owner Jerry Jones made it clear at the league meeting Tuesday that the team has long-term plans for receiver George Pickens in Dallas. Pickens received their franchise tag this offseason. Broncos head coach Sean Payton also revealed that quarterback Bo Nix is expected to be cleared for OTAs in June following his ankle injury during the playoffs. Elsewhere, Alabama quarterback Ty Simpson has scheduled pre-draft visits with the Cardinals, Browns, and Dolphins, according to NFL Network insiders Ian Rappaport and Mike Garafolo. Simpson also had a private workout with the Jets. And Miami quarterback Carson Beck is scheduled to visit with the Cardinals, Dolphins, and Steelers, also according to Rappaport and Garafolo. Beck also had a meeting and dinner with the Jets last week. Plus, the Seahawks will be featured on this year's season of Hard Knocks on HBO. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Thinking about starting weight loss treatment? GoodRx is here to help. We offer FDA-approved GLP-1 medications prescribed by licensed providers, including the Wegovy tablet, with straightforward pricing and pickup at your local pharmacy or delivery to your door. All from America's #1 prescription app. Go to GoodRx.com/weight loss to get started. GoodRx is not insurance. Cancel anytime. #1 prescription app ranked by a third-party study.
For great food, great drinks, and a great time, Cross Street Market is Baltimore's spot in Federal Hill with stalls like Pizza to Joey, Theo's Rolls and Bowls, Dashi Ramen, and the Red Hot Jollof Bowl, along with Watershed Restaurant. It's the perfect place to meet up for a bite or a drink. Just say the words, "I'll see you at the market." Are you stuck in a dead-end commercial mechanical construction job? Well, it's time to build a real career, not just collect a paycheck. At Ariosa Mechanical, a career means the opportunity for personal and professional growth in a supportive work environment. We're hiring skilled foremen and mechanics to join a team that values quality, reliability, and hard work. If you're looking to grow with a company that respects your craft, visit AriosaMechanical.com. That's AriosaMechanical.com.
Treat yourself and taste the Baltimore tradition that is the legendary Costas Inn. For over 55 years, the Costas Inn's been a Baltimore original, dishing out their legendary, fat, delicious, award-winning crab cakes. And if you haven't visited the newest location that Costas has to offer at the Fairgrounds in Timonium, it's on the second floor of the grandstand. Now's the time. Enjoy your favorites from the original Costas Inn, plus tons of TVs with live sports and a new draft system that'll hold 12 beers on tap. Check out either Costas Inn today, and when you do, be sure to tell them that Jeremy Kahn sent you.
Breaking news for your home. Wayday. Wayfair's big sale is almost here, and you can score the best deals in home. Like up to 80% off everything home. Yes, you heard that right. 80% off with free shipping on everything. Plus surprise flash deals all Wayday long. We're talking outdoor furniture and essentials, rugs, and more. All at Wayfair, and all up to 80% off during Wayday. Shop Wayfair's Wayday from April 25th through 27th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
In digital advertising, everyone talks about clicks, but clicks don't pay the bills. Sales do. Outcomes from Viant is a new way to advertise that prioritizes your bottom line. Our AI-driven technology looks past the noise to find the customers most likely to buy your product. It's smarter, faster, and designed for real-world results. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I've been asked many times how Morgan & Morgan became the largest injury firm in the world. I think I know. When someone comes to us for an on-the-job injury, we have a huge workers' compensation practice. But many times we find a defective product that was responsible for that injury. Luckily for them, we have a product liability section headed by my son, Mike. In addition to the comp case, there is a product case too. Other times, the injured worker is fired or harassed for bringing that claim. We have them covered. Our employment lawyers handle retaliation claims as well as wage theft and discrimination cases, and in some cases need to file for Social Security benefits. No problem. We became big for a reason. 30% of our new cases come as referrals from former clients. Hiring us is easy. Go to forthepeople.com on your mobile device or computer, or call Pound Law on your cell, pound 529. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Vinny and Haynie's Whip Around.
Every sport, every game, everything.
Brought to you by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Best crab cakes in Maryland.
All right, Steve Ashurner, NBA.com, is going to be joining us coming up here in a couple of minutes. We'll talk about the NBA playoffs with him, which start officially tomorrow, but there are two play-in games tonight. Hornets at the Magic, Warriors at the Suns, and we'll see how that unfolds. You can't bet against Steph Curry, I wouldn't think, because he went off the other night. Draymond Green put Kawhi Leonard on lockdown in the fourth quarter. And then with the Hornets, Melo Ball got fined $25,000 for a play that wasn't even called a foul. Well, when he grabbed Bam's ankle. Orlando, they got some interesting pieces. Kim Bencaro and Jalen Suggs get him through. They've had some injuries as well, but that's all tonight. And then we'll get into Steve about the playoffs as well. Stanley Cup playoffs start tomorrow as well. Some interesting matchups, Vinny. Philly and Pittsburgh's always an intriguing one. Yep. But where's the potential upset here, at least based on seeding?
Yeah, I would say, Bob, the Carolina, who's the number one seed, and Ottawa. Now, that's not a great matchup for the Hurricanes because the Hurricanes have struggled with the Florida Panthers. You know, and Ottawa is kind of built like the Florida Panthers, big physical type thing. So possibly there. Otherwise, I don't see it, Bob. I mean, the 2-3 matchups are like Tampa, Montreal. That'll be a great matchup. And like you said, Pittsburgh, Philly, just because it's two teams in PA. And then in the West, the 2-3 matchup with Dallas and Minnesota. You know, I mean, they had 106 points each, and that's going to be a real interesting one, too. So I don't, Colorado's the number one seed in the West. They play the LA Kings, and I think that will be fairly quick series. But I mean, Bob, I was telling you off air, which is crazy because I was looking it up. The playoffs start tomorrow. The end of the first round, if it goes 7 games, is May 3rd. May 3rd.
Jesus. Right around Mother's Day weekend. Now, Buffalo's in the playoffs for the first time in forever.
Uh-huh.
They have the Bruins and the Mammoth. How the hell they even get in? They were so bad they had to leave. They were thrown out of the city. The Utah Mammoth.
They've got some good young talent, Bob. And in the fan base up there, they enjoyed them there, and they fixed up the rink. And the players actually like living there. Because at first, none of them wanted to go to Salt Lake City. I mean, you're leaving Phoenix, Arizona. Salt Lake it's a nice city, so Golden Knights with
they just whacked their coach, right?
Yeah, but they brought in what's his
Barry Trotz?
No. No, they
Scotty Bowman?
No. But ever since he came in, the new coach, they're 7-0-1.
Oh.
So they got their little they got their little run that they wanted, from damn it, I can see his face. He coached the Flyers last year.
Tortorella?
Torts. Yeah. They brought in Torts, and Torts and all he said is hey, they have good players. He says, I just kind of just let them do their thing, Yeah. And they got good goaltending. Connor Hart has given them good goaltending.
And Tortorella was on the staff for the U.S. hockey team.
Yep.
As the Americans won the gold medal there, America. It's Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. It's the whip around. Nolan's on the other side of the glass. We'll talk to him as the show progresses. Don't forget Ribbon with Ryan coming up at noon. This day in Orioles history, speaking of the Birds of Baltimore, lost last night 4-2, getting no hit through 8, and then had an opportunity to tie the game in the 9th inning. But 30 years ago today, incredible. Davey Johnson's first year as Orioles skipper. Birds walk off the Red Sox 6-5. B.J. Surhoff singles home Robbie Alomar. Robbie Alomar, who was great, Hall of Famer, Roberto Alomar, but his first year in Baltimore, he was brilliant. 4 for 6 with a homer. Bobby Bonilla, drove in 2 runs. Arthur Rhodes gets the win in relief of Scott Erickson. Orioles, who would go to the ALCS that year, that was the Jeffrey Meyer year, they beat Boston 6-5. And then 2 years ago, the good old days of just 2 years ago, Orioles walk off the Minnesota Twins at Oriole Park in Camden Yards. Cedric Mullins hit a 2-run homer. Gunnar and Tony Taters also went deep. Craig Kimbrell picked up the win in relief, his 3rd of the year. Taters in Toronto, going to be out for most of the season. Ced's now in Tampa, hitting $150. Kimbrell, I know he's with the Mets in spring training. Gun show, still very much part of the Orioles' reality. But 2 years ago, the Orioles beat Minnesota 4-2, walk-off style at Camden Yards. When we come back, talk about those play-in games with Steve Ashburner, NBA.com. And, Rookie of the Year, it's 2 Dukies, Cooper Flagg, Colin Kneppel. Who did he vote for? Is he even allowed to talk about it? And then we got Vinny's draft profile. We're talking wide receiver, a guy that one mock has going in the top 20 and another has going in the second round.
Odyssey Sports Draft coverage is presented nationally by Bet365, where winning is everything. Download the Bet365 app and lock in your picks before the game begins. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in select states only.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrano, and I got to tell you about Town Appliances Spring Black Friday shopping event happening right now. And I went to the website, and the Spring Black Friday event, up to 50% off, up to $600 in Town Perk savings on qualifying items. And like I talk about, when you walk in there and you go see Meyer and Meyer, I mean, the kitchen, refrigerators, microwaves, dishwashers, range, cooktops, wall ovens, range hoods, they got it all. For the laundry, washing machines, gas dryers, electric dryers, washer dryer combos, Commercial laundry, they've got that. Outdoor living. How about grills, refrigerators, freezers, wine coolers, ice makers, islands? They got all that. And now with that warm weather, how about the air conditioners, the dehumidifiers, the air purifiers, the heaters? They've got it all. And the Spring Black Friday, just go on the website and check out all the sales. I looked at all the sales. You're going to save, 30%, like $300, $100, every item. There's a ton of items that you get great deals on in their showroom right off Reisterstown Road in Owens Mills. And I promise, Meyer and Meyer, they're going to take phenomenal care of you like they did with me, with decades of experience, nationwide delivery, and their price match guarantee. They're going to match any price from any authorized dealer. Plus, they got flexible financing. And why wait until Black Friday later this year when they got the Spring Black Friday shopping event going on right now? So visit the showroom, call, text, or start saving online right now at townappliance.com.
During Window Nation's The More You Buy, The More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off on new windows for your home. Plus, you could get them with 0% financing for 5 years. Sale ends soon. So visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
Hey, it's Vinny Haynie. Don't miss Town Appliance Spring Black Friday shopping event happening right now with incredible savings across top appliance brands. Explore premium options like Frigidaire, Electrolux, and more. Whether you're redesigning your kitchen, outdoor area, or just need an upgrade, Town Appliance offers nationwide delivery and a showroom experience worth the visit. Plus flexible financing. Stop by off Reisterstown Road, give them a call or text, or shop anytime at townappliance.com.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote.
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
In terms of the draft, everybody says we're going to take the best player available, and that's usually not true.
Brian Billick on this year's Ravens draft.
But in the 14th, those guys in the 10 to 20 range, those are guys that have been pushed out of the top 10. There could be a major difference between the 14th guy on your board and the 20th guy on the board. Eric DaCosta, obviously a disciple of Ozzie Newsome, will take what their board says is the best player available, even if it's not at a specific position.
105.7 The Fan. From the OutSky.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Ravens have entered a new era with Jesse Minter as head coach, but some have been skeptical about just how much change will actually occur, considering Minter came up under the John Harbaugh coaching tree. Zay Flowers offered one example while making an appearance on the 4th and South podcast, stating that Harbaugh would have the team run their full slate of allotted padded practices, including one-on-ones late in the season. He went on to say that he believes the team's influx of injuries was directly related to that coaching decision. Here's more comments from the Ravens wideout.
Yeah, but I talked to the new coach. He worked with Harbaugh in 2017, so he know how it was. Like,
you're going to get your work, but, like, it's going to be a little bit easier, like, on your body. Right. It's going to be fresher for the game. Right. So that was the first talk I had with him, like, hey, how practice going to look.
This Fan Flash is sponsored by Farnan & Dermer. Call the Comfort Guys, Farnan & Dermer. Right now from BGE, get up to $3,000 off select high-efficiency HVAC systems. For details, call 410-367-7777. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, sunny skies with temps peaking around 80 this afternoon. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Play-in tournament wraps up tonight. NBA. Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Tom Jones, that's right. That Tom Jones, featured artist Friday. Pick a song, play it. Send a request, Pod Sport text line. Nolan McGraw waiting for you. Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato. Let's bring in from NBA.com to talk about the postseason, which begins officially tomorrow. He's on the Window Nation guest hotline. Let's welcome back to the show Steve Ashurner. Steve, first of all, good morning. How you feeling?
I'm doing fine, guys. How are you?
Doing all right. And we look at the play-in games tonight, Charlotte versus Orlando, Golden State versus Phoenix. First of all, with Charlotte, LaMelo Ball got the $25,000 for the grab on the Bam Adebayo ankle, which led to him getting KO'd from the game as he landed on the old coccyx bone. No foul was called on the play, Steve. Was that an appropriate fine from the NBA? Even Spoelstra, coach of the Heat, was like, he's good. That's enough.
Well, appropriate fine. I mean, when guys make the kind of money they make, I would consider the word appropriate should mean enough to get his attention and discourage him from doing it again. So $35,000 for the trip and $25,000 for the profanity in the postgame interview. $60,000. Is that enough to grab your attention when you're making, easily 8 figures, well into 8 figures every season? I don't know. I mean, they could have doubled that fine, and I don't think that anybody on the Hornets would have protested, including LaMelo. I don't know that anybody associated with the Miami Heat would feel any better about it.
All right, to the games themselves, or Charlotte Magic, Golden State Phoenix, of the two play-in games, which winning team would have a better chance of giving the number one seed in the respective conference, Detroit in the East and OKC in the West, a hard time in the first round?
Well, I think it's, what does it say? Matchups make fights. If Charlotte wins tonight to advance to the first round series against Detroit, I think that they have a better shot at a major upset because of both teams. One, Detroit needs more playoff experience. Cade Cunningham, who's the engine of that team, he'd been out. Now he came back, as if no time had passed. But nonetheless, they had to play without him for a while. So I think they're still making adjustments. And then you've got Charlotte. Charlotte is a dangerous team offensively. Its starting lineup, is one of the most potent in the league. I mean, in terms of outscoring the other team's starters. When you get into the bench, things equalize a little bit, but they've got some reliable hands off the bench as well. And the way they shoot 3-pointers, they have the number 1 and number 2 3-point scorers this season in Con Knipple and LaMelo Ball. You can ride those hot hands to a couple victories in a series on that alone. So I think that Charlotte is best positioned if they advance tonight. And I hope they do, primarily because I'm tired of seeing the Orlando Magic. Orlando is not playing well. I like that team in the past, and I'm very disappointed at the way they've been playing for the last, couple of months. It just seems like the injuries they had, they did waylay them. They could not sort of find a second identity and then flip back to a first when guys came back. And they don't look like they like each other on some nights. So I would like to see Charlotte advance just because I think it's a happier bunch and would make for a more vibrant first round series. Phoenix, Golden State, I mean, some of what I said about Golden State, if they get a hot hand like they had the other night, against the Clippers with the 3-pointers, then they're a team to worry about. But this is not the Warriors teams of recent yore. And Phoenix, to me, just is not the kind of team that's going to put any sort of scare into the Oklahoma City Thunder. The reigning champions at least would respect the experience and the recent traditions of Golden State and the excellence of Steph Curry and Draymond Green. But I think they would see Phoenix as a team on training wheels that it is.
Steve Ashburner, NBA.com, joining us here, Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. You mentioned Con Kneppel, Charlotte. Who would you consider, Steve, the favorite for Rookie of the Year? It seems as though it's going to be a Dookie race, Cooper Flagg and Kneppel, and rightfully so. And our boy Derek Queen here from Maryland, Baltimore, he had a outstanding, really played well early rookie season. Edgecombe and Philly, among others. But who would you view as the favorite for Rookie of the Year?
Well, I hope it's Con Kneppel because only from the standpoint I track the rookies all year long for our site, NBA.com. It's called the Rookie Ladder. And so week by week, I rank the 10 best, in my opinion, 10 best rookies, to that point in the season. And when Cooper Flagg got hurt and Con Kneppel kept playing and kept scoring and kept helping Charlotte win, I flipped him up to the number 1 spot. I didn't take him out of that spot the rest of the season, even after Flagg came back. And in my final ladder, which was essentially my Rookie of the Year ballot, revealed, I had Kneppel 1, Cooper Flagg 2, and VJ Edgecombe 3. Derek Queen was on my second all-rookie team. I had him very high for much of the early season, but it seemed like some positional questions for him and just his overall minutes tailed off later in the season. So he dipped down to my second 5.
Steve, how about the Cavs, Raptors, or Knicks, Hawks? I mean, there's a lot of talk, on TV and stuff. Knicks lose, there's going to be a lot of firings and stuff. What do you think about those two series?
Well, somebody asked me the other day if you had to pick a team in the East that could sort of do what Indiana did, a year ago, kind of rise up and maybe even get to the finals. I picked Cleveland, and I guess because I've stubbornly expected more of the Cavaliers for the last few years. Last year they had the best record in the league over the regular season, and springtime comes and they come up short. They underwhelm, and I guess I'm giving them one last benefit of the doubt that with Toronto Toronto's a beatable team, and where they go from there, they could climb up to the conference finals at least. So in terms of a first round series, I don't know. I always feel like the New York Knicks, good, bad, or indifferent, always have some sort of drama. The media focus, the spotlight is so intense. And, I know Trae Young is, long gone from the Hawks, but Knicks fans will find other Hawks players to dislike. And that, to me, that series has more sizzle. And, of course, New York, sure, they put themselves in the, in the jackpot because they got rid of a coach who took them to the conference finals last year. So the implication of that is you need to get to the finals, if not win the championship. So anything short of that is going to seem like, well, okay, Mike Brown just did what this team had maxed out doing a year ago. And that's not improvement. That's nothing to be excited about. So it's going to take, some serious steps here by the Knicks to get people off their backs because of their decision to unload Tom Thibodeau last spring.
Well, as long as we get to see Stephen A. Smith waltz into a Game 7 like he's Willis Reed, that's all that matters. Steve Ashburner, NBA.com. Steve, appreciate the time as always. Enjoy the first round of the playoffs, and we'll talk to you as the postseason progresses here.
Okay, you're welcome, fellas.
Thanks. You got it, Steve Ashburner. So it looks like he's Team Kneppel when it comes to Rookie of the Year. When we come back, draft profile with Vinny Serrato, talking wide receiver, a guy that's mocked in the first round and 1, mocked in the second, and a lot more. We'll get into that. And then Ron Ripken. We're ripping it with Ryan. The Orioles were not ripping it all till the 9th inning and almost came back to at least tie the game. Makes you kind of wish, I'm speaking for myself, just lose 4-0, get 1 hit, and let's get it over with over here.
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
We will get into the key storylines from Game 1 of a 4-game series against the Guardians and preview Game 2. Are we buying Yennier Cano's strong start? We'll also touch on the hottest topic in Baltimore, the Ravens' new uniforms.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Do I think the Dallas Cowboys could trade up into the top 10 of the NFL draft to select an impact defensive player? I do. Do I think they should do it? Absolutely not. Dallas, with all its issues on defense, the Cowboys hold the 12th and 20th overall picks in the first round of the draft. Dallas needs to use both of those picks on defenders as opposed to trading up to only select one. The window is still open for this team. Need to add talent now. I'm Nick Costos.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Have you ever seen a game show where overjoyed contestants spin a huge wheel to win lots of amazing prizes and you wished it could be you? Well, the Maryland Lottery just found a way to take that same excitement and put it in a scratch-off game. Play the Big Spin. You can win up to $50,000 instantly or have a chance to go to lottery headquarters and spin the Big Spin wheel for $50,000 to $250,000. Who needs a game show when you have a scratch-off like that? Pick up the Big Spin today and please play responsibly.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Growing a brand is hard, but reaching the right customers shouldn't be. Meet Outcomes from Viant. We've built an intelligent platform that handles the complexity of digital advertising for you. Powered by advanced AI, we help your brand show up in the right places at the right time and ensure that every dollar you spend leads to a real business result. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
Save $10 on a pair of Bosch Focus wiper blades. Our professional parts people will even install them for free at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. There's a new kind of energy at Starbucks. When your day needs a reset, try the all-new energy refreshers. Strawberry acai, mango dragon fruit, or the all-new mango strawberry. The refreshers you love, now with extra caffeine. New energy refreshers only at Starbucks.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Vinny and Haynie Show, sponsored by Town Appliance. Your next home upgrade starts at Town Appliance. Vinny Serrato's Draft Profiles, 105.7 The Fan.
On the play fake, late pressure coming into the end zone. Caught and touchdown by Concepcion.
SEC Network on the call there. Last college football season of 2025. Draft profile for this featured artist Friday. We're going to wide receiver. Could be on the board for the Ravens. Less than a week, 6 days from today. First round of the draft. Hey, maybe they go wide receiver in the second round of the draft. And Vinny, let's talk about a guy that could be, well, he's definitely going to be there at 14. Will he be around at 45?
Yeah, KC, Concepcion, Texas A&M, 6 foot, 196, ran 4.46, 30 and a quarter arms, 9 and a quarter hand, jersey number 7. He was a junior, and he's from Charlotte, North Carolina, 4-star. And he went to NC State in 2023. He was the ACC Rookie of the Year with 12 starts, 71 catches, 839, 11.8 per, 10 touchdowns, 41 rushes, 320 yards, 7.8 average. So that was a hell of a start, for his first year at NC State. Second year, 2024, NC State. Started 12 games, 53 catches, 460, 8.7 per, 6 touchdowns, 19 rushes for 36 yards and a touchdown. And then he went to Texas A&M. In 2025, this past season, he was first-team All-American. Started 13 games, 61 catches, 919, 15.1 per, 9 touchdowns, 10 rushes for 75 yards and a touchdown, 25 punt returns, averaged 18.3 with 2 touchdowns. Strengths, he's versatile, shows speed, burst, excellent punt returner, good vision, sets up blocks well, good hands. He'll catch the ball at its highest point, good adjust to the high ball. He has the ability to separate, good yak ability, shows strength in the lower, good leaping ability, he can adjust, flexible body, good concentration. He's competitive with the football, quick release versus press, quick change of directions. He'll come back and get the ball. He's got strong hands. He can run through arm tackles, good route runner with quicks, converted 10 of 15 contested catches. Good at finding holes in zone, and he has good instincts. Weakness, not much of a blocker. 19 drops on 186 career catches, mostly over the middle in traffic is where he had issues. Yes, in traffic with contact. Ball would come out. He needs to set routes up with more changes speed. He has some concentration lapses, and he's got a compact build. In summary, I said this kid has excellent quick burst. He can make plays with ball in his hands. Gives versatility. He can play in the slot or outside, plus excellent punt returner. He is tough, strong runner with the ball. He can gain quick separation. He'll need to improve concentration, 19 career drops. Good yak. Will need a lot of will need to work a lot on his blocking. Zay had a history of drops in college too. He can make plays. I mean, the guy is, you know what? You would think, all right, how does a guy that is catching these punts and people are around him, how's he dropping the ball like mostly over the middle? Why does he have concentration lapse there when he's such a good punt returner? So it really doesn't make sense. But he's a really good football player. If he's there at 45, I think it would be a hell of a pick for the Ravens. And he would give Wester, some competition there as a punt returner, and they could probably use him as a kick returner also. But he is he's good yak guy. And to me, that's a big part of it for the Ravens. And you can give him jet sweeps and those kind of things too, because he has history of running with the football, and he does a good job with that. And he's a little bit bigger body, than Zay.
Now, Mel Kiper Jr. has Concepcion going 42 to New Orleans, which means he's in the ballpark. in the second round. But Dane Brugler from The Athletic. Now, keep in mind, this is a proposed trade. Browns get picks 12, 20, and a 27 fourth rounder from Dallas for picks 6 and 39. And I don't know what the Jimmy Johnson value board would say to that. And then Dallas at 6 would take Sonny Styles. And then at 12, Cleveland takes your boy Fano. And at 20, they take Casey Concepcion.
They need a receiver.
But at 20, I mean, is he that level of guy?
Yeah,
Omar Cooper, for instance, would go next to Pittsburgh at 21.
It seems like Cooper is kind of the fourth guy. And then you can kind of decide who the fifth guy is. Is it Concepcion? Is it Boston?
Yeah, he's got Lemon going 16 to the Jets, Tyson 13 to the Rams.
8.
Let's see here. Let me move on up the road. Yeah, Tate goes 8 to New Orleans there. So that's kind of your pecking order.
Yeah. So I guess it's kind of like who's the third quarterback, just like who's the fourth receiver kind of thing. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see, but that would be, in my opinion, that would be a value. Concepcion at 45, Bob, would be better than any tight end at 40. He's better than, I would rather have him than Stowers.
Okay.
At 45.
Ribbon It with Ryan's coming up here in a matter of minutes. Vinny, what you got going on this weekend? It's going to be beautiful today, tomorrow, and I think rain coming up on Sunday. It gets a little cooler next week.
Wife's out of town, Bob. I go to Rachel's track meet tonight. Otherwise, just watching sports this weekend.
Yep, Stanley Cup playoffs start tomorrow. The play-in for the NBA is tonight. Orioles in Cleveland, which we'll get into, and all the fun stuff that goes along with it. Vinny, have a safe weekend.
You too.
Quick draw. You and I are going to rip it with Ryan. Coming up here at the top of the hour. The Orioles were getting no hit through 8 innings, and then Tavares breaks it up. Orioles actually had a chance to tie the game, but Brito made that diving stop on Samuel Basayo. Shane Baz went 6 innings, better than it's been. Chris Bassett's on the hill tonight as the Orioles look to stop the 3-game skid. What's your confidence level in him right now? 0-2, sporting a softball ERA.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Jerry's Home Services is the choice of Maryland homeowners for all their interior and exterior renovation needs. With an impeccable industry reputation, just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com.
Planning on using cannabis? Then it's time to plan your ride home, too. Never get behind the wheel when you're high. You might think you're driving better, but the fact is, you're not. Designate a sober driver or use a rideshare so we all get home safe.
We're home.
Be the driver who makes a plan. Be the driver who saves lives. Learn more at zerodeathsmd.gov. This message brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
You're about to waste $240. Why? Because the average U.S. homeowner spends about $800 cooling their home from April to September. That's average. Baltimore's probably more. And most do it with 30 outdoor coils that cut efficiency by 30%. That efficiency drop equals $240 extra dollars you shouldn't have to spend. Other efficiency killers? Dirty filters, bad airflow, low refrigerant, and improperly calibrated metering devices. We check and fix all of them, along with checking your system for common causes of breakdowns like capacitor health, low voltage controls, cleaning the drain lines, and a functional blower motor. Everything needed to ensure your system runs at peak efficiency all summer, allowing you to save money on energy bills and skip the inconvenience and added expense of a breakdown. So don't burn money you don't have to. Get your AC tune-up done right by Amazing Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
C-A-L-L-A-M-Azing. Go to callamazing.com.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Draft Spotlights are brought to you by Liberty Mutual. Only pay for what you need. I think Jeremiah Love might be the most talented player in this entire 2026 draft. When I watch him at Notre Dame in any game over the last 2 years, he's the best player in the field, averaging almost 7 yards a carry, and he's a great receiver, catching almost 60 passes in the last 2 years. I could see Jeremiah Love going as early as to that team in Arizona at 3, to that team in Nashville at 4, or maybe that team in New York at 5.
And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug!
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Join 105.7 The Fan's Baltimore Baseball tonight before every weeknight home baseball game at Pickles Pub as we broadcast live. Enjoy their 32-ounce Orange Crush. And on select nights, pick up a free 105.7 The Fan and Science & Kirk bucket hat, courtesy of Science & Kirk Lawyers. YouHaveALawyer.com.
From the Anderson Automotive Studios, this is WJZFM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The world of sports is constantly changing, and the NFL draft is no different. COVID eligibility rules and NIL money incentivizing players to stick around in college longer has resulted in more prospects entering the draft at an older age. Ravens GM Eric DeCosta has kept a close eye on this trend and admits that he's not a big fan of how it's impacted his role.
Problematic in some ways. They've probably got less upside. They're probably not 3 contract players in some cases. They're 2 contract players. And in some cases, they have more injuries. We're trying to get a handle on that, I think, in some ways. It's tough for us to kind of assess what that means. It's kind of something that we've really seen over the last 3 years.
As for the Orioles, they're trying to recover from nearly being no-hit in last night's opener against Cleveland. Chris Bassett will be on the mound for this evening's matchup, and he desperately needs a quality start. He's yet to make it through the 5th in any of his appearances this season. He hasn't had a stretch of short outings like that since 2018 when he was a member of the A's. First pitch between the O's and Guardians is scheduled for 6:10, but our pregame coverage on Baltimore baseball tonight will begin at 5. The road to the Triple Crown runs through Laurel Park this Saturday for Preakness Preview Day. Watch future champions compete for a spot in the Preakness. Get info at laurelpark.com. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, sunny skies with temps peaking around 80 this afternoon. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Ripping It with Ryan, sponsored by Dubo Law. Real people, real results. For a free consultation, call 410-ASK-DUBO. Here's Bob Haynie and Ryan Ripken.
He had all his pitches dialed in the strike zone. He did a great job of changing speeds in all counts. Weak contact. I mean, we didn't, Wardy squared up a ball to center field. Kwani made a great catch. But yeah, he was on tonight.
Craig Alvarez, Orioles skipper, after last night's loss, 3rd in a row for the Orioles, 4-2 to the Guardians. And talking about last night's starting pitcher, Parker Messick, who had a no-hitter through 8 innings. Orioles finally broke through in the 9th, which we'll get to. But Ryan Ripken, first of all, good afternoon. How you feeling today?
Good afternoon. Happy Friday. We made it. I feel good. Besides the allergies kicking my butt. I mean, I'll take this weather, though, man. It's nice.
Yeah, my car is blue normally, but today it's green.
Yes.
And then we got Nolan McGraw on the other side of the glass. And we talked about Messick yesterday during the show. I don't want to say he's a crafty lefty. He brings a little more to the equation than that. throws a ton of strikes, but after walking Ward to lead off the game, he retired 15 in a row. He was just in a zone. What's he throw? 93, maybe cranks it up to 94?
Yeah, he's not known as a flamethrower.
But what about that pitch mix? What made him literally unhittable for 8 innings last night?
Well, and I think it's a good way to describe and a good message for people here that you don't need to throw absolute fuzz to have success at the big league level. And right now, his average fastball as a lefty, just to confirm it, was 93. Right? That's the average fastball. We see guys throwing 98 to 100 every single night. But what he does well is he does have a plethora of pitches, Bob. So he has the fastball, which is going to be the predominant. He has a sinker. So it's 4-seam sinker that runs into those lefties away from righties. But then he has 3 other off-speed pitches that he'll throw. He'll throw a changeup, slider, curveball. And I'm sorry, he will throw a cutter, but I think that only rarely. I think it's just naturally off the fastball will kind of go because it's 5 to 7%. But what he's done so far this year wasn't just against the Orioles. He's pitched really well in his first 4 starts. He's only got a 1.05 ERA, right? It was 2 earned runs at the end of the game last night where he was on the bid for a no hitter. So
the inherited runs thing.
That was it. But I mean, he was sensational. And the reason why he was sensational is because that mix of pitches was keeping the Orioles hitters off guard. When you have 5 or 6 pitches, that can seem overwhelming, but to a batter, it's not if a guy doesn't have control of 3 or 4 of them. But for me, Parker had enough control over his pitches and could locate them well enough that the Orioles hitters couldn't get comfortable. And that's what happened. The Orioles hitters were not comfortable the entire night. Parker controlled the strike zone. He controlled how he set up the hitters. And it was a moment, honestly, for the Guardians. We're talking about the Orioles want to win some games. The Guardians were really frustrated with how they played. So he was a tone setter here coming off a rough finish in St. Louis. And that was the biggest thing that I noticed, Bob, is just he navigated the zone well enough. And he dictated, and the Orioles just didn't have any answers until the 9th.
Cleveland had not had a no-hitter, and still don't, by the way, since Len Barker threw a perfect game at the Blue Jays back in 91. Yes, I'm old enough to remember that. And Detmers is the last rookie to toss a no-no. That was, 4 years ago? Mm-hmm. So the Orioles avoided some stuff last night. Before we get to the uprising in the 9th, Shane Baz, he did get the 6 Ks that we discussed last show. But gave up the homer to Ramirez, who's just a beast. I mean, you make an argument. Nolan and I were talking about it, and Vinny. The long history, they were called the Cleveland Spiders, if I'm not mistaken, at one time.
Yeah.
Guys like Shoeless Joe Jackson used to play for that organization. So it's had some length. He's arguably one of the 10 best players to ever play, Jose Ramirez, for that organization. And then he hits the home run in the first inning, kind of set the tone. But other than that, and then the scare with the miscommunication on the curveball fastball with the Baz pitch where the trainers are running out to the mound. How did you think, Ryan, that Baz threw the baseball in his, 4 start as an Oriole?
Yeah, so I thought Baz did, again, some really good things, but not enough that it was putting the Orioles in a great position. He put them in a solid position, but not great. And J-Ram, Jose Ramirez, you're saying top 10 in Cleveland history. He might be top 5.
Yeah.
He might be top 3 when it's all said and done. And that's no knock to any of the past players. It's just more of a moment to appreciate how good he has been for Cleveland, how dependable he has been. To me, Bob, he's going to be a Hall of Famer. And he's going to be a Cleveland lifer, but no one views Jose Ramirez in that category. Now, he's got to continue to do things, but that's the caliber of player he is. But for Shane Baz, so you give that up to a great player, and I thought you battled back well. But here's the thing. When you're looking at it, I was right on the buy or sell yesterday, Nolan. He got 6 punchies, but it wasn't a dominant showing. It was he has really good stuff. He can get it on a roll. But there was a couple inconsistencies. The walks, I think, for him is not what you want. You don't want 3 free passes. You don't want to add more stress to yourself. But I do like the fact that he went 6. I do like the fact that he battled back. But at the end of the day, too, when your offense isn't getting going, you feel like you got to be a little bit more perfect. And I think that also plays into it. But I'm waiting for that next thing for Shane Baz. I think it's close. But did he do enough to give them a shot? Sure. But is what Oriole fans were hoping to see so far? Yeah, they were probably hoping that he'd match what Parker did last night for the Guardians.
And the fact that he even pitched through 6 after the pitch calm confusion.
Yeah.
Because Nolan, get in here, because we were talking about it earlier, when the trainers and pitching coach all went out to the mound, like, he just blew his elbow out.
Yeah.
Because the ball just kind of flew over, and because Ben McDonald was commenting on Masson, because Kevin Brown asked him, well, what the hell leads to this level of, I don't know, Nuke LaLoosh type of throw? Well, it slipped out of his hand, or he's hurt. And then when we saw the kind of the cavalry roll out to the mound, I'm like, first thing that went through my head, and keep in mind it's an empty space up there, so it kind of got lost in and of itself. It's like, oh, we're Eflin. We've just been Eflined again. And then I started thinking, and then you just extended in. This sucks.
It's a real worry every time a weird pitch happens, a strange sequence, because you always think for the worst, because you've seen the worst. And not just that you've seen the worst, you saw it just a week and a half ago or 2 weeks ago with one of your pitchers here in Baltimore. Yeah, I mean, that would have been such a bummer. And also for the fact that Shane Baz already just went through this recently.
Yeah, a couple years ago.
So, yeah, I'm glad all was good, but make no mistake, if you were to tell me, just to go back to this, to finish up this game, if your starters get you 6 innings, that's a really good place to be. I know you want to have 6 innings. 6 innings or 3 earned or less is kind of my feel. I know Quality's saying 6 innings or 2 earned or less. 6 innings gives you protection for your bullpen, and you allow 3 earned runs or less, you feel really good about a chance to win the ball game. So for Shane Baz, he close to that. Probably one of the great things I saw yesterday. Cameron Foster, I thought was great coming up. Great seeing him. He was obviously came over last year and all the deadline deals.
Soto trade, I think.
Yep. And I thought that was a great entrance to his debut here with the Orioles. And then on top of it, too, I love that even though it's 1 out, Tyler Wells going back out there and getting a strikeout, getting out of that. I think that builds up confidence for him.
Nolan McGraw, we were talking earlier as well, not the Baz injury, brief as it was, scare, but the uprising in the 9th. And as the Orioles broke up the no-hitter, they had 2nd and 3rd, 1 out. You'd already trimmed it to 4-2. We both agree, and I'm sure you were watching the game, Ryan, that I thought Alonso hit the 2-run homer, or the 3-run homer that was going to tie the game at the time. But Cowser comes up. And we'll get into why Cowser versus Finkel, Einhorn, and all that. Nolan, you made a very good point as to why, at that situation, you're pinch hitting for your cleanup hitter to begin with.
Yeah, I mean, Jonathan Rodriguez, there's a debate to be had whether he should even be playing or not. But obviously, based on what was said about Dylan Beavers being under the weather, maybe that explains some of the outfield decision there for right field. But look, he was struck out in his first 2 at-bats of the night. Now, granted, nobody was hitting off of Messick, but given the fact that this guy has not been up here very long, they love to rave about how he mashes in the minors, but he doesn't have this track record in the majors. So you're struggling when everyone else is struggling. You definitely shouldn't be batting cleanup. Like, if you want to play him, that's fine, but he should be batting 8th or 9th. It's just a terrible situation. Like, imagine if Jeremiah Jackson was batting cleanup last night. And you get into that 9th inning situation where you're actually very fortunate to have the top of your order coming up in that crunch time situation. You could have had Ward, Henderson, Alonso, and Jackson. I mean, that's about as stacked of a deck as I could possibly get to help this Orioles team try to rally and come back. But you got Rodriguez sitting there. You know you got a pinch hit for him. That's not the problem. The problem was that he shouldn't have even been there to begin with. Probably should have been pinch hit for in his 3rd at-bat. If we're being honest.
Yeah, Ryan Ripken. We were talking about it yesterday. What the hell's up with this lineup all of a sudden?
Yeah, and I know we can continue to talk about it. Hopefully we have some callers that want to talk about some Orioles baseball. I know there's been some frustrations, but the thing for me here too, I'd even as a vote of confidence, I know he didn't get a hit last night, but I would even move Kobe May up Mayo up higher in the order. Any of those guys where they had proven they put some at-bats together. Jeremiah Jackson obviously is the one that we can point to go to, but it goes back to the point I was trying to make yesterday. And Nolan, you just touched on it. Is when you don't have maybe all of those guys you want in your lineup, but you have your first three that's set in stone. But whoever's the hottest or whoever you want to give one more crack at it, maybe another opportunity, you want them higher in the order. And I'm with you. I hope for Rodriguez's sake, he turns it around, but it still, to me, doesn't make a lot of sense given so far the track record. He's coming up trying to get comfortable, and there's some other guys in this lineup that are a little bit more dependable.
It's Ripping It with Ryan, Bob Haynie, Ryan Ripken, Nolan McGraw's other side of the glass. If you are on the phones, we'll get you when we come back. And if you want to join us, you can at 410-583-1057. It's Featured Artist Friday. It's Tom Jones. Let's go, man. We're rocking with the legendary Welsh singer from days gone by. We got Buy or Sell coming up later in the hour, American League East report in the 1 o'clock hour, and Jake Real. MLB.com covers the Orioles. We'll talk to him. It's Tanner Bybee versus Chris Bassett. We're going to get to Bassett here as well. And the Orioles traded just a couple years ago their Jim Palmer minor league pitcher of the year. Traded him to the Dodgers for a guy named Axel, which sounds cool, but is it cool?
If you're thinking about it,
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan.
Selling your home is a big decision. Vinny Stio makes it simple with the Your Home Sold Guarantee. Your home sold or he'll buy it. That's peace of mind you can count on. Call Vinny today. 410-793-1801. 410-793-1801.
Did you hear that? That's what it feels like after an accident. The world stops, and you need someone to fight for you. I'm Neil Dubovsky, founder of Dubo Law. And when you've been injured in an accident, call 410-ASK-DUBO. That's 410-275-3826 for a free consultation. And let us fight for you.
Every spring when the Orioles start hitting homers, you know it's time for Fast Play Home Run Riches from the Maryland Lottery with a chance to win cash instantly and other great prizes. But this season, the game is even better. Enter the Second Chance promotion through My Lottery Rewards, and you could win a new bonus prize, a VIP game day experience, including premium seat access. Enjoy the game you've always loved with a whole new way to win. Play Home Run Riches from the Maryland Lottery. Please play responsibly.
Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hello, I am Dr. Michael Osgood with Vascular Surgery Associates, or VSA. Do you have heavy, achy, painful legs? Do you notice swelling in your feet and legs throughout the day? Do you have unsightly or uncomfortable varicose veins? If you have any of these symptoms, you may be suffering from chronic venous insufficiency, and we at VSA can help. Visit us at vsaveins.com. That's vsaveins.com.
Breaking news for your home. Wayday. Wayfair's big sale is almost here, and you can score the best deals in home. Like up to 80% off everything home. Yes, you heard that right. 80% off with free shipping on everything. Plus surprise flash deals all Wayday long. We're talking outdoor furniture and essentials, rugs, and more. All at Wayfair, and all up to 80% off during Wayday. Shop Wayfair's Wayday from April 25th through 27th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Everything you knew about reaching customers online is being rewritten. Time to rethink your approach. Outcomes from Viant finds real customers, not impressions, not clicks, customers. Our AI maximizes every dollar of your budget against the outcomes that matter most and proves it happened. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
What's up? It's Draymond Green. I'm back for my 14th NBA season, and my podcast, The Draymond Green Show, is back too. This season, I'm breaking down games, reacting to the biggest NBA stories, and sitting down with teammates, rivals, and culture shapers. And trust me, I'm not holding back, on the court or on the mic. 2 new episodes every week. New segments, big conversations, real basketball talk for the real hoop heads. Listen to and follow The Draymond Green Show wherever you get your podcasts. We're back. We're better. Let's get it.
Ripping It with Ryan on the Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Ripping It with Ryan. Bob Haney, Ryan Ripken. Nolan McGraw's on the other side of the glass. Orioles in Cleveland tonight trying to break a 3-game skid. It's not a losing streak till you get to 4. Same with a winning streak. Just my rules. That's all. I'm not saying it's a hard and fast rule. It's not in the Constitution.
You make the rules.
Or the
Your
rule
rules.
book. I mean, a losing streak's 4. They've lost 4 in a row. That's a losing streak. 3 in a row, it's okay. It's a skid.
Last year, 3 in a row was a losing streak for you. Two in a row was a losing streak.
Well, last year the Orioles had a lot of all of them rolling through here, but they've lost 3 straight, including last night, 4-2. We've been talking about it. Bosco's 6 innings. Orioles did have the uprising in the 9th, where Basayo was a burrito dive away from tying the game. I thought Alonso hit the game-tying homer and all the fun stuff with it, and the injuries are piling up, which we've discussed. Bassett's on the hill tonight, and he hasn't been great, to say the least, during his early portion of Baltimore baseball. But let's get out to hear what the people have to say. Let's go. It's Tom Jones, by the way, featured artist Friday. Let's go to Ryan in Baltimore. Ryan, thanks for holding. What's up?
Hey, gentlemen, how you doing? Happy Friday.
Hey,
Happy
Ryan.
Friday.
Oh, what a roller coaster of a game yesterday. I was sitting on my hands the whole time, just trying to keep a certain finger down from the TV. But I had to. The excitement at the end is sure something that is very Oriole-esque. I told my fiance while we were watching the game, I said, we're only down 4 runs, and we saw what happened last year when they were down with 2 outs in the 8th inning in a no-hitter. And they came back to win it. So I didn't think it was over until it's officially over. But now that it's over, Shane Baz, I don't think anybody should be too upset about how he pitched. I mean, you give up 4 runs in 6 innings. That's progress from what we've seen from him. And also it just emphasizes the struggles with the offense. If we were able to produce some runs, you're not saying, oh, man, Shane Baz gave up 4 runs. You're saying, man, the offense has to score 4 runs. Mm-hmm. Like, that's pretty easy to do. I mean, granted, I don't want to say it's easy, but they should do it. This offense should do it. So, and then that's going to lead me to my point is, we saw with Arizona in the past series that they were really pesky. They were dinking and dunking a lot of balls and playing a lot of small ball. And even Cleveland has the reputation to do that. Stephen Kwan's one of the best contact hitters in the league. J-Ram has power, but also he has contact ability as well. I think he's a top 5 hitter in all of MLB. But at what point, Ryan, does the approach change from hitting the long ball to playing the dink and dunk? I feel like the approach changed in that 9th inning where we saw Taveras get a hit. We saw Blaze get a hit, and it was pass the baton to the next guy. I know it's sometimes hard to make that switch on the fly, but sometimes when a guy's dealing halfway through a game, you got to say, we got to put bat on ball by any means necessary.
Yeah, you got to try to make some things happen. You got to try to push the envelope overall. And I actually, Ryan, sat down with Dylan Beavers before coming on here, so I'm going to play that interview on my show from 3 to 5, and we talked about approach and talked about 2 strikes now. Dylan Beavers was unavailable last night, or battling a little under the weather, being a little illness, and so I think for the Orioles, when they've won their games, if we go back and look at the comeback, everyone looks at the grand slam, they look at the home run, but you know what I look at? I look at Well, they had to get on for the next guy. And they had to get on for the next guy. I had to work the count, get a base hit, and you pass the baton along. That's where they've had success winning ball games. When they won the first game of the year against the Twins, offense was hard to come by, but you get a guy on, base hit, good base running first to third, sac fly, 2-strike hit on a jam shot up the middle. That's winning baseball to me. I will be curious when guys get more comfortable in the year if we see them push into being more of a guy that can wreak havoc, more into that type of style. And the reason why I'm saying that real quickly, teams that have leaned into that already, Tampa Bay Rays, Milwaukee Brewers. Now, I think that the Orioles have a lot more offensive firepower than those teams. But what my point is that the Rays and the Brewers have made conscious efforts. We are going to bunt. We are going to wreak havoc because we have guys on our team that have speed. And if we do this right, it's going to put pressure on. If you watch the Yankees-Rays series, a big reason why the Rays swept the Yankees was the small ball. They forced the Yankees to make plays, and they didn't. So for the Orioles, I'm right there with you. When things don't go well, I would love to see bunts. Heck, I know it's hard to get guys on base, but you walk. I'd love some hit and runs. That's a dying art as well.
Yeah, I was going to say, is that still a thing?
It's not really, but I'd love for it to be a thing because that puts that it takes the thought out of the hitter of saying, hey, if it's anywhere close, I just got to put the bat on it. And for the runner, you're going, right? So it's little things like that, and I'm really curious if Albie pushes that more as he starts to figure out what the strengths of his offense is going to be.
There's Ryan. Sorry, Ryan. I thought he was gone there. Anyway, but yes, good question and a very detailed answer, Ryan Ripken.
Yeah, so sorry for going so prolonged, but Ryan.
No, you're good, man. That's what you're here for.
Yeah, but Ryan, I appreciate the thoughts and questions because here's the last thing I'll say on that game, for this context, because you're saying you're at home sitting on your hands and just going, what the heck's going on? And this kind of stinks. But this Orioles team has proven there's fight. Like they're going to fight till the end. And I think that that's a great sign. And you're exactly right, Ryan, with Shane Baz, where I said 6 innings, 3 earned or less, you feel really good about a chance. He still gave them a shot. But in a game like last night, it wasn't good enough because of the fact that the offense wasn't making things happen. But you have a starter go 6 and 4 or less, your team will have a chance to win the ballgame.
Let's go to Matt in Maine. Matt, thanks for holding what's happening on this. Ripping it with Ryan, Bob Haynie, Ryan Ripken, and Nolan McGraw over there.
Not too much. You boys are ripping it very well today as I listen in from coastal Maine. Ryan, good to get a chance to talk to you a second. To the point that you were just making, like Ryan, when is it okay to critique and say, how do you come into a season where your best outfielder is a guy you paid $2 million to in Tavares? Like, how do you put the entire offseason? You've got a Yale graduate at GM, and how do you put an outfield together? How do you put a team together that ultimately cannot field the ball like outside of Gunnar and maybe Alonso scooping at first? I don't understand that part of this, like especially an organization like the Orioles with the history that they have. Your dad, for crying out loud, it's like it seems to me like they came into the season unprepared. It's hard to take serious an outfield of Cowser, O'Neill, and Ward. And I understand Ward has a great bat and all of that, but I just want you to touch, like when I hang up, on a little bit of, especially with us being in Cleveland at the moment. Mm-hmm. I feel like with Albie being back home in Cleveland, he sees the way those guys play, and it's like, and he said something a couple of weeks ago about production and performance is going to dictate who's in the lineup, and I just feel like we are, if it makes any sense, like with this young core, and I know a couple guys are hurt right now, like is this possibly the most athletic group of guys that you've ever seen? That's one. And then I want to ask you something specifically about Gunnar. Where do you, in respect to the clock ticking, he's a Scott Boras guy. I understand none of us are going to want to talk about this, but like it's the elephant in the room. It's that thing where I feel like the Angels drug their feet with Shohei. And I understand Gunner's not Shohei, but he's coming up on 2 years of control. Boris guys go to the market. That's just the reality. Is this a situation where the Orioles just play the string out with Gunner, or to actually maximize value, do they have to potentially look at this offseason with 2 years remaining of control with Gunner and say, we actually have to take the best package for him if he's not going to sign here? And I'll hang up and hear what you guys got to say.
Thank you.
Take care, guys.
Have a great weekend.
Matt, I appreciate that. And also, I love Maine. That's actually where my wife and I got married. She's from Maine.
Awesome.
So I love going up there. We go up there every single year. I think maybe for another, when we take a break, I'll talk about the Gunner situation, if that's okay. So I'll start with this, Matt, on what you said about the timeline of critiquing and the timeline of, or also then this outfield, because that is one of the hottest topics of the situation. But one thing I'll say with this, 2 to 3 weeks really isn't a great sample size to figure out, especially where the Orioles are. If you look around, I say you got to be in the mix of it. Are they in the mix? Absolutely. Right? There's a lot of teams in the American League and around baseball that are in the mix, but they're underperforming, playing average or below average baseball. The problem last year with the Orioles is they got too far behind, and then you could say this is a big problem. Right now, you're still trying to figure that out and give Albie at least the benefit of the doubt with it. It's going to take more time. It's his first time as a manager. You want to implement things. He's still trying to figure out some of those guys. And actually, so I know we should take a quick break.
Yes.
Can we keep this up after the break?
We got nothing but time, my man. And when we come back, we'll take some phone calls. We got buy or sell coming up later on in the hour. American League East report next hour as well. We'll preview Game 2 of the Orioles and Guardians. Jake Rill, MLB.com, will be joining us when we come back. Talk about the outfield defense. Craig Alvarez, 19 games into his tenure as Oriole manager, and Gunnar Henderson's long-term future in Baltimore. Does he have one?
Follow The Fan for complete coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft beginning Thursday, April 23rd with a Big Bad Morning Show's analysis and predictions. At 10 a.m., we're live from Pittsburgh with Vinny Serrato and Tim Barbalace at the site of this year's NFL Draft. Vinny and Tim break down what the Ravens may do along with teams in the AFC North. At 2 p.m., join former Raven and Super Bowl champion Femi Ayanbadejo along with Nolan McGraw. Fresh Take at 6 with Belway Ben and Cordell Woodland. Then it's our Draft Day special starting at 8 p.m. with Vinny Serrato and Ken Weinman reviewing every pick from number 1 through 32. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Hey guys, it's your buddy Bob Haynie here, and let's get real for a second. When it comes to performance, good enough isn't good enough. And that's exactly why Blue Chew just raised the bar. Introducing Blue Chew Gold, the revolutionary 4-in-1 upgrade that targets both your brain and your body. Blue Chew Gold dissolves right under your tongue and starts working in as little as 15 minutes. That means less waiting, more confidence, and a whole new level of readiness. Get started today at BlueChew.com and see why millions of men trust Blue Chew now with a gold standard upgrade that's changing the game for good. And we have got a special deal for our loyal listeners here on 105.7 The Fan. Get 10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold with code BOB1057. That's promo code BOB1057. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And as always, we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring. Remember, go to BlueChew.com and find out why millions of men trust Blue Chew. It's Blue Chew Gold, the new gold standard upgrade that's changing the game for good. Fellas, keep that loving from getting old with Blue Chew Gold.
This weekend only at Old Navy, get 50% off all activewear for the family. Yep, half off all activewear for the fam. Hurry in to get everyone's favorite styles for a deal. This Saturday and Sunday, only at Old Navy. Valid 4/18 and 19. Excludes clearance, licensed, and maternity.
Spring is a great time to open your windows. And wait, your windows won't open? They leak, are cracked, or need repainting? Again? Getting top quality custom fit windows from Window Nation is easy and affordable. During the More You Buy, the More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off. Plus, you could get them with 0 interest for 5 years. During uncertain times, one of the best investments you can make is in your home. So visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. 'Cause 30 told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. I'll always trust the Nemu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
Ready to ramp up the excitement, golf fans? BetMGM is making your next golf tournament winner bets even better with Second Chance. What's Second Chance? Ever bet on your favorite golfer to win a tournament only to see them miss the green? Well, with BetMGM's Second Chance promotion, you'll get your stake back in cash if your tournament winner bet finishes in second instead. That's right. Simply bet on any player to win a scheduled golf tournament during a promotional week. If you're right, you win. But if your pick finishes second instead of first, you get your stake back in cash. Watch your favorite players go for the win all season long and bet knowing you'll get your stake back if they finish second. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. A question I get all the time is, how did we become the largest injury firm in the world? We have over 1,000 lawyers in all 50 states and close to 6,000 coworkers. Our call center is on duty 24/7. You can reach us at any time at forthepeople.com. But the real reason is we won a lot. When you visit our website, go to our verdicts and settlements. There you will see what our clients were offered and what they were awarded at trial. All those verdicts help us resolve many cases fairly and early. You see, nothing beats reputation. The insurance industry knows who we are. We even have insurance adjusters call us for representation because they know too. We've made it easy. On your mobile device or computer, go to forthepeople.com and we will get busy. It's that easy. Call today. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
To get your AC system ready to run at peak efficiency and save on energy costs this summer, go with Petro. Call 844-HVAC-4YOU now to schedule your AC tune-up. Petro's expert technicians can tune up and repair AC systems from all major brands to help prevent future breakdowns and potentially costly repairs. For a stress-free AC summer, go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. Book your AC tune-up now. Go to petro.com, call 844-HVAC-4YOU or 844-482-2496 today.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some days, self-care starts with Nature-Made gummy vitamins, a deep breath, and a little encouragement.
Mom, I'm really nervous.
Me too, honey, but we've got this. Repeat after me. I'm going to have a good day.
I'm going to have a good day.
I choose joy no matter what comes my way.
I bring joy wherever I go.
Quality gummy vitamins from Nature-Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Is foot pain holding you back? Visit the Good Feet store for a free personalized fitting and test walk.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan. From the OutSky.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Orioles may have avoided the no-hitter last night against Cleveland starter Parker Messick, but the end result was still a 4-2 loss. After being stifled for 8 innings, Leody Taveras started a rally in the 9th, and the Birds managed to push that pair of runs across with just 1 out recorded. Craig Albernaz opted to pinch hit Colton Cowser in an attempt to keep the line moving, but he popped one up the shallow center, and Samuel Basayo fell victim to a great play by Guardians second baseman Juan Brito for the final out.
You know, Cowser has seen Cade before. He's pinch hit before. Also, Beeves being under the weather the past few days. put a wrinkle into that, but we felt great with Cowser up there. He had a great at-bat, great swing on it. We just missed it, hit it straight up in the air.
There's Albernaz on his strategy in crunch time. The O's will try to even things up later on this evening when Chris Bassett opposes Tanner Bybee. First pitch at 6:10. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Maryland Lottery. Play Home Run Riches from the Maryland Lottery. You could win instantly or win cash for Orioles home runs as a contestant of the game. Please play responsibly. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, sunny skies with temps peaking around 80 this afternoon. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. 105.7 The Fan.
Ripping It with Ryan. Sponsored by Dubo Law. Real people, real results. For a free consultation, call 410-ASK-DUBO. Here's Bob Haynie and Ryan Ripken.
Ripping It with Ryan, Bob Haynie, Ryan Ripken, and Nolan McGraw, as you just heard. Let's get back to the phones, and then Ryan's going to get back to the conversation we were having at the end of the last segment. We'll get into Gunnar Henderson's long-term future here in Baltimore, but let's go to Chris in Parkville. Chris, what's up?
Gentlemen, good show. Great show, actually.
Thank you, Chris.
I just had a couple comments. I can appreciate the fans being passionate about the O's and everything. That's great. I remain optimistic as this season is in its infancy, just as Ryan was commenting about. Baseball is a marathon. Football is like the 100-yard dash in comparison. I think we will know the true identity of me as far as myself. I think by Memorial Day, I think we will have a good beat on the character and who this team really is. We have a new manager. They're still getting their feet, getting used to each other and playing complementary baseball. And there's no quit, just like you also mentioned. There's no quit. They don't quit. They keep coming back until it's final. Look at JJ and his grand slam and following it up with another home run. I mean, I think we're going to be good. And my question to you is, when do you feel, for you, Ryan, that you will know the true identity of this, of who this team is? And you guys have a great weekend. Thanks.
Hey, thanks, Chris. You do the same.
Thank you, Chris. Have a great weekend. I'm with you on that timeline of Memorial Day. I even said last year before hitting the full panic, which I want to reiterate, when things aren't going well, I mean, everyone's talking about it. And last year, things were not going well early. But to truly tell if you're going to have a shot, you got to get to 6 to 8 weeks, first 2 months of the season, in my mind, to then go, do you have a chance? And once you're there, you have a pretty good idea of what your team's identity could be. But quite frankly, I honestly think there's two different identities. There's the one that you're building up going into the All-Star break, and it's the one that you have coming out of it. You know, because when you think about what's happened in the past, it's one thing to be red hot going in, but can you have that same intensity, vibe, feel, success when the All-Star break's over? Because some teams don't do that.
2024 Orioles come to mind.
They did. You can even look at the Mets last year.
Yeah.
They were terrible.
Tigers.
Yeah. So there's so many examples you can use. And also, if you're going to go back to, recency bias, the Arizona Diamondbacks crept into the postseason in 2023 and then ended up going to be in the World Series. The Rangers were holding on, trying to get in. So I think in 2 months you figure out who on your team can do specific things. But as far as the identity, I really just think it's two separate seasons in my mind. Just because, are you able to stay locked in when you take a few days off, or does it reset you? I think we've seen both sides of this coin. So that's where I look at it. And right now for fans, and I know to Chris's point, and it's so easy in all sports to get really ticked off, in all situations. But it is funny that in football, where it truly is a 17-game season, you're panicking over you don't panic over every single game. You're like, oh, you know what? In Baltimore with the Ravens, they're going to put it together. But with the Orioles, they lose a series, 3 games. lose 2 or 3, you go, oh my goodness, this team's in trouble. You know what I mean?
When the Ravens lost to Buffalo, we were panicking week 1. We'll come back by or sell. Top of the hour, Ryan, we're going to get to the Gunnar Henderson discussion that was brought up by Matt in Maine. Get to the AL East report around 1:15, and then Jake Real covers the Orioles for MLB.com at 1:30. Orioles lose the opener, almost get no hit. Birds have dropped 3 straight, now below 500. How about that Tampa Bay Rays? And the Yankees gave up 500 home runs to the Angels.
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
We will get into the key storylines from Game 1 of a 4-game series against the Guardians and preview Game 2. Are we buying Yennier Cano's strong start? We'll also touch on the hottest topic in Baltimore, the Ravens' new uniforms.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Detroit Lions general manager Brad Holmes said at his pre-draft media availability that the team does not need to draft an edge rusher or offensive lineman, pointing to free agent signings they've made at those positions. I hate to say this to Brad Holmes and to Lions fans, but you absolutely need to draft an edge rusher, and you also need to draft an offensive lineman. The Lions are in real danger here of having their Super Bowl window close. I'm Nick Costos.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we know you're no stranger to setting big goals, whether in school, at work, or in life, and you're ready for more. At UMGC, we offer the skills-based education you need to move your career forward. Learn how to apply AI, data science, and other emerging tech, plus gain skills in leadership and critical thinking. You've come far. Succeed again. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
It's deck days at Lowe's, and the savings are stacked. Right now, pros get 15% off all in-stock composite decking from top brands like Trex, TimberTech, and Decorators. Plus, get a free DeWalt 20-volt max 5-amp-hour battery when you buy a select DeWalt tool. The deck's stacked in your favor with brands pros trust. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 4/22 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Are you buying
Straight cash, homie.
or selling?
I'm not gonna buy into that crap.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan.
Riveted with Ryan, Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw, and Ryan Ripken. Here on this Featured Artist Friday, it's Tom Jones coming up top of the hour. Ryan's going to talk about the Orioles, their situation right now, sitting below 500 at 9-10. Gunnar Henderson's long-term future in Baltimore, given the fact that he is a Scott Boras client, and we all know the MO 99.9% of the time when it comes to Scott Boras. But Nolan, before we get to the sports subjects, which are plentiful, let's count some dough.
Yeah, what is this looking like here? NASDAQ is up 410 today. S&P 500 is up 105. Dow Jones up 1,100. My goodness. Under Armour up 41 cents. DraftKings down 6 cents. So close to a clean sweep. Didn't get it. Starting Major League Baseball. The Mets, they're in free fall right now. 8 straight losses. Record on the season, 7-12. In that time, the offense almost non-existent, creating even more frustration for fans because their pitching, well, it's been spotty, but in a lot of those 8 games there, the pitching was good enough, more than good enough to win, just didn't get any support. Well, team owner Steve Cohen, he's hoping for patience from those ticket and merch buyers, though. Hit them with the hang in there classic. Come on, fans, just hang in there. It'll be all right. Just last summer, the Mets went from being one of the league's most dominant to a complete collapse down the stretch, resulting in 83 wins, no playoff appearance. Ryan, buy or sell, this year's Mets team will be the opposite of that. They'll overcome early struggles to peak at the right time.
I'm going to sell. I'm going to sell it, and it's mainly because of my belief in the rest of the division they're going to have to play. I think the Braves are legit. You've seen Chris Sale throwing the baseball right now. The Atlanta Braves are going to be good. I believe in the Philadelphia Phillies. I think they're going to get it together. Their track record has proven that. I think the Mets will play better. I think that they're going to rally, but I think it's also just an indictment of how I think the National League is going to be a little bit stronger than how it has been. And I think that the Mets don't have, things aren't meshing. And I don't know if that's going to get fixed. They got some great pieces, but it seems like a chemistry and that culture of the way to win seems to be at the wayside. Could be wrong, but that's just kind of how I feel so far.
I thought you were going to say hit him with the hind.
No, it's just the classic motivational poster, the hang in there.
Carlos Mendoza, don't send out the dry cleaning because somebody's getting sacrificed.
Little NBA talk for you here. The Pelicans always seem to find themselves in a tough situation, and this offseason, no different, because the most recent development here, Zion Williamson, for the first time in a long time, actually put together a good season and a fully healthy season. Well, by his standards, healthy. He played in 60 games. I mean, that's more than you could ask for out of him, considering the way his career's gone. But it's not jubilation. It's not a sense of relief for that fan base, but instead, they're concerned. Why? Well, Zion, Derek Queen just doesn't mix. Doesn't seem to be the on-court chemistry or the lineup that they really want to roll out there for years to come, considering Queen's age, his upside compared to Zion, and the fact that they really had to give up quite the haul to get Queen on draft night. The natural choice between the two would be, well, we're going to roll with Derek Queen, but team vice president Joe Dumars says they have no intentions of trading Zion. Even Zion has expressed interest in staying. But something has to give here at the very least. They won't want to extend Zion beyond the 2 years he has remaining on his contract. Buy or sell, Bob? There's no reason for Williamson to be in a Pelicans uniform next season.
I will buy that, and he can say all he wants about wanting to be in it to win it with New Orleans, and even said that this offseason is going to be different for him. And we just had Steve Ashburner on from NBA.com, Ryan, before you got here, and Derek Queen was high up in his rookie rankings. Yep. And then once Williamson started to get regular playing time, his Queen's production and minutes started to decline. They can't coexist together. You mentioned the big trade. Atlanta's got New Orleans' pick in this year's draft. Atlanta, by the way, playing the Knicks in the playoffs this weekend. So I think if Zion Williamson's got value, it's probably as high now as it has ever been since he was drafted. Cash in. By the way, that kid Fears had a monster year for them, too.
Back to baseball. Business as usual for Shohei Ohtani the other night when he was on the mound, tossing 6 innings of 1-run ball, 10 strikeouts to go along with it. It's actually the first run he's allowed in 3 starts this year, giving him a very nice .50 ERA. What made this game a little more notable, though, was the fact that Ohtani did not bat. That's the first time he has not done so in a game where he's pitched since May of 2021. And remember, that was a year before Major League Baseball instituted what's now known as the Ohtani rule, allowing pitchers to spend entire games in the lineup if they also start as a DH. This sparked, of course, some people on social media's memory of a John Smoltz interview last summer where he had a very strong take on Ohtani's pitching ability, saying if Ohtani exclusively focused on pitching, he would be hands down the best at his position in all of Major League Baseball. Smoltz said it's not up for debate. Ryan, are you buying or selling that take?
Best as a pitcher?
If he was exclusively a pitcher, he would be hands down Cy Young every year. I'm going to
sell. I love John Smoltz. Best as a pitcher, I just can't go there. It's mainly just an indictment of how strong the rest of the candidates are throughout baseball. I mean, Paul Skeens, Tarek Skubal. I think Ohtani is no doubt top 5 if he focuses just on pitching. I think he's top 5. I think he's in the Cy Young consideration. But as long as Paul Skeens is healthy, he's number 1 in my book. I think Ohtani probably slots in that top 3. I think his stuff can be as good as any of the top guys, but that's a lot to that. Yeah, I just can't do it. I just think Paul Skeens is that good. I think Paul Skeens is one of the best pitchers we have ever seen.
So it is up for debate.
Hands down. Hands up. One last topic for today. The Ravens, we know their draft needs very well, but how about the rest of the AFC North? I'm looking at Cincinnati in particular, and just on the surface here for me, not knowing the finer details about them, watching them day to day, defense would be my safe bet for the first round. Heck, why not your first 3 picks? Because that side of the ball has let them down time and time again here in recent seasons. NFL writer Nick Shook has even predicted that the Bengals get very aggressive in search of that defensive help by trading up in the first round for a sure thing like Sonny Styles or Arvell Reese. They currently sit at 10 overall in the first round, so moving up into that 5-6 range, somewhere around there, be a little bit easier of a task, but it would still come with some risk. Overall, they have 8 picks at their disposal this year. Bob, are you buying or selling that the Bengals would get that aggressive to fix their defense?
I would think, yeah, I'll buy it. They should. Notoriously cheap. I don't know how much they value their draft capital. They need their quarterback to play 17 games, too. I mean, that's another thing that has hampered them. I mean, Burrow got hurt, week 2 and missed the majority of the season. Not having your guy play most of your games does not help the cause. But their defense, they went young in the defensive backfield a couple years ago, and it blew up in their face. They just lost their top pass rusher, now running around in new uniforms here, Trey Hendrickson in the Ravens world. But, yeah, they should be. Even at 10, you can get someone, but you're not getting a Styles. You could get a Bain maybe at 10. But if you have an opportunity to move up and use some of your picks to do so, what the hell are you waiting for? What are you going to do? You're falling behind. You haven't made the playoffs in 3 years over here. And we know the Ravens are going to go 15-2. So come on, man. You got to keep it together.
It's obvious.
Yeah.
It's obvious now.
Rip it with Ryan. Nola McGraw's other side of the glass. Bob Haynie, Ryan Ripken. We'll come back, talk some more Orioles, Birds in Cleveland tonight, trying to stop a 3-game skid, lose a tough one. Well, the last 3 losses have been tough losses. But we're going to talk about Gunnar Henderson's future in Baltimore. Does he have one? Are we looking at Manny Machado 2.0? And how about Adley Rutschman? 3 years ago, he was a no doubt about it. Got to get him signed long term. Is that even a priority for them any longer?
This is the Fan, baby. Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan.
Play the Big Spin Scratch-Offs from the Maryland Lottery. You could win up to $50,000 instantly. Or a chance to spin the Big Spin wheel for up to $250,000. Pick one up today at your favorite lottery retailer. Please play responsibly.
The road to the Triple Crown runs through Laurel Park. Saturday, April 18th, Preakness Preview Day. Be the first to watch the next generation of champions battle it out in the Federico, Tezio, and Weber City Miss Stakes, where winners punch their tickets to the Preakness and Black-Eyed Susan Stakes. Live racing, expert handicapping. Admission is free. Gates open at 11 a.m. And for $58 per person, upgrade your race day with an all-inclusive buffet. This is Race Day done right. Get information at laurelpark.com. We'll see you at the races.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Spring is great for your mood, but sometimes tough on your body. Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet store. The weather gets nicer and suddenly you're walking more, standing more, and spending more time outside. But if you're dealing with foot pain, it can quickly turn into knee pain, hip pain, or even back pain that makes staying active uncomfortable. Our patented arch support system has helped countless people find relief. Here's another customer sharing their Good Feet story.
I'm a retired mail carrier with multiple knee replacements in both knees. I never thought I'd be able to go back to doing dog agility again. I stopped in at the Good Feet store. They measured me for my arch inserts, and then I walked around, and immediately I felt the difference. Agility is mine again. Hawkeye, my beagle, and I are both happy.
Good Feet Arch Supports can be the solution you need to get the most out of your springtime activities. Come see us today or visit us at goodfeet.com.
Looking for an orthopedic group that provides appropriate care for athletes of all levels? The sports medicine experts at Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO, offer both surgical and non-surgical approaches to care for all kinds of sports injuries, with focus on changing your life for the better and getting you back in the game. Schedule an appointment with one of our sports medicine specialists quickly and easily at mdbonedocs.com. That's mdbonedocs.com.
Does it feel like it's time to refresh and renovate your home? Jerry's Home Services is the only company to call in Maryland for all your home improvement needs. Specializing in siding and roofing, along with kitchens and baths, Jerry's is your all-in-one stop. Don't put off the renovations needed to make your home feel new again. Just ask Jerry's. Call the family-owned and operated company with over 40 years of experience and make your home a Jerry's home. For a free estimate, call 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com today.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Sponsored by the Maryland Center of Excellence on Problem Gambling. If you or someone you know needs help, call 1-800-GAMBLER 24/7 or go to helpmygamblingproblem.org. Services are free and always confidential.
Stephen Wilson Jr. brings his Gary the Torch Tour to Pier 6 Pavilion on July 25th with special guest The Lone Bellow, a Live Nation show. Tickets are on sale now. Visit the contest page at 1057thefan.com to enter for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
From the Anderson Automotive Studios, this is WJZFM, Catonsville, Baltimore's Sports Talk at 1057 and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Ravens have entered a new era with Jesse Minter as head coach, but some have been skeptical about just how much change will actually occur, considering Minter came up under the John Harbaugh coaching tree. Zay Flowers offered one example while making an appearance on the 4th and South podcast, stating that Harbaugh would have the team run their full slate of allotted padded practices, including one-on-ones late in the season. He went on to say that he believes the team's influx of injuries was directly related to that coaching decision. Here's more comments from the Ravens wideout.
Yeah, but I talked to the new coach. He worked with Harbaugh in 2017, so he know how it was. Like, you going to get your work, but, like, it's going to be a little bit easier, like, on your body. Right. You're going to be fresher for the game. Right. So that was the first talk I had with him, like, hey, how practice going to look.
And the final 2 spots in the NBA playoffs are up for grabs tonight as the play-in tournament wraps up. The Hornets will face the Magic at 7:30 for the right to be the 8th seed in the East and take on the Pistons. Then in the 10 p.m. matchup, the Warriors and Suns will battle for the chance to meet the Thunder. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, sunny skies with temps peaking around 80 this afternoon. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Ripping It with Ryan. Sponsored by Dubo Law. Real people, real results. For a free consultation, call 410-ASK-DUBO. Here's Bob Haynie and Ryan Ripken.
And Nolan McGraw. Ripping It with Ryan here on this Featured Artist Friday. It's Tom Jones. Orioles taking on the Guardians tonight at 6:10. We'll get to your phone calls here in a second at 410-583-1057. Got the American League East report coming up in a matter of minutes. Jake Rill covers the Orioles for MLB.com. Bottom of the hour. But let's get back, Ryan, to a subject we addressed a couple segments ago. Outfield defense, and maybe not recognizing it was shaky before he even left Sarasota, and Gunnar Henderson's future here in Baltimore as, yes, we're getting to that stage as arbitration is already a reality here for him.
Yeah, there's so many factors that I guess we're talking about. And, you know, you got to look at who's going to be a part of your team down the road. And I don't like playing the hypothetical game, but the situation with Gunnar will be interesting because you have to look at, well, hypothetically, what does it take and what could happen? But for the meantime, right now, let's focus on this first point of the outfield. Then I'll just I'll say my words with the Gunnar extension, no extension, conversations. But the outfield conversation, because I thought Matt up in Maine, hey, again, love Maine in the summer. Great place to visit. My wife from Maine. Shout out Jamie. The outfield. The outfield for the Orioles, it's been a little bit of a revolving door situation. Outside of Taylor Ward, the other 2 spots are not everyday roles. Taylor Ward's going to DH some days, but Taylor Ward is going to play 150 some games so long as he's healthy. And so you know he's not known to be an above average defender, so you understand that side of it. With center and right, it's the revolving door of Colton Cowser, Dylan Beavers, Tyler O'Neill when he's healthy, Leody Taveras, and then maybe you have an Enrique Bradfield Jr. down the road that comes up here. But the point is, to Matt's question of why we're talking about this was, how could you go into a season knowing that this is the situation defensively that could put you behind for helping your overall ball club? Because the defensive side of the game is important. It is. It is, especially when you realize moments that, you know, if we were in the right spot here and there, or I felt like we could have gotten to that ball, or if we had made that throw, the defense really is what at the end of the day, managers, fans, you will get more frustrated with when you look back, besides if the offense struggles. I think for the Orioles, you have Colton Cowser and you have Dylan Beavers in your system, on your roster. You got to give one of them a shot to earn the job. I agree with that, because then what's the point of holding them and having them just sit there and you don't know what they could be? They could be average defenders. They could be above average, or maybe they get better on the scene, which that's right now that they're hoping. But the problem's been they've been going in and out of the lineup, Bob, too much. And I don't think that's helpful for guys that are trying to learn how to play center. Like Colton Cowser and Dylan Beavers trying to learn how to play center is not the easiest of things. But then you also want to make sure Tyler O'Neill gets at bats. And it's just like anything you do. When you're out there more, you get in rhythm. And so right now, there's no one really getting in rhythm in the outfield besides Taylor Ward, who will get DH days. I talked to Dylan Beavers earlier today, and I'm going to air that on the Ryan Ripken show between 3 to 5. And so if you're an Oriole fan, would love for you to tune in. Also, Mark Trumbo is going to join us.
Trumbo.
Yeah. And so for Beav, though, we asked him about the outfield. And he was saying it's hard in the corners. It's hard learning the different ballparks. And the hardest thing for the audience to know, or I'll give you a little rundown, Bob. You mind if I give you a little rundown here of this?
Not at all.
The hardest thing for an outfielder to make a play on is the ball that is a line drive. A line drive that you feel is right at you, but you know it might not be. And actually, it's hard to tell because when you're out there, you're further away from home plate. So you got to get used to how it looks, how it feels, but that's reps. And then that's going through it time and time again. When you're watching from home on TV and you're watching from the infield, if you're an infielder, you can see if the ball's topped. You can see if the ball has the backspin, how high it is, a second or two earlier than the outfielder. So when we hear the phrase, the outfielders have to freeze on a liner, they have to because they have to process, is this ball going to dive in front of me or is it going to take off over my head? O'Neal Cruz has been a talked about subject in the outfield, right? For the Pirates, infielder moved to the outfield. And while I don't think it's been great for him so far, I give him a benefit of the doubt why you're asking him to play the outfield and center field. And what's been his hardest reads? The balls that he thinks are hit right at him. The Mets game to start off the season. It's a line drive. He takes one step in and the ball ends up being 30 feet over his head. So those are the moments, Bob, that I think for the Orioles players, that to me is the biggest worry is you have guys that are trying to learn these positions in the big leagues where they haven't been asked to learn all three and they're not in there every day. So how do you combat that? Well, one guy takes the lead and takes over the role. And maybe that becomes a guy like Cowser. Or does Leody Taveras just play himself in that he's playing so well because he's your best defensive outfielder? It's a hard conversation, but that's the thought process because the Orioles owe it to Cowser and Beavers and not saying they owe it in the sense of, well, they're here. Well, no, you drafted them. If you think they're an everyday outfielder, you need to play them.
Well, here's my thing, and I get what you're saying about the young guys in center field. But Ward in left and O'Neal in right. What's their excuse/reason for looking really shaky at times with the glove? And O'Neal was a 2-time Gold Glove winner playing left field in St. Louis. And I remember sitting at a Brandon Hyde press conference before he was fired. And one of the ladies cover the team, asked him, so why is O'Neal in right when he won his Gold Gloves in left? He said he likes playing right field. That's great. You can't always get what you want. I mean, he didn't look good at it last year, and he gets a little shaky there. They now hurt, of course. We hope the best. Maybe he'll be back soon. But the corner guys, the veterans, they're not exactly running around looking like Ricky Henderson and Ellis Valentine either. There's some dated references for you.
Well, a little spoiler alert, when I talked to Beavers, the position he felt the most comfortable with was actually out in center because when you play at different ballparks on the corner, they have different nuances. And when you're in center, you have the most grass, you have the autonomy to call people off. In left and right, it's a little bit more difficult depending on where you're playing. Then in Baltimore specifically, that is 3 different stadium configurations in left over the last, 5-7 years, whatever it's been.
Mm-hmm.
And so playing in left field in Baltimore is not a fun experience for opposing teams and for the Orioles current guys. So imagine that. It's a tough place to play, and Taylor Ward's just coming here trying to get used to it, and his strengths and weaknesses. Weston Wilson going to play left field the other day, that's a hard assignment for a guy that has never played left field in Camden Yards. So there's that part. The Tyler O'Neill thing, I think the injuries too, when you're talking about being in rhythm, when you're not healthy enough to be out there, that hurts your rhythm. And then on top of it, he's a little bit older than he was when he won those Gold Gloves. So I think it's a perfect storm there. But above all, continuity, reps are so important. But I don't blame Albie for saying, I'm going to throw guys out there because he doesn't know who his everyday guy is yet. But when you do, you hope that they can get out there because that will ultimately help with the better defensive play.
It's Ripping It with Ryan, Bob Haynie, Ryan Ripken, Nolan McGraw is on the other side of the glass. When we come back, we've got the American League East report, what happened in the division last night, what's happening today. This weekend should be pretty interesting for sure. Jake Rill, MLB.com. We'll talk to him, covers the Orioles, try to break a 3-game skid tonight against Cleveland. We'll talk to Nolan McGraw. We got a lot to get to in the final hour of the show. It's a busy Featured Artist Friday. It's Tom Jones. Let's rock.
Welcome to the NFL Draft.
Insights and analysis from the fans. Vinny Serrato, former NFL general manager and director of player personnel.
He'll go up and get the ball. I mean, it was impressive watching him on film. But he is a really good tackler. He'll come up hard, aggressive.
Every day, Vinny provides grades and predictions for Ravens players and teams in our division.
Baltimore Ravens select.
Never miss a moment. Subscribe to Vinny and Haynie on the free Odyssey app.
Ready to ramp up the excitement, golf fans? BetMGM is making your next golf tournament winner bets even better with Second Chance. What's Second Chance? Ever bet on your favorite golfer to win a tournament only to see them miss the green? Well, with BetMGM's Second Chance promotion, you'll get your stake back in cash if your tournament winner bet finishes in second instead. That's right. Simply bet on any player to win a scheduled golf tournament during a promotional week. If you're right, you win. But if your pick finishes second instead of first, you get your stake back in cash. Watch your favorite players go for the win all season long and bet knowing you'll get your stake back if they finish second. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
O'Reilly Auto Parts offers more than just the right parts for your repair. Our professional parts people can also test your battery, install your new wiper blades, and even scan and read your check engine, ABS, or maintenance light with O'Reilly Veriscan for free. For the best service, advice, auto parts, and accessories, stop by the new O'Reilly Auto Parts in Essex on Back Riverneck Road near the Old Eastern intersection.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Spring is a great time to open your windows. And wait, your windows won't open? They leak, are cracked, or need repainting? Again? Getting top quality custom fit windows from Window Nation is easy and affordable. During the More You Buy, the More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off. Plus, you could get them with 0 interest for 5 years. During uncertain times, one of the best investments you can make is in your home. So visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
Spring cleaning isn't just for your house, it's for your life. If your job is getting old, it's time to clear the clutter and spring into IT. Go to My Computer Career.
My Computer Career helped me get the skills and certifications I needed to start a new life as an IT professional in months, not years.
Earn the certifications the top employers are looking for right now. Visit mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation to see if it's time to spring into IT. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
The weather is warming up and baseball season is here. The perfect time to hang out at Cross Street Market, Baltimore's go-to spot in Federal Hill. Warm up with Ceremony Coffee and a treat from Crepe Crazy. Or enjoy great food, beer, and cocktails at stalls like Pizza to Joey, Theo's Rolls and Bowls, Dashi Ramen, Southside Burger, and the Red Hot Jollof Bowl. And don't forget Watershed, our anchor seafood restaurant with a rooftop deck and table service. There's always a reason to tell your friends, I'll see you at the market.
Ripping It with Ryan on the Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
All right, Ripping It with Ryan. That's the American League East report coming your way here. Bob Haynie, Ryan Ripken, Nola McGraw is on the other side of the glass. And as we look at some of the games outside of Baltimore, 4-2 losers to the Guardians. Orioles getting no hit into the ninth inning. Then Tavares breaks it up. The Orioles actually got to the point where they had the tying run on second base. I thought Alonso tied it up. Opposite field didn't happen. Basayo grounds out to Brito, and that was all she wrote. So the Orioles have now lost 3 in a row. Coming up tonight, Birds 9-10, 3-4 on the road. Chris Bassett, 0-2 with a Niner. What do you think?
What do I think tonight? What am I hoping for?
I mean,
I'm hoping to go 5.
Out would be great.
I'm hoping to get through 5. I would love to get through 5 innings and give your team a shot. I mean, again, the barometer for me is 6 for starters. I've mentioned that. I would love to see 6, but for Chris, it is, can you work more efficiently earlier in the game, keep that pitch count down, above all, try to put up some zeros, but that's been his battle. The last start, he gave the team a chance, but didn't go deep into the game. Let's see if we can put that together. Deeper into the game, lower pitch count, and let's even the series. Why not?
Tanner Bybee on the hill for Cleveland. He's 0-2 with a 6.38, so not exactly the start, no pun intended, that he had hoped for.
Yeah, he got lit up a little bit so far this year, but down in, I believe it was Atlanta. I'm double checking on that one because I was watching that game. Yeah, he got lit up down in Atlanta. So don't let the inflated ERA, go away from this. The other outings, kind of similar with Bassett, where Bybee has had trouble going deep into the games. He hasn't gone more than 5 in any of his starts, but he hadn't allowed the other starts. It was 3 earned runs, 1 earned, and then that big 8 spot against the Braves. So he's got good stuff. It's just it's taken him a long time. Just like Bassett, it feels like you're battling and scratching and clawing through the first 3, 4, 5 innings.
Speaking of getting lit up, Yankees and Angels, both pitching staffs, serving up souvenirs over the course of 4 games at Yankee Stadium, including yesterday afternoon. Mike Trout was brilliant. He had 5 home runs over the series. Matter of fact, Aaron Boone intentionally walked him to load the bases for Joe Adell. This happened.
Fly ball right field. This could be trouble. Judge is back. Out to the wall. It's a grand slam. Joe Adell busts it open to the opposite field, and the short porch. 4 more for the Angels.
FanDuel TV on the call. Joe Adell went deep. Peraza started the proceedings early, gave the Angels a 2-zip lead. Mike Trout, as we said, he hit 5 home runs. Aaron Judge went deep again yesterday. So a lot of home runs in that series. 11-4 was the final score. They split the 4 games. But you're on deck, and you're no slouch, Joe Adell. And then Boone walks. Trout had already homered earlier in the game, like a 5,000-foot home run to left field. I'm guessing if I'm Joe Adell, I'm feeling a little bit of disrespect coming my way.
Well, and as a competitor, you will always feel a little bit disrespected. Oh, you're going to walk someone else, even though you're walking future Hall of Famer Mike Trout that's had 5 dingers in this series. But Joe Adell, super talented player, and now that raw power has been put on display so far. And he had his 3rd one. It was a big one for the Angels. But shout out the Angels. The Angels right now, Bob, have the 2nd most home runs in Major League Baseball, and I think the 2nd or 3rd most RBIs. Brady Anderson out there. He's got the boys swinging the lumber. And we said it yesterday, the Angels very well could have swept this series. Like that's how well they did play, minus the 2 9th innings where they blew the game.
No, Romano. Milwaukee taking on the Blue Jays, as we talked about for the first 3 weeks plus of the season. Toronto on the struggle bus, and a former Oriole helped them take the L yesterday.
1-1. There's the bunt. It's on the ground. Mitchell's going to score. The throw is in time. It is a perfectly executed safety squeeze by Joey Ortiz.
Joey Ortiz with the safety squeeze. Brewers TV, 2-1 was the final score after Ortiz brought in that 2nd run. Toronto 1 for 8. Runners in scoring position. Brujas, Ryan, take 2 out of 3 in that series.
And I believe we mentioned that 2 segments ago, or maybe 3, I'm losing track, about that the Brewers love to bunt, and the Rays, that they put that into their game plan. And right there, low-scoring game, making something happen. And Joey Ortiz, man, you lay one down, and that's the difference in it. And Toronto, they're trying to keep their head above water. They are so banged up. They're so injury driven this year for their squad. But Patrick Corbin gave them a good start, but this is where it comes down to. One play here or there can be the difference, and Joey Ortiz bunt was that.
And then finally in the AL East yesterday, Rays taking on the White Sox. White Sox looked like they're about to achieve victory until a big bat came alive against a former Oriole in the ninth.
And a fly ball back into left field. Pretty well tagged. That's got a chance. Gone. Junior Caminero connects. How about that on a 3-1 pitch?
We've been hearing a lot from Dwayne Stats this week on Rays TV. Caminero takes Sir Anthony Dominguez deep as the Tampa Bay Rays score 3 in the ninth, stun the White Sox 5-3, and sweep the series 3-0.
The Rays, man, death, taxes, and they just win ball games. 3 things you can just depend on with them. And it's in different ways. Junior Caminero has not gotten going, and now he's starting to put some things together for their ball club, but it's the other pieces. When you look at this team, and you can lie to yourself, but don't lie to Bob Haynie and I here.
No.
You cannot name probably 5 or 6 players on the Tampa Bay Rays. Most people probably can.
Wade Boggs.
Yep.
Longoria.
We're not going to count the last 26, whatever it is, 30 years, Bob. But to my point, this is what they do. They put out a roster, they put out a team, and the development process for the Rays, win. Find a way to win. And this is why the engine of the Rays keeps going. The other day it was getting guys over. In this case, you come from behind and you make some things happen. After the home run, they had a couple walks that ended up getting the insurance. And in Tampa Bay, I don't expect them to stay atop the division, but I'm not going to be surprised if they win a heck of a lot of ball games because of the way that they play.
And real quick, this weekend in the AL East, Tampa's at Pittsburgh, battle of first-place teams. Kansas City's at the Yankees. Detroit's at Boston. Tigers on fire. Toronto's at Arizona. And, of course, the Orioles at the Guardians. Rays, game and a half up on New York, 2.5 on the Orioles in the division. Nolan, we have time for a call? Nolan says yes. Let's get out to the phones. Ripping it with Ryan takes us to Silver Spring. It's Jimmy. Jimmy, thanks for holding. What's up?
Hey, man, how you guys doing? I'm going to go quick. I got 3 topics. With the outfield defense, Ryan, I miss you, man. I love you, but life is hard, bro. If I went to my boss and said, hey, I'm not producing because the job is hard, I run sales teams. If my salesman came to me and said, hey, man, we're not producing because this job is hard, I would tell them to go find an easier job or get better. During the preseason or during the big thing with Albanez was defense. Why aren't these guys on their off days in between games going out there flagging shot balls or doing whatever else they have to do? About starting pitching, I don't know what our starting pitching ERA is. I'm more disappointed in Bassett than anybody else because of his track record. But everybody on this station, everybody who the talking heads, who the Baltimore, this and that, talked about Bradish being a potential Cy Young Award winner. Bradish looks like crap. Most of our starting rotation outside of my guy from Detroit, the guy we got from Detroit, is pitching like doo-doo. Now, Dean has only had 1 start. But I'm saying, I listen to you guys. You guys know what you're talking about. But everybody on this station said Bradish is the guy. Bradish is the ace of the staff. Bradish is going to be an American League finalist to the Cy Young. That's nonsense. It doesn't look that way. Now, he's had 4 or 5 starts. I'm an Orioles fan. I want to see it. And my last point is, why is Albanez hitting Basayo at a 133 average, and this guy Rodriguez or Rivera, whoever he is, why is he batting him in the cleanup spot?
Right.
I mean, it's ridiculous.
All right, Jimmy.
Jeremiah Jackson is tearing the cover off the ball.
Jimmy, I hear you, brother. We got to go, man. I appreciate it. We got a break coming up. But, yeah, Ryan, you're the one saying that Kyle Bradish is going to win the Cy Young. What's the matter with you?
I said
he's like doo-doo right now.
We will.
By the way, the Orioles rotation is 21st with a 438 right now.
Okay.
There you go.
21st?
21st.
21st.
There's 30
okay.
teams.
30 teams are 21st. Well, here's the one thing I'll say. All right? Long season. For Kyle Bradish, I still have zero concerns. And I'm going to stick with that. And Jimmy, I love you. I appreciate you. And I know you heard me say that of Kyle Bradish is the guy. He still is the guy. I know he's still the guy.
I don't think every person on this station has predicted him to win the Cy Young, Nolan. Or maybe I'm not paying attention to what we're talking about here.
A little hyperbole, but I think everyone across the board on the station was high on Bradish and what he was capable of doing. Or called him a front-end guy.
Yeah, okay.
And even,
fair enough.
Not the words in Jimmy's mouth, but, what the talking points were once the Orioles didn't come up with a front-end guy in free agency or through the trade market, well, then the narrative became, well, Rodgers and Bradish have to be those guys. And if they do end up being that, then, hey, no harm, no foul. We'll have a pretty good season here. But that has not been the case for anybody besides Rodgers.
I'm standing pat with it. I'm trusting my guy. Let's get to June with Kyle Bradish, and let's see where he's at.
Cy Young?
I never said Cy Young. I said being a Cy Young candidate.
Well, he
but you
was
know what?
top 5 a couple years ago.
I will double this down. Kyle Bradish is going to be right there pitching some of the best ball this season for the Orioles.
We'll come back. Jake Rill covers the Orioles for MLB.com. Orioles have lost 3 in a row. How are they going to turn it around? Chris Bassett tonight. More phone calls. Talk to Nolan. Inside Access takes over at 2. And that's Baltimore baseball tonight at 5 because the Orioles are starting at 6-ish.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
This weekend only at Old Navy, get 50% off all activewear for the family. Yep, half off all activewear for the fan. Hurry in to get everyone's favorite styles for a deal. This Saturday and Sunday, only at Old Navy. Valid 4/18 and 19. Excludes clearance, licensed, and maternity.
Hungry?
Always. And Royal Farms is calling my name.
Sounds like you need Royal Farms 3-piece chicken tender meal.
Yeah, nothing beats their award-winning fried chicken and those delicious Western fries made from fresh Idaho potatoes.
And right now, Royal Farms 3-piece chicken tender meal with Western fries and a 16-ounce C4 energy drink is just $6.
Wow, just $6? I know where we're headed.
Sounds like a great plan.
For a limited time, get a 3-piece tender meal, Western fries, and C4 energy drink for just $6.
Royal Farms. Real fresh, real fast.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hey, I'm Ryan Ripken. Does taking your dog to the vet feel like a big production? Well, it did for me until I found Homeward Bound Urgent Care Veterinary Services in Bel Air. They're a leader in urgent care with evening and weekend hours so you can get care when you actually need it. And with advanced tools like on-site CT imaging and laparoscopic surgery, your pet gets fast, high-level care. It's convenient, it's trusted, and it's right in Bel Air. Visit homewardboundurgentcarevet.com today. Your pet will thank you.
CFG Bank Arena is officially one of the hottest concert venues in the world. Just named the 4th busiest concert arena in North America. And 2026 is already stacked with shows from Megan Moroney, Barry Manilow, Olivia Dean, and more major announcements on the way. Want the best seats without the stress of public on sales? With a CFG Bank Arena Flex Pass, you choose the shows you want all year long. No queues, no chaos. Visit CFGBankArena.com and get your Flex Pass today. CFG Bank Arena, the biggest shows, the best seats, your way.
Dribbles it down the court. Just a few seconds left. Pass to the corner. 2 to shoot. It's up. And it's good.
This season, head over to Giant to get game day ready with all your favorite foods and snacks and let Upside dish the assist with a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. Upside is a free app that helps you earn cash back on everyday purchases like gas, groceries, and dining. Simply claim an offer in the app, Pay like usual and start earning real cash back. You can cash out to your bank or turn into gift cards. Right now, get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. Download the free Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 for a $10 cashback bonus. That's promo code CHARM01 for a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase. Remember, that's promo code CHARM01.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Is foot pain holding you back? Visit the Good Feet store for a free personalized fitting and test walk.
Baseball is back on the Fan. It's a new year, new attitude. Follow your hometown team all season on the Fan. Ryan Ripken, Mike Bordick, and Steve Molesky headline our baseball coverage along with Bob Haynie and Tim Barbalace, your hosts on Baltimore Baseball Tonight. Spread the word around. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The world of sports is constantly changing, and the NFL draft is no different. COVID eligibility rules and NIL money incentivizing players to stick around in college longer has resulted in more prospects entering the draft at an older age. Ravens GM Eric DeCosta has kept a close eye on this trend and admits that he's not a big fan of how it's impacted his role.
Problematic in some ways. They've probably got less upside. They're probably not 3 contract players in some cases. They're 2 contract players. And in some cases, they have more injuries. We're trying to get a handle on that, I think, in some ways. It's tough for us to kind of assess what that means. It's kind of something that we've really seen over the last 3 years.
As for the Orioles, they're trying to recover from nearly being no-hit in last night's opener against Cleveland. Chris Bassett will be on the mound for this evening's matchup, and he desperately needs a quality start. He's yet to make it through the 5th in any of his appearances this season. He hasn't had a stretch of short outings like that since 2018 when he was a member of the A's. First pitch between the O's and Guardians is scheduled for 6:10, but our pregame coverage on Baltimore Baseball Tonight will begin at 5. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Dr. Lairfield Smile Design Center. Call 410-321-1100 to schedule your appointment today. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, sunny skies with temps peaking around 80 this afternoon. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Ripping It with Ryan. Sponsored by Dubo Law. Real people, real results. For a free consultation, call 410-ASK-DUBO. Here's Bob Haynie and Ryan Ripken.
Orioles tonight in Cleveland, as you heard during Nolan's update. 6:10 first pitch. Chris Bassett looking for his first win. So is Tanner Bybee, by the way. For the Guardians, Birds last night, well, a tale of 2 games. Well, 8 innings of crap. And then 1 of almost dramatic come-from-behind stuff. Joining us now to talk about the Orioles right now, 9-10 on the year. Covers them from MLB.com. He's on the Window Nation guest hotline. Let's welcome back to the show, Jake Rill. Jake, good afternoon. How you feeling?
Doing well. Thanks for having me on, guys.
Now, the ebbs and flows. Last night, it was a lot of ebbs for 8 innings for the Orioles. Literally no hit. Then they bust out in the 9th. So they go from getting no hit to almost tying the game in the top of the 9th inning. So what was it like just kind of watching things unfold? I was feeling some drama before it was all said and done, but unfortunately, 3rd loss in a row.
Yeah, it felt like a little bit of deja vu just because we keep seeing these no-hit bids against the Orioles, especially a lot last year. We saw Yamamoto in September. We saw it happen in Detroit in 2024. And, you know, it's impressive that the Orioles, you know, are able to show that fight to break up a no-hitter in the 9th. And, you know, I asked Taylor Ward about that after the game, and he said, yeah, it's great that, you know, they got going, got some offense there. But he really wants to see them start swinging the bats earlier in the game. And I think that's something that goes back to last year. We saw the Orioles fall behind a lot early in games, and they were always playing from behind. And, you know, it's impressive to show fight and come from behind, and sometimes it works out like it did Monday night against the D-backs. But I don't think that's a, you know, model for sustained success. I think they're going to have to start swinging the bats earlier so that they're not trying to break up a no-hit bid in the 9th inning, because if you're doing that so often like they were last year, then it's just not going to work out well for the long run.
What's going on, Jake? I like your fun facts. You know, I learned that you and Jacobs Field, you know, opened, and you were born on April 2nd, 1994. Happy belated birthday, by the way. But I also have been following around with what kind of going off of, you know, this is a fun thing, was with the whole Albie prank and by his old friend, manager, in Stephen Vogt. And, it seems like the vibes are still good. I talked to Dylan Beavers earlier today, and they got a lot of love for Albie. But it seems like the Orioles are still trying to find that identity. And you mentioned just to Bob right there about finding a way earlier. Is that something you think the Orioles are going to try to implement more? Is that Guardian's ball from Voter of we got to make things happen if we're not necessarily having the extra base hits? And to your point, the fight is great, but a new, I'd say the wave that's coming back is small ball. I mean, the Rays, the Brewers and other teams are really implementing that. Is that something you think some of these Orioles players or Albie might start to lean towards if we see some more struggles?
Yeah, start with the vibes thing you said. I feel like the vibes are still up. I don't think anybody's panicking. It's obviously still really early in the season. And I know they said that a lot last year too. And then before you know it, it was, time was running out. But I do feel like this year is a little bit different. The vibes are up. There's obviously, this whole fresh day one mentality that Albie's kind of been preaching. So I think this year is a little bit different than last year. And I think there is still plenty of time for them to get going. And then to the small ball point, I think it's not a bad idea. I think right now, especially when you're not getting a lot of offense early in games, like trying to play for 1 or 2 runs in those early innings isn't a bad idea, just because you are falling behind a lot lately. You are playing from behind. The one win they had this week, they had to overcome a 6-run deficit. So I think they just need to find ways to scratch a couple across early in games, get their starting pitchers to lead. That's another thing. It'll help the starters settle in. They're not feeling like they have to keep the team in the game so that the offense can come together late. So I think it is something that they should try and consider when there's opportunities to do so early in the games, is try to piece together these rallies, try to scratch one across early so that they're playing with a lead and not playing from behind, and kind of free them up a little bit so that when they are playing with the lead, they can go up there and just swing it from there.
Yeah, they're still trying to find what is the thing that they're going to be known for. Right now, it seems like they're a team that's not going to give in, which is great. I love that. But we also thought that this starting rotation was going to be maybe a stronger point than the bullpen has been. And I'd argue right now, Jake, the bullpen has been the bigger surprise in a good way. I know how the game ended with the Diamondbacks in the finale, but overall, this bullpen for the Orioles has held up pretty well. And then Cameron Foster getting called up, he looked pretty good. So just maybe a little bit of your assessment on this bullpen, which I think a lot of fans, if they had said that this group, and you'd have a guy that hasn't allowed a hit, and you would have pitchers coming up and giving you a chance constantly, you would say, well, this isn't the Orioles bullpen I was expecting to start the 2026 season.
Oh, yeah, I agree. This has been a huge surprise. I think pretty much everybody but Ryan Helsley's been a surprise. I'm not surprised by him. I thought he was going to, put last year's pitch tipping stuff behind him. It seemed like he had solved that issue. I'm not surprised that he's looked electric. But other than that, there has been a lot of surprises. I thought Anthony Nunez was a guy who could become a high leverage arm by like June or July, and all of a sudden he's already a high leverage guy in April, and he's putting up crazy numbers. So I think there's just the potential so high for him. He's been really impressive. I don't think anybody thought Rico Garcia, if you had to pick a reliever who you thought was going to have 9 hitless innings to start the year, I don't think Rico Garcia would have been super high on people's lists, but he's been really good. Grant Wolfram has looked good at times. So, yeah, I think as a whole, this unit, obviously a lot of people coming into this year thought this was the weak spot of the roster. And so far, arguably, they're the strongest spot of the roster, which is, just how baseball can be crazy sometimes and how things on paper don't translate to what actually happens. So I think they have to be pleased with how this bullpen's looked. I think Cameron Foster's a nice addition. He had a really good spring training. I know the AAA numbers weren't great to start the year, but he has good stuff, and I think he fits in well. So I think they have a lot of intriguing arms down there and guys who are young enough that as they keep building this momentum, I think they're just going to keep getting better from here.
Well, last question for me, Jake. You're around the team. You're following this all the time, the fun stories, the creative behind it. But what's something that you have maybe seen or that you're really intrigued with that maybe a lot of the audience here doesn't know about yet with this Orioles ball club?
Yeah, I think one of the things has just been how much Pete Alonso's around, I think, would be one thing. Obviously, this guy is one of the biggest stars in the game for the past however many years. And he's just always in the clubhouse hanging with the guys, and he's, just talking baseball with whoever's around. And obviously he's really ingratiated him well in the city, doing the community events already. He went to the Barks Animal Shelter earlier this week. So not to say that I didn't think he was going to be this guy, but maybe I just, me and other people didn't know what to expect fully from Pete Alonso, just because he does have that star level that maybe on this roster we haven't seen in recent years. So I've just been really impressed by, the leadership. I mean, that goes back to spring training. I mean, it caught my eye right away when he was, out there leading guys, participating in PFP drills that he didn't have to be in. So I think just his leadership and just the type of guy he's been in the clubhouse so far has, exceeded a lot of expectations. And I think that's going to be big for the season moving forward, just because he is a guy who's going to, try to help keep this team on track and not let the season get out of hand before it gets too late.
Jake Rule covers the Orioles in Major League Baseball, of course, for MLB.com. Jake, real quick, will we see Tyler O'Neill on this road trip?
Yeah, so actually I saw him in the clubhouse last night. He is here in Cleveland with the team. He appears to be feeling better. He's, still in that concussion protocol, so he's not able to talk to the media at the moment. But it looks like he's doing better. He seems to be in better spirits than maybe he was, during the whole incident after the fainting and going through everything he went through. So it looks like he's in a better shape, and it would not surprise me if he's activated at some point during this road trip.
Jake, appreciate it. Enjoy your weekend. We'll talk to you soon.
Yep, thank you.
There's Jake Rule, everyone, with the Orioles in Cleveland and the Guardians. We'll come back, talk to Nolan McGraw, take a trip through the funhouse. Inside Access takes over at 2, then BBT at 5.
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
We will get into the key storylines from Game 1 of a 4-game series against the Guardians and preview Game 2. Are we buying Yennier Cano's strong start? We'll also touch on the hottest topic in Baltimore, the Ravens' new uniforms.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
He was the Bronx Bomber. That is Mike Trout. 5 home runs in 4 games against the New York Yankees, joining Jimmy Fox, Darrell Evans, and George Bell, the only players to have 5 bombs in a series against New York. You know all those names, right? That is according to MLB researcher Sarah Langs. Mike Trout, red hot. I'm Drake Toll.
Hey, it's Tyler Reddick from 2311 Racing. Most slot games are a solo lap. Slot Masters on Chumba Casino puts you on the grid with 2 other players. Battle it out over a 2-minute run. Everyone's spinning at once, points stacking up, and the leaderboard updating before the clock hits 0. Are you ready to race? With over 200 casino-style games and new ones dropping every week, there's always something new to line up for. Join the fun at ChumbaCasino.com. Let's Chumba.
Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in the state where it's legal to play.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my home insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check to see which type of soap I put into the dishwasher. Not so good. Well, it looks like the kids are enjoying their new indoor slip and slide.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. Not available in every state. Potential savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Problem gambling is on the rise in Maryland, and it's important you know the score. That higher rates of depression, divorce, and bankruptcy affect everyone in a gambler's life. That children and teens who gamble have higher risks for developing serious gambling problems as adults. Learn the risks. Get the facts. If you or someone you know needs help, call 1-800-GAMBLER 24/7 or go to helpmygamblingproblem.org. Services are free and always confidential.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. Cause 30 told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. I'll always trust in Limu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal.
For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip deal. Get it in the app. Participation may vary.
Everything you knew about reaching customers online is being rewritten. Time to rethink your approach. Outcomes from Viant finds real customers, not impressions, not clicks, customers. Our AI maximizes every dollar of your budget against the outcomes that matter most and proves it happened. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
Hey, it's Tyler Reddick from 2311 Racing. Most slot games are a solo lap. Slot Masters on Chumba Casino puts you on the grid with 2 other players. Battle it out over a 2-minute run. Everyone's spinning at once, points stacking up, and the leaderboard updating before the clock hits 0. Are you ready to race? With over 200 casino-style games and new ones dropping every week, there's always something new to line up for. Join the fun at ChumbaCasino.com. Let's Chumba.
Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in the state where it's legal to play.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my home insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check to see which type of soap I put into the dishwasher. Not so good. Well, it looks like the kids are enjoying their new indoor slip and slide.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Not available in every state. Potential savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Ripping it with Ryan on the Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Too late. Ripping it with Ryan. Bob Eddy, Ryan Ripken, Nolan McGraw on the other side of the glass. Big old weekend of sports coming up. Got the NBA playoffs start. You got the Stanley Cup playoffs starting. Orioles in Cleveland. You got the, what else we got going on? All sorts of craziness. The NFL draft is less than a week.
Yeah, how
the
about
first
that?
round from tonight.
Whole lot going on.
Pittsburgh got new uniforms and all of the craziness going along with that. You got the Kentucky Derbies coming up in about 3 weeks. Man, where's the time gone? Nolan, 8.5 months putting a Christmas tree up. Anyway, what's going on in your world as we head into the weekend?
Big weekend. Big weekend here. It's WrestleMania weekend, Bob.
I buried the lead.
No, it's fine. It's fine here. We don't have much time, but I'll speed through this. So give you a couple predictions here because look, I could do 4 hours on this. I could give you 4 hours on that damn Pat McAfee and his unnecessary involvement in this. But way I see it here, this is a crucial WrestleMania for the WWE. They really got to nail this because last year, all right, in hindsight, the card both nights, it was pretty good. You had your typical WrestleMania moments. You know, Dom Mysterio won the IC title for the first time. There was nice stuff going on. There were some great matches that'll go down in history, but everyone had that bad taste in their mouth with the way things ended last year. The Rock deciding not to be involved in the Mania main event, even though he inserted himself in the storyline, made no sense. Leaving Travis Scott, a celebrity, to be the run-in, and it was a mess. It was a mess. So the match itself wasn't that great either between Cena and Cody, but this year should be shaping up for, in my opinion, a layup. You don't have to try that hard this year, right? The stories really should write themselves. In the case of your Sunday night main event, CM Punk versus Roman Reigns, I mean, it was a war of words. There really wasn't any physicality to it, but that's fine. Like, it should write itself. It should be fine. These are two titans in the industry. It's for the World Heavyweight Championship. I got no qualms there. What I do have an issue with is Cody Rhodes versus Randy Orton tomorrow night. And the reason that everyone's up in arms about this is because you want to talk about a layup of a storyline. Well, these two have tons and tons of history, right? They've gone all the way back. They're both generational talent, the sons of former wrestlers and everything. I believe Cody's first TV match was against Randy Orton once upon a time. So it's a full circle moment for the title. But to have Pat McAfee, who's semi-celebrity, semi-wrestling involved, I'll give him credit. He's a willing participant. He wants to be there. He tries hard. He can cut a very good promo. I will admit I have been a little entertained by some of his words here. But its story just doesn't need it. And the fans instantly rejected this. They didn't want it. The reveal of him a couple weeks back on SmackDown, nobody wanted it. Nobody wanted him there. And they instantly let him have it in real time. And in my opinion, they had to pivot. WWE panicked. They said, oh my God, we didn't think that they would reject this. But they did. And whether they want to admit it or not, they do listen to the fan base because that is what the essence of this business is about. It's about entertaining the fans, and you need to read the fans to put on the best product. So they're trying to do this whole meta storyline where Pat McAfee can be the surrogate for TKO, the corporate company that owns WWE. Everyone hates them. The ticket prices are too high, blah, 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 all this stuff. Everything that the fans hate about TKO, they're saying, well, hey, here's Pat McAfee. You hate him. He's going to say and he's going to represent us. You take out all your frustration on him. So if tomorrow night we get all our loose ends tied up here and Pat McAfee gets kicked in the crotch or something like that, and that's over and done with, then maybe that's fine. My worry is that we're going to get a repeat of last year where you have an unnecessary celebrity run-in that costs your face of your company the title 2 years in a row. It's just not a good look. It's not a good look at all. Now, Randy can win the match. That's fine. If he wins it clean, 15th world title, by all means. And hey, heaven forbid we continue a storyline into multiple pay-per-views. We don't have to run one story per pay-per-view and then reset the stories for the next one. Let this keep going. There's endless possibilities here. But one last take here. The match that I am most excited for. I know, I said I wouldn't go long. I'm going long. I don't care. I don't care. There's wrestling fans in the audience. They're excited.
A lot of them.
Brock Lesnar and Obafemi. This is going to steal the show.
I Am a Day Show?
No. No. That's first name and last name.
Yeah.
That's first name and last name on Obafemi. House of Fire. Fan base loves him. Entrance is going to be electric tomorrow with the green laser lights and everything. Crowd's going to be chanting his name, 45,000 people. Brock Lesnar, name recognition and everything. What I would do here, I don't know where it's going to be in the card, but I would have this somewhere in the first hour on Sunday night, because for all the casuals out there, if you have somewhat interest in WrestleMania, the first hour of both nights is going to be on cable TV, on ESPN. So Brock Lesnar, crossover, fighting, combat sports appeal from MMA and all that stuff, he would be a good fit to put on the cable TV portion to try to draw some people in. With that being said, I think he gets his ass kicked here, and well-deserved. The story here with Oba and his quick ascent, nobody has taken WWE by storm in this way since Brock Lesnar's debut, so it's a nice tie-up here. Interested to see how long they give them in a match here, but I'm kind of hoping for 10 minutes of nonstop action, finisher fest, and Oba comes out on top.
That's very eloquent.
I could keep going. I could hear Nolan talk about wrestling for another 4 hours.
Yeah, you made John Madden look like a piker, and you said Orton won the title 15 times?
This would be 15.
Muhammad Ali's a novice compared to this guy in regards to winning championships. Anything else, Nolan McGraw?
That's it. I'm done here.
We're out of here. Can't get to the fun house. We'll revisit that on Monday. Inside Access coming up here in a matter of minutes, and then we got BBT coming up at 5 o'clock, getting you ready for the Orioles, hopefully getting a win after 3 consecutive losses. For Nolan McGraw, Mr. Wrestler over here, Vinny Serrato, Ryan Ripken, I'm Bob Haynie. Have a great weekend, everyone. Stay safe, stay healthy. We'll talk to you on Monday. For now, class is dismissed.
Odyssey Sports Draft coverage is presented nationally by Bet365, where winning is everything. Download the Bet365 app and lock in your picks before the game begins. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in select states only.
Savings, they're raining down at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. Go see Kevin Brammer, the sales director, and get you a great sales experience. Save with 0% 60-month financing on 2026 Tucsons, or drive a new Santa Fe, Elantra, or Sonata with 0.99% 60-month financing and make no payments till July 2026 on every new Hyundai. Now, we got banks on site for instant credit approval. Kevin, he's going to give you $500 more than CarMax for your trade. Get America's best 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty, owner assurance, plus get your Jones for a lifetime, which includes free oil changes, free car washes, and an engine guaranteed for a lifetime. With over 2 million likes and reviews, you too. You can and you will be a satisfied customer. Savings are raining down at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction, 1504 Bel Air Road, only 15 minutes from the White Marsh Mall. And see that great selection at BelAirHyundai.com.
Dribbles it down the court. Just a few seconds left. Pass to the corner. 2 to shoot. It's up. And it's good.
This season, head over to Giant to get game day ready with all your favorite foods and snacks, and let Upside dish the assist with a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. Upside is a free app that helps you earn cash back on everyday purchases like gas, groceries, and dining. Simply claim an offer in the app, pay like usual, and start earning real cash back. You can cash out to your bank or turn into gift cards. Right now, get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. Download the free Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 for a $10 cashback bonus. That's promo code CHARM01 for a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase. Remember, that's promo code CHARM01.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait, and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Breaking news for your home. Way Day. Wayfair's big sale is almost here, and you can score the best deals in home. Like up to 80% off everything home. Yes, you heard that right. 80% off with free shipping on everything. Plus surprise flash deals all Way Day long. We're talking outdoor furniture and essentials, rugs, and more. All at Wayfair. And all up to 80% off during Way Day. Shop Wayfair's Way Day from April 25th through 27th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-939-1441. 800-939-1441.
Stephen Wilson Jr. brings his Gary the Torch Tour to Pier 6 Pavilion on July 25th with special guest The Lone Bellow, a Live Nation show. Tickets are on sale now. Visit the contest page at 1057thefan.com to enter for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
From the Anderson Automotive Studios, this is WJZFM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 1057 and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuide.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Orioles may have avoided the no-hitter last night against Cleveland starter Parker Messick, but the end result was still a 4-2 loss. After being stifled for 8 innings, Leody Taveras started a rally in the 9th, and the Birds managed to push that pair of runs across with just 1 out recorded. Craig Albernaz opted to pinch hit Colton Cowser in an attempt to keep the line moving, but he popped one up the shallow center, and Samuel Basayo fell victim to a great play by Guardians second baseman Juan Brito for the final out.
You know, Cowser has seen Cade before. He's pinch hit before. Also, Beeves being under the weather the past few days put a wrinkle into that, but we felt great with Cowser up there. He had a great at-bat, great swing on it. We just missed it, hit it straight up in the air.
There's Albernaz on his strategy in crunch time. The O's will try to even things up later on this evening when Chris Bassett opposes Tanner Bybee. First pitch at 6:10. The road to the Triple Crown runs through Laurel Park this Saturday for Preakness Preview Day. Watch future champions compete for a spot in the Preakness. Get info at laurelpark.com. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, sunny skies with temps peaking around 80 this afternoon. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman, Tim Barbalace, and Beltway Ben Hall.
Basayo toward second base. Brito with a diving play. He saves the game. Brito, who may have cost Cleveland the second out on the Alonso double and cost him a game 2 nights ago, gets the sweet taste of redemption, and the Guardians hang on for a 4-2 win.
The boys were into it the whole game. Like, they were fighting like it's the same. That's what I love about our group. Like, there's no quit. There's no rolling over. And once Leo to get that hit, I comp it to a sniper in the NBA where you just need one shot to go in and then it just goes off. So we just needed one hit to go through, and it kind of just, and it's still a trickle-down effect.
So you're the highlight. Kevin Brown, last out of the game. Sam Basayo looked like he might have a 2-run single to tie the game in the ninth. Instead, a great play, and the Orioles lose 4-2. And then you heard Craig Albernaz after the game talking about the boys hanging in. And the boys had it rough last night, Bone, as they went to the ninth inning getting no hit. No hit. And then, all of a sudden, they had an opportunity to tie this baseball game in the ninth, but they lose 4-2.
This recent stretch, man, it's just another reminder of how unpredictable baseball can be. You were riding high Tuesday at Pickles following that big come-from-behind win over the Diamondbacks where they were down 6 runs through the 5th inning. They had won 6 of 7. You're up 2 games over 500, and fast forward to today, you lost 3 straight, and last night was a debacle until the 9th inning. And I feel like the bottom of the 8th really helped the Orioles out because it was a prolonged half inning where Cameron Foster, who made his MLB debut last night, they swapped him out for Tyler Wells. Yeah. So Parker Messick was sitting for a while, and he already threw 106 pitches. Boom. First pitch to Leody Taveras, and the no-hitter is no more. But when we were previewing the game yesterday, I was bringing up the fact that Messick's changeup is really, really strong, a pitch that he really leans on. And he did last night, and he experienced a ton of success with it. He got 9 swings and misses on 20 swings on that changeup, so almost a 50% whiff rate. But as crazy as it is, the O's came this close to stealing that game. Gunnar Henderson, bases loaded opportunity, just got under it. It looked like the ball still had a chance to get out. Ended up being a sac fly. Pete Alonso just missed a 3-run homer. That went off the out-of-town scoreboard. And then the Basayo play that we came in with, that was 107 off the bat. Brito made a heck of a play at second base to stop it and then get Basayo at first. But another really, really disappointing loss for the O's.
And before Basayo, Craig Albernaz made the decision to pinch hit Colton Cowser. I was a little flummoxed. Now, granted, you're not sending Rodriguez up there. Well, why Jonathan Rodriguez is batting 4th in the first place is a different conversation, but you're not going to let him bat in that situation. But Cowser, like
Well, I think we actually heard the Craig Albernaz cut in Nolan's update where Dylan Beavers, he was asked why not Dylan Beavers in that situation, and he said that Beavers has been dealing with an illness over the past couple of days, and then he also pointed out that Cowser has seen Cade Smith, but it's not ideal.
He's seen a lot of guys.
But this is where they're at right now.
Yeah.
With all of these injuries, you just don't have the options that you did even a week ago, Ken, and I still don't understand batting Rodriguez cleanup in back-to-back games, regardless of the situation that they're in. But they're limited. They're limited right now.
Like, for me, and I get it, Kobe Mayo's not hitting at all, but I'm probably batting Kobe Mayo ahead of John. Like, am I crazy? I know they have no options, and Ben, feel free to jump in if you want, but like, at least with Kobe Mayo, I've seen him hit the ball hard in an Oriole uniform. I'm batting him above Jonathan Rodriguez.
Yeah, for J-Rod, it does.
J-Rod.
It does feel like that's one of Albie's guys. The more the lineup comes out and you see it, because we know we spent time together.
Yeah.
They spent time together in Cleveland. There's no justifying him being in that spot given his MLB. Now, he's hit some home runs. I think he had like a 28 home run season at AAA or AA in the minors, but there's no justification for that. And to be quite honest with you, in terms of the pinch hit, sending Cowser up there, I would have sent anybody else up. Not even just Beavers. Send somebody else up and then you knew what the outcome was. I think we all did.
The other thing with Cowser, even at his best in 2024, in runners in scoring position situations, in late and close situations, the numbers back it up. You can look it up. He was one of the least clutch players in baseball his rookie season. He just hasn't had a lot of those big-time moments and those gotta-have spots.
Yeah, nor at all this year, right?
Yeah.
He hasn't come through at all this year. And when he goes up, everybody just has a feeling. But to Ken's point as well, when J-Rod's your four-hitter, you're pinch hitting for him in a big spot.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be
pinch hitting.
You're
cleanup.
Yeah, we talked about this with platoons and stuff like that. In no world should your four-hitter be getting pinch hit for in the biggest spot of the game. That just can't happen.
It can't happen. And then you get to Shane Boz.
I was just about to say, what did you think of Boz last night? Because I thought his defense kind of let him down a little.
Well, I was going to say, I think his defense picked him up in multiple situations.
But that one play, and Jeremiah Jackson's been great in the
where
field.
It hit off
him, turned to a double. The next guy gets a single.
Yeah.
Like, at the very least, that should be an infield single, and the next single he doesn't score.
It was an up and down start for him. The pitch to Ramirez, that can't happen. That was middle. That was a meatball.
That's after a walk.
Yeah, that was a meatball that Ramirez crushed, and Alvarez talked about that. Boz talked about that. But you look at the defensive plays that were made for him. Jeremiah Jackson had another incredible diving stop, robbing Valera in the first inning. Pete Alonso, another really strong defensive play, smothering that ball down the first baseline. Kobe Mayo, the diving play to start the double play was really, really nice. He was cruising for a bit after giving up that home run. He retired 9 in a row at one point, but still not good enough. The 3 walks, 4 earned runs. He gave you a little bit of length, which is good, but you're still waiting for Boz to deliver a strong start.
What'd you think of Cameron Foster?
I thought he was pretty good. Look, it was kind of a surprise when they brought him up, but they had 3 catchers for one day. Yeah. He was a part of the Gregory Soto trade to the Mets.
They have a lot of ex-Mets on this roster.
It was funny. He was talking about it after the game, him and Nunez reuniting, them being teammates. But hey, 3 strikeouts, it was a very solid debut for Foster.
We have an abbreviated but pretty packed Friday show. Remember, the Orioles and Guardians are at 6 o'clock. So is it Boarding the Bone again?
It is, back to back.
The people. The people demand Boarding the Bone. They get 2 days in a row. Guest-wise, we'll talk to our friend, Jacob Calvin Meyer. He's in Cleveland covering the Orioles-Guardians series. He covers the O's for the Baltimore Sun. He joins us at 2:30. Ken Carman from our sister station, 92.3, The Fan in Cleveland. We'll talk some Guardians. Is he buying the Guardians? And also, we'll get in some Browns a little with him. He does mornings on The Fan in Cleveland. He joins at 4. And our weekly chat with the late, great Dr. Jerry Aloysius Coleman, MD. Everything Orioles, Ravens, new uniforms for both teams. We'll talk to Jerry at 4:30.
Yeah, we will hit on the uniforms in the 3 o'clock hour. Zay Flowers, he popped off on some podcast about John Harbaugh and how the Ravens were practicing under John Harbaugh. And we have a silly 6-pack at 3:30. WrestleMania is this weekend. I've never gotten into wrestling, Ken. Mm-hmm. So it's a 6-pack of 6 things that are popular, but you never got into. That's at 3:30.
Yeah, that should be fun. But coming up next, we got an update on Jackson Holliday from, I guess, a likely source, but not the team. Matt Holliday was on a podcast talking about his
Cardinals territory.
Oh,
yeah,
that's right.
Foul territory podcast.
Yeah, that's part of your family.
Yes.
That's
my colleagues.
That is your cousin, so to speak.
Yes.
Cardinals territory talking to Matt Holliday, and he gave us an update on Jackson Holliday. We'll hear it and react next here on The Fan.
In terms of the draft, everybody says we're going to take the best player available, and that's usually not true.
Brian Billick on this year's Ravens draft.
But in the 14th, those guys in the 10 to 20 range, those are guys that have been pushed out of the top 10. There could be a major difference between the 14th guy on your board and the 20th guy on the board. Eric DaCosta, obviously a disciple of Ozzie Newsome, will take what their board says is the best player available, even if it's not at a specific position.
105.7 The Fan.
Play the Big Spin Scratch-Offs from the Maryland Lottery. You could win up to $50,000 instantly, or a chance to spin the Big Spin Wheel for up to $250,000. Pick one up today at your favorite lottery retailer. Please play responsibly.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The road to the Triple Crown runs through Laurel Park. Saturday, April 18th, Preakness Preview Day. Be the first to watch the next generation of champions battle it out in the Federico, Tezio, and Weber City Miss Stakes, where winners punch their tickets to the Preakness and Black Eyed Susan Stakes. Live racing, expert handicapping. Admission is free. Gates open at 11 a.m. And for $58 per person, upgrade your race day with an all-inclusive buffet. This is Race Day done right. Get information at laurelpark.com. We'll see you at the races.
Does it feel like it's time to refresh and renovate your home? Jerry's Home Services is the only company to call in Maryland for all your home improvement needs. Specializing in siding and roofing, along with kitchens and baths, Jerry's is your all-in-one stop. Don't put off the renovations needed to make your home feel new again. Just ask Jerry's. Call the family-owned and operated company with over 40 years of experience and make your home a Jerry's home. For a free estimate, call 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com today.
Planning on using cannabis? Then it's time to plan your ride home, too. Never get behind the wheel when you're high. You might think you're driving better, but the fact is, you're not. Designate a sober driver or use a rideshare so we all get home safe.
We're home.
Be the driver who makes a plan. Be the driver who saves lives. Learn more at zerodeathsmd.gov. This message brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
Ready to ramp up the excitement, golf fans? BetMGM is making your next golf tournament winner bets even better with Second Chance. What's Second Chance? Ever bet on your favorite golfer to win a tournament only to see them miss the green? Well, with BetMGM's Second Chance promotion, you'll get your stake back in cash if your tournament winner bet finishes in second instead. That's right. Simply bet on any player to win a scheduled golf tournament during a promotional week. If you're right, you win. But if your pick finishes second instead of first, you get your stake back in cash. Watch your favorite players go for the win all season long and bet knowing you'll get your stake back if they finish second. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalace. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Orioles lose to the Guardians last night 4-2. They're back in action tonight. 6:10 first pitch, which means Baltimore baseball night. Boarding the Bone coming up at 5. But Jackson Holliday, he will not be in the lineup, and his rehab assignment has been paused. We haven't gotten any more information on that until Matt Holliday who is obviously Jackson's dad, was on Cardinals territory, which is the brother of Birdland territory. So your cousin, so to speak, Bone.
Twice removed.
Yes. And he was asked about Jackson, and this is what Matt Holliday had to say.
This is such a tricky injury because, he had the surgery and, it's such an integral part of hitting. And so he was working, obviously coming back and he had some soreness on the opposite side, which as you guys, sometimes there's, you kind of compensate with some stuff. So his wrist on the opposite side got a little bit sore. So he was in Norfolk, and then now he went back to Baltimore and got some reassurance that everything was fine. And then, he just had some inflammation on the other side of his wrist. And so taking some anti-inflammatories, and then he's going to go back on rehab. I think he's going to go to Frederick maybe today. I don't know if he's playing tonight, maybe tomorrow and Sunday, and then reevaluate for I think that, every minor league team's off Monday, possibly back to Norfolk for Tuesday and Wednesday, and then kind of see where they're at. So he's working his way back. Obviously don't want to rush it. Make sure that he feels strong and ready. As you guys know, the big leagues is a bear to tackle, especially if you're not feeling 100%. So I think it's just being cautious with the wrist and making sure when he does get activated that he's 100% confident where he's at physically, so that he can get out there and compete at the highest level he can. So it's just been a little bit, it's never linear. I think in recovering from injuries and particularly wrists, there's been a lot of guys that have had that surgery, and so there's just little hiccups here and there, and but he's close and feeling good. I just talked to him a few minutes ago, and I think he's getting excited about where he's at.
So that's a positive. Like when he gets shut down and they say a few days, you don't know how long that's going to be, but you get it out of his dad's mouth that he's going to be in Frederick today, finish the weekend there, and possibly in Norfolk for wherever Norfolk is. They might be home on the road. I don't know. But then back in AAA next week. And that maybe gets him back on the clock, possibly being here in the near future, I guess.
Some point in May, you would be hopeful for, but it's an adjustment for him. And you heard Matt Holliday talk about it. He hurt or he aggravated the opposite side of the wrist because you're kind of overcompensating because of the hamate bone injury, and Jackson's still trying to find a way to deal with all of the pain. And Matt hit it on the head in saying that this isn't linear. And we've seen it. Amiel Salde, the Diamondbacks assistant GM, joined us at Pickles Tuesday, and Corbin Carroll, he's had a fantastic start to the season, and he had the surgery on his hamate bone. So you have a best case scenario with Carroll and kind of a worst case scenario right now with Jackson, who unfortunately suffered a bit of a setback. But he was 2 for his last 24 at the plate at Norfolk. But I still feel how I have felt since last week, Ken. I'm worried about him. I'm worried about what this is going to look like initially because, Ken, even if he was fully healthy heading into the season, he's still going to experience growing pains. He's 22 years old, and he took a step last year. Absolutely he did. Everyone would say he was a much better ball player in 2025 than 2024. But that being said, there's still so much room for him to grow. He had a 690 OPS. We know that it's still a work in progress defensively at second base. Now you throw the hamate bone injury on top of it. I just think expectations need to be tempered for Jackson.
Sure. We're still waiting for that Jackson Holliday breakout. And I think part of that is he was not only was the number one pick in the draft, but he seemed to blow through the system. Like he dominated the minor leagues to the point he got up here pretty damn quick and then
got
went
sent down pretty damn quick.
And once he seemed to get his feet wet again, he came back and he was better, but he still hasn't been transcendent, not even close. So, yeah, I do think tempered expectations and the fact that Jeremiah Jackson's doing a good job at second base and quite frankly might be better defensively than Jackson Holiday, I think makes you feel better in the short term, but at some point you're going to want Jackson Holiday here.
Sure, but I would also say definitely initially, maybe even for the rest of the season, we'll see. I don't think this is going to be a situation where Jackson Holiday is playing every single day.
No, this could be a platoon, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a legit platoon because Jeremiah Jackson, right-handed bat, Jackson Holiday, a lefty, and with Jeremiah swinging as hot a bat as he is right now, you're going to want to find ways to get him in the lineup by any means necessary.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, Bone. This could be a platoon at second base, and yeah. I don't know if Jackson Holiday is ever going to become the player we were hoping he was going to become when they took him. And again, not only was he the number one pick, but when I say he blew through the system, he dominated the minor leagues on his way to the majors the first time. So maybe at some point he gets close to that, but we've seen no sign of that just yet.
I mean, Ken, you look, his on base at the AAA level was 406. It was 421 at AA, 839 OPS at AAA. And he was super, super young for his age in that league. You know, he's 19 years old when he made his debut at the AAA level. That's crazy to think about. I hope not, but this is sort of feeling, I don't know if I want to say a lost year, but it's going to be tough for him this year to really take as big a step as he did from year one into year two. And he's going to have a lot of pressure on him in 2027, just if this season kind of plays out how I think it will.
Well, but and again, that goes to who is he now? Because, and granted, that was not a great draft in hindsight. So, I don't want to say, who should they have taken instead?
Sure, yeah.
But it might turn out that there just wasn't that guy at the top of that draft when you thought Jackson Holiday was a can't miss.
I think that Jackson Holiday is going to prove to be a very capable, everyday player in the major leagues. But is he going to be that transcendent talent that you brought up, Ken? I don't know. Heck, who do we have on? Was it Jim Callis? Where Callis was he could hit 30 home runs as a rookie.
He thought he was going to dominate the majors.
I think he said he was, and Jim is, this is not to knock Jim at all because he's been, covering the minors and prospects for years and years and years. He said that Jackson Holiday was the most impressive prospect he has seen since A-Rod.
Yes.
He couldn't.
That's high praise. And he'd seen them all.
Yes. He couldn't have been more high on Jackson Holiday. I don't think he's ever going to reach those type of heights.
Coming up at the bottom of the hour, we're going to hear Zay Flowers kind of taking shots at John Harbaugh on his now that he's out the door. He was on a podcast talking about practice. And at 3 o'clock, we want to get your calls on the new uniforms. Ravens, I'll give them credit. They put together a nice event last night. And that video they put out to basically drop the new uniforms looked like it was a Harry Potter movie. That was crazy cool. But we'll get your calls coming up at 3 o'clock at 410-583-1057. But coming up next, we'll stick with the Orioles. And Jacob Calvin Meyer covers the O's for the Baltimore Sun. What did he think of last night? What does he think of the Orioles of late? We'll talk to Jacob next here on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 1057 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 1057 The Fan.
Treat yourself and taste the Baltimore tradition that is the legendary Costas Inn. Be sure to visit their newest location at the Timonium Fairgrounds and enjoy all your favorite foods from the original Costas Inn. And when you do, make sure Tell them that Jeremy Kahn sent you.
Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hi, Weekend Warriors. I'm Dr. Micah Girardi with VSA, Vascular Surgery Associates. Are your knees bothering you? Have you been diagnosed with knee arthritis and tried various painkillers, injections, and physical therapy, but not ready to have surgery yet? We here at VSA have a solution with a minimally invasive outpatient procedure that helps the actual blood flow in your knee joint, decreasing your painful inflammation and stiffness. If this sounds like you, visit us at coolknees.com. That is coolknees.com.
This spring, save huge on your new Valor roof. A Valor roof is more than just a roof. Built as strong as our men and women in uniform. Max Def architectural shingles, our Valiant lifetime warranty means your new Valor roof is the last roof you'll ever own. This month only, save 50% off all materials. Pay no interest for a full 18 months. Plus, get a free upgrade to our Valiant lifetime warranty. Military and first responders, be sure to ask about our Salute to Service program. Visit ValorHome.com or call
833-83-VALOR.
Hey guys, it's your buddy Bob Haynie here. Let's be real for a second. When it comes to performance, good enough isn't good enough. And that's exactly why Blue Chew just raised the bar. Introducing Blue Chew Gold, the revolutionary 4-in-1 upgrade that targets both your brain and your body. Blue Chew Gold dissolves right under your tongue and starts working in as little as 15 minutes. That means less waiting, more confidence, and a whole new level of readiness. Get started today at BlueChew.com and see why millions of men trust Blue Chew now with a gold standard upgrade that's changing the game for good. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. Get 10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold with code BOB1057. That's promo code BOB1057. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And as always, we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring Keep That Loving from Getting Old with Blue Chew Gold.
Spring is great for your mood, but sometimes tough on your body. Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet store. The weather gets nicer and suddenly you're walking more, standing more, and spending more time outside. But if you're dealing with foot pain, it can quickly turn into knee pain, hip pain, or even back pain that makes staying active uncomfortable. Our patented arch support system has helped countless people find relief. Here's another customer sharing their Good Feet story.
I'm a retired mail carrier with multiple knee replacements in both knees. I never thought I'd be able to go back to doing dog agility again. I stopped in at the Good Feet store. They measured me for my arch inserts, and then I walked around, and immediately I felt the difference. Agility is mine again. Hawkeye, my beagle, and I are both happy.
Good Feet Arch Supports can be the solution you need to get the most out of your springtime activities. Come see us today or visit us at goodfeet.com.
Are you looking for your next opportunity in the commercial mechanical trades where you're valued for your experience and hard work? Ariosa Mechanical is hiring skilled foremen and mechanics right now. Join a company with unwavering commitment to integrity, honesty, teamwork, and faith. If you're ready to take your career to the next level with a company that expects your very best, Ariosa Mechanical wants to hear from you. Visit ariosamechanical.com. That's ariosamechanical.com.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my home insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check to see which type of soap I put into the dishwasher. Not so good. Well, looks like the kids are enjoying their new indoor slip and slide.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. Not available in every state. Potential savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
If you're thinking about it,
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan. From the OutSky.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Ravens have entered a new era with Jesse Minter as head coach, but some have been skeptical about just how much change will actually occur, considering Minter came up under the John Harbaugh coaching tree. Zay Flowers offered one example while making an appearance on the 4th and South podcast, stating that Harbaugh would have the team run their full slate of allotted padded practices, including one-on-ones late in the season. He went on to say that he believes the team's influx of injuries was directly related to that coaching decision. Here's more comments from the Ravens wideout.
Yeah, but I talked to the new coach. He worked with Harbaugh in 2017, so he know how I was. Like, you going to get your work, but, like, it's going to be a little bit easier, like, on your body. Right. You're going to be fresher for the game. Right. So that was the first talk I had with him, like, hey, how practice going to look.
And the final 2 spots in the NBA playoffs are up for grabs tonight as the play-in tournament wraps up. The Hornets will face the Magic at 7:30 for the right to be the 8th seed in the East and take on the Pistons. Then in the 10 p.m. matchup, the Warriors and Suns will battle for the chance to meet the Thunder. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Maryland Lottery. Play Home Run Riches from the Maryland Lottery. You could win instantly or win cash for Orioles home runs as a contestant of the game. Please play responsibly. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, sunny skies with temps peaking around 80 this afternoon. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalace. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Inside Access would like to welcome to the show 2025 Hall of Fame inductee, Jacob Calvin Meyer. Jacob, the fan thanks you.
Wild one in Cleveland last night. Orioles almost get no hit and then almost come back and win the game. Alas, neither happens. Orioles lose 4-2. Let's go out to Cleveland now. Jacob Calvin Meyer covering the O's for the Baltimore Sun joins us now. And Jacob, thank you as always for your time. We appreciate it. So let's start with Jonathan Rodriguez, shall we? Why is he batting 4th? And then you have to pinch hit for him in the 9th inning in a key spot. And why is it Colton Cowser that's pinch hitting for him?
So if I had told you 3 weeks ago that you'd have me on April 17th and you would start off the interview with, so let's talk about Jonathan Rodriguez.
Yeah.
Batting cleanup.
Was not on my bingo card, Jacob.
It's just what this team is now, I guess. Yeah. Okay, so I don't care as much about lineup construction as other people do. So let me give a little bit of a defense to the Jonathan Rodriguez of it all.
Okay.
When you're facing a left-handed starting pitcher, and let's keep in mind that they're without Adley Rutschman, Tyler O'Neill, Jordan Westberg, Ryan Mountcastle, right? Those are 4 guys who would all be in the lineup against the left-handed starting pitcher. But without them, when you're facing a lefty and you know that you're having some right-handed hitters in the lineup that you're going to pinch hit for later in the game against the righty, you're sort of projecting out where exactly the third time through the order is going to end. Like, where is Messic's outing going to end? And they were probably projecting that Messick wouldn't face Rodriguez the third time. Now, what they didn't calculate is that Parker Messick would look like Terry Schoolball, or rather their hitters would make Parker Messick look like Terry Schoolball, and that it would result in what it resulted in. So I think what they're looking at is saying, okay, let's put him in a place in the lineup where he's going to get 2 ABs against the lefty, and then we can then put in a left-handed hitter against the righty when he comes in later, and then have him in a spot where we're comfortable with him, where he's at in the lineup. I think that's what they're thinking. Now, to answer the Colton Cowser question, I asked Craig Abernathy that last night. There were a bunch of factors. I do think this is a fair answer, which is, one, Colton Cowser has seen Cade Smith before. This is a really difficult relief pitcher to get your timing on. So he's faced him and Beavers hasn't. And I can just attest to this. He did say Dylan Beavers is under the weather. I have been in the clubhouse for the past few days and talked to Dylan Beavers. He is obviously under the weather. And so, and on top of this, obviously, you guys know I'm higher on Colton Cowser than others.
Yes.
So, I have no issue with, Colton Cowser in his career is about just as good of an offensive player as Dylan Beavers. I know, the past, couple months haven't been what people would want. So I don't think that's as big of a crime as it would be if you had Basayo on the bench and you had pinch hit Cowser instead of Basayo or something like that, even though Basayo is not hitting that great.
Yeah.
Well, I guess let's continue the Cowser talk, because Leody Taveras, he's been getting the bulk of the starts in center field over the past week. Do you envision that just being whoever has the hot hand in terms of the bat playing center field moving forward?
Yeah, probably. But honestly, if we just look at Leody Taveras' track record, I'm really not sure if this hot streak is going to come up. But I think what they are doing is saying, hey, Cowser has not looked at the plate the way that they would like. Let's get him some extra work here, and let's use Leody while we can, while he's hitting. And then when he stops hitting, I think that might be a situation where they might lean on Cowser a little bit more. But of course, listen, a couple of years ago, Leody Taveras was a really good player and about a league average hitter. So if they can get solid defense in center field and a league average hitter who's maybe less of a roller coaster than what Colton Cowser is, then maybe they want that. I just have doubts about whether Taveras is going to be that guy. And so with Cowser, listen, we've talked about the outfield defense and how much of a concern it is. Thus far, they have not been really prioritizing their outfield defense, which is evidenced by Colton Cowser, one, not being an everyday player, and two, not really being inserted late in games or being put in left field the past couple times that Taylor Ward has been off. In fact, not that games don't come down to one play, of course, so I don't want to be too reductive here, but Taylor Ward has gotten 2 DH days, I believe, this season. Once was at PNC Park, which is the second most difficult left field to play in Major League Baseball. The other one was at Camden Yards, which is the most difficult left field to play in baseball. And neither time was Colton Cowser in left field. The first one was Dylan Beavers. He didn't catch a ball late in the game that resulted in a loss. The second time was Weston Wilson, of course, and he didn't catch a ball, which helped lead to a loss. And so if you look at this team right now, there are only 2 players on this team who the metrics say are unequivocally good defensive players. And by that I mean they are positive in both defensive runs saved and OAA. The first one is Pete Alonso, which I think everybody is surprised about, and the second one is Colton Cowser. And this is somebody who is a plus outfielder, so I am curious moving forward if Cowser gets more playing time in the outfield because of his glove.
Talking with Jacob Calvin Meyer, it's Inside Access here on the Fan. What did you think of Shane Baz last night? What have you thought of Shane Baz so far this year?
Yeah, I'm not really sure. And I think most people are in that right. I think most people are in that camp, right? We all see the stuff. I like his demeanor on the mound. I think he's, I enjoy my conversations with him. He's a really smart guy. And I think the team sees everything that the rest of us see when it comes to that. But at the end of the day, at some point, it is going to have to lead to some dominance on the mound and not just sort of these middling performances. And so I'm curious to see if he's somebody that can get better as the year goes on. I know they're working on some things behind the scenes with him, with his repertoire and his pitch mix and all of those things. And if they can get him to be better as the season goes on, then that would be great. But thus far, he is sort of just a number 4, number 5 type starter who has number 1, number 2 type stuff. And they kind of have to get him to reach his ceiling for, frankly, the contract that they signed him to be worth it.
Jacob, this is all projection because I'm not sure he even knows when he's coming back, but I'm sure you've probably heard Matt Holliday's comments about Jackson on Cardinals territory yesterday. Just when do you think we could see Jackson back? And is there any concern that this could be a tough year for him, just being a player as young as he is, missing all of spring training, and obviously this hamate bone is affecting him pain-wise?
Yeah, well, I just have to say I appreciate Matt Holliday for giving some injury updates.
Yes, Albie doesn't.
It'd be great if every player's father is on a podcast and can, let us know what's going on. I think I think the answer to your question is yes. There is a chance that this season is nowhere near what anybody would want it to be for Jackson Holliday because of what's going on with the hamate. And I know that there's a lot of people who are a little bit flummoxed or frustrated about this situation, within the fan base because the other 2 guys who had surgery at the same time as Jackson, they were both ready for their teams on opening day. It is worth noting, though, that while Corbin Carroll is killing the ball, Francisco Lindor is off to probably the worst start in his career, and I don't think it's unfair to draw a straight line from the hamate surgery that he had to his struggles at the plate. And so if we can even connect the dots even farther, what it would result in if they had kind of rushed Jackson back is that he would be off to a really bad start in the major leagues. And Jeremiah Jackson playing the way that he has is sort of allowing them to slow play it with Holliday. And so, listen, he's going to restart a rehab assignment. If I'm reading the tea leaves here, and I don't want to make too many assumptions, but because we don't have all the information, that's kind of all we can do, is that it does seem like Jackson was a little bit concerned about what was going on with his wrist and the way that he was feeling. And they probably brought him back to Baltimore, maybe got some imaging done, did some tests to show to him, like, hey, you are okay. You kind of just have to push through this discomfort, because that's what happens when you have hamate surgery, that it's going to feel weird and you kind of have to push through it. So I think there's a chance that it might be a little bit more mental than it is physical. And if that's the case, there's a chance this reset kind of snaps him back into place. And the best case scenario is he goes down and he crushes on his rehab assignment over the next week, and then he's back. The question is, if he doesn't, though, and he keeps hitting poorly, then what do we look at? And because that's the scenario where it wouldn't surprise me if he keeps struggling on the rehab assignment, that they might have to end up optioning him to AAA, which, of course, nobody wants that to be the case. But if Jeremiah keeps playing the way he is, I don't really know how many other options there are here for the team.
Before we let you go, one more, and let's talk about another pitcher. Kyle Bradish has not looked like Kyle Bradish of yet. Are you still bullish that we're going to see that guy?
Yeah, I would actually say that his last game did look like Kyle Bradish. Weston Wilson catches the fly ball. They win that game, and Kyle Bradish has a quality start. He was up to 98 miles an hour. Yeah, I would say the arrow is pointing up for Kyle Bradish. I'm not super concerned there. I just think he needs to. I think he's just kind of one tick away, not velocity, but just kind of one little turn of the dial away from being the dominant pitcher that he was. It's all there. I have little concerns about Kyle Bradish.
Are you enjoying Cleveland, Jacob?
Well, who wouldn't enjoy Cleveland, man? It's raining every day.
Yes.
It's just so beautiful here, you know? So how can anybody not be happy in the city?
It's an underrated place. Go check out the Pro Football Hall of Fame. It's an hour drive.
Rock and Roll Hall of
Fame's walking distance.
I was at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame earlier today. It was fantastic.
Yeah, it's a good place. Jacob, you're the best, man. Thank you so much for your time. Stay out of the rain.
Thanks, guys.
Jacob Calvin Meyer covering the O's for the Baltimore Sun. We're going to take your calls at 3 o'clock about the new Ravens uniforms. They had an event at Merriweather last night, launched the new uniforms. But coming up next, Zay Flowers was on the Fourth and South podcast. I think Jarvis Landry is part of that podcast, former wide receiver in the National Football League. And he had some interesting things to say about Harbs, about Minter, about Declan Doyle. We'll hear him next here on The Fan.
Follow The Fan for complete coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft beginning Thursday, April 23rd with a Big Bad Morning Show's analysis and predictions. At 10 a.m., we're live from Pittsburgh with Vinny Serrato and Tim Barbalace at the site of this year's NFL Draft. Vinny and Tim break down what the Ravens may do along with teams in the AFC North. At 2 p.m., join former Raven and Super Bowl champion Femi Ayanbadejo along with Nolan McGraw. Fresh Take at 6 with Belway Ben and Cordell Woodland. Then it's our Draft Day special starting at 8 p.m. with Vinny Serrato and Ken Weinman reviewing every pick from number 1 through 32. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Dylan Brooks gave the reason to why he wanted to play the Warriors, Steph, Draymond, and Steve Kerr. Back in 2022, Brooks was suspended for a hard foul, and Kerr called it a dirty play. This should be good. I'm Chris Black.
Checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Are you stressed because of your IRS back tax bill, the possibility of wage garnishment or property lien? Then call Priority Tax Relief now. 800-314-0045. At Priority Tax, we work directly with the IRS to protect you and your assets. thousands of our customers have resolved for far less than their original balance. Connect to the IRS for free in minutes. 800-314-0045. That's 800-314-0045.
Hungry?
Always. And Royal Farms is calling my name.
Sounds like you need Royal Farms 3-piece chicken tender meal.
Yeah, nothing beats their award-winning fried chicken and those delicious Western fries made from fresh Idaho potatoes.
And right now, Royal Farms 3-piece chicken tender meal with Western fries and a 16-ounce C4 energy drink is just $6.
Wow, just $6? I know where we're headed.
Sounds like a great plan.
For a limited time, get a 3-piece tender meal, Western fries, and C4 energy drink for just $6.
Royal Farms. Real fresh, real fast.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. 'Cause Birdie told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. I'll always trust in Limu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
Today, partly cloudy, high of 78. Tonight, clear, low around 67. Tomorrow, high near 77.
Weather brought to you by Staples. From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in-store and online. Staples. That was easy.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalace. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Yeah, but I talked to the new coach. He worked with Harbaugh in 2017. So he know how I was. Like, he know that how we work with Harbaugh. So he like, you gonna get your work, but like it's gonna be a little bit easier, like on your body. Right. You're gonna be fresher for the game. Right. So that was the first talk I had with him. Like, hey, how practice gonna look?
Yeah, no, that's good. Yeah.
Real right. Bro, on Friday, like we run it all week. Then Saturday, Friday, Saturday, I'm like, damn, my legs.
You still shot.
Yeah.
So that was Zay Flowers on the 4th and South podcast talking about how hard Harbaugh practices. Now, for the record, according to the CBA, and Jeff Schwartz, former player, he's very active on Twitter, quote tweeted one of Zay's cuts and said, "You're allowed 14 padded practices all season, only 3 after week 11. So we have to wonder what some of this, he is making accusations, though, that John Harbaugh practices them very hard. He'll get more specific about that in a minute, but he said Jesse Minter will not work them as hard.
I will push back on Zay a little bit in the fact that this team was pretty healthy
the prior
last
2
year.
Yeah.
They had that couple year stretch, COVID, 2021, 2022 even, where they had a ton of injuries. But since that point, 23, especially 24, they were very healthy. And then last year, they were the 6th most healthy team in terms of man games missed in the NFL. Now, that being said, like Zay said, is it worth going full pads in week 16, week 17 when you're that deep into the season, when guys are really beat up? I'm not so sure.
More from Zay Flowers on the 4th and South podcast. Talks about Harbaugh's practice style leading to injuries.
Y'all was tackling damn near in practice? Y'all was tackling in practice?
Bro, we full pads.
I'm be real. I ain't with that.
The NFLPA on the line.
However many practice pads you can get.
Yeah. Oh, you getting them?
He using
every
them.
single one.
100%.
Jesus.
Bro, we doing one-on-ones week 17.
What?
Yeah.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie. Right. Why my ankle hurts.
Week 17, we doing one-on-ones. Everybody out there, you tired. You still going.
Physically, your body, like, how you manage that though? You know what I'm saying? Like,
that's why low key. That's why we had a lot of like injuries.
Like, yeah.
So he's saying that they get practiced so hard they had injuries. As you just pointed out, they were very healthy the 2 prior years. The only injury, the year
Or it was back-to-back plays. It was Peters and Gus Edwards blowing out their knees.
That was way before Zay. But
Yeah.
Zay was the only injury going into that year they lost in Buffalo, and that's not a practice issue. He got his ankle rolled in the game against Cleveland, week 17.
Yeah, they were extremely healthy every single year of Zay's career. But in terms of John, look, I'm not breaking any news here. He's obviously an old school head coach.
And he's pushed the envelope with the CBA.
I was about to say that this is an organization that's gotten fined and dinged OTA practices because, like you said, Ken, they push the envelope. And it's been quite some time since this point, but if two-a-days were still allowed, John Harbaugh is having two-a-days. Like that's just the type of coach that Harbs is. And I saw Cordell Woodland, he tweeted earlier today, I'm sure young players weren't John's
I've
biggest
heard
fans.
some of the same things.
So
yes.
It doesn't surprise me because that's just John's personality. That's who he is. And when John's 17, 18 years in as a head coach, he's not going to change his ways that much in looking at practice.
Question to you two young folks. Do either of you remember two-a-days?
Absolutely. I participated in two-a-days when I was in high school.
Well, no, the Ravens. You remember?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And my grandfather would take me and my cousins to, what was it, McDaniel?
It was Western Maryland play then.
McDaniel, and we would go to training camp every single year when I was young.
Yeah.
I remember seeing Kelly Gregg walk through the fan zone, and absolutely.
I can remember covering them at Western Maryland, and as media, we get fed 2 meals.
Very nice.
You get a lunch post early practice, and then a dinner if you're willing to stay post the late practice.
Baltimore media free food.
Yeah, Jerry lived for that.
Pre Twitter at that point, but yeah, I remember the autographs and all the players afterwards, and my grandfather would take all of us every single year.
Let's hear one more from Zay Flowers, and his new offensive coordinator is Declan Doyle. What's he think of Declan?
Declan Doyle, he the same age as Lamar.
Really?
Yeah.
Damn.
He like 28, 29.
Do you like that? Do you like having a coach you feel like
you
you
might
can
have
relate
the same mentality as us.
Right.
Yeah. Explosive. Let's go chase him.
Period.
All on, whether it's a run, pass, I don't care what it is. Yeah. As long as we explosive, bro, he got the same mindset.
No, 100%. Has he give you any insights on like how he's gonna potentially be using you this year? Like, cause you know
it's gonna be a little bit more usage.
Yeah,
it's gonna be it's gonna be a little bit more usage.
I'm happy about that. I'm happy about that.
Declan, we still need to get to the bottom of that.
More usage. I think Zay got a ton
used
of
a lot. Zay was the only sure thing.
Zay Flowers had 118 targets last year. The next closest was Mark Andrews with 70. And then the next closest was DeAndre Hopkins with 39. Zay almost tripled DeAndre Hopkins in targets.
Yeah, I think he's got enough usage.
He's got plenty of touches, that's for sure.
So that has created a bit of a social media firestorm there, but we will move on to the uniforms. And Zay was prominently displayed in that video that dropped yesterday with the new uniforms, and they had the big event at Merriweather. If you went last night, I'm curious to hear from you. Even if you didn't.
Definitely.
410-583-1057. What do you think of the event? What do you think of the new unis? Ravens and Orioles both now have added uniforms to the stable. What do you think of the Ravens uniforms? 410-583-1057. We talk to the people next.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Spring is here, and with it comes everything we've been waiting for. Blooming gardens, Little League games, and those perfect weekends when you just want to get out and go. Hi, I'm Katie, General Manager here at Plaza Ford, where my family has proudly served this community for over 90 years. Whether you're hauling mulch for the garden, loading sports gear for the game, or heading to the ocean for the weekend, Ford has what you need and the look you want. The rugged style of the Bronco Sport handles any terrain. The Explorer's 3 rows fit the whole crew. The Mustang, that's pure spring driving. And of course, the F-150's versatile bed handles every project with features like wireless charging and hands-free liftgates to make it all easier. This April, our Plaza Ford team is here to help you find the perfect ride for spring and every season beyond. We're always happy to see you at our Plaza Ford showroom on Route 1 in Bel Air, right next to the Folsom Walmart. And our inventory is always available at plazaford.com.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
America, look around. Everywhere you go, prices are still high, rates have been whipsawing markets, and the debt and spending don't exactly scream stability. Experts say diversifying with intention is the #1 secret account that all American smart money uses to hedge against instability. Monetary Gold has been around since 2000, witnessing multiple economic setbacks. If you call now, Monetary Gold will cover up to a lifetime of your IRA fees on qualified accounts. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Ready to ramp up the excitement, golf fans? BetMGM is making your next golf tournament winner bets even better with Second Chance. Want Second Chance? Ever bet on your favorite golfer to win a tournament only to see them miss the green? Well, with BetMGM's Second Chance promotion, you'll get your stake back in cash if your tournament winner bet finishes in second instead. That's right. Simply bet on any player to win a scheduled golf tournament during a promotional week. If you're right, you win. But if your pick finishes second instead of first, you get your stake back in cash. Watch your favorite players go for the win all season long and bet knowing you'll get your stake back if they finish second. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
311 and Dirty Heads bring their So Glad You Made It tour with Ocean Alley in Rome to Merriweather Post Pavilion on July 22nd, a Live Nation show. Tickets are on sale now. Keep listening to 105.7 The Fan for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
From the Anderson Automotive Studios, this is WJZFM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutchGuide.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalace.
Parker Messick was lights out against the O's last night as he no-hit the Birds through 8 innings. Manager Craig Albernaz explained what made Messick so effective.
He had all his pitches dialed in the strike zone. He did a great job of changing speeds in all counts. Weak contact. I mean, we didn't, Wardy squared up a ball to center field. Aquani made a great catch. But yeah, he was on tonight.
Chris Bassett will try to be a stopper tonight against the Guardians. In his last start versus the Giants, Bassett allowed 2 runs, 1 earned on 7 hits across 4 2/3 innings. Cleveland will send out Tanner Bybee. BBT presented by Jerry's Home Services with Mike Bordick and yours truly gets underway at 5. The NBA play-in tournament concludes tonight. The Magic host the Hornets at 7:30. The winner of that game will play the Pistons in round 1. At 10, the Suns face the Warriors. The winner will play the Thunder in round 1. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, temps are in the low 80s with an overnight low of 58. Tomorrow has partly cloudy skies and a high of 80. This Fan Flash is sponsored by McDonald's. Downloading the McDonald's app has its privileges. Order your favorites ahead of time, save money with app-exclusive deals, earn free food, and get your favorites delivered with McDelivery. So stop wasting time and order from the McDonald's app today. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens, Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalace. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
We want to hear from the people. 410-583-1057. That's how you get in on the program. The Ravens dropped new uniforms last night. Had a big event at Merriweather Post. Seemed to be incredibly well attended.
Mobbed.
And they've gotten great reviews online for the most part about said uniforms. So before we head out to the phone lines, 410-583-1057. Curious if you were there last night. I'd like to hear what you thought of the event. As I said going into the break, the video is incredible. It looks like a Harry Potter movie. It's pretty awesome what they put together to drop these uniforms. Not huge changes to uniforms, but I think some cool stuff. The black matte helmets are pretty awesome. Some of the writing on the uniforms is pretty cool. The patches. So what did you think, Bum?
It's what I was hoping for. I didn't think that they needed new uniforms, but the fact that they were going through with new uniforms, I didn't want them to reinvent the wheel. Just make some tweaks. And for the most part, that's what they did. The iridescent numbers are really cool. I like for the away uniforms, they have Baltimore on the front instead of Ravens. I like the Purple Rising helmet, how they put the
original
logo instead of the alternate logo. But I think the alternate logo looks really good with the black matte helmet, and you have the red eyes and the rest of it kind of blacked out. They have a ton of different combinations that they can do now. When you have 3 different helmets, 3 different jerseys, 3 different pants, I really like the uniforms. I think they look cool.
I do too. I was very impressed with it. I do wonder what their limitations are on how often they can wear some of this. Like, remember with the alternate uniforms, they could only wear it like once or twice or something. Can they wear any of this all the time if they want to? How does that work?
I'm pretty sure the alternate uniforms you can wear 2 or 3 times a year. But in terms of the pants combinations, I don't think there's any limitations with that. The helmets, I'm sure there's a limitation with that. I'm not positive, but look, they wear a ton of different combinations every single year, and now they have even more than they had before.
By the way, Ben, before I go to the phone lines, 410-583-1057, you're a young person. You're hip. These dropped while you guys were on the air last night. Fresh take. What did you think of the uniforms?
When I first saw them, I was trying to find the difference, and then
they kind of broke it down in the picture because we were kind of moving. It was, as I said yesterday with you guys, I didn't want them to do too much. I didn't want them to overdo anything. I think it was done well. There's not that big differences. The numbers are bigger. They look like the Rams when the Rams had changed. Remember the big numbers with the Rams? They gave me those kind of vibes.
Took the gold out.
Yeah, I love the collar with the feathers on the collar. Yeah. The black helmets are some of the most awesome things I've seen in a long time. So I like it. Again, I think they wanted to get the fans hyped, the whole thing. Sure. I understand it. It didn't change, but I don't think it needed too much.
I also like the shield. How it's different.
Yes, different color. Yeah,
the
cool.
alternate uniforms, the purple rising and the black uniforms. I think that looks really, really cool as well.
410-583-1057. Let's go out to Antonio. You're on the Fan.
Hi, how you guys doing?
What's up, Antonio?
What's up?
Doing good. It was good to see you guys at Fan Anniversary.
Yeah, it's great seeing you.
And I like the new Ravens and Orioles uniforms, and you guys have a wonderful weekend.
Thank you so much, Antonio. Yeah, so one vote, yes.
You're rocking the
yeah, you like this?
The batting practice hat, which I think is sick.
Yeah,
I do love it.
Yeah, you like this hat?
I do like
that. This was my favorite thing that the Orioles put out.
I think so too.
And I like the green. I really like the green. So I'm a bit of a hat
snob.
Not snob, more like a hat whore. Hey, can I say that? Like I love hats.
Whore?
I like hats.
I haven't heard that, but that's an interesting way to put it.
I think you could say whore.
We
already did 3 times.
I get down for hats.
Now it's said it, but
I
understand.
Let's go to Kevin in Ellicott City. Kevin, you're on the Fan.
Follow that up, Kevin.
Yes.
What's going on, fellas?
What's up, man?
I appreciate buying hats. Not sure it's turned me into a whore, but I still appreciate hats.
Well, I told Bone this. I'll tell you this, Kevin. So my brother is a Birdland member, and he gets 30% off at the stadium because of his tier. So I'm like going broke, saving money, buying hats at the stadium.
Well, you would have lost money if you didn't take advantage of the discount.
So of course I bought 3 hats because obviously I had to get the savings, right?
Yeah, man, you got to get 2. You get 2 for the price of 1 at this point, bud.
Exactly.
For me, man, I'm kind of where Ben was. We were just talking about it, of course. I'm a yes on the uniforms. I'm glad they just didn't overdo it. Personally, I love the all-black uniforms. I thought they always looked really sharp.
Yeah.
But for me, fellas, I really felt like our uniforms in general since the inception of the Ravens just always stood apart from a lot of teams in the NFL. I mean, there are some teams with some badass uniforms, you know what I mean? But I really have always liked ours, and I think the improvement really does, like Ben said, it brings some hype, man. People love that stuff, so I'm certainly a yes on it, fellas.
Kevin, appreciate the call. Have yourself a great weekend. And credit to the Ravens. That production last night, it seemed to be pretty impressive for people, and they packed Merriweather.
Well, that was the thing that really stood out to me. There were multiple people on Twitter panning the crowd. I think I saw the number. It was 6,000 or 7,000 people there, and that was a PSL owners event. This wasn't open to the public. You had to be a PSL owner. I thought the attendance was pretty awesome, and the fact that I was kind of interested to see how they would fill the time because, you saw the schedule of it, and I was like, man, you're really going to drag this out for 2.5 hours or whatever. But
they had lots of luminaries.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. They had a ton of former players. Obviously, Jesse Minter was up there, the coaching staff. I know Sashi Brown talked for a little bit. So it seemed like a really cool event.
Tony's in Bel Air. Tony, you're on the Fan.
Hey, guys, how you doing? I love the unis. And I have an answer, actually, as it was explained to us last night. I was actually at the reveal last night.
Oh, so how was the event?
It was great. It was a great time. They did a great job filling the time. You guys just mentioned 2.5 hours, but it went by quickly. As a matter of fact, I was in line to get food and had to rush back for the reveal because I almost missed the beginning of it. But anyway, they gave us an answer on, you guys were talking about when they can wear what and how often. So the all black with the black helmet and the purple rising uniform, they can wear those uniforms a total of 4 times.
4 times.
And the reason they put the traditional Raven on the purple helmet is they can now wear the black helmet or the purple helmet with any combination anytime they want. So they can wear that purple helmet now all year long. So
interesting.
If they wanted to. Yeah, so it really opened up a whole bunch of stuff. And in person, I got to tell you, I was a little scared because I loved our uniforms before. But I think they crushed it. I really, I'm biased. I'm a home guy.
But if you thought
I really think they nailed it.
So, Tony, I am curious because you're biased. Are you an Orioles fan as well?
Of course, yes.
So what do you think of the first City Connect Oriole uniforms and now the new City Connect uniforms?
I think the second ones are way better.
Yes.
I have one complaint. I wish they said Charm City and not Be More, but that's nitpicking.
I get that.
But, I love the hats, and I love why I love the way they incorporated green? Because every sports item I own is either black and purple or black and orange, and I needed something new. So green is great. Bring it on. So,
now, Tony, appreciate the call. I got to admit, so I'm walking into my doctor's appointment today. I got a cast, and for people who give a damn, and I know some do because they asked me, I'm not going to need surgery, and the doctor thinks I could be healed in 3 weeks. I have an appointment in 3 weeks where he's going to check it out. But I'm walking in wearing this hat, and a guy's just like, man, I love that hat. And I was like, yeah, it's their new City Connect BP hat. And he's like, man, I love the green, which is my reaction too. And the green, I did some reading on this because a couple people complained to me. I had a buddy of mine who complained, why all the green? They're paying homage to Camden Yards, which was, especially when it first opened, like if you look at the programs and all that stuff, there was a lot of use of the green, and the chairs are green. And so I'm cool with the green.
I think they were way too conservative with their first City Connect uniforms. It was very plain. It was very basic. Where this one, they were bold. You're incorporating green. You're incorporating much different colors than just orange and black, because even the jersey itself is a cream color. It's not straight up white. I think the O's, City Connect uniforms, the Ravens as well. It was funny hearing that caller bring up the point, because I feel like that there were a lot of people out there that were kind of a little bit on pins and needles, worrying what was going to be the uniform. Because, look, we've seen a lot of the crappy teams in the NFL change their uniforms seemingly every other year. The Browns had some horrific ones for a while. The Bucks had some horrific ones for a while. There's multiple teams. The Falcons for a while as well. Those kind of lesser franchises seem to mess it up. But the Ravens got it. They didn't need to reinvent the wheel. They just needed to tweak it. They just needed to modernize it. And I felt like it was a success. Your point to the City Connects, I had a friend say to me, well, I like orange and black. I go, well, you got to understand the City Connects aren't supposed to be. They're supposed to be different. That's part of the gig. Now, again, at the end of the day, it's about selling jerseys. So that's part of the reason. Yeah. But they're supposed to be different than the usual color scheme. That's part of what makes them, I guess, if it works, cool. Yeah, absolutely. They're unique uniforms, and a lot of them don't really even look like baseball uniforms in the most part, because baseball uniforms are typically more plain Jane. You don't see any wild ones, but City Connect, it gives you that creativity. Coming up next, we'll get back to the Orioles, and one of the guys that we were not bullish on heading into the season was Yennier Cano. And Yennier Cano has had a great start to this season for the Orioles. Are we buying it? We'll tell you next here on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan.
During Window Nation's The More You Buy, The More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off on new windows for your home. Plus, you could get them with 0% financing for 5 years. Sale ends soon. So visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
O'Reilly Auto Parts offers more than just the right parts for your repair. Our professional parts people can also test your battery, install your new wiper blades, and even scan and read your check engine, ABS, or maintenance light with O'Reilly Veriscan for free. For the best service, advice, auto parts, and accessories, stop by the new O'Reilly Auto Parts in Nottingham on Bel Air Road in the shopping center with Wise Markets.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Hey guys, let's be real for a second. It's your buddy Bob Haynie here. When it comes to performance, good enough isn't good enough, and that's exactly why Blue Chew just raised the bar. Introducing Blue Chew Gold, the revolutionary 4-in-1 upgrade that targets both your brain and your body. This is the future performance, faster, smarter, and precision engineered for best results. Get started today at BlueChew.com and see why millions of men trust Blue Chew now with the gold standard upgrade that's changing the game for good. And we have a special deal for our listeners. Get 10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold with code BOB1057. That's promo code BOB1057 and get 10% off the first month of Blue Chew Gold. Visit BlueChew.com for details and important safety information. And as always, we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring. Keep that loving from getting old, fellas, with Blue Chew Gold.
It is not hard to destroy a college. Last season, the podcast Campus Files brought you stories of fraternity drug rings, stolen body parts, campus cults, and more.
And now, Campus Files is back for another season.
There's a guy screaming into his phone. He's like, I just saw Charlie Kirk get assassinated right in front of me.
Every week is a new episode and a new story.
It was so chaotic.
It's almost like a university on a siege. Listen to and follow Campus Files. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalace. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Orioles 4-2 losers last night. Back in action again tonight against the Cleveland Guardians. Game 2 of the 4-game series against the Guardians. The lineup is out, Bone. Connor Henderson leading off at shortstop. Taylor Ward is in left field batting second. Pete Alonso, first baseman, batting third. Dylan Beavers batting fourth. He's the DH. Sam Basayo behind the plate batting fifth. Leo Taveras in center field. He's batting sixth. Colton Cowser batting seventh in right field. Kobe Mayo's the third baseman batting eighth. Jeremiah Jackson batting ninth. He's at second base. And Chris Bassett on the hill.
So no J-Rod.
No J-Rod.
Ah, that's a shame. That's a shame.
From the 4-hole.
My weekend
My
ruined.
week, yeah. What
From
a
the
horrible
4-hole
way to
to
go
the
on
bench.
this weekend.
Yeah.
He could pinch it. He could pinch it in the cleanup
That's
spot.
true.
in the ninth
That's
if you want.
true. It could come
That
full
is
circle
fascinating,
tonight.
though. And we want to get to Junior Cano, but last night he couldn't pinch hit, but tonight he's batting cleanup.
Maybe he's feeling better. He was just hammering vitamin C tablets and he's back to life.
Somebody who's back to life, Bone, is Junior Cano. And I'll admit, when we were talking about the guys that had options in this bullpen heading into the season, he was one he wasn't good last year. So I'm like, okay, he's a guy, if he looks like last year's Junior Cano, they're going to send him down at some point. Well, he's been, frankly, a breath of fresh air this year, Bone. Sitting currently, and he's got I just lost it. He's got a 1.59 ERA and a .53 WHIP, only giving up one run so far this season in 5 2/3 innings.
Yeah, there's a couple things going on with Cano. Number one, he's yet to walk a batter. And walks were a serious issue for Yennier Cano last year. Another thing that was a serious issue, and you've been talking about this for years, Ken, bringing him in when runners are on. You'd rather give him just a clean inning. But he's stranded all 5 inherited runners that he's faced this year. Last year, he had 21 inherited runners. 10 of them scored. So almost 50% of the time,
that's bad.
They were scoring. And something that's also different this season in terms of his pitch repertoire, his changeup last year got absolutely hammered. 417 batting average against it, 667 slug. He's gotten rid of his changeup. He's gotten rid of his cutter. So he's only used 4 pitches this year: sinker, splitter, slider, and the 4-seamer. And the splitter, you've seen that usage go up tremendously because the changeup is gone. Splitter was one of his least used pitches last year. This year, he's thrown it 22 times, which is the second most used pitch by him, the sinker being number 1. But the splitter, 125 batting average against it. So I think that's been a big difference, Ken. And the walks, that he's been clean.
Throwing strikes.
Yes, he's throwing strikes.
So are you buying this? It's only a 5+ inning sample, 5 2/3. He's looking more like the guy we saw a couple years ago and not at all like the guy we saw last year. Are you buying it?
I think I am. And I know it's so early on and you just kept wanting to see more, but he looks like a different guy, Ken. And I think just him really looking at himself in the mirror this offseason, what can I do better? What can I change? Getting rid of the changeup was definitely a great thing because it got absolutely hammered. But he just seems to sort of have that different mentality this year. It seems like the confidence is back for Yennier Cano. And him, along with multiple other guys, have been serious standouts in the pen.
By the way, Ben, I'm curious because you look with a jaundiced eye sometimes. Are you buying what Yennier Cano is selling?
I look with what kind of
a jaundiced eye.
What is that?
Basically, you're skeptical.
Oh, okay.
He's real. Yeah. Ben's real.
You keep it real.
He keeps it real.
Real, always. Well, you explained coming into the year, and we talked about it a little bit with Wells, kind of expectations, and I think it was more on the opposite end of Cano, where most of us, not fully out, but on the last leg if we don't see it. And during spring training, it didn't look amazing, right? But we heard on the backfields, it was really looking good, and the movement on the pitches was looking well. I am buying it to a certain extent. He's not going to have a sub-2 ERA all year. No. But as we say, we don't need to see 2023.
No.
2024, 3.4, 3.5 ERA, be reliable. Don't get, smashed every time you come on with runners in scoring position. Be able to get the double play ball to get out of the inning. Set guys up. I'm buying it. The stuff looks really good. He looks confident again. The stare down's back, which I love to see. And we didn't see that much last year. We just didn't. He couldn't.
Oh, yeah.
So it is a good feeling.
Yeah, you can't do the stare down when you're giving up runs.
With a 5.9 ERA.
It doesn't hit
work.
The same. It does not hit the same.
It does not work when you're getting your bleeps ripped off. You can't.
Whoa.
You can't. I said bleeps. You can't stare down people. I am, and I acknowledge the sample size. But he just looks filthy this year. So I'm hopeful that he can maintain that because I'm buying what I'm seeing.
And Ben gives the good point. Like, just play your role. You don't need to be the all-star lights-out guy that you were in 2023. 2024, there was part of the season where he still was that guy. Then he had some struggles down the stretch. But if it ends up looking like the 2024 ERA, I think every single Orioles fan would take that, considering that he was so bad last year, he got sent down.
Coming up next, it's six-pack time, and in honor of this weekend's WrestleMania, we have the six-pack of things that are super popular, but we're just not into them. And Beltway Ben will judge. That's next here on The Fan.
Welcome to the NFL Draft. Insights and analysis from the Fan's Vinny Serrato, former NFL general manager and director of player personnel.
He'll go up and get the ball. I mean, it was impressive watching him on film, but he is a really good tackler. He'll come up hard, aggressive.
Every day, Vinny provides grades and predictions for Ravens players and teams in our division.
Baltimore Ravens select.
Never miss a moment. Subscribe to Vinny and Haynie on the free Odyssey app.
Step up to the plate for the Grand Slam sales event at Bob Bell Kia. Drive home a brand new Kia K4 from just $21,724. Credit challenges? We've got you covered. Don't strike out. Swing by today or visit BobBellKia.com.
You, an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes. Just in case, Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI.
The jobs are out there. The question is, are you ready for them? Enroll now for spring classes at Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus in fields like automotive service, electrical and electronics, or HVAC. With hands-on training built around what employers actually need. You won't just learn it, you'll do it. Use equipment, tools, and technology the pros use every day on the job. Opportunity doesn't come with instructions. Skills do. Visit lincolntech.edu for info and to schedule a campus tour.
Powerful doesn't just happen. You have to make it happen. So the moment Total Wireless offers a free Samsung S25 FE with Galaxy AI, when you switch to Total 5G or 5G Plus Unlimited 3-month plan, you take the network as powerful as you, with unlimited 5G data that won't slow you down. Now that's a total power move. Visit your neighborhood Total Wireless store. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited 3-month plan or higher. External port in and ID verification. Available only in Total Wireless stores. Limit to 4 devices per account.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Hungry?
Always. And Royal Farms is calling my name.
Sounds like you need Royal Farms 3-piece chicken tender meal.
Yeah, nothing beats their award-winning fried chicken and those delicious Western fries made from fresh Idaho potatoes.
And right now, Royal Farms 3-piece chicken tender meal with Western fries and a 16-ounce C4 energy drink is just $6.
Wow, just $6? I know where we're headed.
Sounds like a great plan.
For a limited time, get a 3-piece tender meal, Western fries, and C4 energy drink for just $6.
Royal Farms. Real fresh, real fast.
There's a new kind of energy at Starbucks. When your day needs a reset, try the all-new energy refreshers. Strawberry acai, mango dragon fruit, or the all-new mango strawberry. The refreshers you love, now with extra caffeine. New energy refreshers only at Starbucks.
Pump up the volume. Business moves fast. Pump up the volume. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalace.
Many people have mocked Spencer Fano and Vega Ioane to the Ravens at pick 14. GM Eric DeCosta recently commented on those two offensive linemen.
I think Fano could play really wherever you want to play, right? He could play tackle, could play guard. You know, he's a good athlete. He's tough. You know, he's a good player. I mean, I think Vega, obviously seen him play a bunch. Physical, tough, sort of prototypes straight from central casting of what you want your guards to look like.
The O's are looking to snap a 3-game losing streak tonight against the Guardians. The starting pitching matchup features Chris Bassett opposite Tanner Bybee. Baltimore baseball tonight presented by Jerry's Home Services with Mike Bordick and yours truly gets underway at 5. The NBA play-in tournament concludes tonight. The Magic host the Hornets at 7:30. The winner of that game will play the Pistons in round 1. At 10, the Suns face the Warriors. The winner will play the Thunder in round 1. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, temps are in the low 80s with an overnight low of 58. Tomorrow has partly cloudy skies and a high of 80. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Plaza Ford. Plaza Ford offers transparent pricing on their entire extensive inventory of new, used, or certified pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs with no hidden fees. Visit them online at plazaford.com. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Time for the Inside Access Six-Pack.
Six-Pack time. Six-Pack is brought to you by the Good Feet Store. Come and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet Store. Go to goodfeet.com for more details. It's a six-pack in honor of the WrestleMania happening this weekend. Six-pack of things that seem to be incredibly popular, but we're just not into them. And Beltway Ben, let's get started.
Number 6.
I put wrestling at 6 because as a kid I watched it.
Yeah, I remember you.
But I have not watched wrestling probably since I was 15 years old. I have not really turned it on at all. And it's now driving me crazy. Like, the 4-letter network is shoving it down my throat because they're in bed with them.
Yes, they are.
So, like, I enjoy the morning show on that channel when I'm at home. I do my prep and watch that. And now they're doing WrestleMania interviews. Like, I don't care.
Gotta get that pay-per-view, Ken. WrestleMania.
So that's my 6.
Little higher for me. My 6, mobile games. I never really played any games on my cell phone, like the Candy Crushes, the Angry Birds back in the day, the Minecraft. I remember one, what was it, when I was in high school, Temple Run.
Yeah, I did Temple Run back in the day.
I never got into any of the mobile games. Now, way back in the day, like a Game Boy Advance, Game Boy SP, even a
I think you're
Nintendo
making these
DS.
Words up. Yeah, these are all made
like
up.
I played those, but those are like handheld consoles. I never got into apps, like gaming apps on my phone.
Number 5.
I know this is definitely not on your list, Ken, because I know at one point you would do it every week. I can never get into trivia, man. I'll go like maybe a couple times a year with my friends to trivia events, but I just feel so useless. I am ready for the one occasional sports question as something that I can contribute to
like
the
watching
team.
Jeopardy, yes.
Yes, I am there just for the vibes. I'm there to have fun with friends if I go, but there's plenty of my friends that do it every single week, and they're like, oh, you should come, and I'm like, yeah, no, it's just not my thing.
Yeah, Margie and I did it for a while, so
Yeah,
I haven't done it for a minute, but yes, I did do it. My 5 is pickleball, Bone.
Oh, I love pickleball.
I have never got. I
just played it last week.
First of all, the rules don't make sense to me. Why isn't it just tennis on a smaller court? Like, it's essentially tennis.
It is, yeah.
But they're not using tennis's rules.
And you're playing with like a wiffle ball.
Yeah, and the other thing is, it seems like there are a lot of injuries that happen, people doing pickleball. I've heard about all these pickleball injuries, so I'm just going to stay away from pickleball.
I'm guessing because it's older people, a lot of older people playing, but like it's, the lateral movement, I guess there's susceptible to injury.
Number 4.
Full disclosure, 4, I told you this off the air, Bone, so I'll tell the people this. I have trouble writing with the cast. I'm left-handed. I have no idea what I wrote it for. It's 2 words, so I had to change it. So I put podcast at 4. I'm not interested. I'm not interested in podcasts at all.
Fair.
If I'm in the car, I'm listening to music or a game of some sort. I don't bother me with your podcast.
I will say Birdland Territory. It's a hell of a podcast.
I will watch the clips on Twitter.
Yes.
That's different. If you have a video component.
But you are right. I do kind of get my audio fill doing the 4 or 5 hours of radio a day, and now, of course, Birdland Territory 3 times a week, 30 minutes. It's very easy. You should listen to it. Spotify, Apple,
Go
on
where
YouTube.
you go.
Birdland territory. It's great. 4 is where I have wrestling. There's not many. Cordell's big into wrestling, man.
Cordell's massive into wrestling.
Cordell's really
By the way,
big
Ben
into
and
wrestling.
Cordell must get it because Ben, I see you as someone who's not into wrestling.
Ben's not into wrestling.
I'll get to it in a minute.
But wrestling, like, I remember playing the video games like on PS2 growing up, and like they were cool. I can honestly say I have never watched a wrestling event of any kind from start to finish. Never in my life.
I watched the first WrestleMania, which is like 40 years ago.
I don't really have any desire.
I relate to Ken on wrestling. I watched it as a kid, probably till I was about 10 or 11. I used to dress up as John Cena for Halloween.
Oh, yeah.
John Cena was the man. And then once I got out of, probably before I got out of elementary school, I stopped watching.
Once I saw girls, I stopped watching wrestling.
I haven't looked back.
Cordell went to John Cena's final match.
Cordell, one of my favorite things for the Fresh Take, we do our final take at the end, and we usually, it's either sports related or not. Cordell does WWE almost every time, and it's actually a funny bit. I just start geeking the whole time, laughing at him, and he's like, last night he was giving his predictions for WrestleMania, and there was a lot of matches. So that was
well, the only reason I know that is because ESPN's shoving it down my throat every morning.
That's why I just turned that off.
And now I heard Pat McAfee's in WWE. Like, I guess
we
we're
can't
just
escape
bringing
that.
in a name to sell tickets. Whatever.
When I was a kid, I used to I'd wrestle with my little brother, Dennis, and I pal drive him in my parents' bed. Like I thought it was Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff, which I'm dating myself there. That's back when I used to.
I don't even know what
Hulk
that is.
Hogan.
I know Hulk Hogan.
Like early
I'm familiar
Hogan.
with Hulk Hogan.
Yeah, King Kong Bundy, guys like that.
No, don't know what that is.
Anyhow, we're doing the 6-pack of
I know
things
The Undertaker.
that seem to be. I was out by then. I know that is, but I was out. Things that are exceedingly popular, but we're not into them. And Belly Ben, let's continue.
Number 3.
Big Show.
Yeah,
a couple other names.
I don't know who that is.
My 3, TikTok. I've never.
You know what's funny? Neither have I.
I've never had the app.
No.
I have no desire in getting the app. So, in my youth, Vine was TikTok before TikTok.
Yeah, you'd watch
I feel
Vines.
like.
It was like 10 seconds,
yeah,
right?
and I never had a Vine either. And I think it was 6 seconds. I remember when it first came out, I'm like, oh, that's the dumbest thing ever. What can you do in 6 seconds?
Oh, I can do
Spoiler
some
alert,
things.
you can do a lot of things in 6 seconds. And Vines do rock. I'll sometimes get on YouTube and watch, just compilations of Vines. But I've never had a TikTok. I basically am protecting myself from myself and brain rot because I feel like that happens to all people who have TikTok. You just mindlessly scroll. So
Yes.
I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to participate.
My 3 is sushi. I
love sushi, man.
It's not my
love
thing.
sushi.
As a matter of fact, so we went to see my nephew Dylan. He had a concert at Gilman yesterday. He did a solo part of Traveling Men. It was really good. And the original plan, Dennis and Mandy wanted to go for sushi afterwards. And thank God Dylan had no interest in it because, Dennis is because he knows. He's like, well, could you find something you can eat? I go, I guess so. But we went somewhere else where I could get a burger. I'm like a child where it comes to food. So I had no interest in sushi.
I don't play
Number
well with Ben.
2 is soccer. It's the world sport, and they can keep
yeah.
it. I can't get into soccer at all. During COVID, I tried, and there was nothing else on, and it still bored me to tears. Maybe I'm an ugly American. I like more
Ugly
scoring, more action. I can't get this into soccer at all.
Did not make my list, but I'm 100% with you. I guess like the World Cup, you kind of pretend that you're into it for a couple of weeks, but
I'll
even
watch
then,
the United States.
Yeah, I'll do that, but it's not like I'm going crazy. My 2 is this: cars. Really nice cars. I'm not a car guy, and I acknowledge that that's different. One of my buddies, very
bought your
close
car
friends,
from a rental car company.
I did. Well, that tells you where I am with cars, right? Like, I'm not looking to spend crazy money on cars, and I understand that for a lot of people, it's a big hobby. A lot of people like the nice luxury brands. My buddy, who got banned from the show, Robbie, he recently got a new Audi, and dude, it's sick. It's a great
Margie
car.
and I just got a new car. It's really nice.
But that's awesome. But for me, even if I had it like that, and I don't have it like that, and will not have it like that as long as I work here.
You got the Birdland territory.
Yes, that's true. A little side money there.
Yeah.
But even if I did have that money, I can't imagine ever splurging on a really nice car. I just couldn't.
Number 1.
Game of Thrones.
Oh, I love Game of Thrones.
I never got into Game of Thrones, and maybe I would
last
love it.
Last season sucked.
I know. I feel like everyone says that the last season sucked and kind of ruined it, but I never got into it, and now we're so far removed from it. But like Game of Thrones was enormous while it was on, but I never got into it. I know like some of the references, like what was it, the Red Wedding was like a big moment in the series.
That was a great episode.
But yeah, never got into Game of Thrones.
My one's reality television. Like, pass me by, like Kardashians or the Real Housewives. Sports are my reality television. I got enough of it in my life. I don't need that stuff.
As a kid, I did watch American Idol for a few seasons, but besides that, yeah, you're right.
It's really tough. It's a lean, but like Tim's number 2. I watch TikTok. It sometimes helps me get past time. But Cars is like, if you give me a point A to point B, I don't care what the car looks like, what it sounds like. I'm fine with that. Game of Thrones, you said the Red Wedding. I've never even heard of any of that.
Yeah,
I don't have any.
It wasn't on SVU.
It's Game of Thrones. But Ken's like, I don't eat sushi. I've eaten what's it called, rolls. The most generic sushi.
California.
Yeah, like I've had that.
California's
That's
good.
fine.
I love California.
Soccer, I feel I just don't give two damns about soccer.
Yeah.
On reality TV, it's self-explanatory. So I could go both
Slight
ways.
lean.
It's really tough. I mean, again, and also like, I'd probably lean Tim for the first 3 because I listen to the podcast every time in the car. I played a lot. I probably overdid it with pickleball when it first started getting big. And I've never heard of anybody get hurt with pickleball.
Really?
I love
because I know a ton of people have gotten hurt playing pickleball.
That's got to be
you're younger.
Problem. I don't think that's the sport.
I think it's also who we talk to. Probably.
That's true.
Yeah.
I played pickleball last week.
How did it go?
It went well. I think my team was undefeated. I think we went 3-0.
Do you apologize when you smoke somebody? That's like a thing you have to do. And I'm not doing that.
No.
It's like the old
Absolutely
people like that.
not.
I'm not apologizing for that.
No. Be better.
Yeah.
Coming up next, let's go around the Beltway. I don't know how you follow that, Ben, but where are we headed today?
It's tough, and this was an interesting one. Cam Ward, who was the Gatorade Player of the Year in Maryland for 2 years, went on a podcast. Went on a podcast and said, and you guys probably didn't see it. Jason Tatum went like a while ago, was on a podcast. He was talking about when he was at Duke, and he said Coach K had called him a soft St. Louis kid and was like, used that to get him going. Cam Ward, they talked about an experience with Tom Izzo, and Tom Izzo said his, kind of joke with him or being mean to him, trying to push him around was go to Maryland. Why don't you go play at Maryland? Dude, we won a national championship more recently than you have. I'll get to that. And I know he's had a lot of success, a lot of Final Fours, but second place is the first last. So we'll get to that in just a minute. Tom Izzo's comments on Maryland and what I thought of that. That's coming up next on Inside Access.
Baseball is back on the Fan. It's a new year, new attitude. Follow your hometown team all season on the Fan. Ryan Ripken, Mike Bordick, and Steve Molesky headline our baseball coverage along with Bob Haynie and Tim Barbalace. Your hosts on Baltimore Baseball Tonight. Spread the word around. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Ken Wyman. NBA fans, listen up. You can enter FanDuel's Play-In-Palooza for a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets every day of the play-in tournament. All you have to do is place a live bet using your Play-In-Palooza token. Then you'll automatically be entered for a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. So don't just watch the NBA play-in tournament from the sidelines. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get in on the action. And don't forget to enter FanDuel's Play-In-Palooza for a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus in President Maryland. No purchase necessary. Opt-in required. Limit one entry. Profit boost bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost token. Prizes issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Yesterday, Mike Trout hit his 5th home run during a 4-game series at Yankee Stadium. Trout became the 4th player in MLB history to hit 5 home runs in a series against the Yankees. It's been a while, but it seems like Trout is back to his MVP level of play from the past. Hopefully, he's back to what we used to see when he won 3 MVPs from 2014 to 19. I'm Chris Black.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread being stuck in an elevator with a total stranger,
hey,
who's an oversharer,
bean burrito for lunch,
then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
This golf season, get fit for clubs with Baltimore County Golf and start improving your game. Plus, Baltimore County Golf gives you more golf with your golf purchase than other retailers. More range credits to practice with your new clubs. More rounds at Greystone and Woodlands to get out on the course. More money back to Advantage card holders to spend in the golf shop or on lessons with any of our PGA professionals. Visit BaltimoreGolfing.com/getfit to make an appointment and get more golf for your club purchase this season. Get fit and get more with Baltimore County Golf.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Breaking news for your home. Wayday. Wayfair's big sale is almost here, and you can score the best deals in home. Like up to 80% off everything home. Yes, you heard that right. 80% off with free shipping on everything. Plus surprise flash deals all Wayday long. We're talking outdoor furniture and essentials, rugs, and more. All at Wayfair, and all up to 80% off during Wayday. Shop Wayfair's Wayday from April 25th through 27th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Tonight, clear low around 67. Tomorrow, high near 77.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Let's go around the Beltway with Ben Hall, 105.7 The Fan.
You want to be soft? Well, you can go back to Maryland. Go be a Terp. I'm like, wow.
wow. And I was like,
dang, coach.
He means that. Like, he mean it, man. But, like, that's just stuff he says to just see how you're going to respond. And you got to respond. But, yeah, definitely when he was like, oh, you soft Maryland kid, you can go back and you want to go be a Turpin? You want to go play for, you know what I'm saying? You want to go play for him? I'm like, no. But, like I was stuck. I was like, dang, like, he just got on me. But no, like, it's never too bad though. Like, you know what I'm saying? You start to like laugh back or joke back or like just accept like he's gonna say something all the time.
Tom Izzo, shots fired. Time to go around the Beltway.
It's a tough situation for me because it's hard to tell if he's talking about Buzz or if he's talking about Willard. If he's talking about Willard, again, keep the school out of it, but you want to say go play for that dude or whatever and disrespect the coach. I understand.
My read was it was Willard.
That's what I felt. That's how I felt. And Izzo's been kind of weak to Maryland since Maryland joined. Remember Melo Trimble's freshman year when he was complaining? I've never seen a freshman get those calls in this conference because he was upset. The Terps won in East Lansing, of course. And Izzo complains. He's a notorious complainer. And I'm a complainer to the refs, too. Izzo does it a different way, and I get sick of it. But for him, like, go back to Maryland. That being soft and trying to throw shade at Maryland there, I get it. Izzo is a well-respected coach, and he's had a lot of damn success. 8 Final Fours, but just 1 national championship, and that was in 2000. We all know the Terps won one in 2002, more recently. So, I don't know, throw shade at Willard. And again, we don't know exactly how the conversation went. Cam Ward's a young guy who knows, probably not perfectly media trained, and maybe Izzo didn't want this getting there. And coaches are going to say certain things to get their players going. Totally understandable. But I don't know. I don't like. It's felt like since Maryland's, and this just kind of opened things up for me in general. Mm-hmm. It's felt like since Maryland's been in the Big Ten, Izzo, as a complainer and whiner, has just found more reason to complain about him.
He did not want him there in the first place.
No, he didn't. It's been pretty out there about that.
Yeah, seeing that clip on Twitter, it kind of just gets you more fired up for next season. Yeah. And hopefully Michigan State ends up coming to College Park because I'm sure the student section will definitely
that will be remembered.
That will absolutely be remembered, and I'm sure maybe even played on the Jumbotron at the Xfinity Center at some point. But it also kind of gets me really excited too, and we'll see how the rest of the offseason keeps going. But ESPN ranks them number 1 in terms of their incoming recruited class and the transfer portal. Like, last year sucked, and there's been a couple of down years now for Maryland where they went so many years without having a losing record, and now I believe they have 3 in the last 5 years or 6 years, somewhere around that point. They got to get back to that point where they're punching back, and I was very surprised to see, looking at the series, they've lost 8 straight games to Michigan State. So it's kind of beyond due to return the favor. And I'm hoping they get that chance in College Park this year.
You know, I'm old enough to remember people wanting Gary Williams gone because he couldn't get past the Sweet 16. He'd get to the Sweet 16 every year. And remember one year they got blown out by St. John's and Ron Artest, and they got blown out by UCLA, Steve Lavin's UCLA. And people were like, well, Gary can't get past the Sweet 16. I would long for those days now. Like, getting to the Sweet 16 every year is pretty damn good. I'm hopeful. It seems like they've gotten off to a good start this offseason. Now I want to see what else they do.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. Jokingly saying, finishing in the Final Four, not winning a national championship is nothing. If the Terps were to the 8 Final Fours in that time frame, I'd be pretty damn happy. And it's fun when this team is good and competing. Even last year, they lost the national champion in Florida, and Kevin Willard, that coward, did what he did over those few weeks. It was still a fun season, and the team was always fun to watch. You knew exactly what time they were playing, what channel it was going to be on, and you knew if it was a 10 or 11 p.m. tip-off, you're staying up because you need to watch them play. You want to watch them play because that's the new Big Ten, West Coast to East Coast, and how all those things go. But it feels early that Buzz is righting some of the wrongs with last year's roster. Farrell Payne hasn't been checked off yet. The NCAA works in their own ways, and you never fully know with them. It does sound like everybody in that building is confident that he's going to get the approval for the waiver, and he'll be back next year, which is automatically puts them ahead of a lot of Big Ten teams. He's a top 3 big man in the Big Ten. So that's exciting. There's some rumors about some guys they might get in the portal.
Yeah.
Buljan is a very good ad. Tomislav, that's one of the better bigs, and he's a different type of player. The 23-year-old freshman, welcome to college sports in 2026. They're moving in a good direction. It feels good. But again, they got a lot of work to do still. Hopefully they can close on some of these guys.
I read, and I apologize who wrote it, but somebody pretty smart when it comes to the college basketball landscape, and they said the reason Maryland's very confident about Payne is if he's denied, they'll sue, and when you sue the NCAA, you always win. So, so he's going to play. They feel pretty confident he's going to play next year.
Yes, we see in football too, guys. Players immediately suing, and then all of a sudden you're fine to play, like Chambliss.
Yes,
that whole lawsuit. I'm not very worried about him. He sat out more than enough time, and they need him. Big men in this transfer portal are going for outrageous money, and the Terps would have used a lot of their money on a big man if they had to. And I'm sure that Payne's getting money. It's not like he's not being paid, but that relationship with Buzz definitely puts you in a good spot to get, again, one of the best bigs in the conference back.
Coming up next, let's check in Cleveland. Ken Carman, morning show host on 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland. We'll talk Guardians. Is he buying the Guardians start? Is this a playoff team in Cleveland? And also, what are the Browns thinking as they head to the draft? And what's he think of Todd Monken now that he's officially the coach of the Browns? Ken Carman joins us next here on The Fan.
Odyssey Sports Draft coverage is presented nationally by Bet365, where winning is everything. Download the Bet365 app and lock in your picks before the game begins. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in select states only.
Most fans know every stat by heart, but didn't know about Dark Cars Toyota of Baltimore, the largest and only new car dealership in the city. Fully remodeled showroom with new Toyotas, pre-owned lineup, full service and parts. Corner of Eastern and Dundalk or darkcarstoyotabaltimore.com.
Ryan Ripken here, and if you've ever had a pet need care unexpectedly, you know how stressful that moment can be. That's why I trust Homeward Bound Veterinary Services in Bel Air. They're a leader in wellness and urgent care with a location ready when you need it most. And they have advanced tools like on-site CT imaging and laparoscopic surgery to treat your pet quickly with less stress. Visit homewardboundveterinaryservices.com. That's homewardboundveterinaryservices.com. Your pet deserves it.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
America, look around. Everywhere you go, prices are still high, rates have been whipsawing markets, and the debt and spending don't exactly scream stability. Experts say diversifying with intention is the #1 secret account that all American smart money uses to hedge against instability. Monetary Gold has been around since 2000, witnessing multiple economic setbacks. If you call now, Monetary Gold will cover up to a lifetime of your IRA fees on qualified accounts. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
For all the things you have to do and places you need to be, let Uber take you there. Because you had just one more 3 rounds ago. Because the 5 a.m. flight seemed like a good idea at the time. Because check engine lights always appear at the worst possible times. And because parking downtown is a nightmare. Because there are nights out, airport trips, and car troubles in your area, there are drivers in your area. Uber. Request a ride today. Wait time varies. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
I'm Kiara Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Get fit for clubs with Baltimore County Golf and start improving your game. Visit BaltimoreGolfing.com/getfit and get more golf for your club purchase.
Join 105.7 The Fan at the 57th Annual Towson Town Spring Festival, hosted by the Towson Chamber of Commerce, Inc. and the Towson Main Street Collaborative on Saturday, May 2nd from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. and Sunday, May 3rd from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. The festival will feature a great lineup of local gourmet food trucks and vendors showcasing and selling art, jewelry, handmade products, and other unique treasures. The Towson Town Spring Festival is family-friendly and includes a range of entertainment, from live music to dance performances, rides and games, and beer garden.
From the Anderson Automotive Studios, this is WJZFM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutSky.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalace.
Parker Messick was lights out against the O's last night as he no-hit the Birds through 8 innings. Manager Craig Albernaz explained what made Messick so effective.
He had all his pitches dialed in the strike zone. He did a great job of changing speeds in all counts. Weak contact. I mean, we didn't, Wardy squared up a ball to center field. Kwani made a great catch. But yeah, he was on tonight.
Chris Bassett will try to be a stopper tonight against the Guardians. In his last start versus the Giants, Bassett allowed 2 runs, 1 earned on 7 hits across 4 2/3 innings. Cleveland will send out Tanner Bybee. BBT presented by Jerry's Home Services with Mike Bordick and yours truly gets underway at 5. The NBA play-in tournament concludes tonight. The Magic host the Hornets at 7:30. The winner of that game will play the Pistons in round 1. At 10, the Suns face the Warriors. The winner will play the Thunder in round 1. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, temps are in the low 80s with an overnight low of 58. Tomorrow has partly cloudy skies and a high of 80. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalace. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Second of a 4-game series in Cleveland tonight. Orioles and the Guardians. Orioles were almost no-hit last night. Orioles got hits in the 9th inning, but Parker Messick took a no-hitter into the 9th. Chris Bassett on the hill for the O's tonight. But let's talk some Cleveland Guardians and maybe get some Browns in there as well. Ken Carman, mornings, 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland, joins us now. And Ken, thank you as always for your time. We appreciate it. So, are people in Cleveland, do they just buy Stephen Vogt as a miracle worker? Because every year it feels like this is the year they won't spend the money other than Ramirez, so they're going to have to fade, right? But every year they seem to make the playoffs.
Well, no, because they had Terry Francona. Now they thought he was a miracle worker. Tito set a pretty high bar.
Yeah,
and Stephen Vogt's kind of kept it going. So it's kind of become. The Guardians fans are in a weird place because the team is not a big money spender, as you probably know.
Mm-hmm.
They've spent money on Jose Ramirez, but Jose had to take a big discount. And then you have, rookies around the league starting to get paid a little bit. Connor Griffin got paid. The kid up in Detroit, whose name is Kevin McGonigal, just got paid. We got DeLauder, who I think some people are kind of kicking around whether or not to pay him, but I just think a lot of folks are just kind of either they support the Guardians no matter what, but there's always going to be people who are upset just because they spend money, and then they get mad because the results are always there. So it's like, if you're going to the postseason 7 of the last 10 years, how can I sit there and scream for you to spend more money when it's a kind of a crapshoot in so many ways? Now, I hate saying that because it's not a crapshoot, but I think to general fans it is. When you got Francisco Lindor going to the Mets making $300-some-odd million, and the Mets can't get out of their own way, and neither can he. So there's some people who are happy no matter what because it's the Guardians, and then there's just people who, I guess they just don't like baseball because it's just been such a very successful franchise. They just haven't been able to punch in the ticket for the last how many years.
Ken, you brought up Chase DeLauder. What are you expecting out of the rookie this year?
I'd like somewhere around 25 home runs if possible. I know he's hitting the cover off the ball to begin the season. He's kind of cooled off a little bit. That back foot's always kind of throwing people off because he moves it so much. Usually you keep it locked in. But he's done a terrific job in the outfield. People just want him to stay healthy. He would have been up here a couple of years ago had he just been healthy. He's never really been able to do it. There's been comparisons made between him and Grady Sizemore. Of course, people get nervous about that because Grady got hurt and that derailed his career. But he spent about 5-6 really solid, healthy, fantastic seasons before his body started to fail him. So I think the comparison is probably between he and Grady Sizemore, and just kind of hoping he can kind of help set the table for Jose Ramirez, because there's always so much pressure on Jose once we get to the postseason because he's got to drag along a really young lineup that kind of the moment's always kind of a little too bright for him.
Talking with Ken Carmen's Inside Access here on The Fan. Let's switch to the Browns, Ken. And the draft is less than a week away. Browns have 2 first-round picks. You've got our guy Monk as the head coach. And why do I keep hearing all this Myles Garrett trade rumor stuff again? Didn't they sign him? Didn't they give him every piece of money that he could ever ask for to re-sign a year ago?
Why. You guys know why. The Browns are bad, and if they were a good football team, no one would be talking about it. But they're a bad team, and you're either growing or you're dying. And people look at the Browns and go, well, you're dying. Why aren't you helping yourself grow? Because you could probably get 3 first-round picks from Jerry Jones if you wanted to trade him. But up until this last summer, or it's weather's good now. I'm acting like it's summer already.
Yeah.
It's April. Up until about a month ago, it was almost an immovable contract until next year. I mean, if they were to trade him, they would have still had Deshaun Watson on the roster, and then if they were to cut Deshaun, they probably wouldn't have been able to field a 53-man roster because of all the dead money. So it was almost like he's here no matter what. Then they kind of did this restructure, and people are going, oh, God. Because now it would be technically easier to move him this summer, post-June 1st. So some people are kind of wandering around, and if the Browns go ahead and, there's been a weird conversation, okay, what if Reuben Bain's there at 6? Well, if they take Reuben Bain, everybody's going to be thinking that they're going to trade Myles, because 2026 first-round picks don't really help. It's not a great draft. They want 2027 first-round picks, and Myles would help you get that. My issue is that the fans are pretty mad at the organization as it is, and you're just going to make it matter. And while it might be a good plan long-term, you're still trading away the greatest player that's ever played defense for this organization, and he's probably right behind Jim Brown and Otto Graham for all-time greats. So it's very hard to do. And Andrew Berry spearheaded the trade. Everybody thinks it's Jimmy. It wasn't. It was Andrew Berry who spearheaded the trade for Deshaun Watson. And I don't know if Andrew Berry always wants on his Wikipedia that he's the guy who traded for Deshaun Watson and traded away the greatest defensive player in Browns history, and maybe by the time it's all said and done, the greatest edge rusher in history.
Well, this is the final year of Deshaun Watson's contract, and Jimmy Haslam a couple weeks ago came out and said that he has a great chance to be their starting quarterback. Are you expecting Deshaun Watson to start week 1, Ken?
The fans don't like him, and I've said that on numerous shows, and I haven't had any pushback. They don't like him. They're going to give Shedeur Sanders every opportunity to win that job. But Todd Monk is a first-year head coach, and his objective is to win. and to try to do what's best. He don't care about what the fans think. He cares about the 52 other guys in his locker room. And if Deshaun goes out there as a veteran, a former all-pro style quarterback, and shows anything in OTAs, and there's a possibility he can. He's in good shape, and you're not running against any traffic. You're just going against air. So if he goes out there and looks better, yeah, he may very well win the job. But I think they're going to do everything they can. If it's close, they're going to give the job to Shedeur and see whether or not he can hack it. And if he can't, okay, we'll live to see 2027 and hopefully get this quarterback situation fixed in a better draft.
Ken, they have 2 first-round picks, 6 and 24. I'm sure you've been speculating what you expect the Browns to be doing. What would you like to see them do in this draft?
Well, it's pretty deep in the first round of wide receiver. At least that's what we want to believe. But if you get to 24, you could have a run on wide receivers, and now all of a sudden you're not so deep at wide receiver. And then at 6, people have been talking about Monroe Freeling. He is a project. Like I've been telling people, I think he's got a great future, but are you going to be able to accept week 1, the offense takes the field and he's still standing on the sideline? And fans don't want to hear that. So I'm going to kind of go backwards from where I usually go because I'm an inside-out type of guy, offensive line. I mean, you just looking at me, I think a lot of people can figure out why. But I would take Carnell Tate if he were there. I think it's as quote-unquote a safe pick as you're going to find. And then I think at 24, if Blake Miller's there from Clemson, I'd take him. Caleb Lamu from Utah, they've had him in. I think that they could take him, and they're going to put one of those guys at tackle, and they're going to be pretty happy. Problem is that the Eagles, I know for a fact, really, really, really like Blake Miller. So you might have to jump up ahead of them. They got 9 picks. Maybe they might be willing to do that.
Ken Carman, always a pleasure, man. We appreciate your time. Thank you so much, and enjoy the draft next week.
Thank you very much. You guys do as well.
Thank you so much. When we come back, we'll take a look at this Orioles-Guardians series. What do we expect to see from Chris Bassett tonight? We'll tell you next here on The Fan.
In terms of the draft, everybody says we're going to take the best player available, and that's usually not true.
Brian Billick on this year's Ravens draft.
But in the 14th, those guys in the 10 to 20 range, those are guys that have been pushed out of the top 10. There could be a major difference between the 14th guy on your board and the 20th guy on the board. Eric DaCosta, obviously a disciple of Ozzie Newsome, will take what their board says is the best player available, even if it's not at a specific position.
105.7 The Fan.
This traffic report is brought to you by Lincoln Tech of Columbia. LincolnTech.edu.
The jobs are out there. The question is, are you ready for them? Enroll now for spring classes at Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus with hands-on training built around what employers need. You won't just learn it, you'll do it. Visit LincolnTech.edu for info.
Spring has a way of getting us moving again. Walks after dinner, weekends outside, time with the people we love. Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with a Good Feet store. If your feet are slowing you down, visit a Good Feet store near you and see how personally fit arch supports can get you back to living the life you love.
O'Reilly Auto Parts offers more than just the right parts for your repair. Our professional parts people can also test your battery, install your new wiper blades, and even scan and read your check engine, ABS, or maintenance light with O'Reilly Veriscan for free. For the best service, advice, auto parts, and accessories, stop by the new O'Reilly Auto Parts in Gwynn Oak on Liberty Road, next to Dunkin' Donuts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Liberty Mutual customized this song for you. Like your car insurance, it's custom too, yeah. Liberty Mutual's got the coverage that could save you money. Thanks to Doug and Limu, well now you can go and take that cruise. Liberty, 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 yeah.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Lots of things can spin. Windmills, hula hoops, a hamster wheel, your clothes in a dryer. But only one can give you a chance to win up to $250,000. Play the Big Spin Scratch-Off from the Maryland Lottery. You could win up to $50,000 instantly. But that's not all. Uncover a Big Spin symbol, and you could find yourself spinning the Big Spin wheel at lottery headquarters for $50,000 to $250,000. So take a spin to your favorite lottery retailer and pick up the Big Spin Scratch-Off today. Please play responsibly.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 1057 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 1057 The Fan.
Traffic sponsored by JATC Local 24.
From the A.J. Michaels Heating and Cooling Traffic Center.
95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. Accident reported at Caton Avenue. 295 northbound heavy from the Beltway to 95 and Russell Street. And 895 northbound heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. On the inner loop of the Beltway, there's delays from 95 off and on to Security Boulevard. Heavy again from Park Heights Avenue to the Jones Falls Expressway. And then again on the inner loop, it's heavy between the Harrisburg Expressway to Lock Raven Boulevard. On the outer loop of the Beltway, it's heavy off and on between Providence Road and Dulaney Valley Road. I'm Scott Brady with traffic. Looking for a great opportunity where you can earn while you learn? Check out the Electrical Apprenticeship Program at JATC Local 24. Go to jatc24.org for more info.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalace. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Orioles and Guardians game 2 of a 4-game series. Gunnar Henderson leading off at shortstop. Taylor Ward is in left field batting second. Pete Alonso batting third at first base. Dylan Beavers, who wasn't available to pinch hit last night, is batting fourth and doing the DHing. Sam Basayo behind the plate batting fifth. Leody Taveras batting sixth in center field. Colton Cowser, he's in right field batting seventh. Kobe Mayo at third base batting eighth. And Jeremiah Jackson batting ninth at second base behind Chris Bassett, who's 0-2 with a 9 ERA.
This J-Rod pinch hit walk-off tonight is going to hit.
Oh,
it is going to hit. No, but in all seriousness, Chris Bassett, last time out against the Giants, kind of an interesting start. He only gave up the one earned run, but still failed to complete 5 innings. In that start, we saw him use his sweeper more. He threw it 14 times in that start. Got 3 swings and misses on it on 6 swings on that pitch. But Bassett, his sinker, which is his primary pitch, has just not been there for him at all. And he's really been trying to find his control. But 12 for 23 opposing batters are hitting that sinker. When Bassett's had success, it's been more on those secondary pitches. The curveball he's had some success with, and I'm interested to see if he's going to dive or use his sweeper more again tonight. And then you get to the Guardians starter, and Tanner Bybee's coming off a start in which he got absolutely rocked against the Braves. He went 4 2/3 innings, gave up 8 earned runs on 11 hits. Bybee, he is only completed 5 innings in one of his 4 starts, and his 4-seamers getting killed, 444 batting average against his cutters getting crushed, 375 batting average against it. So it'd be good to see the offense get going tonight and get going early. It's just, last night was a perfect reminder of it, where Jose Ramirez starts off the first inning with a 2-run bomb. It's just this team plays from behind seemingly early on in every game.
So we were unanimous in that we liked the Chris Bassitt signing when it was made. He has not been good yet. Is the quality start too much to ask for Chris Bassitt tonight? And remember, the minimum requirements for a quality start is 6 innings, 3 earned runs. So, can he give them 6 innings, 3 earned runs tonight?
We haven't seen him complete 5 innings yet, so
we have not.
I'd like to see him do that first. If he can record an out in the 6th inning today and have a similar stat line, like a 2 earned run, he gave up 2 runs, 1 earned last time, like something along those lines, I would be cool with that. I just want to see him continue to take steps forward. And I thought he took a step forward against the Giants, because that start against the Pirates was just horrible. And the O's were out of that game right away. You know, him giving up those 6 earned runs pretty much right out of the gate. I just want to see him make progress, Ken. And the starting rotation as a whole, it is yet to really get going outside of Trevor Rogers, who's coming off a tough start in his own right. I was so high on this starting rotation, but they just haven't gotten it going.
Some news coming out of Cleveland. Jacob Calvin Meyer, a friend who was on the show earlier, said that Adley Rutschman talked with the media. He's traveling with the club despite being on the IL. Said, quote, he's feeling good. He doesn't want to get ahead of himself and predict when he could return, but he seems optimistic. He could come off the IL on Tuesday.
That would be great. If he can return after the minimum, or not that long after that, maybe comes back Friday, for example, when they come back to Baltimore, sometime in the next week, that would be a positive development. And hopefully he can pick up where he left off, because Adley got off to such a good start. He reached safely in 9 of the 10 games that he played. The quality of at-bat was much better. I think defensively, he's been much better year over year than he was in 2025. So with him, man, it's just the injury bug has bit him, and it's bit him since the second half of 2024 when he really fell off. So you just hope that there aren't lingering effects to this ankle.
Bone, he tweaked his ankle in a game where he got 3 hits. He's looking like, that's the bummer of it all. He was looking like the guy that we saw before the last year and a half, like
totally.
At the plate.
And even last year, Ken, in June, he was getting it going, and then he went down with the oblique injury, and that was pretty much the beginning of the end of his season, because he strained the other oblique, and it was just a complete mess. So, yeah, you hope that he can pick up where he left off.
The other bit of news, Matt Holliday gave it away on a podcast. Was it Cardinals territory? Brother of the Birdland territory. Yes. Talking about his son Jackson having some soreness on the other side of his wrist, overcompensating for the hamate bone. Well, he is, as Matt Holliday said, he is starting a rehab assignment with the Frederick Keys starting tomorrow. The Keys have announced this. So the Keys said Jackson Holliday scheduled to make a rehab appearance with us on Saturday and Sunday. Sounds like that means he'll be in Norfolk starting on Tuesday. Remember, the minor leagues don't play on Monday.
It was interesting when we had Jacob Calvin Meyer on the show in the first hour, and he was just speculating. I want to stress that. He wondered how much of this is a mental component for Jackson Holliday. Maybe not so much the pain, but just realizing that things are going to feel different, and it's going to be a little different as you continue to work through this hamate bone. And he was wondering if maybe just this soft reset, this couple-day reset, maybe he gets it going when he starts this second rehab stint over the weekend. Obviously, Those fans are hoping for that.
Orioles and the Guardians, game 2 of a 4-game series, starts at 6:10, which means Baltimore baseball tonight. That's coming up at 5. Bordy in the bone here at 5. Coming up next, though, it's become a Friday tradition like no other, or unlike any other, if I'm going to quote Jim Nantz. It's our Friday chat with the late, great Dr. Jerry Aloysius Coleman. We will talk Ravens, we will talk O's, we will talk uniforms, and we will talk food with Jerry next here on The Fan.
If you're thinking about it
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch.
You got hurt and didn't call 877-OUCH-911? Honey, even I know which attorney to call when you're injured.
Grandma's right. I'm the attorney that gives a shit. Follow Grandma's advice and call 877-OUCH-911 or OUCHGuy.com.
Sponsored by UBO. We make workflow. UBO streamlines document workflow and maximizes output. Think of us as your business technology experts, where satisfaction isn't just a promise, it's a part of our culture. Get started at ubeo.com today.
It's a Grand Slam sales event at Bob Bell Kia. Knock it out of the park in a new Kia Sportage for just $27,557. Trade in and get up to $2,000 more than CarMax. Hurry, round the bases to BobBellKia.com or call 510-288-2500 today.
When orthopedic pain strikes, you don't always have time to wait for an appointment. That's why Ortho Maryland offers walk-in care at 5 convenient locations across Baltimore and Harford counties. From sprains and strains to sports injuries and sudden joint pain, our orthopedic experts are here to help you get the care you need. No appointment, no problem. Just walk in and get back to doing what you love. Why wait in the ER or urgent care? Go straight to the orthopedic experts. Visit orthomaryland.net for hours and location information.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee.
Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most.
That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included.
Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi.
Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that.
Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Breaking news for your home. Wayday. Wayfair's big sale is almost here, and you can score the best deals in home. Like up to 80% off everything home. Yes, you heard that right. 80% off with free shipping on everything. Plus surprise flash deals all Wayday long. We're talking outdoor furniture and essentials, rugs, and more. All at Wayfair. And all up to 80% off during Wayday. Shop Wayfair's Wayday from April 25th through 27th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 135 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Are you stressed because of your IRS back tax bill, the possibility of wage garnishment or property lien? Then call Priority Tax Relief now. 800-314-0045. At Priority Tax, we work directly with the IRS to protect you and your assets. Thousands of our customers have resolved for far less than their original balance. Connect to the IRS for free in minutes. 800-314-0045. That's 800-314-0045.
From the A.J. Michaels Heating and Cooling Traffic Center.
Outer loop of the Beltway at Dulaney Valley Road, there's an accident. It's on the right side. It's heavy from Providence Road. On the inner loop of the Beltway, heavy from 95 off and on to Security Boulevard. And then it's heavy again from Park Heights Avenue to the Jones Falls Expressway. Inner loop of the Beltway heavy again from the Harrisburg Expressway to Loch Raven Boulevard. 95 northbound's heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. Accident reported at Caton Avenue. And 295 northbound heavy between the Beltway and 95 and Russell Street. 895 northbound, that's heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalace.
Many people have mocked Spencer Fano and Vega Ioane to the Ravens at pick 14. GM Eric DeCosta recently commented on those two offensive linemen.
I think Fano could play really wherever you want him to play, right? And he could play tackle, could play guard. He's a good athlete. He's tough. He's a good player. I mean, I think Vega, obviously seen him play a bunch, physical, tough, sort of prototype, straight from central casting of what you want your guards to look like.
The O's are looking to snap a 3-game losing streak tonight against the Guardians. The starting pitching matchup features Chris Bassett opposite Tanner Bybee. Baltimore baseball tonight presented by Jerry's Home Services with Mike Bordick and yours truly gets underway at 5. The NBA play-in tournament concludes tonight. The Magic host the Hornets at 7:30. The winner of that game will play the Pistons in round 1. At 10, the Suns face the Warriors. The winner will play the Thunder in round 1. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, temps are in the low 80s with an overnight low of 58. Tomorrow has partly cloudy skies and a high of 80. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Maryland Lottery. Play the Big Spin Scratch-Offs from the Maryland Lottery. You could win up to $50,000 instantly. Please play responsibly. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalace. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
You know what that music means. It's become a Friday staple. Our chats with the late, great Dr. Jerry Aloysius Coleman, MD. And there's a lot to talk with Jerry about today. And Jerry, thank you as always for your time. We do appreciate it. So,
do you appreciate it, Ken?
I always do. I truly do appreciate your time. Sometimes I might be lying, but with you, it's sincere.
And I believe you, not so much Tim, who refused to promote me. Well, Tim refused to promote me this morning. I happened to be on my way to tennis catching his appearance.
You're right. No, you're 100% right, Jerry. I was right. If you could hear, I was stalling for a minute and I knew that I was forgetting someone, and then
how do you forget the doctor?
I know. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot.
Sorry to interrupt.
That's okay. So, well, we were together on, was it Wednesday? The day's blend now for the Liars Luncheon. We got fed. You are one who loves a free meal. What did you think?
I mean, I thought it was fine. Who doesn't? I want to meet the person that doesn't like the free meal too. Let me meet that person, okay? Because they can pay for my meal. I thought, listen, it was very good. There was a wide assortment. I think I saw on that X account, what is it, Baltimore Media Free Food?
I'm on it right now. Yeah.
Somehow that person was in there, and they gave it a report card because apparently the Ravens wouldn't let him take any pictures, or her. I don't know who it is, but
we don't know.
I think the presentation, they gave an A-.
Yeah.
And I'll concur with that because the guy in charge, Manny's been there from the inception. He's been there since day one, and good for him. He came and offered you a sandwich. You declined, and I said, yes, please make me a sandwich. And it was delicious.
Yeah,
as far as the presentation, I'm sure you saw that grade. That was just a B+ because it was too healthy. I mean, there was no artificial preservatives,
no
not
desserts,
enough sugar, no desserts, nothing of that nature. With Harbaugh gone, I thought that health kick would be over.
The people want to know, Jerry, did you get it to go plate?
He did.
It to go?
Yeah, he did.
I didn't order that, just so everyone knows. Manny knows me from my decades of covering the team. He approached me and said, listen, would you like something to take with you? And who am I to insult a man like that?
To Manny, I do want to thank him because I walk in and I've got the cast. Well, it was a splint at that point, a cast today. He offered to get me a plate. He said, go sit down and I'll just fix you a plate because he knew I'd have trouble with holding the thing. And so I had a little potpourri of everything on the plate chair, and it was very good.
It was nice. And listen, we only get to go in there once a year.
Yes.
The unwashed media, as that guy called them, and a lot of us are unwashed. I did shower before the occasion, but it'll be another year before we're permitted back in that dining room. So you take advantage. It was a one-off, and it's the highlight of the Liars Luncheon because, after that, Eric DaCosta talked about 200 draftable players, and I think we heard close to 200 lies. But as far as the food presentation goes, very healthy. Great job by Manny and the Ravens, and the PR staff was along for the ride.
Well, I do want to ask you about the press conference, and you're right. Eric likes to play the games, and he even agreed with the name Liars Luncheon a couple of years ago. But were there any takeaways from the press conference for you, Jerry?
Not much. And the fact that, he said a lot of great things about the draft, but then again, he was willing to trade the picks, as I mentioned to him. I do think he addressed what the team needs when he talked about offensive linemen, still maybe another pass rusher, and obviously someone maybe to fill in for some of the departures at tight end. That has to be a pressing need. So I think we got a little bit of a glimpse of where they're headed. As far as names, I don't think we got much. I like the glow in the eye of Jesse Minter. It was just interesting because that was the first time without John Harbaugh. And for those that have been covering the team for a long time, you came accustomed to a certain way things were done, and now it's being shaken up a little bit.
Talking with Jerry Coleman's Inside Access here on The Fan. Jerry, you have been around these teams for a long time, and both teams have added uniforms to their stables. Seemingly in the last few weeks, the Ravens had quite a production last night out at Merriweather Post Pavilion. What do you think of both teams? Well, I guess the Ravens first and foremost because it's fresh.
Yeah, that was a huge deal last night, especially on social media. I did not go out there for that because I couldn't ascertain whether or not we're going to be able to interview certain people. And then I was told we were not. So I just decided to sit back on that one. I'm not a big uniform guy. I'm a big victory guy. Mike Preston put out a tweet that I completely agree with. Not into uniforms. I care about victories. That's what really matters to me. The helmets are very cool.
Yes.
Not going to deny that. I like the fact that Baltimore is front and center like it is on the Orioles jersey. But let's be honest. I mean, the people that are lining up to buy this jersey today are the people they're targeting. Those are the suckers that go out and buy it at top price. These things are going to be marked down at some point. You don't need them today on day one unless you want to impress your friends or relatives at the next family dinner or get together. I just, that's what the Orioles do with the Charm City Connect jerseys. I'm fine with the Oriole cartoon bird jersey and a Ravens jersey that says Ravens on the front and has some purple and black on it. That's all that matters to me. That's what represents the city I live in, or at least visit. Because I live in the county.
Yes.
We're speaking to Jerry Coleman. It's Inside Access on The Fan. Jerry, what have you made of the lineup the past couple of days? Our guy, Ben's dubbed him J-Rod, Jonathan Rodriguez, batting cleanup back-to-back days. And the lineup for the day game on Wednesday. What'd you make of that?
Well, that's what the nerds in the warehouse wanted, Tim. I mean, I mentioned this, I think, with Bob Haynie, the fact that, there's this Battle of the Birds golf tournament coming up between the two teams. It should be a battle of the analytical nerds because we heard about that with the Ravens the other day as well. All the nerds that Eric DaCosta was naming that are in the analytical department. So it seems like they may be running the show more so with the Orioles than with the Ravens. But it's interesting. I mean, listen, they're depleted right now. They have all sorts of injuries they're dealing with. I don't envy them. Some of the injuries are just wacky, but they're trying to fight. Last night was tough to watch. They tried to make a comeback at the end. We'll see what happens today with Chris Bassett. I still don't have a lot of faith in Chris Bassett. I think there's a reason that Toronto let him walk and was waiting for someone to offer him $18 million a year, but maybe he'll prove me wrong. But every time he goes out there and doesn't go 5 innings, I think of Charlie Morton.
Do you feel confident in Kyle Bradish, even though he hasn't had a great outing yet?
Absolutely. 100% faith in Kyle Bradish and Trevor Rogers, who stubbed his toe the other day in an inning. And, I don't know if they should have taken him out at that point. I mean, that's their number one starter. I'd stick with that guy as long as possible. Seems to get his act together. So I don't have a problem with Rogers and Bradish. It's some of the other guys like Boz and Bassett, and obviously Elfin's not around. And Kramer pitched a solid game, I guess, for the most part, numbers-wise, but you can't let the same guy beat you twice over and over again, like sometimes he does with some of these leadoff home runs he allows.
How impressed have you been with Jeremiah Jackson, Jerry? And he's swinging a hot bat, but also defensively, he's been really strong at second base.
Very, and he's such a likable guy, too, Tim. Anyone who's been around him, I mean, I don't know how you can't like this guy. Hopefully he's a mainstay. We've seen these flashes in April and May, and everyone's saying, we don't need Jackson Holiday back. We're all set with JJ over there at second base. Hopefully we're saying that, in August and September as well. But it's been nice to have him a part of the team. He's been a welcome addition. So they need all the depth they can get. As you know, we thought, this team's just going to coast right along and maybe a couple of injuries in spring training. But I am very surprised that Jackson Holiday is not back by this point. I mean, when I talked to him in spring training before they didn't allow cameras in the locker room, he told me he was around the corner to playing. And that was before I got on the cruise boat.
Wow.
And here we are, and he still hasn't played yet. And his wife and dog are throwing out first pitches.
Oh, man, the cruise boat. That was a time.
That was a while ago, but that's what I recall. I remember talking to him like 2 days before I got on the boat, and it seemed like a foregone conclusion. This guy was going to be, at least hitting within a week. And here we are, and, not just yet.
Jerry, I did want to switch him back to the Ravens because I neglected to ask you this question. Zay Flowers, what did you make of him taking some shots at John Harbaugh on that podcast?
Very interesting to hear that. The injuries that crept up because of training camp, was that his insinuation?
Well, not only training camp, but practice late in the season in pads.
Okay, what about practicing in the middle of the day? I mean, to accommodate the quarterback. How about the fact that they've been doing it that way for a number of years without any issues? I love Zay Flowers, great personality, but he is diminutive, okay? He's not the biggest guy in the world. He's going to continue, unfortunately, to get hurt with his size and the way he takes gambles. That's just the way it works. So I don't think you should be taking shots at your former coach when, you haven't accomplished as much as Zay Flowers has in the NFL, and he's, had a great season or two, but 1,000 yards in the NFL is not a great measuring stick when you play 17 games now. And, I would just say it's better off to keep your mouth shut about your former coach and not come out there and say the obvious. We all know they tried to run him off the team. These guys got what they wanted. So now they have to go out and produce. They have a so-called Super Bowl caliber roster. They bring in a new head coach who says it's time for a change. They're ready to turn the page on the last 17 years like it, didn't exist at some time. So good for them. I just want to see them win, just like every other person that follows the Ravens. All that matters is wins. And for Lamar, that means, again, win consecutive playoff games. That should be the team goal this year. Win consecutive playoff games. That should be their motto.
What's going on?
They should put that in the uniform. Maybe they should stitch
make a T-shirt.
Yes,
stitch that in the collar.
When they go to the, with that corny video that I had to watch 3 times last night, where they go to their locker.
Yeah.
No, I mean, well, it depends which one. I saw 3 different ones.
They did put out a million.
Yeah, they go to their locker and they see it, and it says, play like a Raven or something like that. It should say win consecutive playoff games.
What's going on in the podcast, Jer?
It was canceled today. No, I'm kidding. What? The Be More Baseball podcast rolls on. It is Baltimore's preeminent baseball podcast, according to various sources around the country. Anthony Nunez, who's been lights out as a closer, really a reliever, but would embrace a closer role if something were to happen to Helsley. He's our guest. Great conversation with him. We talked with the Dr. Michael Jacobs, about these injuries and about, preemptive strikes. A lot of players being paid $50+ million before they play really any substantial major league playing time or participate. Samuel Basayo's in that crowd. Obviously, Connor Griffin. So we talk about all that. Be More Sports Pod is where you can watch it or listen to it. Also, new Instagram page. That's no longer the J. Cole 5545.
Oh, that's a shame.
Coleman. at Sports with Coleman is where you can find me on Instagram and Facebook, for those still on Facebook.
Jerry, you're the best. Thank you as always for your time. Have yourself a great weekend.
Glad to rearrange my nap schedule for you guys in Baltimore baseball tonight, of course.
Yes, we appreciate it.
And
again, we
Bordy.
appreciate it. Yeah, Bordy will be here.
Yeah, that's why I promoted the podcast, because who knows if he's going to do it, but I'm sure he will. I'm sure it's on his list of things to do.
Ken set him up on Tuesday.
I'm here for
he
you.
did promote it.
Yes, it's like a bowling pin. You got to set it right up there, and he'll knock it down.
Hey, he's still learning the whole broadcasting thing, but he's good at it.
He's the best.
Yeah.
He is the best.
He is.
All right, Jerry.
Grateful to have him.
We're going to hang up on you now.
No. Let me hang up on myself now.
All right.
Take care.
See you.
I always let you hang up on yourself.
Yeah, there he goes. We'll go back. Come back at the text today. Get ready for the weekend, and most importantly, Baltimore baseball tonight is boarding the bone. It's at 5 here on the Fan.
Follow the Fan for complete coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft beginning Thursday, April 23rd, with a big bad morning show's analysis and predictions. At 10 a.m., we're live from Pittsburgh with Vinny Serrato and Tim Barbalace at the site of this year's NFL Draft. Vinny and Tim break down what the Ravens may do along with teams in the AFC North. At 2 p.m., join former Raven and Super Bowl champion Femi Ayanbadejo along with Nolan McGraw. Fresh Take at 6 with Belway Ben and Cordell Woodland. Then it's our Draft Day special starting at 8 p.m. with Vinny Serrato and Ken Weinman, reviewing every pick from number 1 through 32. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Ken Wyman. NBA fans, listen up. You can enter FanDuel's Play-In Palooza for a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets every day of the Play-In tournament. All you have to do is place a live bet using your Play-In Palooza token. Then you'll automatically be entered for a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. So don't just watch the NBA Play-In tournament from the sidelines. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get in on the action. And don't forget to enter FanDuel's Play-In Palooza for a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook's the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus and present in Maryland. No purchase necessary. Opt-in required. Limit one entry. Profit boost bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost token. Easy for me to say. Prizes issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblingup.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Chumba Casino, your online casino for play, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Reports are that not only are the New York Giants and defensive tackle Dexter Lawrence at an impasse when it comes to his contract, but now the three-time Pro Bowler wants out of New York completely regardless of money. The defensive needy team would be getting a great player, but would have to also re-sign Lawrence to a new deal. I'm Adam Abdallah.
Drew McIntyre here from WWE. Wielding the Claymore can be a life of chaos. When I'm not dominating in the ring, Chumba Casino is how this warrior takes a wee break. With hundreds of online social games and new weekly releases, there's always something fresh to try. And those daily boosts, next level. Even my free time feels like Valhalla. So when life feels like a battle, kick up your feet, have some fun, and let's Chumba.
Sponsored by BGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in the state where it's legal to play. Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Traffic is sponsored by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Treat yourself to a famous Box Hill crab cake or ship anywhere in the U.S. Dine in, pick up, or now you can DoorDash Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes menu items right to your door. BoxHillPizzaRestaurant.com. Box Hill, best crab cakes in Maryland.
It's Chris Mack with a Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 3 straight trips to the Western Conference Finals, one of the league's best goal scorers in Jason Robertson, and a goaltender who can't possibly crater again this spring the way he did last spring, right? The Dallas Stars have a lot of reasons to look like Stanley Cup contenders as they start the playoffs tomorrow against Minnesota. So why are they priced at longer than 4-1 to win the West and at least 10-1 to win the Cup? Yeah, the climb in the West could be difficult, especially with a possible second-round matchup against Colorado looming. But at those prices, I like Dallas to finally get over the hump. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. Please play responsibly. Gambling problem? For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER in partnership with MGM National Harbor.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Get it in the app. Participation may vary.
In digital advertising, everyone talks about clicks. But clicks don't pay the bills. Sales do. Outcomes from Viant is a new way to advertise that prioritizes your bottom line. Our AI-driven technology looks past the noise to find the customers most likely to buy your product. It's smarter, faster, and designed for real-world results. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature-Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Drew McIntyre here from WWE. Wielding the Claymore can be a life of chaos. When I'm not dominating in the ring, Chumba Casino is how this warrior takes a wee break. With hundreds of online social games and new weekly releases, there's always something fresh to try. And those daily boosts, next level. Even my free time feels like Valhalla. So when life feels like a battle, kick up your feet, have some fun, and let's Chumba.
Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in the state where it's legal to play.
Traffic sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical.
From the A.J. Michaels Heating and Cooling Traffic Center.
Outer loop of the Beltway before Dulaney Valley Road. The accident there is on the right side. It's heavy from Providence Road. On the outer loop of the Beltway at Lockraven Boulevard, there's an accident on the left side. Inner loop of the Beltway is heavy from 95 off and on to Security Boulevard. Then it's heavy again from Park Heights Avenue to the Jones Falls Expressway. Inner loop of the Beltway heavy from the Harrisburg Expressway to Lockraven Boulevard. 70 eastbound at the Beltway in Woodlawn, there's an accident. And 95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. Accident at Caton Avenue being cleared. 295 northbound heavy between the Beltway and 95 and Russell Street. And 895 northbound heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. I'm Scott Brady with traffic. Are you stuck in a dead-end mechanical construction job? Well, it's time to build a real career, not just collect a paycheck. Ariosa Mechanical is hiring skilled commercial foremen and mechanics right now. Join the team at ariosamechanical.com.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalace. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
I want to apologize to Mike Borda publicly. I thought he wasn't here because he usually sits in one of those rooms in the kitchen, but he was on the couches this time. So he's here. He's ready. Boarding the Bone coming up at 5 o'clock.
He's always working. He's always prepped to the gills. He's ready to go.
Let's get the text of the day.
Time for the Inside Access text of the day.
Text of the day comes from Jim in Baltimore, who says, felt like yesterday we were just talking about this team being different than last year, but last night felt a lot like last year's team. At-bats sucked until the 9th inning. This team needs to wake up.
I will say this. Last year, they wouldn't have had fight in the 9th inning. Because we talked about that when they came back and...
The Dodgers game.
Yeah,
that was my original thought last night. Like, oh, this team wouldn't have fought back. And I was like, well, they did do it in the
Dodgers game. Yeah. I was there. My chances of watching a no-hitter in person. And
I would say the first half of the year.
Yeah.
It wouldn't have been anything like this.
It's unfortunate that they've lost 3 straight games since their biggest win of the season, which was Monday, coming back from 6 runs down. You would have liked to have seen them
thought
continue.
That would catapult them.
Yes, exactly. And to be fair, that with that game, they won 6 of 7, but to lose these last 3 in the fashion that they've lost it in. Now, last night, Parker just dominated the lineup for 8 innings, but the prior 2 nights, a lot of self-inflicted mistakes.
Beltway Ben, put you on the spot. You got one best bet for the people. We got a lot of basketball this weekend.
One best bet, if it had to be one. Overall for series, I like Tyrese Maxey to average 3 or more 3-pointers made per game.
Nice.
In that series. He's knocked down 3 or more threes in all 4 games against the Celtics this year. I think he's going to have to be running and gunning, chucking shots. The Celtics, everybody knows how good they are defensively, but he's been good shooting the basketball. One play for tonight. I like Devers over 1.5 hits, runs, and RBIs.
Nice.
Facing Littell right down the road in D.C. Littell, big home run pitcher. Devers is due for one of those long ones. So I like Devers over hits, runs, RBIs, and I like Tyrese Maxey 3-pointers in the series.
Where can people find you, Beltway Ben?
At BH Journalist on Twitter. You can find all my betting stuff there. You can find all my stuff with Cordell. Our show, which is on Thursdays. We had Jalen Hawkins on yesterday. If you want to go back, you can always go to the YouTube. Go back, listen.
Odyssey app?
Yeah, Odyssey app. However you want it. However, whatever pleases you, you can do.
By the way, I was going to make a Zach Littell, Lamar Latrell joke, but neither of you guys would have gotten it at all because you're young and I'm old, and Revenge of the Nerds is probably not on your radar, is it? Latrell, Lamar Latrell, you know?
I'm familiar with the movie, but not.
Lambda, and Omega Mu, you know what I'm talking about? No idea. All right. Well, that is it for us because I got to get out of here because, of course, Mike Bordick is going to be coming here. He's an Oriole Hall of Famer. It is Baltimore baseball tonight. It is coming up next. They're going to get you ready for Orioles baseball starting at 5 here on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
I'm Chris Mack here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. 3 straight trips to the Western Conference Finals, one of the league's best goal scorers in Jason Robertson, and a goaltender who can't possibly crater again this spring the way he did last spring, right? The Dallas Stars have a lot of reasons to look like cup contenders, so why are they priced at longer than 4-1 to win the West and at least 10-1 to win the Cup? Yes, a difficult climb in the West with a possible matchup against Colorado looming, but at these prices, I like Dallas to finally get over the hump. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. Ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
You've probably driven past it 100 times. That's Dar Cars Toyota Baltimore, the largest and only new car dealership in the city. Fully remodeled showrooms stacked with new and used cars, plus full service and parts. Corner of Eastern and Dundalk or DarCarsToyotaBaltimore.com.
Powerful doesn't just happen. You have to make it happen. So the moment Total Wireless offers a free Samsung S25 FE with Galaxy AI, when you switch to Total 5G or 5G Plus Unlimited 3-month plan, you take the network as powerful as you, with unlimited 5G data that won't slow you down. Now that's a total power move. Visit your neighborhood Total Wireless store. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G unlimited 3-month plan or higher. External port in and ID verification. Available only in Total Wireless stores. Limit to 4 devices per account.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this rush hour ad to keep you calm, which could help your driving. And science says therapy is great for a healthy mindset. So enjoy this 14-second session on us. I think you've done everything right and absolutely nothing wrong. In fact, anything that hasn't gone your way could probably be blamed on your father not being emotionally available because his father wasn't emotionally available, and so on. And now that you're calm and healing, you're probably driving better too.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
This golf season, get fit for clubs with Baltimore County Golf and start improving your game. Plus, Baltimore County Golf gives you more golf with your golf purchase than other retailers. More range credits to practice with your new clubs. More rounds at Greystone and Woodlands to get out on the course. More money back to Advantage cardholders to spend in the golf shop or on lessons with any of our PGA professionals. Visit BaltimoreGolfing.com/get fit to make an appointment and get more golf for your club purchase this season. Get fit and get more with Baltimore County Golf.
What's better than getting all your faves at Popeyes for just $5? We added shrimp, y'all. Juicy, crispy butterfly shrimp, cooked to perfection and served classic, or tossed in the bold flavor of our Louisiana dry rubs. And they're only $5. So come in today for all your favorites. 3 pieces of our signature chicken, 3 crispy tenders, Popeye's chicken sandwich, and now 8 pieces of butterfly shrimp for just $5 each.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Limited time only at select Baltimore, Maryland area restaurants. Price may vary. Terms apply.
Draft Spotlights are brought to you by Liberty Mutual. Only pay for what you need. Carnell Tate from Ohio State is the best receiver in this draft, and he's going to be the first wide receiver taken. First of all, he's big. He's been well coached, as all the receivers that come out of Ohio State are, but he's a difference maker because of his ability to adjust to the ball in the air, his route running, and he's a game changer. He could go as early as 5 to the team in New York. He could go to Cleveland at 6 or the team in Washington at 7.
And Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug!
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Join 105.7 The Fan at the 57th Annual Towson Town Spring Festival, hosted by the Towson Chamber of Commerce, Inc. and the Towson Main Street Collaborative on Saturday, May 2nd from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. and Sunday, May 3rd from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. The festival will feature a great lineup of local gourmet food trucks and vendors showcasing and selling art, jewelry, handmade products, and other unique treasures. The Towson Town Spring Festival is family-friendly and includes a range of entertainment, from live music to dance performances, rides and games, and beer garden.
From the Anderson Automotive Studios, this is WJZFM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 and always live on the free Odyssey app.
This broadcast is presented by Bet365, where winning is everything. Download the Bet365 app and lock in your picks before the game begins. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in select states only.
Live from 105.7 The Fan, it's Baltimore Baseball Tonight.
That ball hit well.
With a deep dive into tonight's matchup.
Left field and deep.
Sponsored by Jerry's Home Services. For a fast, free estimate, call 410-766-6800 or visit jerry'shomeservices.com and just ask Jerry's.
Holy smokes! Second deck shot for Gunner.
Here's your host, Tim Barbalace.
With Oriole Hall of Famer Mike Bordick. And Bordy, it seemed like heading into last night's game that the Orioles offense was starting to get it going. They had scored 5 or more runs in 4 of their last 5 games heading into last night. And then they came 3 outs away from being no hit. Was that more of Parker Messick being that filthy, that dominant, or was it rough at-bats for the Birds?
Well, no, it was definitely Messick was filthy. You know, we talked last night on the show about deception. That's what deception is right there. Not overpowering stuff, but you just don't know where it's coming out of. You can't get the window, man. Major league hitters are trained to pick up that window and the release point so they can actually make decisions, split decisions on pitches by recognizing the spin of the baseball. You just couldn't pick it up off Messick last night, and the Orioles were having a hard time. Now, granted, I will say this about the Orioles offense. The innings were too quick, man. Make a guy work one time, you know?
He back-to-back 7-pitch frames.
I know.
I
know. So you got to make some sort of adjustment there.
Well, we are an hour, 5 minutes away from Game 2 of a 4-game series in Cleveland, but let's get more into last night.
0-2 on the way. Baltimore Baseball Tonight looks back at the Birds' last game.
Ball game.
Sponsored by Hampton Inn Baltimore Downtown Convention Center. Your home for everything Baltimore has to offer. Just off I-95, across the street from the Yard. Call 410-685-5000 and earn your Hilton Honors points today.
The 90th pitch of his night is lined to left field. Martinez is there. 7 no-hit innings for Parker Messick. First pitch in the 9th. Ground ball right side. Base hit. No-hitter. No more. So here's Pete. First pitch swinging. Drive into right from Alonso. It's off the wall. Pete will try to leg it out for second. He's got to get there quickly, and he does. The throw came into third. Basayo toward second base. Brito with a diving play. He saves the game. Brito, who may have cost Cleveland the second out on the Alonso double and cost him a game 2 nights ago, gets the sweet taste of redemption, and the Guardians hang on for a 4-2 win.
Kevin Brown on the call, courtesy of Masson, and that game last night in how it almost ended was very reminiscent to the 21-31 celebration last year against the Dodgers. Yoshinobu Yamamoto came this close to getting a no-hitter, and then the Orioles ended up winning that ball game. And Parker Messick was absolutely filthy, but we were talking heading into the show, Bordy. The bottom of the 8th inning, I felt like dragged on. It was 26 pitches in total, and Cameron Foster made his MLB debut. He got pulled. Tyler Wells came in to get the final out. I felt like Messick sat for too long. He was already at 106 pitches, and then on the very first pitch, Leody Taveras broke up the no-hitter.
I agree, man. I thought, oh my gosh, this is just way too long. I'm sorry, but you got to go up and tell this kid, hey man, it's just been too long. Let's get him next time. It's too early in the season, right? I was really surprised they let him run back out there, but what I'm more surprised of is after that base hit that he stayed in the game. Yeah. They weren't even ready. There was not another arm coming from behind him. Now I know he was in full control, right? I thought for sure he was going to get the no-hitter. That's how good he looked, but you got to have somebody ready to go. He ended up throwing more pitches. I mean, this guy, he's going to be a little bit sore, today. I'll tell you that.
It ended up just being an avalanche because Blaze Alexander with a single, Taylor Ward with a single, Gunnar Henderson just got under it. He got it to the warning track, sack fly right there. Then Pete Alonso, he just missed a home run. It went off the top of the wall. Yeah. And Samuel Basayo, in the final at-bat of the game, 107 miles per hour off the bat board. Brito made a hell of a play to stop that ball. Otherwise, both those runs score, and it's a tie ball game.
There were some great at-bats. There really were. And I don't think guys were trying to do too much. I think Gunnar was trying to hit a grand slam home run. And you know what I'd love to see with all the StatCast and everything they have now is how much he actually missed it by. It is just so close, right? The precision, and my gosh, if he would have gotten just less than a fraction of an inch, that ball would have gone 450 feet up in the stands. But yeah, great round, I think, by the Oriole offense to fight back, scrape and claw. Basayo, maybe a different base runner, might have been able to come close to beat that out, but Basayo did the best he could. Beautiful play by Brito to end the ball game. But you like to see that, and you got to give him some credit where credit's due. They're just not going to give up and fold up the shop and say, let's go get them tomorrow. They're going to fight right through till 9 innings.
Parker Messick was fantastic, but let's get to Shane Baz last night. really poor pitch to Jose Ramirez in the first inning. That was a meatball that Ramirez did not miss. 2-run homer right there. And then it seemed like Boz settled in a bit. Now, granted, the defense I thought was very good for the Orioles. Jeremiah Jackson had the one ball that squirted away that ended up getting the base runner an extra 90 feet for the Guardians. But Jeremiah Jackson had another diving stop in that first inning that got an out. Pete Alonso, another great play on the first baseline. How about Kobe Mayo, the diving stop to start a double play there? But Boz, he went 6 innings but gave up 4 earned runs.
I guess I would take that, 6 innings, 4 earned runs, but I think we're just expecting more. That's the way I feel with Boz. His stuff is just too good, and it feels like he's very close to being really, really good. Would I take this, I guess, every night? It's going to keep your team in it, but we're going to talk about the rotation. It's just too blah for me. I think we're all expecting just a step up from everybody in this rotation.
O's are looking to snap this 3-game skid, and we're an hour away from first pitch. What's that lineup looking like?
Leading it off.
Start things off.
Here we go. Baltimore Baseball Tonight starting lineups are sponsored by The Good Feet Store.
For the Orioles, leading off at shortstop, he is Gunnar Henderson. Taylor Ward in left field batting second. Pete Alonso batting third at first base. Dylan Beavers is your cleanup hitter tonight. He is the DH. Samuel Basayo behind the dish batting fifth. Leody Taveras in center field batting sixth. Colton Cowser in right field batting seventh. Kobe Mayo, third base batting eighth. And Jeremiah Jackson, second base batting ninth.
Well, I'm glad Beavers is feeling better, right? That means, him being in the lineup. The Orioles are looking for a cleanup hitter, aren't they? I mean,
Jonathan Rodriguez, man, back-to-back nights.
Days.
How about him getting pinch hit for? You don't see the cleanup guy get pinch hit for.
Yeah, and I like the fact that Jackson is down at the bottom, but man, oh man, the way the Orioles offense is and them really scraping and clawing, needing some opportunities with runners in scoring position, I don't know, man. I'd slide him up to the top, give him more opportunities. He's not missing much right now, and I think just the way the Orioles offense is going, you got to stick your hot hands up there close to the top of the lineup.
There's your O's lineup. Who's the starting pitcher?
2-2 pitch. Let's take a look at tonight's pitching matchups.
Swung out and missed.
Chris Bassett is taking the bump. Bordy, it has not been the start that he would have hoped for. He's coming off his best outing of the season in which he didn't complete 5 innings, but only gave up one earned run against the Giants.
Yeah, right. And I guess he looked better, but you need more, right, out of your starting arm. I was kind of thinking about him and how he ought to be pitching or what we should be expecting, and it always comes down to the command. Do you remember Sagano, who we had last year?
Oh, yeah. He's off to a good start for the Rockies.
Yeah, well, we were worried about him and the lack of velocity, and that's kind of where Bassett is. But if he can command, he's going to have success, and he did for the first half of last year. That's the key with Bassett. He's just got to be able to command, and hopefully this is the start he finds it. But we've seen how pesky this Guardians lineup can be. They're just going to scrape a claw, try to put balls in play, put more pressure on this Oriole defense.
Coming up next, it's Mike Bordick's Player Spotlight, and we're taking a look at the polar bear, but specifically Pete Alonso. Is he in the running for a Gold Glove at this point, Bordy? Not expecting this type of defense out of him. We'll also hear from Craig Albernaz as well in the Manager's Report. It's Baltimore Baseball Tonight, brought to you by Jerry's Home Services on 105.7 The Fan.
Baltimore Baseball Tonight.
This is my read, baby. Hey,
go!
They're looking to get back on track tonight. They almost got no hit last night, and then they almost won the ball game. If you missed it, my goodness, you got to get Bassett now. Don't miss it tonight. Orioles and Guardians are on at about 6 o'clock, 6:10. To be exact, Masson and Masson Plus. Coverage begins in a few minutes. That's right. Masson is your home for Orioles baseball. Hey, no cable, no satellite, no problem. That's for sure. Every Masson Orioles game also streams live on the all-new, totally refreshed Masson Plus app. Visit massonsports.com and sign up for the Masson Plus season pass for only $99.99. Offer expires April 23rd. Let's go, Masson.
Planning on using cannabis? Then it's time to plan your ride home, too. Never get behind the wheel when you're high. You might think you're driving better, but the fact is, you're not. Designate a sober driver or use a rideshare so we all get home safe.
We're home.
Be the driver who makes a plan. Be the driver who saves lives. Learn more at zerodeathsmd.gov. This message brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
Hey, I'm Ryan Ripken. Does taking your dog to the vet feel like a big production? Well, it did for me until I found Homeward Bound Urgent Care Veterinary Services in Bel Air. They're a leader in urgent care with evening and weekend hours so you can get care when you actually need it. And with advanced tools like on-site CT imaging and laparoscopic surgery, your pet gets fast, high-level care. It's convenient, it's trusted, and it's right in Bel Air. Visit homewardboundurgentcarevet.com today. Your pet will thank you.
Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug!
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limo? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ready to step into a healthy and active lifestyle? Come to the Good Feet store and experience the difference. Discover how a simple step can lead to a life of pain-free possibilities.
Looking for an orthopedic group that provides appropriate care for athletes of all levels? The sports medicine experts at Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO, offer both surgical and non-surgical approaches to care for all kinds of sports injuries, with focus on changing your life for the better and getting you back in the game. Schedule an appointment with one of our sports medicine specialists quickly and easily at mdbonedocs.com. That's mdbonedocs.com.
Baltimore Baseball Tonight's Player Spotlight.
Can this kid play baseball?
Brought to you by Pickles Pub, home of Baltimore Baseball Tonight. And just a home run away from the yard is your destination for every home game this season.
Look out, Utah Street. Now a ground ball. Diving play by Pete, and he'll take it to first himself. The sweet relief of defensive redemption.
And Pete Alonso's made some outstanding plays.
Pete with the sprawl. Wells covers the bag. 2 down. Swings, grounds the ball to first. Fair, smothered by Pete Alonso.
Wow. That's the way it is, man. The polar bear has been throwing the leather for sure. It was nice to see him swing that shillelagh last night, too, though, whistling that ball off the right field wall. But I get more excited about the defense, man. And you know, everybody's like, well, Pete Alonso's an average defender at best, da-da-da. He has been a Gold Glove player for the Orioles right now. And I'm not just talking about some of these picks he's made diving down the first base line and showing that great touch to the pitcher, which is an incredibly hard play for a big guy over at first base. But the fact that he's digging balls out of the dirt for his infielders as well. I mean, he's fearless over there. We knew he was going to be one of these guys that brought his lunch pail, you know, to work with him every day. And he hasn't let anybody down. As a matter of fact, I think he's been a great example for everybody to look to. Just get the job done. Make outs, period.
Even at the beginning of the season, and he's certainly coming out of it in terms of getting on base and his bat, but the beginning of the season when Pete was really struggling at the plate, it's brought up a lot in baseball. You don't want your offensive struggles to carry over into the field. Is that difficult for a player?
Oh, no doubt about it, especially when your whole life is all about offense. And that's what the polar bear is, man. He's an offensive guy. He's a home run derby champ times over. You know, he's one of the best offensive players in the game. So it doesn't surprise me that defense gets overlooked. But defense should be a mainstay anyway in the big leagues. You should not be in the big leagues if you can't play defense, but it stands out nowadays when you can. And Pete Alonso's defense has been a step above just about everybody we've seen. It's like every play he's coming down with. And those plays last night were as athletic as you're going to see, diving to his left and his right and showing that great touch to the pitcher covering the back.
We're 51 minutes away from O's Guardians, Game 2 of a 4-game series. Before we step out, let's hear from Craig Albernaz.
Let's go inside the clubhouse for the Manager's Report. Sponsored by LifeMed Institute. Guys, regain confidence and performance in the bedroom with Gains Wave Therapy at LifeMed Institute. Gains Wave is a revolutionary, non-invasive ED treatment. Call 410-575-1200 or lifemedinstitute.com.
The boys were into it the whole game. Like, they were fighting like it's the same. That's what I love about our group. Like, there's no quit. There's no rolling over. And once Leo to get that hit, I comp it to a sniper in the NBA where you just need one shot to go in and then it just goes off. So we just needed one hit to go through and then it kind of just saw a trickle-down effect.
40, I was talking to you prior to the show and asked you, have you ever been a part of a no-hitter? And you said you've been a part of 2. Take me into the mindset of those guys where they're 3 outs away from being a part of history. Like, does the pressure just continue to ratchet up as the game goes on? Like, what is it like being a part of that?
Well, I know this. On the offensive end, it stinks, man. You realize that maybe that starting pitcher that night has their best stuff, their A game, which every major league pitcher has the capability, I believe, to throw these kind of no-hitters. But you hear guys come back to the dugout say, got to bear down, man. He's got a split finger tonight, or his changeup's working. So just stick your nose in there a little bit more and you scrape and claw. But, man, oh, man, sometimes these guys are just so good. They have the great movement. We talked about the deception, and that's typically the way it is. Somebody's not just going to go out there and blow fastballs. They're typically going to have a great slider, changeup combination. Mike Mussina playing behind him a couple times, threw a couple one-hitters, and did it with a full pitch mix just to keep everybody off balance. But it's fun to watch that because it's pretty rare. But from an offensive side of it, it just rips your heart out, right? Because you're scraping and clawing, trying to get things done, make an adjustment, but it seems like the pitcher and catcher are out thinking everything that you're thinking about.
Coming up next, it's Mike Bordick's Analyst Corner, and we're taking a look at this O's starting rotation, still trying to find its way, and we'll give you a ballpark forecast from Cleveland. It's Baltimore Baseball Tonight, brought to you by Jerry's Home Services on the Fan.
Spring is the perfect time to step up to the plate. The weather's warming up, the days are getting longer, and baseball season is back. There's no better time to get your health back on track, and LifeMed Institute is ready to help you do exactly that. With GLP-1 weight loss programs, hormone optimization, IV infusions, medical-grade supplements, and genetic testing, LifeMed gives you a full game plan, not just a quick fix. To find the best location for you, visit lifemedinstitute.com or call 410-575-1200. Make sure you tell them that Jeremy Kahn sent you.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread being stuck in an elevator with a total stranger.
Hey.
Who's an oversharer.
Oh, bean burrito for lunch.
Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Carpal tunnel syndrome. Heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. Whoa!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
Taking a deeper dive into tonight's game.
Hammered deep.
It's the Analyst Corner.
Way out of here.
On 105.7 The Fan.
Here's the big bat with a big swing. Jose Ramirez on the first pitch, 2-0. The one guy you cannot let beat you in this lineup just beat Baz with an opening ambush.
Yeah, that was tough, man. I mean, how can you pitch to that guy? You know, in Cleveland, they got a couple pretty cool statues. And Ramirez is going to have a statue.
Absolutely.
For sure, one day. They may put it right there at third base. This guy is a stud. He's been doing it for a number of years now. 30 stolen bases, 30 home runs. And you make a mistake to him, and he will definitely make you pay. And he did with Baz last night. You know, we had talked earlier, the 6 innings, 4 runs. I guess when you think about a starting pitcher, it's really hard to get into a ball game that far. And I guess I would take that as if I was a manager. But Bradish went 6 innings and gave up 4 runs, and Rogers went 4 2/3 and gave up 4 runs, and Kramer went 5 innings and gave up the 4 runs. I mean, my gosh, can somebody just stop it, right? And let's go, step up and be that guy. I know we had Cade Povich. That's what I'm talking about. A start like that, just to slam the door, and they need one of their guys to do that. And I don't know that Rogers has had his best game yet. We know that Bradish hasn't, and definitely Baz hasn't. So one of those guys has to step up and be the stud and say, let's go, boys.
Bordy, that's the really crazy thing when you think about it. Yes, I know Rogers, his first 3 starts were quality starts. Put those to the side. You could say the next 2 best starts that the O's got were from Cade Povich and Brandon Young.
No doubt about it. Absolutely. No doubt about it. And that's what we're looking for, that kind of shutdown stuff where you feel good about yourself. You feel good about, the bullpen resting a little bit. And like I said, I think Baz and Bradish both kept their teams in the ball game, which is important. The Orioles need to find a way to support their starting pitchers and stuff. But I don't know. I'm still just waiting for something to click. And I think we all are, as fans, expecting the rotation to just be a click better. How about 6 innings with 3 runs and go for a week with that, and let's see how we stand.
We're 43 minutes away from first pitch. O's trying to snap a 3-game losing streak tonight against the Guardians. What's the weather looking like?
Here's your ballpark forecast.
We're just about ready to play ball here.
Yesterday was a little iffy when it came to the chance of precipitation. Well, tonight, Bordy, we're definitely getting baseball in. 55 degrees, 0% chance of precipitation the rest of the night.
All right.
Coming up next, we will give you the Guardians starting lineup. We'll go inside the numbers, take a look at Cameron Foster's debut, and Craig Alvarez had some updates on multiple Orioles injuries that we will give to you on the other side. It's Baltimore Baseball Tonight, brought to you by Jerry's Home Services on 105.7 The Fan.
Swing into savings during the Grand Slam sales event at Bob Bell Kia. Line up your pick from 4 great models under $30K. Credit issues? You're safe at home with us. Don't get left on base. Shop now at BobBellKia.com.
Growing a brand is hard, but reaching the right customers shouldn't be. Meet Outcomes from Viant. We've built an intelligent platform that handles the complexity of digital advertising for you. Powered by advanced AI, we help your brand show up in the right places at the right time and ensure that every dollar you spend leads to a real business result. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
Most fans know every stat by heart, but didn't know about Dark Cars Toyota of Baltimore, the largest and only new car dealership in the city. Fully remodeled showroom with new Toyotas, pre-owned lineup, full service and parts. Corner of Eastern and Dundalk or darkcarstoyotabaltimore.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts offers more than just the right parts for your repair. Our professional parts people can also test your battery, install your new wiper blades, and even scan and read your check engine, ABS, or maintenance light with O'Reilly Veriscan for free. For the best service, advice, auto parts, and accessories, stop by the new O'Reilly Auto Parts in Essex on Back River Neck Road near the Old Eastern intersection.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Dribbles it down the court. Just a few seconds left. Pass to the corner. 2 to shoot. It's up. And it's good.
This season, head over to Giant to get game day ready with all your favorite foods and snacks, and let Upside dish the assist with a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. Upside is a free app that helps you earn cash back on everyday purchases like gas, groceries, and dining. Simply claim an offer in the app, pay like usual, and start earning real cash back. You can cash out to your bank or turn into gift cards. Right now, get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. Download the free Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 for a $10 cashback bonus. That's promo code CHARM01 for a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase. Remember, that's promo code CHARM01.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
The Maryland Lottery presents Home Run Legends.
Yeah, I know a little bit about leaving the yard, the backyard. Every time I swing that wiffle bat and the ball whistles over the shed into the neighbor's garden, and I touch the frisbees at first and second base and the flattened cardboard box we use as third, I know I've cemented my place in history.
You too can be a home run legend when you play Fast Play Home Run Riches from the Maryland Lottery. You'll have a chance to win cash instantly with a progressive jackpot, tickets to a game, and more. Please play responsibly.
Leading it off.
Start things off.
Here we go. Baltimore Baseball Tonight starting lineups are sponsored by The Good Feet Store.
For the Guardians, leading off in center field, Stephen Kwan. Batting second, Chase DeLauder. He's in right field. Jose Ramirez at third base, batting third. Kyle Manzardo is the DH, batting cleanup. Rhys Hoskins at first base, batting fifth. Daniel Schneemann, shortstop, batting sixth. Schneemann might be one of my favorite names in MLB. Angel Martinez in left field, batting seventh. Bo Naylor is the catcher, batting eighth. And Juan Brito, second base, batting ninth.
Yeah, well, we kind of know what this offense is about, just kind of a scrape and claw offense. Watch out for Ramirez, that's for sure. But Bassett's got to be careful with Bo Naylor, believe it or not, even though Naylor has had a rough start, and he's not much of an offensive player. He's 2 for 3 with 2 home runs off Bassett, so be careful there.
Speaking of rough starts, Tanner Bybee is off to a rough start. He's only completed 5 innings once, and he got really roughed up in his last start.
Yeah, only 4 2/3 in Atlanta, gave up 8 runs and 11 hits. And Tanner Bybee's supposed to be, their number one, I think, or at least a little bit better than he's been. That's for sure. But the Orioles have had success off him in the past, and I expect them to do some damage tonight. So let's hope Bassett keeps him in the game early, and the Orioles offense can kind of get the foot on the neck of this Guardians team.
We've given you a lot of numbers. Well, we're going to give you more.
Analytics, stats, and trends. Let's go inside the numbers on Baltimore Baseball Tonight.
I saw the game yesterday. I was like, they could use some arms. And I was like, hopefully I'm the next guy up. That's what I want to be. And when Fed told me, I was like, I was just super pumped.
Yeah, that's great stuff, right? I mean, I think the Orioles have been the land of opportunity for a few years now. A lot of young guys getting their opportunities. But this young man, Cameron Foster, should make you feel pretty good, I guess, about the Orioles organization when you can call up a guy like him. And we've talked about how good the bullpen has been here with Nunez and, of course, Garcia, and Helsley at the back end. So there are a lot of positive things. Cano doing a great job out in the Orioles bullpen. And then to have this kind of arm come up, I mean, my gosh, he was throwing some darts, man. High 90s with the fastball. Nice wipeout slider. And I think what happened is in spring training, he threw 5 scoreless innings. And those are the opportunities you need. You get in front of the big league coaching staff, Alvarez. They remember that stuff. They remember how the ball popped out, in the catcher's glove in spring training. It didn't matter what he did in Norfolk. They remember spring training. He came right up, and he didn't disappoint, man. I like that big arm, and it's nice to have that compliment with Wolfram on the left side and this big righty. He's another 6'5", 6'6" guy. This is a big donkey out there.
And we'll see how long Cameron Foster stays up with the big league club, but it is very interesting, Bordy. The O's have 2 arms in their bullpen from trades with the Mets at the trade deadline. Anthony Nunez, who was a part of the Cedric Mullins trade, and Cameron Foster was a part of the Gregory Soto trade to the Mets.
Right? And the Mets go, what do we do? Yeah, I don't know if they're doing that or not. But the Orioles have done a pretty nice job, I think, under Mike Elias, finding some of these good bullpen arms. And I just like the fact that they can reach down there and bring up a guy like Cameron Foster for the depth, because they're going to be getting healthy in the Orioles bullpen pretty soon, and that should make us all feel a little bit better.
You would think that Keegan Aiken and Andrew Kittredge, it won't be long until they're back in the pen. Well, what about the rest of the injured birds?
Tonight's injury report is sponsored by Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland. Whether you're an athlete or just staying active, their orthopedic specialists help you recover, rebuild, and get back to doing what you love.
These updates courtesy of Craig Albernaz meeting with the media prior to today's game. Tyler O'Neill, it's really unfortunate with Bordy. This has just been a theme of his career, just IL stints, and this one just really unfortunate events. He fainted and got a concussion, and O'Neill's feeling better, but he will not be activated this weekend as he's still working his way back from the concussion.
Oh, no doubt. Well, you got to be careful with concussion protocols anyway. I mean, and this is going to be all on him, how he feels, and you don't want to rush those kind of head injuries back, that's for sure.
Adley Rutschman, he has ran. He's caught a bullpen, and he hit today. TBD on if he needs a rehab assignment. He is eligible to come off the IL on Tuesday.
Yeah, let him come, baby. We need his bat. Boy, did we miss his bat the other night, or last night, right? In the no-hitter. We missed a couple of these. You mentioned O'Neill, Mountcastle too, and I'm sure you're going to bring his name up. We needed some of those right-handed sluggers in there.
It was funny. We got a big injury update from Matt Holliday, who was on the Cardinals territory, part of the Foul Territory Network, Birdland territory, shameless plug with Steve Molesky, myself, and Brad Brock.
I love it.
So our sister podcast, if you will. But he announced before the official announcement that Jackson would be resuming his rehab this weekend. He will be in Frederick for Saturday and Sunday, and then Craig Albernaz said that he's going to be reassessed Monday.
And he still might be the youngest guy on the Frederick team. I mean, my goodness. No, that's good news, right? Get him going again. Listen, I know we got Jeremiah Jackson doing a pretty nice job up here, but we want our young stars to be healthy and playing up here at Birdland.
Coming up next, it's our MLB News and Notes segment, and it featured the Padres yesterday, and spoiler alert, it's going to feature the Padres again because they are red hot. They've won 12 of 14, and can anyone touch Mason Miller right now? Also, the Rockies beat the Astros. Astros still off to a sluggish start. We'll give you the rest of tonight's MLB schedule and take a look at the AL East standings as well. It's Baltimore Baseball tonight, brought to you by Jerry's Home Services on the Fan.
Ready to ramp up the excitement, golf fans? BetMGM is making your next golf tournament winner bets even better with Second Chance. What's Second Chance? Ever bet on your favorite golfer to win a tournament only to see them miss the green? Well, with BetMGM's Second Chance promotion, you'll get your stake back in cash if your tournament winner bet finishes in second instead. That's right. Simply bet on any player to win a scheduled golf tournament during a promotional week. If you're right, you win. But if your pick finishes second instead of first, you get your stake back in cash. Watch your favorite players go for the win all season long and bet knowing you'll get your stake back if they finish second. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Is your new boss not the same as your old boss, and not in a good way? If you're an air conditioning and heating tech or installer, you might be thinking, yes. Because when local companies sell to finance guys and corporations, bean counting spreadsheet bros inevitably push techs to sell things that aren't in the best interest of the customer while cutting corners and rushing jobs. I know, because it happened to me 20 years ago, back when I was one of the most experienced field techs for my last corporate job. They started demanding us to push repairs and replacements that weren't in the homeowner's interest. So I quit and founded Amazing Heating and Air to be the home of the best stand-up techs in greater Baltimore area who always do what's right. And I'm hiring more stand-up techs, installers, and other positions right now. So call Amazing and find out how much better life is when you're working with a fellow tech rather than a bean-counting spreadsheet bro.
To callamazing.com.
On the ground, back up the middle.
News and notes from around Major League Baseball.
What a play. Oh, my goodness. He caught that ball.
On 105.7 The Fan. Sponsored by Dubo Law. Real people, real results. For a free consultation, call 410-ASK-DUBO.
For the faithful, stand as one at Petco Park in San Diego. And a full count now to Young with 2 outs in the ninth. That is strike 3, and that's the ball game. Got a challenge.
You don't challenge the Reaper.
Strike 3. Padres win. And look at this last pitch. It was challenged.
That caught a lot of the plate.
They sweep the Mariners. Winners of 8 straight. The San Diego Padres.
Dang. That call courtesy of Padres TV. They won 5-2 last night, and they have won 12 of 14. But Mason Miller, he struck out the side in the 9th inning. He extended his scoreless streak to 30 2/3 innings, 40, going back to last year.
Wow.
Mason Miller this season, he's gone 9 1/3 innings, so that is 28 outs. 23 of the 28 outs have been strikeouts, Bordy. He's allowed 1 hit and issued 1 walk.
Oh, he's given up a hit, though?
He has given up a hit.
Yeah, we got Rico Garcia. Come on, man.
Great point.
23 punch outs.
That's crazy.
It really is. And, well, I'll tell you why. The guy's about, 6'6", about 250 pounds, coming all downhill, throwing 100 miles an hour with an incredible slider. He's even got a changeup, too. Are you kidding me? Why mess around with that kind of stuff? Yeah, he's nasty, and he has bought into the closing role. You know, he used to be a starter.
Yeah.
And started getting some arm problems with the A's. So they said, well, let's try to manage your arm. How about go to the bullpen? Next thing you know, he's one of the best closers of baseball.
Hey, and that's not uncommon. You think of Zach Britton. Zach Britton started as a starter before becoming a closer and had one of, if not the greatest seasons by reliever in 2016. But Who's the nastiest closer you faced? I mean, you faced Mariano Rivera at the peak of his powers. Like, who's the nastiest guy?
Golly, man. I mean, there are so many just nasty pitchers back in the day. Even the setup guys were filthy. But Rivera, he could do it, man. He just had the great poise, knew how to handle himself at the toughest situations, especially Yankee Stadium. Places thumping, and he just had a real slow pulse, right? And one pitch. You mentioned Zach Britton. Yeah. He did it with one pitch, a cut fastball that he threw like 97, just climbed the ladder with it, and it worked on everybody. I remember Brady Anderson saying, why don't they pinch it for me, man? That cutter runs it on my hands as a left-handed hitter. And sure enough, he would break bats left and right.
Padres, they're off to a hot start. The Astros, they're not.
Isaac Paredes, the Astros' final hope.
Hit the left. It's high. It's deep. But it's not deep enough. Mickey Moniak on the warning track has it. And that's the ball game. The Rockies end a 6-game skid and win a season series against Houston for the first time since 2012.
It's kind of crazy. They played an entire season series, but yeah, they played the Rockies, Mariners, and then Rockies again. The Rockies swept the Astros in Denver, and then Houston ended up winning this series, lost the series finale, as you just heard, but the Astros have lost 9 of 11, 40. They're 8-12.
It doesn't sound good, does it? And but they still have some really good players. They have just been decimated with injuries. I mean, they are losing guys left and right. I think I just saw where Josh Hader got put on the 60-day IL. Hunter Brown is on the IL. They signed that Japanese pitcher, Amai, and he's, I think, on the shelf right now as well. So, yeah, they got a lot of injured players, but I'd never count the Astros out. They seem to find a way, don't they?
Well, it's worth noting, they've gotten off the slow starts each of the past couple of years, so I'm not going to write them off because I feel like the month of April, they've been really scuffling the past couple of seasons.
Yeah, and they find a way to bounce back. Altuve starts leading them. They've got some great veteran players over there. Christian Walker. Of course, they brought Correa back. And Yordan Alvarez over there as well. So they do have some pretty good offensive players.
We're 25 minutes away from first pitch in Cleveland. O's taking on the Guardians, game 2 of a 4-game series. What about the rest of MLB?
Tonight's Major League Baseball schedule on Baltimore Baseball Tonight.
One game already final. The Cubs all over the Mets, 12-4 winners. The Mets are 7-13, Bordy.
Yeah, we got all their bullpen arms.
Yeah, that's true. Yes. Braves taking on the Phillies. That game at 6:40. The Rays and Pirates at 6:40. O's already saw the Pirates, obviously, and that was a rough series. They got swept, but Pirates off to an 11-8 start. Could they be a surprise team?
No, they're not. Because they've gotten off to hot starts before, and they always end up right where they end up.
That is true. Giants taking on the Nats. That game 6:45. Royals and Yankees at 7:05. Brewers and Marlins 7:10. Red Sox taking on the Tigers at 7:15. Reds and Twins square off at 8:10. Cardinals taking on the Astros at 8:10. Dodgers and Rockies 8:40. Padres and Angels at 9:38. A's facing off against the White Sox at 9:40. Rangers and Mariners also at 9:40. And final game, Diamondbacks playing the Blue Jays at 9:40. Before we step out, let's give you the AL East standings.
Yankees, Boston, Toronto, the Rays.
A closer look at the American League East standings.
Yeah, I think it's the exact same since we last spoke, Bordy, but we'll give it to you again because why not? It's Baltimore Baseball Tonight. We're known for this. Rays atop the division at 11-7. Yankees 10-9. O's 9-10, and the Blue Jays and Red Sox sit at 7-11.
Well, there you go. Yeah. Well,
there you have it.
It's almost exactly the same as yesterday.
It is. Yeah. We just added one more loss to the O's.
I am really interested because nobody expected Tampa to be where they are right now at any point this season, I don't think. But they kind of prove year in and year out that
never count them out, man.
You just can't. They always find a way to get good pitching. They always find a way to compete, and sure enough, they're doing it again.
All right, O's need to end this 3-game skid. Mike Bordick is going to give you his keys to victory, and Bordy, you can't say get a hit in the first 8 innings. That's way too obvious. They weren't able to do that yesterday. And we'll also preview tomorrow's matchup as well. It's Baltimore Baseball tonight, brought to you by Jerry's Home Services on the Fan.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Breaking news for your home. Way Day. Wayfair's big sale is almost here, and you can score the best deals in home. Like up to 80% off everything home. Yes, you heard that right. 80% off with free shipping on everything. Plus surprise flash deals all Way Day long. We're talking outdoor furniture and essentials, rugs, and more. All at Wayfair. And all up to 80% off during Way Day. Shop Wayfair's Way Day from April 25th through 27th.
Wayfair, every style, every home. Everything you knew about reaching customers online is being rewritten. Time to rethink your approach. Outcomes from Viant finds real customers, not impressions, not clicks, customers. Our AI maximizes every dollar of your budget against the outcomes that matter most and proves it happened. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
Ryan Ripken here, and if you've ever had a pet need care unexpectedly, you know how stressful that moment can be. That's why I trust Homeward Bound Veterinary Services in Bel Air. They're a leader in wellness and urgent care with a location ready when you need it most. And they have advanced tools like on-site CT imaging and laparoscopic surgery to treat your pet quickly with less stress. Visit homewardboundveterinaryservices.com. That's homewardboundveterinaryservices.com. Your pet deserves it.
Tonight's Keys to the Game.
And that will do it.
Brought to you by your hometown team, Science and Kirk. Injured in an accident? If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. Visit them at youhavealawyer.com.
Well, your keys didn't work out last night, Mike Bordick, because the O's didn't have a hit through 8 innings. So hopefully you came up with better keys for tonight.
Yeah. I really do think the Orioles need to make that first mark. And why not in that first inning? We talked about Tanner Bybee having some struggles, so he's all in his own head. Make that first mark. Start the game with, it would be nice to get a crooked number and really help Bassett settle in. I think that's going to be really important.
To that point, and the numbers bear it out. You can look at how many runs the Orioles score in the first 4 innings. That's near the bottom. How many runs they give up in the first 4 innings, near the bottom. It just feels like this team has had to play from behind far too often. They need to give Chris Bassett a lead in the first couple innings.
No, I agree. And that's exactly why I wanted it to be the most important key to this win tonight.
That's a great idea.
Making that first mark. Yeah, it's over 60% of the time you win if you make that first mark on the board. And that's why teams put guys like Gunnar Henderson at the top of the lineup. They want to either make a first mark by a home run or, have speed on the base pass. And the Orioles need to take advantage of that tonight.
What's a key for Chris Bassett tonight? Because you're hoping for him to take another step forward after last timeout.
It's the fastball command, period. I mean, I think all these pitchers, man, everything they have, their whole arsenal Depends on the fastball command, the ability to throw that fastball for a strike when they need to. The falling behind has really hurt a lot of the pitchers in the Orioles rotation, and especially Bassett. So he's not a guy that typically walks guys, but his walk rate's up a little bit. Stay aggressive in the strike zone, but he's got to be able to paint the edges with that two-seam fastball.
That's been his biggest issue because his two-seam fastball, I think opposing batters are hitting over 500 off of it. And when we've seen Bassett settle in, typically he's leaning into the fastball early, realizes he doesn't have the command. The curveball's been really good at times. The sweeper, he was leaning into that in his last start. Right. But it's establishing that primary pitch. That way you don't have to completely lean all the way into the secondary.
Yeah, and I think it's important to try to get it early, right? And don't give up on it because if you want to get in the middle part of a ball game and go through a big league lineup second or even hopefully the third time through, you better have established that fastball to help set up the changeup and the other offerings you have.
Well, hopefully the O's win tonight. And then in Game 3 of the series, Dean Kramer gets the start opposite Gavin Williams.
Yeah, excited to get Dean Kramer back out there, right? Gavin Williams is a monster, though. So the Orioles are going to have to be on their game there as well. It's just not easy. Really every night, if you think about it, you're facing a darn good major league pitcher. Got to find ways to scrape and claw. But like I said, I mean, if you can make that first mark and get the Guardians on their heels, that will definitely help. And the same thing's going to hold true in tomorrow's ball game. The Orioles have to be aggressive, and they really have to be assertive offensively and show that they're one of the best offenses in the game.
And Dean had a very interesting debut when you look at his stat line and his season. He had 9 strikeouts, which is the most strikeouts by an Orioles pitcher this year. But you want to talk about a welcome back to MLB. The first pitch that Marte hit 443 feet on the Utah street.
Oh, they did some ambushing. The Diamondbacks did. And they chased a little bit out of the zone, I think, to do it. So they were just kind of guessing dead red, jumping on the fastball. I don't expect that. The same thing from this Guardians line.
That is it for us on Baltimore Baseball Tonight, brought to you by Jerry's Home Services. Orioles, Guardians, Game 2 of a 4-game series in about 15 minutes. Westwood One Radio coming your way next.
When equipment breaks